the most extreme, I'd say during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And now, I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance, the vaccines are more positive than negative. But I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were honestly were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed it and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, well, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is that? Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. I think it was I wasn't involved in those conversations directly, but I think it was.
How difficult is that to not be involved in those conversations directly? Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition, but even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. That's got to be strange too, right? Because you're running the company, but there's clearly you're moderating at scale that's beyond the imagination. The number of human beings you're moderating is fucking insane. Like, what's a Facebook? How many people use it on a daily basis? Forget about how many overall. Like, how many people use it regularly?
It's 3.2 billion people use one of our services every day. Yeah, it's wild.
More than a third of the planet. That's so crazy.
Yeah, and it's
almost half of Earth.
Well, on a monthly basis, it is probably half.
But I want to say that though, there's a lot of like hypercritical people that are conspiracy theorists and think that everybody's a part of some cabal to control them. I want you to understand that whether it's YouTube or all these, whatever place that you think is doing something that's awful, it's good that you speak, because this is how things get changed, and this is how people find out that people are upset about content moderation and censorship. But moderating at scale is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
What we were talking the other day about the number of videos that go up every hour on YouTube, and it's bananas. It's bananas. It's like, to try to get a human being that is reasonable, logical, and objective, that's going to analyze every video, it's virtually impossible. It's not possible. So you got to use a bunch of tools, and a bunch of things wrong, and you have also people reporting things. And how much is that going to affect things? You could have mass reporting because you have bad actors. You have some corporation that decides we're going to attack this video because it's bad, so it's going to take it down. Mm-hmm. There's so much going on. I want to put that in people's heads before we go on. Like, understand the kind of numbers that we're talking about here. Now understand you have the pandemic, and then you have the administration's doing something where I think they crossed the line, where it gets really weird, where they're saying, and what you're saying, they were trying to get you to take down vaccine side effects, which is just crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like you're saying, it's so complicated, this system, that I could spend every minute of all of my time doing this and not actually focused on building the things that we're trying to do.
John Appleton.
Glasses.
Long time no speak, man. How are you, big dog? John Appleton. Yo, dog. That's okay. He'll be back. Or he'll figure it out. He's the one who told me to get a Discord 3 years ago when I had just first started streaming. John Appleton found me on TikTok, actually, on a TikTok live, and our friend John Dick and our friend Priscilla Roberts, we all became very good friends. Maybe he's just chilling. Just chill, baby. Just chill.
So I get involved in this stuff, but in general, we have a policy team. There are people I trust. They're the people who are kind of working on this on a day-to-day basis. And the interactions that I was just referring to, and a lot of this is documented. I mean, because Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation committee into the kind of government censorship around stuff like this. We produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them, and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we. But I think
I want to listen.
I mean, their emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. We said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow. Yeah. It's just a massive overstepping.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and
I mean,
also,
I think
you weren't killing people. This is the thing about all this. It's like they suppressed so much information about things that people should be doing, regardless of whether or not you believe in the vaccine. Regardless, put that aside. Metabolic health is of the utmost importance in your everyday life, whether there's a pandemic or there's not. And there's a lot of things that you can do that can help you recover from illness. It prevents illnesses. It makes your body more robust and healthy. It strengthens your immune system. And they're suppressing all that information. And that's just crazy. You can't say you're one of the good guys if you're suppressing information that would help people recover from all kinds of diseases, not just COVID, the flu, common cold, all sorts of different things. High doses of vitamin C, D3 with K2 and magnesium. They were suppressing this stuff because they didn't want people to think that you could get away with not taking the vaccine, which is really crazy when you're talking about something that 99.07% of people survive. This is a crazy overstep, but scared the shit out of a lot of people. Red pilled, as it were, a lot of people, because they realized, like, oh, 1980 corruption. It's like, it shows you how things can go that way with wrong speak and with bizarre distortion of facts. And when it comes down to it, in today's day and age, the way people get information is through your platform, through X. This is how people are getting information. They're getting information from YouTube. They're getting information from a bunch of different sources now. And you can't censor that if it's real legitimate information because it's not ideologically convenient for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically the journey that I've been on, right? Started off very pro free speech, free expression. And then over the last 10 years, there have been these two big episodes. It was the Trump election and the aftermath, where I feel like in retrospect, I deferred too much to the kind of critique of the media on what we should do.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, I think generally trust in media has fallen off the cliff, right? So I don't think I'm alone in that journey. I think that's basically the experience that a lot of people have had is, okay, it's the stuff that's been written about is not kind of all accurate. And even if the facts are right, it's kind of written from a slant a lot of the time.
Of course.
And then there's the government version of it, which is during COVID, which is okay, like it's like our government is telling us that we need to censor true things. It's like this is a disaster, and it's not just the U.S. right? I think a lot of people in the U.S. focus on this as an American phenomenon, but I kind of think that the reaction to COVID probably caused a breakdown in trust in a lot of governments around the world. Because 2024 was a big election year around the world, and there were all these countries, India, Mexico, just like a ton of countries that had elections, and the incumbents basically lost every single one. So there is some sort of a global phenomenon where the whether it was because of inflation, because of the economic policies to deal with COVID, or just how the governments dealt with COVID, seems to have had this effect that's global, not just the U.S., but like a very broad decrease in trust, at least in that set of incumbents, and maybe in sort of these democratic institutions overall. So I think that what you're saying of, how do people get their information now? It's by sharing it online on social media. I think that that's just increasingly true. And my view at this point is like, all right, like we started off focused on free expression. We kind of had this pressure tested over the last period. I feel like I just have a much greater command now of what I think the policy should be, and like this is how it's going to be going forward. And so I mean, at this point, I think a lot of people look at this as like a purely political thing. It's because they kind of look at the timing and they're like, hey, well, you're doing this right after the election. It's like, okay, I try not to change our content rules right in the middle of an election either, right? It's like there's not like a great time to do this. It's
right.
And
you want to do it a year later.
Yeah, it's like there's no good time to do it. There's,
right.
And whatever time is going on, there's going to be, so. The good thing about doing it after the election is you get to take this kind of cultural pulse as like, okay, where are people right now, and how are people thinking about it? We try to have policies that reflect, mainstream discourse. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is something I've been thinking about for a while. I think that this is going to be pretty durable because at this point we've just been pressure tested on this stuff for like the last 8 to 10 years with like these huge institutions just pressuring us, and I feel like this is kind of the right place to be going forward.
What was it like when they were attacking? Like, first of all, what was the premise? Like, what were they saying was your offense? Was it that you were allowing information that was not true, that was getting out there? I know there was also, they're saying that you guys were allowing hate groups to speak. There's a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing with politics is that there's like, well, when you say someone's coming after you, you're referring to kind of the government and investigations and all that. I mean, so the issue is that there's what specific thing an agency might be looking into you for, and then there's like the underlying political motivation, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate you? And I think that those can often be two very different things. So, and we had organizations that were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media, like CFPB, like this financial. I don't even know what it stands for. It's the financial organization that Elizabeth Warren had set up.
Oh, great!
And it's basically like we're not a bank.
The banking sector.
Yeah. So like we're not a bank, right? It's like what does Meta have to do with this? But they kind of found some theory that they wanted to investigate, and it's like, okay, clearly they were trying really hard, right, to like find some theory, but it like, I don't know, it kind of like throughout the party and the government, there's just sort of, I don't know how this stuff works. I mean, I've never been in government. I don't know if it's like a directive or it's just like a quiet consensus that like we don't like these guys, they're not doing what we want, we're going to punish them. But it's tough to be at the other end of that.
What was it like?
Well, it's not good. I think the thing that I think is actually the toughest though is it's global, right? So, and really when you think about it, the U.S. government should be defending its companies, right? Not be the tip of the spear attacking its companies. So when we talk about a lot, okay, what is the experience of okay, if the U.S. government comes after you? I think the real issue is that when the U.S. government does that to its tech industry, it's basically just open season around the rest of the world. Right, I mean, the EU, I pulled these numbers. The EU has fined the tech companies more than $30 billion over the last, I think it was like 10 or 20 years.
Holy
And
shit.
so when you think about it, like, okay, it's like $100 million here, a couple $1 billion there. But what it, I think really adds up to is this is sort of like a kind of EU-wide policy for how they want to deal with American tech. It's almost like a tariff. And I think the U.S. government basically gets to decide how are they going to deal with that, right? Because if the U.S. government, if some other country was screwing with another industry that we cared about, the U.S. government would probably find some way to put pressure on it. But I think what happened here is actually the complete opposite. The U.S. government led the kind of attack against the companies, which then just made it so like the EU is basically, and all these other places, just free to just go to town on all the American companies and do whatever you want. But I mean, look, obviously, I don't want to come across as if like we don't have things that we need to do better. Obviously, we do. And when we mess something up, we deserve to be held accountable for that, and just like everyone else. I do think that the American technology industry is a bright spot in the American economy, and it's a strategic advantage for the United States that we have a lot of the strongest companies in the world. And I think it should be part of the U.S.'s strategy going forward to defend that. And it's one of the things that I'm optimistic about with President Trump is I think he just wants America to win. And I think some of this stuff, like the other governments who are kind of pushing on this stuff, it's like at least the U.S. has the rule of law, right? So the government can come after you for something, but you still get your day in court, and the courts are pretty fair. And so we've basically done a pretty good job of defending ourselves. And when we've chosen to do that, basically we have a pretty good rate of winning. It's just not like that in every other country around the world. Like if other governments decide that they're going to go after you, you don't always get kind of a clear shake at kind of defending yourself on the rules. So I think to some degree, if the U.S. tech industry is going to continue being really strong, I do think that the U.S. government has a role in basically defending it abroad. And that's one of the things that I'm optimistic about will happen in this administration.
Well, I think this administration uniquely has felt the impact of not being able to have free speech, because this is the administration where Trump was famously kicked off of Twitter. That was a huge issue. Like after January 6th, like they removed at the time the sitting president. It was kind of crazy to remove that person from social media because you've decided that he incited a riot. So for him, without free speech, without people, without podcasts, without social media, they probably wouldn't have had a chance because the mainstream narrative, other than Fox News, was so clearly against him. The majority of the television entities and print entities were against him, the majority of them. So if without social media, without podcasts, they don't stand a chance. So they're uniquely aware of the importance of giving people a voice, free speech. But you do have to be careful about misinformation, and you do have to be careful about just outright lies and propaganda complaints, or propaganda campaigns, rather. And how do you differentiate?
Well, I think that there are a couple of different things here. One is, this is something where I think X and Twitter just did it us on fact-checking. We took the critique around around misinformation. We put in place this fact-checking program, which basically empowered these third-party fact-checkers. They could mark stuff false, and then we would downrank it in the algorithm. I think what Twitter and X have done with community notes, I think is just a better program. Rather than having a small number of fact checkers, you get the whole community to weigh in. When people who usually disagree on something tend to agree and how they're voting on a note, that's a good sign to the community that there's actually like a broad consensus on this, and then you show it. And you're showing more information, not less, right? So you're not using the fact check as a signal to show less. You're using the community note to provide real context and show additional information. So I think that's better. For when you're talking about like nation states or people interfering, a lot of that stuff is best rooted out at the level of kind of accounts doing phony things. So you get like whether it's China or Russia or Iran or like one of these countries, they'll set up these networks of fake accounts and
Yeah,
bots,
Pip.
and they coordinate and they post on each other's stuff to make
Hey,
it
you
seem
take
like
care.
it's authentic.
Thank you so much for being here. You know that I'm always available to you, and it was a really good night. Take care, my man. I think it will too. I think sooner rather than later, my friend. Peace, man. Take care. You as well. Shout out to Left, everybody.
And kind of convince people it's like, wow, a bunch of people must think this or something. And the way that you identify that is you build AI systems that can basically detect that those accounts are not behaving the way that a human. And when we find that there's like some bot that's operating an account,
How do you differentiate? How do you figure that out?
it just, I mean, there's some things that a person just would never do, right? So,
Have you met Lex Friedman?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
He
And-
might not be.
Well, but is he going to take?
That's your
But is he
jury
going to take?
test.
Yeah, is he going to take? Is he going to make a million actions in a minute? It's like, yeah, probably not.
Okay, so it's that.
Well, I mean, it's
things that aren't
more
possible.
subtle than that. I think like these guys are pretty sophisticated, and it's an adversarial space. So, so we find some technique, and then they basically kind of update their techniques. But we have a team of there. It's effectively like intelligence, counterintelligence folks, counterterrorism folks, AI folks who are building systems to identify.
That's what it was missing this year. Missing an F, maybe. That's what it was. Jeez. I didn't realize it until closer to the end. Just getting another first round. Pretty much just like scale, right? Just or it's like the same note, but he just changes the note as he goes down. Like he starts with like the 12th fret, and then he goes like down to the 9th or something, then the 7th. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's it just Don't break your voice box. I hear that hurt because I like his lower tones that he has. It's like that dark theme. That's so nice. Trying to imitate it. It's a original style. The first small language and stuff like that. I was trying to touch sense like that for like small languages. Once a week, once a month, like 3 or 4 songs we get together and just put my set and then have it to I'm very quiet place, kind of like it is here, right? Like, but in an actual cloud setting. Very nice. Nice. Is there Rabbi or Rabbi?
It's Rabbi.
Yeah. Okay, well, we only raise our hands and we're in Huntington River Way. So, go ahead and tell me what you got to say about it.
Do you mind if I do some stand-up comedy? Excellent. Shalom, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own." "Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England since you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number, can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you may send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to do is ask, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you. Well, thank you so much.
Sorry, your red is like the determined color, so I was like, I don't know if we should even let this guy. But thank you for your patience and persistence and adding your comedy to the space. Yeah, I like your presentation.
Well, thank you so much. If you don't mind, may I please tell you about my project? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming my life more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. This is like a real life Truman Show. I'm live right now on Twitter. You can see it on my profile. I also have the largest Twitter biography of any person on the platform, 50,000 characters, which is the maximum amount that you can have. Some of the things that I discuss on my stream that aren't normally discussed that in mainstream that I'd like to introduce are ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I think these are all great ideas that aren't generally discussed. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants, which essentially is pumping Earth's salt water onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. Other things that we discuss on this stream that aren't discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction. Many people don't know what de-extinction is, but it's essentially reintroducing once extinct species back into the ecosphere. So people also don't know that the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France, that was de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific was founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant, which I feel is just an interesting project that really isn't being discussed, and I feel like it should be. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I mean, I never thought I'd see a dodo bird, but perhaps I might be able to see one in the wild someday. I want you all to know that I also am someone who is very passionate about the human psyche and humanity in general. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine in 2018. Data overtook petroleum. I have more data online than any person ever. And what does that mean for all of you? Well, I'm going to go viral soon. And when that happens, I'm going to help every person who helped me along the way, including everybody in here. I want to take care of your friends, your family, your hopes, your dreams. I'm going to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are near and dear to your heart. When we were all born, probably everyone in this space had a life expectancy of about age 80. But I want to improve that and increase that to age 100 and 120 through the use of different types of technologies such as human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, neurogenics, things like cryotherapy. I want to help through the use of perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy. But eventually, you're going to be 120 years old or whatever, and you're going to say, Rabbi, okay, now what? My body's starting to break down. I need your help. And that's where the final type of technology may come into play. And I'll conclude with it's known as mind uploading technology. I first and foremost want to say that I'm a libertarian in heart and I believe in individual rights. So if you aren't interested in this, that's absolutely your prerogative. But essentially, with your consent, we'll be able in the future to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want everybody to know is that there's a possibility potentially in the future at a digital immortality. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you allowing me to share my project.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Some maybe I might not agree with, but you know what? Thank you for sharing. I like what you had to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We've already talked about like uploading our consciousness to a thumb drive and just pictures in our pockets, right? So, right. Nice.
That was beautiful, Salty Bot.
That was pretty nice. And great jam session, not a great jam session. And jam it's Saturday. And I'd be around the campfire. Who doesn't want to be around the campfire? Oh, I was jamming the whole time pretty much. Like, when everybody was playing earlier, I just went my way up. And I kind of until going along with everybody else. It was as much fun for me as it was for everybody else. And nice to meet you, Rabbi. I love the goals you talked about. That's going well. And I hope you just absolutely crush it. Thanks for sharing your project. Thank you, Niall, again for offering up Protector of Frequencies. Check out the magazine. Whoever solves the riddle that MC Front Run did for us, issue 13. First person to get to correct was Protectors of the Frequencies NFT. And good to see you, Justin. Really good to know you're doing well. And yeah, so good. And thanks, Andrew, for jamming with us. I think maybe we put something about to sleep. But a ride to us, jam session. Always. I will see. I'll give it in the morning and then, what the hell I get. I'll get that. I'll be up and on. Just stay tuned. Yeah, check out the magazines if you want something cool to look at. We've done 13 so far.
Total Frosty.
And of course, thank you for hosting CFP. And you guys rock. Thank you for your company.
Just one moment, Frosty. Oh man, it's been a good night on Twitter Spaces thus far. How are you, Frosty? Oh, you can't hear me.
What are
Gonna go
these
viral, kid.
accounts that are just not behaving the way that people
I'm
were,
sick
and
of
how are they
doing
interacting?
this
And then sometimes you trace it down, and
Can you
sometimes
do it
get
another
some
3
tips
years?
from different intelligence
yeah.
agencies, and then you can kind of piece together
Did
over
you do
time.
it
This
30 years?
network of people is actually
I
some
think it
kind of fake cluster of accounts, and that's against our policies. And we need to take it away.
maybe
but-
slightly different than
But how are you sure? Is there a 100% certainty that you are definitely getting a group of people that are bad actors, or is it just people that have unpopular opinions?
No, I don't think it's that for this. I think,
But what I'm saying is, how
Yeah.
do you determine? Like, how do you do it? At what percentage of accuracy are you determining it? Do you ever accidentally think that people that are going to get moderated are actually just real people?
Yes, I think for the specific problem around these like large coordinated groups doing kind of like election interference or something, it's a large enough group. We have like a bunch of people analyzing it. It's like they study it for a while. I think we're probably pretty accurate on that. But I actually think one of the bigger issues that we have in our moderation system is this precision issue that you're talking about. And that is actually, of all the things that we announced this week, in terms of how we're going to update the content policies, changing the content filters to have to require higher confidence and precision is actually going to be the thing that reduces the vast majority of the censorship mistakes that we make. Right? Removing the fact checkers, replacing them with community notes, I think it's a good step forward. like a very small percent of content is fact checked in the first place. So is that going to make the hugest difference? I'm not sure. I think it'll be a positive step though. We like opened up some content policies. So some stuff that was restricted before we opened up. Okay, that's good. It'll mean that some set of things that might have been censored before are not. But by far the biggest set of issues we have, and you and I have talked about a bunch of issues like this over the years, is like, it's just, okay, you have a classifier it's trying to find, say, like drug content, right? People decide, okay, it's like, the opioid epidemic is a big deal. We need to do a better job of cracking down on drugs and drug sales. So I don't want people dealing drugs on it. So we build a bunch of systems that basically go out and try to automate finding people who are dealing drugs. And then you basically have this question, which is how precise do you want to set the classifier? So do you want to make it so that the system needs to be 99% sure that someone is dealing drugs before taking them down? Do you want to do 90% confident, 80% confident? And then those correspond to amounts of, I guess the statistics term would be recall. What percent of the bad stuff are you finding? So if you require 99% confidence, then maybe you only actually end up taking down 20% of the bad content. Whereas if you reduce it and you say, okay, we're only going to require 90% confidence, now maybe you can take down 60% of the bad content. But let's say you say, no, we really need to find everyone who is doing this bad thing. It doesn't need to be as severe as dealing drugs. It could just be, it could be any kind of content of any kind of category of harmful content. You start getting to some of these classifiers might have 80, 85% precision in order to get 90% of the bad stuff down. But the problem is if you're at 90% precision, that means 1 out of 10 things that the classifier takes down is not actually problematic. And if you filter, if you kind of multiply that across the billions of people who use our services every day, that is millions and millions of posts that are basically being taken down that are innocent. And upon review, we're going to look at it and be like, this is ridiculous that this thing got taken down, which I think you've had that experience, and we've talked about this for a bunch of stuff over time. And but it really just comes down to this question of where do you want to set the classifiers. So one of the things that we're going to do is basically set them to be require more confidence, which is this trade-off. It's going to mean that we will maybe take down a smaller amount of the harmful content, but it will also mean that we'll dramatically reduce the amount of people whose accounts we're taking off for a mistake, which is just a terrible experience, right? It's like, okay, you're going about your day, and then one day you wake up and you're like, oh, my WhatsApp account just got deactivated because it's connected to a Facebook account, and the Facebook account is or like I'm using it on the same phone as a Facebook account where like we made some enforcement mistake and thought you were doing something bad that you weren't because our classifiers were set to too low precision.
Has that happened before?
Yeah.
Where their WhatsApp app got canceled as well?
Yeah, because I mean there are
so if your Facebook app gets taken down, like I say, if you have a Facebook and you have like a sock puppet account, and the sock puppet account you post offensive memes and you're generally gross.
Yeah.
If you get caught for that, does your WhatsApp get killed?
Not for memes, but go back to like a very severe thing. Like let's say someone is
terrorist. Let's say the most severe.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say someone is like terrorist content or planning some attack.
Right.
So we take down their account, right? But then let's say that person can just go then sign up with another account. Right. I think like,
how does WhatsApp get connected to that? Though?
Oh, well, if it's, we run these different services, and if they're on the same phone, it's basically, it's one thing that, it's basically regulators or governments will come to us and say, okay, you're clearly not doing enough if you kick someone off for terrorism, and they can just like sign up for another account on the phone.
Right.
Okay. They also think, okay, well, we're not doing enough if we deactivate their Facebook account because they're like planning a terrorist attack, but we let them use all our other services. Right.
If you're aware. Yeah.
Yeah. So if our systems think that someone is a terrorist, then you probably need to deactivate their access to all the different accounts.
Yeah, they can't get onto that.
Right. It's Instagram. Yeah. So
that makes sense.
So you can understand how you get there, but then you just get to this question around the precision and the confidence level, and then you're just making all these mistakes at scale, and it's just unacceptable. but I think it's a very hard calculation of like where do you want to be, because on the one hand, like I get why people kind of come to us and they're like, no, you need to do a better job finding more of the terrorism or the drugs and all this stuff. But over time, the technology will get better and it'll get more precise. But at any given point in time, that's the choice that we have to make: is do we want to make more mistakes, erring on the side of just like blowing away innocent people's accounts,
Right.
or do we want to get a somewhat higher percent of the bad stuff off? And I think that there's some balance that you need to strike on this.
We were having a conversation yesterday, Mel Gibson and I, about how that can get weird. Was it Theo? Might have been Theo. I think it was Theo. Where that can get weird, because I think, like, if you're a person and you work at some accounting firm, but you like posting about stuff, but you don't want it to come back and reflect on your life, you want to shit post, you want to post jokes, you want to be silly, you should be able to be anonymous. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think just because you state your opinion, people should be able to search where you sleep. That doesn't make any sense to me. But if you're going to allow anonymous accounts, you're definitely going to open up the door to bad actors having enormous blocks of accounts where they can use either AI or just programs where they have like specific answers. I'm sure you've seen that before. It's come up on Twitter multiple times where they found hundreds of sock puppet accounts tweeting these same things. So you literally word for word use certain words in caps. Like either people are copy or pasting it, or there's an email campaign that's getting legitimate people to do it, or these are fake people. You're going to have, if you're going to have anonymous accounts, which I think you should, because I think whistleblowers, I think that the benefits of anonymous reporting on important things that the general public needs to know about, especially whistleblower type stuff, you have to have some ability to be anonymous. But if you're going to do that, you're also going to have the possibility that these aren't real people, that these are paid actors, these are paid people, or not people at all, or they're running programs, and they're doing this to try to sway public opinion about very important issues.
Yeah. A lot of what we've seen too, I mean, so there's the anonymous accounts. Also, just over time, I think a lot of the kind of more interesting conversations have shifted from the public sphere to more private ones. So, WhatsApp groups, private groups on Facebook. I'm sure you have this experience where maybe 10 years ago you would have posted your kind of quick takes on whatever social media you're using. Now, the stuff that I post on Facebook and Instagram, it's like I put time into making sure that that's kind of good content that I want to be seen broadly.
Yeah.
And then like most of the jokes that I make are like with my friends in WhatsApp, right, in groups. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's kind of where the world is more broadly.
Yeah. No, I think so for jokes, for that kind of stuff, for comedians for sure. Because also we'll say things that we don't really mean. We just say it because it's a funny thing to say.
I think everyone does.
For sure. Yeah. Which is just a weird thing about taking things out of context, particularly on social media where people love to do that. But there is this problem of, like, let's just say that you're a country that's involved in some sort of an international conflict, and you have this ability to get out this fake narrative and just spread it widely about all sorts of things you're accusing this other government of, all sorts of things that aren't true.
Yeah.
And it just muddies the water of reality for a lot of people.
Yeah, and that's why that side of things, the kind of governments running these broad manipulation campaigns, I mean, we're not letting off the gas on that at all. I think everyone, like most categories of bad stuff that we're policing, everyone agrees is bad. Right? No one's sitting there defending that terrorism is good, right? Or child exploitation, or drugs, or IP violations, or people inciting violence, or it's like most of the stuff is bad. People clearly believe that election interference and foreign government manipulation of content is bad. So we have, this is the type of stuff that the vast majority of our energy goes towards that, and we're not changing our approach on any of that. The two categories that I think have been very politicized are misinformation, because who gets to judge what's false and what's true? You may just not like my opinion on something, and then people think it's false, but I think that one's really tricky. And the other one is basically what people refer to as hate speech, which is, I think, also comes from a good place of wanting to crack down on that, of of wanting to promote more inclusion and belonging, people feeling feeling good and like having a pluralistic society that can basically have all these different communities coexist. But I think the problem is that you just all these things are on a spectrum, and when you go too far on them, I think on that side we just basically got to this point where there were these things that you just like couldn't say, which were mainstream discourse, right? So it's like Pete Hegseth is going to probably be defending his nomination for Secretary of Defense on the Senate floor, and I think one of the points that he's made is that he thinks that women shouldn't be able to be in certain combat roles, and until we updated our policies, that wouldn't have been a thing that you could have said on our platforms because it would call for the exclusion of a protected category of people. And so it's like on its face, calling for the exclusion of a protected category, that seems that like that's okay. There's like legal protections, there's all this stuff, but okay, if it's like okay to say on the floor of Congress, you should probably be able to debate it on social media. Yeah. So I think some of the stuff, I think well-intentioned, went too far, needs to just get rationalized a bit. But it's those two categories, misinformation and hate speech, I think are the ones that got politicized. All the other ones, which is the vast majority of the stuff that we do, is I think people generally agree that it's good and we need to go after it. But then you just get into this problem of the mistakes, like you're talking about. Okay, well, what confidence level do people want us to have in our enforcement, and at what point would people rather us kind of say, okay, I'm not sure that that one is causing an issue, so on balance maybe we should just leave that person's account out, because the pain of just nuking someone's account when you're not sure or you make a mistake is like, that's pretty real too.
Right. Yeah, very, very complicated.
Yeah,
it's all very nuanced, and you made a point earlier about the government supporting its companies, that it would be a good thing for the government to support its companies. It makes sense. It's an American company. I think the issue that we're dealing with is companies, as we're describing them, have never existed before, right? There's never been a thing like Facebook before. There's never been a thing like Twitter before, X. There's never been a thing like Instagram. These are new things in terms of the impact that it has on society, on opinions, on conversations, on distribution of information. There's never been a thing like this that the government didn't control. So it makes sense from their perspective, continuing the patterns of behavior that they've always exhibited, which is to have control over the media. I mean, there's been CIA operatives that have been in major newspapers forever. There's always been that. There's always been this sort of input that the government had in mainstream media narratives. They are in a position now where they're losing that. They've essentially lost it. And especially with this the push during COVID deteriorated, as you were saying before, the opinion and the respect that people have for the facts that are coming from mainstream journalism in a way that I've never seen before in my life, where an enormous percentage of the population does not trust mainstream media anymore. So, well, what do they trust? They trust social media. Well, who's running that? Well, there are a bunch of people who figured it out and invented it. Well, no, fuck that. Like, we got to crack down on that. Like, we've got to get our hands on this, which is what we saw during COVID, which we saw during the Biden administration's attempt to remove the Hunter Biden laptop story from Twitter and from all these different things that we saw happen, the way they contacted you guys, what they're trying to do with getting you to remove real information about vaccine side effects, like that. This is like this new attempt to crack down on this new thing, which is a distribution outlet that's far more successful than anything they've ever controlled before, and they have no control over it. Right? They had CBS, they had NBC, when they had the New York Times and all these Washington Post, when they were in control of narratives in that way, it was so much easier. There wasn't some sort of pirate radio voice that came on and said, hey guys, look, here's the latest studies that shows this is not true. Here's why they're lying about that. Here's why they're lying about this. And now that's what you get all day long on X. It's all day long. It's like dissolving illusions. Mm-hmm. And that's a completely new thing that probably led to Trump getting elected.
Yeah, I mean, the causality there is tricky, but because there's a lot of things.
There's a lot.
And it's
But without it, he probably doesn't get elected.
It's tough to know. I mean, I do come back to this point that every major incumbent lost their elections around the world.
But I think that's also.
But it might be because of that revealing how kind of incorrect and dishonest I think some of these governments were.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's quite possible. And I mean, I do think that there is this cycle that goes on where, within a society, it's not just the government that has power. There's like certain people who are in these like culturally elite positions, and journalists, TV news anchors, like who are the people who people broadly trust, right? They're not all in government. They're like a lot of people in other positions. It's like who are the people that basically people look to, and I think that's basically it needs to shift for the internet age. And I think a lot of the people who people looked to before, they're kind of realizing, hey, they weren't super honest about a lot of these issues that we face. And I think that's partially why social media isn't a monolithic thing. It's not that people trust Facebook or X. They trust the creators and the voices that they feel like are being authentic and giving them valuable information on there. So I think it would be just this whole new class of creators who basically become the new kind of cultural elites that people look at and are like, okay, these are the people who give it to me straight. And I think that's a thing that is maybe it's possible because of social media. I think it's also just the internet more broadly. I mean, I think podcasting is obviously a huge and important part of that too. And I don't know to what extent you feel like you kind of got to be large, like because of social media or just the podcasting platforms that you used. But I think that this is like a very big sea change in terms of like who are the voices that matter. And what we do is we try to build a platform that gives people a voice. But I think that there's this wholesale generational shift in who are the people who are being listened to, and I think that that's like a very fascinating thing that is going on. Because I think that that's like what's going on. It's not just the government and people saying, hey, we want like a very big change here. I think it's just like a wholesale shift in saying we just want different people who we actually trust,
Right.
Who are actually going to like tell us the truth and not give us like the bullshit opinions that you're supposed to say, but like the type of stuff that I would actually like when I'm sitting in my living room with my friends, like the stuff that we know is true. Like, who are the people who kind of have the courage to actually just say that stuff? I don't know. I think that whole like cultural elite class needs to get repopulated with people who people actually trust.
Yeah. The problem is these people that are starting these jobs, they're coming out of universities, and in the universities, they're indoctrinated into these ideas as well. It's very difficult to be a person who stands outside of that and takes unpopular positions. You get socially ostracized, and people are very hesitant to do that, and they'd rather just keep their mouth shut and talk about it in quiet conversation. And that's what we experience, which is another argument for anonymous accounts. I think you should have anonymous accounts. I think you should be able, like, if there's something like COVID mandates or some things that you're dealing with and you don't want to get fired because of it, you should be able to talk about it. Mm-hmm. And you should be able to post facts and information and what you've learned. And, anecdotal experiences with people in your family that have vaccine side effects and not worry about losing your job, which people were worried about, which is so crazy. And, and you're seeing a lot of the people that used to be in mainstream media got fired, and now they're trying to do the sort of podcast thing. But they're trying to do it like a mainstream media person. Mm-hmm. So they're like gaslighting during podcasts, and people are like, hey, fuckface. Like, you can't do that here. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a new medium. I mean, I'm sure you know the history of this. It's like when people transition from radio to TV, the initial TV anchors were the same radio people, but just like being filmed while speaking on the radio. But it turned out it actually was a completely different type of person that you were. Because on your radio, it's just like your voice and your cadence and all of that. It's like, the whole phrase is like, you get a good radio voice, right? It's like, okay, on TV, you need to be telegenic, right? You need to kind of have charisma in that medium. It's like a completely different thing. And I think that that's going to be true for the internet too. It's, it's not as cut, right? I think part of it is the format, right? The fact that you do these like 2-3 hour episodes. I mean, I hated doing TV because, I basically got started. I started Facebook when I was 19, and I was good at some things, very bad at others. I was good at coding and like real bad at kind of like talking to people and explaining what I was doing. And I just like had these experiences early on where I'd go on TV and like it wouldn't go well, and they'd cut it to down to some random soundbite, and I'd like look stupid, and then basically like I'd get super nervous about like going on TV because I knew that they were just gonna cut it in some way that I was gonna look like a fucking idiot, and so it's like this sucks, right? So I just like it's kind of a funny thing about like it's like in some ways it's like okay, at the same time I was gaining confidence, being able to like build more and more complicated products. And if even as an early 20s person, I was like, I could do this. And then on the kind of TV and comms public side, I was like, this is a disaster. Every time I go out, it's worse and worse and worse. And but it's one of the reasons why I think on the internet, like there's no reason to cut it to a 4-minute soundbite conversation. It's like part of what makes it authentic is like we can just, I mean, these are complex issues. We can unpack it for hours and probably still have hours more stuff to talk about. I don't know. I think it's just more real.
Yeah, it's definitely that. And the other thing about television that's always going to hold it back is the fact that every conversation gets interrupted every X amount of minutes because you have to cut to a commercial. So you really can't get into this. Even Bill Maher show is only hours. You have all these people talking over each other, and then you sit down with one person for a short amount of time. It's just not enough time for important subjects. It's also, a lot of them, for whatever reason, want to do it in front of an audience. It's the worst way to get people to talk. Like, imagine these disasters that you had if there was like 5,000 people staring at you in a TV crowd as well. Yeah. There's that added element, which is so not normal and not conducive to having a conversation where you're talking about nuanced things. Yeah. Where you have to like think, you have to be able to pause and not concern yourself with being entertaining in front of these fucking people just sitting there staring at you.
Yeah, and also like when you're having a conversation, it's like, I don't know, it's like when you start talking about something, your kind of subconscious kicks in, you start thinking about the topic. So it's like you might not actually have the thing that you want to say until like 5 minutes later.
Right.
And I mean, it's like when we started this conversation, I think like the first few minutes were just kind of slow. It's like warming up. Like, I'm like, okay, kind of like downloading into my memory. Like how am I going to like, it's like, how am I going to, just explain these different things? But it's, I just think that's sort of how people work.
What's also like, it's conversations are like a dance. One person can't be dancing at another speed, and the other person's going slow. Like you kind of have to find the rhythm that you're going to talk with, and then you have to actually be interested in what you're talking about. That's another thing that they are at a huge disadvantage of in mainstream media. It's like they're just doing that because that's their job. They probably don't even know a lot about climate change. They probably don't really understand too much about what SpaceX is trying to accomplish, but they're just reporting on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's been a lot of people I've met there, I think, are good people.
I'm sure
it's just a tough format.
It's a terrible format. Yeah, and the problem is they get locked into that format and no one trusts them. And then they leave and they go, yeah, but you were just lying to us about this, that, and the other thing. And now I'm supposed to believe you're one of the good guys. You're one of the straight shooters now.
Yeah.
Well, getting back to the original point, this is why I think, it makes sense to me that the government didn't want you to succeed and to have the sort of unchecked power that they perceived social media to have. And I think one of the benefits that we have now of the Trump administration is that they have clearly felt the repercussions of a limited amount of free speech limitations, censorship, government overreach. If anybody saw it, look, I don't know what the actual impact of the Hunter Biden laptop story would have been. I don't know. But there's many people that think it probably amounted to millions of votes overall in the country, of people that were on the fence, the people that weren't sure who they're going to vote for. If they found out the Hunter Biden laptop was real, they're like, oh, this family's fucking crazy. And they would have voted for Trump. That's possibly real. And if that's possibly real, that could be defined as election interference. And all that stuff scares the shit out of me. That kind of stuff scares the shit out of me. And the government gets involved in what could be termed election interference, but through some weird loophole, it's legal. Whereas some
Well, I don't think
interference-
that the pushing for social media companies to censor stuff is legal. I mean, there's all this stuff about what, like, people talk about the First Amendment and okay, these tech platforms should offer free speech like the First Amendment. That I think is a philosophical principle. The First Amendment doesn't apply to companies in our content moderation. It's more of an American ethos about how we think that best dialogue is carried out. But the First Amendment does apply to the government. That's like the whole point, right? Is the government is not allowed to censor this stuff. So at some level, I do think that having people in the administration calling up the guys on our team and yelling at them and cursing and threatening repercussions if we don't take down things that are true is like, it's pretty bad.
It sounds illegal. I would
Pretty
love to hear it. I would wish someone recorded this conversation.
Well, I mean, and again, it's
great. Is somebody can animate them, maybe Polytune?
A lot of the material is public. I mean, Jim Jordan led this whole investigation in Congress. I mean, it was basically, I think about this as like, what Elon did on the Twitter files when he took over that company. I think Jim Jordan basically did that for the rest of the industry with the congressional investigation that he did. And we just turned over like all of the documents and everything that we had to them, and they basically put together this report.
And the people that actually did call for censorship, what was the response to all this?
To what? To the investigation?
Yes.
I don't know.
Was anybody held accountable? Was there any repercussions?
They lost the election.
Yes. So that's it.
That's it. Well, the democracy. I mean, that's kind of right.
Right, but if what they did was illegal, do you not think that some steps should be put in place to make sure that people are punished for that and that never happens again? It seems that has a massive impact on the way our country goes. If that's election interference, and I think it is, that has a massive impact on the direction of our country.
Yeah, well, the COVID thing, I don't think is election interference as much as it was just that government meddling when it shouldn't have. But yeah, no, I mean, it's tough for me to say, what specific retribution or justice should happen to anyone who's involved in these things. But I think your point about let's make sure this doesn't happen again is the one that I'm focused on. It's the thing that I reflect on my journey on all this, which is like, okay, yeah, so we didn't take down the stuff that was true, but we did generally defer to the government on some of these policies that in retrospect I probably wouldn't, knowing what I know. And I just think that's sort of the journey that we've been on. It's like, okay, we start the thing focused on free expression, go through some like pretty crazy times in the world, get it pressure tested, see where we basically ended up doing stuff that led to a slippery slope that we weren't happy with the conclusion, and like try to reset. And that's sort of the moment that we're at now, is trying to just rationalize a bunch of the policies. And look, obviously crazy things can happen in the future that might unearth something that I haven't, some kind of angle on this that I haven't thought enough about yet. So I don't know, I'm sure I'm not done making mistakes there. But I think at this point, we have a much more thorough understanding of what the space is. And I think our kind of values and principles on this are likely going to be much more durable going forward. And I think that's probably a good thing for the internet.
I think it's a great thing for the internet. I was very happy with your announcement. I'm very happy that you took those steps. I'm very happy you brought Dana White aboard.
Oh, he's awesome. I've been talking to him for a while about that. I mean, he's like, talk about like an amazing entrepreneur, right? It's like, I just want, because I control our company, I have the benefit of not having to convince the board not to fire him. Right? It's like a normal corporate environment. It's like basically the CEO just tries to like, they're just trying to convince the board to like let them have their job and pay them more. It's like, all right, the board doesn't pay me except for security, and I'm not worried about losing my job because I control the majority of the voting in the company. So I actually get to use our board to like have the smartest people who I can get to have around me help work on these problems. so it's like, all right, who are the people I want? Like, I just want like the best entrepreneurs and people who've created different things. And like, I mean, Dana's like this guy who, I mean, he basically took the sport from being this like, it was viewed as like this pretty marginal thing when he got started. Right? I mean, John McCain was trying to outlaw it, and now it's like, and I think it and F1 are the two fastest growing sports in the world. It's got hundreds of millions of people viewing it. It's like, I mean, what Dana's done with the UFC is like one of the most legendary business stories, and the brand is beloved. And I think he's just so he's like a world-class entrepreneur, and he's just like he's got a strong backbone. And I think part of what the conversation I had with him around joining our board was, okay, like we have a lot of governments and folks around the world putting a lot of pressure on our company, and like we need some like strong people who are going to basically, you know, help advise us on how to handle some of these situations. And so yeah, that's but yeah, I mean, running this company is not for the faint of heart. I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure from like all these different governments, and then it's like, okay, I can spend all my time doing that, but I'm not even a politician. Like I just want to spend my time building things, right? So it's so yeah, I think Dana's gonna be great. He's the best, great entrepreneur.
I agree with everything you said about it. Without him, none of the UFC would have ever taken place the way it did. I mean, you need the Fertitta brothers. They had to come in with all the money and the vision. And it's really funny because Eddie Bravo and I, you know, we've been fans for so long. But Eddie Bravo and I went to a live event in the 90s. I was working for the UFC as a backstage interviewer, and he went there with Ricky Rocket. You know Ricky Rocket?
No.
From Poison?
No.
He's a fucking black belt under the Machados. He's legit. Super legit. Really nice guy, too. Anyway, so Ricky Rocket and him were at the UFC, and we were talking about it in the 90s. Like, you know what the sport needs? Because we were in love with it. We're like, this, but we were martial artists. We were like, the sport needs some billionaires who just throw a ton of money at it and just get it huge. And then the Fertitta brothers come along, billionaires with a ton of money who are huge fans of the sport, just love the sport. You know, we're hiring people like Frank Shamrock to come in and train them and work out. We were taking jiu-jitsu with John Lewis, and they were really getting into it. And so then they buy the UFC for like $2 million, which is probably the greatest purchase ever, except they were $40+ million in the hole when they financed the Ultimate Fighter. And then that was 2005. And then this one fight takes place with Stephan Bonnar and Forrest Griffin on television. It's so wild and so crazy that millions of people start tuning in. The sport's born. Then you have Chuck Liddell, who was the champion at the time, who was the most fan-friendly champion you could ever have. Just a fucking berserker, with just a psychopath with a fucking head tattoo and a mohawk, crushing people. So in his prime, he was the perfect poster guy for the UFC because he was just smashing people and then throwing his arms back like, rah, in a cage. It was nuts. I'm sure you've seen a lot of Chuck Liddell fights.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was just the whole thing took off, but without Dana, it would have never taken place. The guy's tireless. But man, I could call him up. I'll call him up at like 2 o'clock in the morning sometime. Like there's some fight going on, and I'll say, "Hey, this is going on next weekend. I'm so fucking pumped." And we'll talk for hours. For hours. He just wants to talk about fights. He's like so locked in, like all the time, you know. And he's just like so driven. And now that he's healthy, like, oh my God, he's got what Gary Breck has done for him is incredible. He lost all this weight, got super thin, real fit, super healthy. He doesn't fuck around with alcohol anymore. He just eats healthy food. He looks great. Now he's got even more energy.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, we're lucky to have someone.
Yeah, we are. And you know what? We're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu. I think that had an effect on you. You look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy. You do. You look like a jiu-jitsu guy now. It's funny. I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck, or is it just
I do like iron neck, but it's but when I started training not just jiu-jitsu but striking, I was like, all right, I want to find a way to do this where I don't like hurt my brain, right? It's like, all right, like I need to. I'm going to be running this company for a while. I would like to, you know, like stay healthy and not take too much damage. And so I think the number one thing you need to do is, well, in addition to having good partners, is have a strong neck.
Yes.
So yeah, I take that. exactly.
It's very important. The strong
Yeah.
neck is great for jujitsu as well because it's a weapon. Like
Yeah.
in certain positions, like head
Head
and
and
arm
arm.
chokes,
Yeah, head and
it's-
arm.
you
Yeah.
need a neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weapon.
Yeah.
And and also for defending things and just for overall stability. But for striking, it's very like Mike Tyson in his prime. Yeah,
Oh, it's
fucking
that
20-inch neck.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. His neck is like bigger than his
There's a
face.
photo of him in a suit.
Yeah.
It's the craziest photo. It's like his neck starts at the top of his ears and it just goes straight down.
Yeah.
When he was the
He's-
champ, when he was a
He's
champ.
amazing.
Yeah. The neck's very important, but it's also like, you're doing it very smart. You're bringing in Dave Camarillo.
He's
Like,
awesome.
amazing.
He's awesome.
You're bringing in all these like super talented people to train with you too, which is really important. And just learn systematically, probably the way you've learned all these other things, which is really so fascinating to me about MMA and jiu-jitsu in particular, is the general public has this knuckle dragging, meathead sort of perspective, and then I'm like, let me introduce you to Mikey Musumeci.
Yeah. Well, there's a range. There's a range for
range,
Mikey to.
But Mikey's one of the elite of the
Yeah.
elite, and he's about as far from
I
that.
love Mikey. He's
I
a
love
very
Mikey.
good guy.
Super good guy,
Yeah.
super kind, and unbelievably brilliant and eccentric,
Mhm.
and just so dedicated to jiu-jitsu. Like,
Yeah,
he's just
I'm glad.
amazing.
I'm glad that he's over at the UFC.
Yes, I am too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad a guy like that exists. I'm like, okay, I know you think that. Let me show you this guy.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, let me show you what it really is. Let me introduce you to these people because they're the nicest people in martial arts. There's no better. You
Yeah.
leave there, you're the kindest person in the world. You just like heal all of your aggressions out of your system.
Yeah.
And it's a phenomenal stress reliever because regardless of what you're going through day to day with Facebook and Meta and all the different projects you have going on, it's not as hard as someone trying to choke you unconscious.
Well, it's not as acute. I think it's like sometimes you have someone trying to choke you unconscious slowly over a
Right.
multi-year
Yes.
period, and that's business. But
Right.
but no, I think that sometimes in business the cycle time is so long that it is very refreshing to just have a feedback loop that's like, oh, I like had my hand down, so I got punched in the face. It's like that's
Yeah.
but yeah, no, it's really important to me for balance. I mean, I basically try to train every morning. I'm either doing general fitness or kind of MMA, and do sometimes grappling, sometimes striking, or sometimes both. But it got to the point where I tore my ACL training. I was probably at that point I wasn't integrated between my weight training and my fighting training, so I think I was probably overdoing it. So now we basically I'm just trying to do this in a cohesive way, which I think will be more sustainable. But when I tore my ACL, first of all, everyone at the company was like, fuck, we're gonna get so many more emails now. It's like that he can't do this. And then I sat down with Priscilla, and I expected her to be like, "You're an idiot. Like, what do you expect? You're like, I was in my late 30s at the time, but she was like, no, she's like, when you heal your ACL, you better go back to fighting. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you are so much better to be around now that you're doing this. You have to fight. And so
That's hilarious.
yeah. So
Isn't it funny that like that's completely contrary to the way most people, if they're outside of it, will perceive it?
I mean, it definitely takes the edge of things. But it's like after like a couple of hours of doing that in the morning, it's just like, yeah, it's like nothing else that day is going to stress you out that much, right? You can just deal with it.
Voluntary adversity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. It's also good, I think, to be a little bit tired. Like it's like I love that feeling of just like you're not like exhausted. And sometimes you get a session and you just go so hard and I need to like just go to sleep or something. But
Yeah. It's also good to know that you can kill people. It's a good thing to know. It's a good thing to know if something goes sideways.
I guess there's a
Choke
certain
someone's
confidence
life
from
out.
that. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
an important skill.
Yeah.
If you could give it in a pill, if you could sell it in a pill, everybody would buy it.
Yeah.
100%. No one would say, I'd like to be the vulnerable guy walking around with a bunch of fucking assassins.
Yeah.
No one would say that. They would say, how much is the pill? Oh, it's $2. I'll give you one of those pills. You take the pill. Everybody would take the pill. Well, it
Yeah.
exists. It's just not a pill. It's a long journey of pain and discipline and trial and error and learning and being open-minded and being objective and understanding position and asking questions and having good training partners and absorbing information and really being diligent with your skill acquisition work, which is one of the most important and neglected parts of jiu-jitsu because training is so fun. Everybody just wants to roll, where really the best way to do it is actually to drill. It's the most boring, but really you should drill constantly, just jam those skills into your neurons where your brain knows exactly what to do in every position. And it's such an intellectual pursuit. And most people don't think of it that way because you have to manage your mind while you're moving your body. You're managing anxieties. You're trying to figure out when to hit the gas and when to control position and recover. There's so much going on in training that applies to virtually any stressful thing that you'll ever experience in your life. And along with it, you get the skill where you can kill people. You shouldn't kill people. Let me be clear. I'm not saying it's a good thing to kill people. I'm definitely not. But I'm saying it's a good thing to, if someone's trying to kill you and they absolutely can't, because you can kill them easy, that's way better. It's a way better situation to be in.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, it's opened a lot of how I think about stuff. I mean, it is just interesting. Your point about like having a pill that allows
There
you
he
to
is.
just kind of
What up,
know
man?
that you.
Hope you're living like a
this kind
pimp,
of
slinging dick
physical
all day like it's
ability.
going out of style.
It's a superpower.
Didn't want to talk
It's interesting
anyway.
because I do think a lot
Rush,
of
I'm
our
about to go to bed, big dog.
society
This
has
is
become
bullshit.
very, like, I don't even know the right word for it, but it's like kind of like neutered or like emasculated, and there's like a whole energy in this that I think it is very healthy in the right balance. I mean, I think part of the reason, one of the things that I enjoy about it is that I feel like I can just like express myself. Right? It's like when you're running a company, people typically don't want to see you being like this ruthless person who's like just like I'm just gonna like crush the people I'm competing with. But when you're fighting, it's like no, that's like so. I think it's rewarded. I think in some ways when people see me competing in the sport, they're like, oh no, that's the real Mark. It's like because it goes back to all the media training stuff we were talking about. When I'm going and giving my sound bites for 2 minutes, it's like no, it's like fuck that guy. It's like that's the real one.
Well, you definitely got a lot of respect in the martial arts community. People get super excited that you're so involved in it and so interested in it because anytime someone like yourself or like Tom Hardy or anyone like, wow, that guy's into it? Like, oh. Anytime something like that happens, there's like some new person who's a prominent person, a very smart person, it's really interesting in it. We all get very excited because we're like, oh,
it's a very welcoming community.
Super.
I think there's
Super
a lot of sports that are like, nah, we don't want.
It's not a jock.
Yeah, no,
it's super kind.
Yeah.
Like jiu-jitsu people in particular, they're some of the nicest people. And this is my friends forever. They'll be my friends for life.
Yeah, no, it's a good curve. I mean, when I got hurt, I really kind of missed the guys I trained with. But it's like Davis put together this group. It's basically these like all these young pro fighters who are kind of like up and coming, like kind of early 20s, but they've only been doing it for a few years. So like I've been doing it for a few years. So that way it's like we kind of have like more
Let's roll, big dog.
Skill, and they're all better than me. But in terms of I'm like I was in my late 30s and they're in their early 20s. It was sort of like they're kind of coming into becoming cool. Men. I'm like sort of at the end of my fiscal week. But it's like it's a really good crew. It's a good crew. And the competing thing is fun. I can't wait to get back to that too. I mean, it's like basically, I was also doing it with, so it's basically a group of pro fighters and then a handful of meta executives would do. And then basically we would just kind of like fight each other and it would be fun. And then one of them decided one day that they were like, I think I'm getting pretty good at jiu-jitsu. I'm going to go to a tournament. And I was like, all right, good luck with that, bro. Like, I'm not going to a tournament. It's like, I want to go to a tournament and get embarrassed. It's like, but then the guy goes to the tournament and he like does pretty well. I'm like, that guy? It's like, okay. It's like we go all the time and like, and if he's doing well in the tournament, it's like, all right, fine, sign me up, right? It's like, so it's just like super competitive. So this was like, when was this? It must have been, I don't know. I guess I rolled into this tournament and I registered under my first and middle name, so people didn't know who I was, and I had like sunglasses and a hat, and I wore a COVID mask, and basically like it wasn't until they called our names to step onto the mat that I was like, all right, take all the stuff off, and we were like, what? And
That's kind of a
like-
cheat code.
I mean,
They
yeah,
kind of freak out.
I think he was trying to figure out what was going on. Afterwards, his coach was like, I think it was Mark Zuckerberg who just submitted me. The coach is like, no way. It's like, no, I think it was. He's like, what? You're fighting Mark Zuckerberg? It's like, get back in there. It's like, go fight him. It's like, no, he just submitted me. It's
That's very funny.
yeah, man.
Well, Tom Hardy's doing that too, right? He's done multiple tournaments now.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think I can't wait to get back to competing. It's been sort of a slow journey with the rehab. It's sort of like learning twice, but we're getting
How
there.
far out are you?
Oh no, I'm done with the rehab now. Now I'm just ramping.
How
back up.
far out are you from surgery?
12 months, 13 months.
So you
Yeah.
did the patella tendon graft, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a rough one to come back from. I
Yeah.
did the patella tendon graft on my left knee, and it took me about a year. I did the ACL from a cadaver. It's actually, they use an Achilles tendon from a cadaver on my right knee, and I was back to jiu-jitsu in 6 months. Like
Yeah.
full confidence in 6 months. I was
Interesting.
100% recovered, kicking the bag, everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old were you when you got those?
The first one, I was 26. The second one, I was 31, 32, somewhere around there.
Oh, so young.
Yeah.
So my doctor is basically like, look, you're at the boundary. You could go either way, but if you want to compete again, then I'd recommend doing the patella.
Yeah, I know they say that. I don't agree with that. I mean, just from my own personal experience, my doctor told me that the ACL from a cadaver, when they use the patella tendon graft, is 150% stronger than your natural ACL. He said, you'll be back to, because I didn't have any meniscus damage in my right knee. He's like, you'll be back to 100%. I have a lot of meniscus damage in my left knee, unfortunately, which is also part of the problem with the recovery of that one. But the patella tendon graft, the bone on the kneecap was painful forever. In terms of like getting on my knees, like training for my knees, doing certain positions, and even just stretching, like putting my knees on the ground, sitting on my heels, and then laying back was fucking painful. It took forever to break all that scar tissue up. Now it's fine. It's fine now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can kind of do everything that I want at this point. It's still like a little sore, but I think that it's supposed to be a couple of years until you feel like it's fully. I think it takes some time for the nerves to grow into it and all that.
Did you incorporate peptides?
You ready, big dog?
I didn't.
Do you hate healing?
Do I hate healing? No,
Why didn't you use peptides?
I don't know. I just took my doctor's.
What'd you
advice
say,
on
Doug?
it, But
Don't do that.
I mean,
Watching Mark Zuckerberg interview.
Yes, sir. Have you seen it?
That will be the richest person in the world, and maybe by the end of this year or next couple of years.
Incorrect. You're talking to him, dog. You laugh, but you don't know what kind of fucking Twitter space I had tonight, my man.
I missed it.
Yeah, you did. I did an AMA. Dog,
It is possible. It is possible that both of us could be the richest person in the world by the end of the year.
no, dog. I will be by the end of the decade.
Good.
I agree. Zoo, you played like $1 million last night.
Yeah.
You played really well yesterday.
Oh, I lost $1 million in the market, but okay.
Dude, what is this bullshit shot you're hitting?
Well, I didn't lose $1 million.
Oh, look at that shot.
In unrealized profits, I'm down $1 million, which doesn't feel too good.
All right, well, you're also down 1-0 in this game, big dog.
No.
Yeah, I did a Twitter space, and It was. Oh, that was a good shot, and it was very good. There are a lot of influencers in there, and they wanted me to do an AMA.
Are you ready to go in the water?
No, dog. What is that bullshit? Dog, what is that bullshit?
And it's impossible for you to water bomb me. That's the best part. The
That's
bad
okay.
part is
I don't need to fucking
think
water bump you
actually
because I'm a fucking G. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Let's see you make this shot.
sure, get it.
Water. Dude, that was phenomenal. Oh, you deserved it. You deserved it. That was fucking phenomenal.
That was a fucking hard shot.
That was a 10 out of 10, dog. This how G's ride. From the north to the
I've
south
played this game enough where I can get.
to the east to the west.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes you just slip up.
Do you remember I started that Twitter account a few days ago, and you were like, I don't know, my 5th friend on Twitter? I've got over 300 people now.
Oh, that's a fast. It took me about a month to get 300 followers on Twitter.
I know, I've done it in like 72 hours. I've been burning the... No!
What's the best way to get followers on Twitter for someone that's growing?
You know, that's a really great question. The best way is to do follow for follow rooms, where everybody in the room just follows you. There are a lot of them in India and in Africa. And I just take a device. Before I go to bed, I put myself in a follow for follow room, and then I'll wake up with like 100 more followers.
Okay, where do I find them?
Just type GAIN, GAIN, in the Twitter search, the spaces search, and
Also, fuck you.
thank you. So if you just type the word GAIN, it'll say like gain 1,000 followers in 24 hours. And while you can't generally gain 1,000 followers, you sometimes can get a pretty good amount. Oh, no way. Look at that, Zoot. I've never seen a ball stay there like that.
That was good for me. Maybe.
No way.
How did that not help you? How did that not help you?
No way, Zoot.
I don't think it's a difficult shot to make, though.
I had the back wall, which helps.
Yeah.
While I very much
I
enjoy
don't know why I had a dentist appointment one day and I canceled it for no reason. I don't know why I did that now. Very quick.
this is how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Champion. Ready for another one, big dog?
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat you 5 fucking times, and I'm gonna leave it at 499, just so I can save my biggest championship for someone when it's a 4v4. Or
Don't go with that.
what about dog with hat, big dog?
Yes. That was one of my biggest holdings. Now it's my third biggest holding because it's gone down so much. It's my biggest holding at one point.
Why did you have such a shitty tee shot?
You did a better shot than me, though.
Dog, I had an amazing shot.
Yeah, even if I did the shot, I wouldn't have gotten it. I don't think I could get it in two. That's not a hard shot, actually.
I hate this hole.
Okay, Rabbi.
I hate this hole.
I don't think it's going to be that difficult.
It's always really difficult for me.
And like,
It's such an
Well, that's
advantage
what it
going
is.
second.
fuck. Oh, I fucked it. Actually, no. You can help me, and you did. You literally helped me.
No, I didn't. You're not going to win.
Yeah, you helped me.
Oh, boy, did I. You're right. That was a smart move, bouncing off my ball. Too bad. It was not good enough.
Yeah, it's a tie is better than Bosler.
Definitely.
Okay, it's just the
This is
weirdest angle I've ever been for.
This is my favorite hole. Oh, that was not good, though. That was
I
not...
can knock you in the. I can potentially knock you off. I'm not trying to, by the way. By the way.
Yo, dog. Wow.
I'm not being the greatest idea for you.
I don't know why. Oh, stop.
That is doing an amazing shot.
Baby. I'm amazing. No way.
Fuck. So that move I just made, like, was stupid, wasn't it? The move that hit your ball was stupid.
No, I don't think it was. I hate this hole. I think everybody hates this hole.
I don't think this hole is that difficult.
Dude, it's super hard. If you go... It can be super hard.
But good thing for me. Fuck off.
Yeah, you say it's not hard. But then you realize that it's... What a good shot. It's super hard. You're fucked, man.
But I think there's an Australian band that I discovered that I think is going to be super big in the future.
What's their name?
Royal Otis.
What's their best song?
Fried rice.
There you go.
Well, that's subjective what the best song is. Because they have a cover, I can't remember what the cover was, but they have got 23 million views, and then they have a Murder on the Dance Floor cover that has 7.8 million views.
Riddle me this, Zoot. Why is it that you didn't think that this was or why is it you think this is an easy hole?
I don't think it's an easy hole. I said it's not a hard hole. If you figure out how to do it.
Dog. Do you see where your ball is?
The issue with hole is we don't get it enough, so I don't know how to play.
I'm in agreement. Do you like
It's
this?
kind of the same with this hole. This is like these are really rare holes to get.
Dude, we play this hole all the time. I'm not good at this hole because Riser always fucks me over.
You can do this in this. You have a better shot than me. I don't know how to do it though. But I think you can get it in the next shot.
And I did.
Makes it-
Because this Haji's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Oh, I made a
How
mistake.
long
I
have
made a
you
mistake.
been
Welcome, Elon Musk. What'd you say, Big Dog?
What did you say?
Zoot asked me a
Did we
question.
start playing this? Did we start playing this game in October or September?
You played it. We started 190 days ago or so,
So September.
something like that. You know what? I'm gonna
Wait,
put.
really? 109,
Yeah,
109 days?
yeah. I recently looked and saw when your account was made, and it was like 180 days ago or something. Do you know how I found out about it?
That would be July then.
No. Maybe August we started, something like that.
196 days ago was July.
Is that how old your account is?
How do I check?
Click on your profile. Let me see if I can see it.
There's no way.
Oh, no.
100,
137 days ago.
yeah, 127.
So we started in like September. Well, 120 days would be 4 months. So,
September 17th.
okay, there you go. Does it give the date?
September 21.
September 17th. Dude, I am so on fucking fire. That's what I like to hear. Dude, you gonna hit your shot, or you just gonna sit there jerking yourself raw? Dude, you're
I've never seen your face fully.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm so far away.
All right.
Zoom into your face right now.
Cool story, man.
120 days ago.
Dude, you ready for this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot?
Yeah, Rabbi, was it called Salesforce? I'm looking at jobs right now. Salesforce?
Yeah.
Certification.
Yeah.
Do you think 124 days ago was a long time ago?
Depends what you consider a long time. Hey, Elon Musk, look at the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. You're gonna work there someday.
What'd you say?
Look at the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. It's the tallest building in San Francisco.
Well,
You're gonna work there someday.
I mean, 134 days isn't that long for a prison sentence. Did I do But 134 days is old for a bottle of milk.
Hey, that's what I said. It just depends. Dude, that's the way to do it. Yo, dog, what's up?
Sorry.
You're good. No need to apologize. I know mistakes happen. Zoot, this is the way to do it. Oh man, I don't care if I lose this hole. I want to figure out this, how to do this. Darn. I've seen Riser do this, and Calm down. Welcome, Frosty.
What the Frosty?
It's basically a free shot.
How do I cancel my shot?
You have to pull you have to pull it down so that it's at 0%, and then you can move your finger. It's okay. A lot, yeah. It happens to me quite often. It's really annoying.
Does it irritate you?
Oh, it's super annoying. Look at this shot. Zoot. I'll take it.
That was a 2 out of 10.
Dude, that's a 9 out of 10. Especially when you hit a shot like this. Terrible. Oh, wow, that was good. That was good. Dog, that was good. But not as good as this. Look at this ball.
I don't know how to do that.
Perfectly in your way. Dude, no one knows how to do it yet. We're not perfect at it. What are you doing to me? Ha.
What the fuck
Ha.
was that?
Ha. Now, I could really take a risk here.
Right, my shot out of 10.
Better than mine.
Shit. I think I did a 2 out of 10 when you did a 1 out of 10.
I think we both did about a 2 out of 10. Maybe, yeah, you did a 2 out of 10. I did a 1 out of 10. I'll take that. That's an accurate ranking.
I did.
Oh, but what do you think
I
of
just
that
did
shot?
1 out.
What do you think of that shot?
8-ish.
10. My ball is a 10.
It's an 8.
Okay,
There's still a chance that you want to get it in the hole.
I know.
Okay, you are in a good position.
No,
I'm fucked.
no, I'm not. I can't make this shot. I have to make it on this hole.
You can make that.
No, it's going to be short.
Can I make it?
No.
You think it's impossible for me to make it?
Yes.
I don't like that one.
That's what I said, man. Dude, what? Same course as last time.
Is it identical?
It feels that way. No, the hole's in a different position.
No, it was like the whole selection identical.
It feels that way.
Hey, Rabbi, you think they'll bring back the Halloween maps?
Maybe in September,
You mean October?
perhaps. Oh, Zoot, if you make this, you tie for the win.
I don't know why they didn't do Christmas theme maps.
I'm not sure, dog.
Maybe they just didn't want to be offensive or original.
Yeah, but I would say that Halloween can be offensive to a lot of people.
Can it?
Yeah, witchcraft and all. And
Is it celebrated?
is it celebrated where?
Is it allowed? Like, is it celebrated in Judaism?
Not in Orthodox Judaism, no. It's really a Christian. It's really a Christian celebration, as I understand it. It's like All Hallows Eve, and then the next day's like All Saints Day or something.
Okay, I am not trying to knock you off here, but I get it.
Oh, you fuck!
What? I didn't try to do. I wasn't trying to do that. Hey, Rabbi, you gotta admit something. That was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
It was not. But this is. Oh, are you serious? Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever had. And it got fucked.
Okay, I win.
Dude, I had one of the best shots anybody's ever had on this hole, and I got fucked.
Okay, I'm gonna play it safe though. I won.
Dog, what the fuck? This hole sucks. Oh, Zoot, that was terrible. Dude, fuck this hole. This hole sucks so much. You're up one hole to none. How does that make you feel?
Yo, Rainbow.
Yo, pimp.
Yo, all these jobs say I need experience. What do I do? How do I get it?
Dude, you'll get experience. Don't worry. Just get your fucking certifications first. Dude,
Well, just be a Nigerian and beg for people in money in main coin Telegram groups. That seems to work for a lot of people I know.
made Bitcoin Obama $1 million.
Well, it would have if he didn't have a gambling problem.
Wait, what other kind of problem does he have, Zoot?
An amphetamine problem.
There you go.
And maybe problem with prostitutes as well.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a bunch of problems. A man after my own heart.
The prostitutes one we don't know.
No, we're just assuming. But I think it's a safe assumption.
There is a video of him from what appeared to be a lady of the
Dude, you don't throw money at a lady of the night, though. Was it a stripper?
Yeah. But she wasn't taking her clothes off, so I think it was the lady of the night.
All right, that could be. Dude, Zoot, what do you think of these shots that I'm putting up? Zoot, I'm going to ask you again. What do you think of these shots that I'm putting up? What do you think of these shots that I'm putting up?
Oh, yeah, that was a 10.
I'm in agreement with you, dog. This is my hole.
I am going to play it safe here. Actually, no, I'm going to take a bit of a risk. I am fucking good at this game.
That shot sucked, dog.
That shot is the perfect shot.
Not like this.
That is a terrible shot.
Dog, what are you talking about? That's a terrible shot. STFU, man. You're in the water, and I'm in the hole. I'm in the hole, dog.
I'm in the hole.
I hate this hole. Thank you. I hate this hole. Dude, that was bad. Unfortunate that so long as my internet holds up, I can't lose. Unless I quit. Oh, Zoot, that's the shot. You know what? I'm gonna try to test this game. That was amazing. I wonder if that's like the perfect shot.
Really not.
No, your second shot was bad. But your first shot? Oh, wow. Zoot, how the fuck did I beat you on this hole? All right, that's 4 wins in a row. This is my 5th win. I'm going to beat you like it's going out of style, and then I'm going to go to sleep. You're not going to win shit, dog. I'm going to hit a perfect shot here. Incorrect, but it's pretty good. I'll take it. Too hard. Zoot, calm down. Dude, this is going to be such a good shot. It's going to make your head spin. Ooh, that was good. No way, Zoot. No way. All right, what are we doing here, Zoot? I went for a tree. Look at this shot. Oh, don't be in my way. Dude, you have...
There might be another hole.
The best thing I could do is maybe... Not that. Zoot, you have a chance.
Best thing you could have done.
You missed.
The best thing you could have done was look for a niche.
Not with one shot, now. Dude, fuck this hole.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck this hole.
How's it feeling? Isn't it a bad hole?
Dude, this hole sucks. But I'm going to be really hard to fuck up. I got those balls protecting me. What are you going to do, Zoot?
Gonna do what I have to do.
Don't do it. That's a miss. Zoot, you motherfucker.
It's a harder shot for you, Dan.
How'd you like that, Zoot? Zoot, how'd you like that?
I mean, it's just the same as this.
No, it's not. Because your ball's in the black shit.
Your ball's gonna get it black here. Ready?
No, it's not. Because the arrows are pointing inwardly.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter. You're moving down the middle. Watch it.
Dude, you're not putting my ball anywhere.
Oh, you come.
You ready for this shot?
Sorry,
You're good. No, that was just straight up hatred of this game, and I understand it.
I mean, it's not a word that you hear often in America.
Fuck shit, cunt.
Yeah.
You're right, but it's becoming more common. And it's more common.
In Australia, that's the
Right. Dude, I'm so good at this hole. Zoot, I am so good at this hole.
In Australia, that's not the church the same.
You're right. Zoot, I am so good at this hole. You hit a perfect shot, though. Zoot. What are you gonna do, Zoot? You're down one. You're down.
Sorry.
You're down one hole.
But how do I get to it?
Watch this move. I'll teach you in a second. Watch this move though. Oh, what a fuck! What a fuck! You go to a follower room on Twitter, and you fall asleep in it, and you'll gain like 30 people overnight. But the key,
Respect.
yeah, the key is you want to follow them back when you awake. You don't have to, but it's kind of a dick move if you don't. And they don't follow. They like the people in there. They all have new accounts, so it's not like they have like anything really that they. They're not all new accounts. There's some people in there with 90,000 followers. They have a lot of people who have a lot of shit. Don't miss this shot. Is what I want you to know. Just whatever you do, Zoot, don't hit that tree.
Are you working? Let me ask you a question. Are you working in a month so you can get gold properly?
I've done that before, and Twitter suspends your account pretty quickly when you do that.
All I had to do was not fuck up that shot.
I know, and you did. Oh, this is your hole, dog. I'm terrible at this hole.
Did it? You're not terrible at this one.
Dude, look at where my ball is. I don't even know how to play it.
Where you want to play? First off, you want to play like this.
I need a very good shot here. Actually, I could just do this.
I feel like we are going to get rid of this.
We never play this hole.
Where we
No way. That's a difficult shot. Too difficult.
I have a feeling that this hole's going to come up regularly. Yeah, very good. But it's always the last hole. I've noticed something though, right? There's holes that like we always get on the like birth that are very common, and like it's always the last two holes are very rare.
And they seem more difficult. What do you think of this shot, Zoot? What do you...
Yeah.
No, that was not what you wanted to do.
I just gave you the game. Unless where I want.
You have to have the greatest shot in your career. This would be the greatest shot in your career, without a doubt. Oh, that was so close.
It's not bad, sure.
It was very good. This is for 5 wins in a row, Zoot. Champion.
But I didn't like terrible on the last hole. It was just that choke in the where I hit the tree that fucked me. Just make one mistake.
Big dog, that's all it takes, my man. All right, I'm going to bed, my friend. Feel free to watch Zuckerdouche.
I mean,
Okay.
Next time,
Like,
there's other
okay.
people to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
here, I'll tell you where to go. Okay. So, I'll just send you an invite.
use that on Telegram? Just go.
Where would you like it?
Go to Telegram. Go ahead.
I sent
Account retrieve account.
I sent it to you. What did you say?
Account retrieve plug. Account retrieve plug. Try again later. We'll try again later.
Wait, why does it say that?
The account retrieve plug is on, so we'll try again later.
Just close your app and reopen it.
Maybe that's why. I already had it open. Not retrieve.
Okay,
And remember, I'm gonna go.
hold on.
Figure it out.
Hold on. Okay, go to at. You ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready to type into the search of Twitter?
Yeah.
Now, not the Twitter search, or not the spaces search, but the person search. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, it's at CHAHAT _ SONE _143. This person has a pretty big space. It's got over 250 people in it or so.
So what was that username again?
CHAHAT, like Chahat, and then _ Sony, SONI.
CHAA.
No,
CHAA.
no. CHAHAT
CHAAT underscore
Sony S. It's like cha and hat. So CHAHAT
Yeah, got it.
_
I found them.
Okay, there you go. Just go in there.
The Indian.
Yeah, leave your account and you'll get followers. Now, if you want a lot of followers, just follow people in there. Oh, here's what else you want to do. In the purple pill, type follow for follow. And it's good if you put it if you put a hashtag with it. People will see that and they will follow you.
So I do hot tag follow my tweet,
Yeah,
and people will follow me.
right. Oh, hey. Yeah. Dog, it takes like an hour or two, like just staying there when you're not doing anything.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Zoo. Sweet dreams.
Pretty well. It's gone
I'm
pretty
sure it goes pretty well, but it would go quicker.
Yeah. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it's been this interesting opportunity to like I really don't want that to happen again. So I feel like I'm so much more focused on technique. Like the first time that I learned all this stuff, I was probably like a little too brutish about it and just like muscling through stuff. And now, I don't know, now I feel like I'm like really learning how to do this stuff correctly and I can do it way more effortlessly. So it's
that's the goal.
How did it pop? It was like the end of a session And so we're 2 hours into training, and I was doing like a few rounds, and I threw a leg kick, and the other guy went to check it, and I like leaned back to try to get around the check and just put too much torque on my knee. So it was the planted leg, but
Mom's planted leg too.
yeah, but it's, I don't know. Dave was like, you know, before the round, Dave was like, "You're done." I'm like, "No, one more round." It's, you know,
So
so
you're too tired as well.
yeah,
That's
and I
cool.
and I,
That's
and I
all.
basically, and I hadn't, you know, I basically had also just done a really hard kind of like leg workout the day before, but I don't think the fight guys didn't know that. So I really just pushed it too hard.
Are you aware of knees over toes guy?
Yeah.
Have you done his stuff?
I've looked at it a bunch. I mean, the rehab thing I took really seriously. I thought that was pretty interesting too.
Mhm.
I don't want to like have to do a lot of rehabs like this one, but to do one of them, I actually thought was a pretty interesting experience because it's like week over week, you're just getting back so much mobility and ability to do stuff. And
Yeah.
no, I feel like I don't know. At this point, I just like probably half my weight training is effectively kind of like rehab and joint health stuff, particularly like wrists, shoulders, knee, all that in addition to the big muscle groups.
Yeah, that's very smart. The knee over toes guy stuff is particularly effective because it all comes from a guy that had a series of pretty catastrophic knee injuries and was plagued with weak knees his whole life, and then developed a bunch of different methods to strengthen all the supporting muscles around the knee that are really extraordinary. Everything from Nordic curls. Do you do those? Do you do Nordic curls?
I should do more than I do.
Yeah, leg curls, Nordic curls, but Nordic curls in particular because it's very difficult to do. You get your whole body up with your hamstrings. And all these different slant board squats and different lunges and split squats and all these different things which like really strengthen up all the supporting muscles around the knee better than anything that I've ever tried before. And he's got like a whole program where it scales up and puts it online for everybody. And he gives away a lot of information for free because he said, look, when I was 11 years old, I wish I had access to this, so I'm going to put it out there for everybody. Great guy.
Cool.
But I can't recommend that stuff enough. But I think what you're doing is like strengthening shoulders, strengthening, that's really the way to do it. Like you have to think of muscles in terms of like armor. You know, if you want to do this thing, it's better to have good bumpers around your car if you might bump into other cars. You don't want to just have raw sheet metal.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people just focus on like the big movements and weight training, and it's, I don't know, first of all, for like a lot of fighting type stuff, you kind of want to be loose and like not super tight. So, but yeah, I mean, I just think like the joint stability stuff is, you get older and want to do this for a longer period of time. It's good to do.
Yeah, it's huge. It's mobility in general is just so important.
You compete in jiu-jitsu for a long time.
Sure.
There's like all these masters divisions and stuff. And
I see those old crazy looking 7-year-old dudes trying to kill each other.
Yeah,
It's nuts.
it's great.
It is great, but for real, sincerely, we're very happy that I think I can speak, rarely do, but I think I can speak for the martial arts community. We're very happy that you're bored. It makes it fun that someone is, a prominent intellectual, very intelligent person who's really gotten fascinated by it, because it does help to kill that sort of knuckle dragger perspective that a lot of people have about the sport.
No, I think it's super intellectual in terms of actually breaking this stuff down. I mean, both jiu-jitsu and like striking. It's, you don't have time to think, but like the reasoning behind why you kind of want to slip in certain ways and like the probability game that you're playing is, I don't know. I used to fence when I was in high school. I did that pretty competitively. I was never like quite good enough to be like at the Olympic level, but I was pretty good. And
we virtual fenced last time you were here.
Yeah, there you go. And like I just remember I would like sit in my classes in high school and like sketch out combinations of moves and sequences for how to like feint and like and kind of trick someone to get them out of position to be able to tap them. And it's I feel like this is like a game in the same way, right? It's like I mean, I think when you're training, you're not slugging at each other that much.
Right.
You're just like you're playing tag.
Yeah, you're playing tag. Well,
Yeah.
the way the Thais do it, I think.
Yeah.
Best. And they're obviously some of the best fighters ever. They fight a lot, which is one of the reasons why they train the way they train. But when you talk to people that train over there, they're like, you learn so much more when you're playing. When you're
Yeah.
when you're not trying to hurt each other. And so you really do learn the technique, and it gets fully ingrained in your system.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, you just have to be careful for it. Like you were talking about having an MMA fight. Are you still entertaining that?
I want to. I mean, this is my thing. It's like, and I think I probably will, but we'll see. I mean, it's 2025. I think it's going to be a very busy year on the AI side.
Yeah.
And I think the idea of having a competition, you really need to like get into a headspace of like I'm going to fight someone this week.
Mm-hmm.
And so I need to figure this out because I don't know how with everything that's going on in AI I'm gonna have like a week or two where I can just get into this like I'm gonna go fight someone. But it's good training. But I would like to at some point. The thing about the ACL injury is I kind of thought before this, it's like, all right, I'm gonna do some jiu-jitsu competitions. I want to do one MMA fight, like one kind of like pro or competitive MMA fight, and then I figured I'd go back to jiu-jitsu. But I think tearing the ACL striking is a little more of a fluke. I think you're much more likely to do that grappling. So going through the ACL experience didn't make me want to like just exclusively go do the version where you're just attacking joints all day, right? So I'm like, all right, I can take a few more punches to the face before we go back to that.
You can hurt yourself doing both of them. There's really no rhyme or reason. I blew my left ACL kickboxing, my right ACL jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
It
So
happens.
equal opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this like Tom Aspinall famously blew his out against Curtis Blades with a supporting leg, just threw a kick, and there's freak accidents.
Yeah.
Weird things happen. It's a lot of explosive force with striking, and sometimes that tears things more than slow, controlled movements of jiu-jitsu, especially if you have good training partners.
Yeah, but jiu-jitsu isn't always slow control.
Nope.
When you're especially competing.
No, especially when you're competing, unless you're really, really good. Like, you ever watch Gordon? Like, Gordon never moves fast. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to move fast. He's just like always a step ahead of everybody. Have you talked to him at all?
Oh yeah.
Did you talk to John Donaher?
No, I haven't. Yeah, and I would be interested.
That's the greatest mind in combat sports.
Yeah, Gordon
I
is.
don't say that lightly.
Yeah.
John Donaher is the greatest mind in combat sports.
Interesting.
By far. He's a legitimate genius. You know the whole story, right? The guy was a professor of philosophy at Stanford.
Yeah.
And or Columbia? Where was it? I forget. But the Columbia. And then decides, I'm just going to teach jiu-jitsu all day. Sleeps on the mats, teaches all day long.
Wears a rash guard anywhere he goes.
He's a freak, and he's so fucking smart, like scary smart about all kinds of things. It's not just jiu-jitsu. He's got a memory like a steel vice. Like he just holds on to thoughts and can repeat them. His recall is insane. He's a legitimate genius that became obsessed with jiu-jitsu. And what he's done with Gordon and with Gary Tonin and, it's a series of other athletes is nothing short of extraordinary. Just an interesting guy to have conversations with too. Have you seen him on Lex's show? He's done a couple episodes.
Yeah. And I watched. I saw the one that you did. With him.
Yeah, love the guy. Again, happy there's someone like that out there, because when people have these ideas of what martial arts are, and then you see a guy like that, and you're like, okay, what? I might have to rethink this.
Yeah, there's a whole spectrum.
Yeah. But what has it done in terms of a lot of things that a lot of people have said, and I have too, like nothing turns you into a libertarian quicker than jiu-jitsu. I don't know why that is. I think it's a hard work thing. It's cutting out all the bullshit and realizing how much of the things that we take as real things are just excuses and bullshit and weakness and just procrastinate. There's a lot of things that we have that exist, especially in like the business world and the corporate world and the education world, that are just bullshit. And they don't really have to be there. Mm-hmm. And they're only there to try to make up for hard work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of just what I was saying before. I think for me, it's I think a lot of the corporate world is like pretty culturally neutered, and I just think like having I grew up. I have three sisters, no brothers. I have three daughters, no sons. So I'm like surrounded by girls and women like my whole life, and it's like so I think I don't know. There's just something the kind of masculine energy I think is good. And
Yeah.
obviously, society has plenty of that, but I think corporate culture was really like trying to get away from it, and I do think that there's just something. It's like I don't know. These all these forms of energy are good, and I think having a culture that like celebrates the aggression a bit more has its own merits that are really positive. Um, and that has been a kind of a positive experience for me. Just like having a thing that I can just like do with my guys and like
Yeah.
and it's just like we're just like beat each other a bit. I don't know, it's good. I think
It is good. I
I don't
agree.
know.
It's good. It just I can see your point though about
Yeah.
corporate culture. How when do you think that happened? Was that a slow shift? Because I think it used to be very masculine. And it used to be I think it was kind of hyper aggressive at one point.
No, and look, I think part of the intent on all these things I think is good, right? I do think that if you're a woman going into a company, it probably feels like it's too masculine. It's
Right.
like there isn't enough of the kind of the energy that you may naturally have, and it probably feels like there are all these things that are set up that are biased against you, and that's not good either because you want women to be able to succeed and,
Right.
and like have companies that can unlock all the value from having great people, no matter what their background or gender. But um, I think these things can always go a little far, and I think it's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone, and I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. And I just think we kind of swung culturally to that part of the kind of the spectrum where it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it completely. It's like no, like it's both of these things are good, right? It's like you want like feminine energy, you want masculine energy. Like I think that's like you're gonna have parts of society that have more of one or the other. I think that's all good, but I do think the corporate culture sort of had swung towards being this somewhat more neutered thing, and I didn't really feel that until I got involved in martial arts, which I think is still a much more masculine culture. And so, and not that it doesn't try to be inclusive in its own way, but I think that there's just a lot more of that energy there. And I just kind of realized it's like, oh, this
Well,
is
that's
like,
how you become successful at martial arts. You have to be at least somewhat aggressive.
so,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, there are these things, there are like a few of these things throughout your life where you have an experience and you're like, where has this been my whole life? And it just like
Yeah.
it just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like, okay,
Yeah.
like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad it now is.
Yeah, I felt that way when I started hunting.
Oh yeah, hunting too.
Yeah, same thing. So you've done blah blah as well.
Yeah, well, so I mean, we have this ranch out in Kauai, and there's invasive pigs, and on our ranch we have there's a lot of albatross. I don't know if they're endangered or just threatened, and then there's the Hawaiian state bird, the nene goose, is that's I think endangered or at least was until recently. Like most of them in the world live in a small stretch, or at least most of them on Kauai in a small stretch that includes our ranch. So you constantly have these pigs that are just multiply so quickly. You basically have to apply pressure to the population, or else they just get overrun and threaten birds and the other wildlife. And so, and what I basically explained to my daughters, who I also want to learn how to do this, because I just feel like it's like, look, we have this land, we take care of it, just like you mow the grass. We need to make sure that these populations are in check. It's part of what we do as like the stewards of this, and we've got to do it. And then if you have to kill something, then you should obviously treat it with respect and use the meat to make food and kind of celebrate it in that way. But it's a culture that I think it's just an important thing for kids to grow up understanding, like the circle of life, right? So teaching the kids all of what is kind of how you'd run a ranch, how you'd run a farm. I think that stuff It's good. I mean, because explaining to the kids what a tech company is really abstract, right? So for a while, my daughters were pretty convinced that my actual job was Mark's Meats, which is our kind of ranch and like the cattle that we ranch. I was like, well, not quite, and you'll learn when you get older. But I think that there's something that's just like much more tangible about that than taking them to the office and sitting in product reviews or something for some like piece of software that we're writing.
It's certainly a lot more primal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you do wind up eating that meat from the animal, and you were there while the animal died, and put it all together, like, oh, this is where meat comes from.
Yeah.
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 Which is another reason why things have become sort of emasculated, because that energy is not necessary anymore to require meat. That used to be the only way that people got meat. You had to go hunt it. So you had to go actually pull the trigger, kill the animal yourself, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is bone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting version of it.
Yeah, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. I mean, you're just trying to get meat, it's not the most effective. The most effective is certainly a rifle. But I prefer it because it requires more of you.
Yeah, and you just kind of go and hang out. And
and you have to be fit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're mountain hunting, you have to be really fit.
Yeah.
You can't just be kind of in shape. You got to be really fit if you want to huff up the mountains and keep your heart rate at a certain level so that when you get to the top, you can execute a shot calmly
and then actually carry the thing out.
Yeah, and carry the thing out.
Yeah. No, I'm mostly using a rifle just because it's so much more efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher. But it's
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but
do you know the company that makes it?
No, off the top of my head. I have
to know.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
I can get you hooked up.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Do you know how old it is?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I think it's like just a compound bow that I got strung to my draw length. And
did you get someone to coach you?
Yeah.
Who coached you?
It's basically a bunch of the guys who help run security around the ranch.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about archery is, just like martial arts, one of the things that I learned when I was teaching is that it's way easier to teach someone that knows nothing than to teach someone who learned something incorrectly. The people who learned something incorrectly, the moment things got tense and they panicked, they went back to the old ways because it's sort of ingrained in their system. So archery, one of the things that's very important is proper form and then proper execution, especially having a surprise shot. And learning how to have a surprise shot is...
What do you mean?
Yeah, see? You don't know.
No.
See, this is the thing. In high-pressure situations, one of the most important things is to have a shot process where you don't know exactly when the arrow is going off. You just have a process where you're pulling through the shot and the shot breaks. So it's a surprise shot. So you put the pin on the target. Mm-hmm. I use a thumb trigger.
Yeah.
I use a thing called an Onyx clicker. Okay. And the reason why I use the Onyx clicker is like a hinge. It gives you a two-stage of the trigger, right? So as I'm at full draw, I put slight pressure and I hear a click. And that click means it's ready to go off with more pressure. So I've gone through stage one. Now stage two is just concentrating on the shot process and knowing it's going to break. And then there's no flinching. There's no tweak. There's no thing that people do when they have a finger trigger. They twitch because your body is anticipating the shot of the bow. And when you're doing that, you can be off by 6 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, all over because you're moving. You're moving while you're shooting. When you're doing it with a rifle, it's very different because obviously a rifle's far faster.
Yeah.
And then you have a scope. So you're zoomed in, many magnifications. If all you have to do is just slowly squeeze. And if you're smart, you'll be prone or you'll have your rifle rested on a tripod or something where you have a good steady. It's much easier. With a bow, it's very different because you're holding with your arms. So you have to have the proper form. You have to have the proper posture. And then there's the spot process. And my friend Joel Turner, who is a sniper, created a whole system for people called Shot IQ. He's got this whole online system of developing the proper execution of a shot. When you see like tournament archers when they go to Vegas, so what a Vegas tournament is, you have 3 targets and they have to shoot 30 arrows at a time. So they shoot 10 in this one, 10 in that one, 10 in this one. And the really good archers score an X every time. So they're in the center or close to the center. They're hitting the 10 ring every arrow for 30 arrows in a row. And then there's round after round, another 30 arrows of BB, another 30. And if you miss slightly, you get a 9, that's it. You're done. Because all those other guys are not going to get a 9. Very rarely get it, you know. So it's the most 10s that you can get. And the best way to do that is with a surprise shot. So these guys have like these long stabilizers on their bow where they keep it totally steady. And it's all just about relaxing. And most of them use a hinge release. So a hinge, you know what a hinge is? Have you ever used one? Okay, instead of a button, when you press it, you're rotating the hinge, which activates
I just have a trigger.
Yeah. So you're just hammering the trigger. You're doing exactly what you're not supposed to do. You're a trigger puncher. Yeah, you're a trigger puncher.
With your thumb?
Yeah, you're hitting it with your thumb, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I guarantee you, when you do it, your arm doesn't move. You go like this, like that. So with a good surprise shot, you shouldn't know it's going to go off. You're pulling, and then once the trigger breaks off, your arm will naturally go backwards because you're not anticipating the shot.
I'm definitely not doing it.
Yeah. See, that's the thing.
But how far away are you shooting this?
It depends. That elk out there, the photograph that's in the front, that one I shot. It's in the front of the building when you walk in before you go into the studio. There's a mounted head and a photograph of me and my friend Cam. That one was 67 yards. I've shot one at 79 yards once, but that's rare. Most of the time, it's like, for me, my effective range, where I'd like to be is 60 yards in.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't think I've ever shot something more than 50 yards out.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, so
I
I
think
think that
really, your form has to be tight. You have to be really confident. You have to have a lot of arrows downrange, and then you have to be able to stay calm during the shot. So now imagine if you're shooting something at 18 yards, okay, and you hammer the trigger. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, you're still going to get there.
Yeah.
Right, because it's only 18 yards. So the amount of deviation off the path that it takes in 18 yards is significantly different than the amount of deviation 105 yards. It's a huge gap. It might be 2 feet to the right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you thought you were shooting accurately because you're inside of like a pie plate at 20 yards. And the difference between that is form, technique, and a shot execution process, and also management of the psychology of the shot. Because there's this one moment. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes now. And if you only do that once a year, like say if you go on one big elk hunt a year, you save up all your money, you get your gear all ready, you get your arrows weighed, you practice, and then you're in the mountains for 10 days, and on the 11th day, you get this animal that moves at 57 yards and stands there, and you're like, your heart's beating, you just might hammer that trigger. You just might hammer it. So you have to have this shot process, and where you're literally talking to yourself inside your head. You have words that you say that occupy your thoughts while you're going through the shot process, so that you never get overcome by shot panic. Interesting, because target panic is a giant thing in the archery community. It's giant. Even saying it is like saying Voldemort. Don't say it. People don't want to say it. It's like saying Candyman. Like, people don't like it because it freaks people out. Like some people can't keep their pin on the target. They have to keep their pin below the target, and they raise it up to the target. When it gets where the target is, they hammer the trigger because they're just freaking out. Yeah. Have you ever experienced that?
I mean, I've missed, if that's what you're asking. I haven't analyzed at this level of detail, but no, I mean, there are a lot of borders on our ranch, so I guess I don't get, and also, like, we have a range,
Right.
And we, I don't know, we set up bowling pins, and, it's like we shoot pistols at the bowling pins, but I also, I'm usually faster at taking down all the bowling pins with bow and arrow than most of my friends are with the pistol, which I think is pretty fun. But yeah, no, I'm just more casual. I'm clearly not doing it at your level, and maybe you've given me another side quest to maybe go deeper on. But
That's what I'm saying.
But
I'll take you on an elk hunt in the mountains.
yeah,
You'll get addicted.
I do think the dynamic that you're talking about, though, where if you only see one animal on a multi-day, then like that is just way higher stakes than anything I'm doing. I mean,
But it's not everything that you're doing, because if you're really considering having an MMA fight, it's very similar, because you're building up to this one moment.
Sure. I'm talking about the archery that I'm doing.
Right.
I mean, it's like I go out. It's like you're gonna see some pigs, and
Right.
and it's like if I don't hit any, it's like my family's still eating. It's okay.
Right.
You know, it's not like, but
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like martial arts, is what I'm saying. It's like you really should learn it the right way from
Yeah.
the beginning. You
that's
can be
fair. No,
effective.
I've clearly not learned this in a very rigorous way.
I'll hook you up.
Yeah.
I can get people.
I
to come
posted
through.
a video on Instagram once of me, I think hitting bowling pins with archery, and like all the comments were like, "Man, your form is shit." So, so I think it checks out with the conversation that we're having now.
Well,
that-
the issue with that is that you're reading the comments. You should never read comments.
that's fair. That's fair.
I've never had anything good come out of reading comments.
Yeah, although I don't know, it's pretty funny. I think that just like getting the gist and the summary of it, I think is pretty fun.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just not mentally healthy.
Yeah, no,
Just-
you can't spend too much time.
I don't spend any time on it.
Yeah.
I'm a much happier person since it's like avoided comments.
Yeah,
It's just too weird. You're just delving into the world of all these people's mental illness and screaming at people and just I don't want to have anything to do with it.
yeah. But I mean, I do read my friends' comments, and when even they're like, "Man,
Mhm.
that's ugly." Like that's.
I do that. I do that, and I shouldn't do that. But I definitely don't send them to them. Hey, bro, did you see this? Those guys are the worst. Guys that'll send things to you that are about you. You're like, hey, man, don't. I'm not looking for that. Don't send it to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Social media it's like what a weird new pressure, and children today are going through some bizarre stress that we've never had to go through before. And a bizarre sort of just disconnect from physical reality by most of your communication being electronic.
Yeah, and I think we basically, my kids at this point are 9, 7, and 1.5. So
Yeah, so you're not interested, or you're not.
No,
involved
I
in
mean,
that, brother. Of course you're interested. I mean,
Yeah.
interested. I mean, involved.
well, very
in
focused on
activity with
it. I
them.
think that it's about to start getting a lot more complicated.
Mhm.
I think the 9 and 7-year-old, but I mean, just kind of deciding what technology they're going to use and what's good and what's not, and
Mhm.
all the dynamics around that. It's really complicated. And look, I mean, I think every family has their own values and how they want to approach this. Right. So
Mhm.
from my perspective, we have one of my daughters just loves building stuff. So she clearly like takes after me in this way. It's like every day she's just like creating some random thing. It's like she's creating stuff with Legos, and it's like one day it's that, or the next day it's Minecraft. And from my perspective, it's like, okay, I don't know, Minecraft is actually kind of a cooler tool to build stuff than Legos a lot of it. So it's am I going to say that there needs to be some kind of limit on her screen time if she's doing something that's creative, that's maybe like a richer form of what she would have been doing physically?
Right.
In that case, probably not. Now, there were times when she'd get so excited about what she was building in Minecraft or something that she was coding in Scratch that she'd wake up early to kind of get her tablet. And that was bad, right? Because then it's like starting to get in the way of her sleep. And I'm like, August, you can't do that, right? It's like we're going to take your iPad away if you're doing that.
You're a psycho. You're doing getting up early.
No, it's like August. I did that too when I was a kid,
Yep.
but trust me,
Yeah.
you're going to want to sleep.
It's not going to lead to success. Meanwhile, you're on a fucking island.
Yeah.
One of the richest people in the
Yeah.
world. Your dad, you're like, what the fuck, Dad?
Yeah.
Didn't it work for you?
I mean,
Leave me alone, my iPad. Trying to figure out how to build a mansion. And
yeah. It's either going to work or it's going to end badly. But
right.
it's like, but I feel like building stuff, I feel generally pretty good about.
Mhm.
I think communication, I generally feel pretty good about the kids using. I mean, they use it to talk to their grandparents or their parents and
Mhm.
cousins. It's like that type of stuff is good. The Messenger Kids, the thing that we built, it's basically a messaging service that the parents can choose who can contact the kids and like just approve every contact.
Mhm.
That's much better than just having like an open texting service. I don't know, but there's a lot of stuff that's like pretty sketchy, and I kind of think like different parents are going to have different lines on what they want their kids to be able to do and not.
Yeah.
So some people might not even want their kids to be able to message even with friends when they're 9 and 7. Some people might say, hey, no, Minecraft, that's just a game. I don't think about that as building. I think that is a game. I want to limit the time that you're doing that. I want you to go read books instead, or whatever the values are that family has. So for Meta, what we've kind of come to is we want to be the most aligned with parents on giving parents the tools that they need to basically control how the experiences work for their kids. Now, we don't even really, except for like stuff like messing with kids, we don't even have our services, our apps generally available to people under the age of 13 at all. So I mean, our kids haven't had to like have the conversation about when they get Instagram or Facebook or any of that stuff. But when they turn 13, we basically want parents to be able to have complete control over their kids' experience. And that's, we just rolled out this Instagram Teens thing, which is, it's a set of controls where, it's if you're an older teen, we'll just default you into the private experience, that way you're not getting like harassed or bombarded with stuff. And but if you're a younger teen, then you have to get your parents' permission, and they actually have to like sign in and do all the stuff in order to make it so that you can connect with people who are beyond your network, or if you want to kind of be a public figure, like all these different kinds of things. So I think that's probably, from a values perspective, where we should be, is just trying to like be an ally of parents. But it is complicated stuff. I mean, it's every family wants to do it differently.
It is complicated, and there's also this dismissal of activities that are done electronically as not being beneficial. And one of the things that we highlighted recently was a study that we found online that showed that surgeons that play video games make far less mistakes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the people who do the training in VR definitely make less mistakes.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is, to me, one of the most fascinating aspects of technology today. When you and I were doing that game, we were fencing with each other. I'm like, this could be applied to so many different things now. It's like, there's so many opportunities, not just for just pure recreation, but education. There's so many things you could learn, skills, through AR or VR that it's going to greatly enhance your ability to do those things in the real world. I mean, it's kind of a cheat code in a lot of ways. And it's also games in VR. I don't know if you've ever done Sandbox. Ever do Sandbox? You know Sandbox VR? Do you know what that company is?
Yeah.
You go to a warehouse, you put on a haptic feedback desk,
yeah.
you shoot zombies. I'm so addicted. It is my favorite thing. There's a thing called Deadwood Mansion. It's the most fun game of all time, by far. You have a shotgun, and there's zombies coming at you.
My zombie game is Arizona Sunshine.
It's
you just like, it can be multiplayer, and there's horde mode where you just get in there and you're like 4 friends, and there's just like waves of zombies come. And
is that Oculus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have to try it.
Yeah,
I haven't tried that one.
It's very therapeutic. You just wait until they come into point blank range.
How long before you guys develop some sort of a haptic feedback suit where like it covers the whole body?
Oh man,
is that possible?
It's possible. I think that there's other things that are probably more important to deliver. So I guess taking a step back, a lot of how we think about the goal here is delivering like a realistic sense of presence, right? No technology today gives you the feeling as if you're like physically there with another person, right? You're like interacting with them through a phone. You have this little window that's taking you away from everything. That's like the magic of augmented and virtual reality, is that you actually feel this like presence, like you're there with another person.
Right.
And the question is, okay, how do you do that? And it's like there's like a million things that contribute to that. I mean, obviously, first, just being able to look around and have the room stay. Getting good spatial audio, right? If someone speaks, then the audio needs to be 3D and come from the place where they're speaking. It's very interesting which things end up being important for this kind of creating this sense of presence and which don't. So having hands, obviously, if you're just looking around but you can't actually like move things, that breaks the illusion. But having hands, like hand tracking that you can do stuff is important. One thing that we found that's kind of funny is it's actually not that important that you see your arms. You just need to see your hands. Obviously, seeing your arms is a bonus, unless we incorrectly interpolate where your elbows are or something. So if we're looking at your hand or if we have a controller, we can know, okay, your hand is here. But that doesn't necessarily tell us where your elbow is. Your elbow could go like this, you could go like this, and we can kind of guess from that. But if we get that wrong, and you like see in VR, it's like you see the hand there, and your elbow is like looks like it's here when it's actually out there. You're like, what's going on? Like that's messed up. So it's a lot of these things like you just don't want to get these details wrong. So haptics, the most important first thing for haptics is on the hand, right? And we have so many more neurons, basically, or not neurons, but just like like sensation. It's like such higher resolution on your fingertips than anywhere else in the body. So when you grab something, make it so that you feel some pushback.
Guido Maji, how you living, Tim? What's good? What's good? Hey, I missed you. What's good, my man? Absolutely. In the flesh, dog. What's good in your neck of the woods? Well, really good things, Guido. I'm really glad you're here. All right, so I decided to give the team from Kick and all my favorite Kicksters a break from my bots in 2025. So I haven't spammed on. I know. I'm surprised I haven't been overwhelmed with thank you cards from Eddie Craven and everybody. But yeah, the reason why is frankly. This guy is English. He's Rabbi Rothschild. He's a Jew. He's a king Jew of England. No. Aiden Ross is second to me. There's no doubt about that. It's all about data, and I have 100 times more data than Aiden Ross has on the internet. This guy, he's a Jew. So he streams like 24/7, and he's trying to bring global peace. Absolutely. Let me give you my spiel. You ready for this, big dog? Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. It's essentially a time capsule for society. It goes back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I stream my life because I don't want war anymore. In addition, I think that I can help to interject some really great ideas into society, particularly in terms of ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. Those 6 ideas alone would perhaps help to eradicate world hunger globally. Additionally, I want to help end world thirst, first and foremost through digging of wells in developing nations. And I'm part of a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. We've already done this. We've already built wells in Nigeria. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It has a very long name, but it's worth over $100 million. So it's a very serious cryptocurrency. That's what all my pajamas are. That's what my sleep mask is. That's what my shirt is. Additionally, I think life straws are very important, where you can take contaminated water and essentially drink it immediately, but most importantly, desalination. That's where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the globe. I think these are really great ideas. Additionally, things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, dark energy, dark matter, things like perhaps de-extinction. People wonder, what is de-extinction? You may ask. De-extinction is essentially the reversal of extinction from certain species that were once eradicated. So the first successful de-extinction, people don't know, took place in the year 2003 through the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was essentially de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific is founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using de-extinction techniques and specifically through an African elephant surrogate. which I think is just a phenomenal idea. Following the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So we might actually have dodo birds again.
All right, Rabbi, that's a good intro. So yeah, you call up the new people. And Rabbi, I haven't talked to you in a while. I know you've been Rabbi.
I've been kicking ass, taking names.
About half an hour, do you feel really good with it?
Boy, you know, I think that a three-peat would be something that's never going to accomplish.
Before you finish, someone said you've been on a podcast recently.
Yeah.
Let me get it.
Yeah.
You've been on a podcast recently? Oh, okay. How was the podcast?
It was good. I've been on a few of them. If you want to know the name of it, the best way to probably find it, it was not a major podcast, but it is. Let me get the name of it just a minute. Well, you know what? The link of it. Excellent. Okay, you found it. Excellent. Yeah. If you don't mind, let me finish my spiel because it's important to everyone in your chat as well. So other things we talk about are life extension technology. So what do I mean by life extension technology? When you were born, Guido, the average age of probably your life expectancy was probably about age perhaps 80, and I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of different types of technology. Guido, can you hear me? I don't know if Guido can hear me. Guido, can you hear me? Yellow. Yellow. Hello. Guido. Dog. Guido. Guido. Guido, can you fucking hear me? Dog. Dog.
You good?
No, I'm yelling at you. Can you hear me?
Oh shit, my bad. Everyone was curious about the podcast, so that's a show.
Yeah, calm down with the podcast. The podcast isn't going anywhere. I am. Here we go. Where am I going? To the moon, baby. So this is for all your listeners out there. So listen up. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100 and 120 through the use of type of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like oxygen therapy, things like perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics, and perhaps cold shock therapies. But then you're going to get to age 120. You're going to say, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's where the next type of technology comes into play, and it's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. If you're not familiar with what mind uploading technology is, it's essentially, with your consent, the ability to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Guido, and to all of your listeners, is that there's an opportunity at digital immortality, which is an extremely exciting future. Thank you for letting me say that.
I'm telling you have some knowledge, which is like, you need to be heard. It's like every time I try to pop in, I've been trying a lot. Please. So I'm glad I finally got.
Hey, that happens when we're on opposite sides of the world. All right, so what have I been doing? Yo.
I'm going to be your neck of the woods very soon. Would you like to do it? Do you invite people over, or do you like it's like, you know, like you're living off limits, just run yourself?
I have had fans come and visit me, and we've had picnics in the park. I'm interested, my friend. It depends on the time and date and such, but as it approaches, you let me know, and we may perhaps be able to make some plans. So that's a very exciting opportunity. You should know. You should know what I've been doing recently. So what have I been doing instead of spam and kick like it's going out of style? I'm sure everybody's chats are much cleaner now that I'm no longer dominating the platform. But what have I been doing?
He's not from. He's from. He lives in California. He lives next to Xavier. You can get Rabbi and Xavier on the same street.
Here's what I've done. You know how I built bots on Kick better than anybody ever? Excellent. Well, I did the same for Twitch. And guess what? Not a lot of people are watching Twitch, just like not a lot are watching Kick. No offense, but if both platforms are so botted that the numbers are just overly inflated. It's just that's for real. But you know what? What I've done is I've taken my ingenuity to Twitter Spaces. Are you familiar with Twitter Spaces, Guido? Excellent. So I have created bots on Twitter Spaces that essentially sit in Twitter Spaces for me, and I've created a very vibrant profile picture that causes people to view my profile. I'm live currently on Twitter Spaces. I'm live currently on video of Twitter, which people don't even know is an option. It's on the backbone of essentially what used to be Periscope. And what I do is I go into different Twitter Spaces and I show my coin or show my project. Go ahead, Guido.
Someone in my chat said you have beef with Gail.
I don't have beef with anybody.
Yeah, but you know a guy named Gail Grizzly?
No.
So it's off the deal. Anyway, I kind of doing anything to
Yeah, absolutely. So I have been. Hold on one second. I have been essentially doing everything I can to go viral on Twitter Spaces recently, and I have been. So I've been in these Twitter Spaces where these are high net worth individuals who are movers and shakers in the cryptocurrency community, and they're really digging what I have to say. So I've got AMAs set up, and basically I've been doing interviews every single night, gaining traction, gaining followers, and with that, I'm willing to take any questions that you may perhaps have.
Wait, what type of coin is this? Is
It's an Ethereum coin. I've been live in their Telegram 24/7, 365 for more than a year and a half, and live 24/7, 365 on the internet for more than 3.5 years.
Okay.
Hey.
First question. Does this guy fuck?
Fuck yeah. I fuck better than anybody. I lose track at 42. That's my fucking number, baby. I lose track after that. And I can tell you this. I have a special type of woman that I like. It's known as the MILF. I love MILFs. I'm the king of MILFs. Guido, if I die, God forbid, at this very moment, remember me for one thing and one thing only, as the king of MILFs. I like all the MILFs. I don't discriminate on any MILF. Whatever MILF shows up, I like her. You know, I perhaps if she's a MILF, fuck yeah. Of course, if she's a MILF, fuck yeah.
All right. Next question. Real question to ask you. Talking is one thing, but he can't please tell me what he does for the world personally.
Absolutely. Well, talking is a big element of it. But as I've said, I'm part of a project that has built wells on another continent. Name someone else who has done that as being a live streamer. So not only that, but we have also sponsored some athletic teams in Africa with our coin. What have I done like personally to help people? I'm a big volunteer outside of just my live streaming life. So I've been a member of quite a few different organizations. We have fed at food kitchens. We've raised food to essentially for food banks. I'm always someone who's very generous when it comes to giving to charities. I'm someone who's even been with groups that picked up pollution on the side of the road.
Quick question. Someone asked, some people, when they do something, they leave the camera running and they go off and do something and they come back. Do you do that, or do you leave it on 20%?
I do my best to always be here. The only time that I am not is like, sometimes I might go to the bathroom. But I will say this: I do go to the bathroom on camera, but I get banned a lot of times when I do that. But yeah, aside from that, I have not just one camera. I've got 10 different cameras just on YouTube. I'm also live on 10 different Twitches, 10 different Rumbles. I used to be live on Kick before they banned me. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live in 12 different Discords right now. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one all time. I'm the number one streamer all time in iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord.
Okay. So, can I any more questions? Can I get some real questions? Some of them was how you recruit all these doctors.
Great question. I'm a certified project management professional in addition to a rabbi. And what that allows me to have done is launch apps successfully on the App Store and Google Play. And also, I've had a career working six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I've been able to use the savings from that to purchase the devices that I need.
These are Jews, rich. All right. Ask them what his diet is. What do you be eating?
I love pasta. Yeah, I love pasta. I love fruit. I love vegetables. I love cheese. These are my favorite foods. Actually, my favorite food is steak. Yeah, I've done cooking streams. It's difficult since I'm in a shared house. I have been asked not to stream outside in the public areas, but sometimes when it's late at night and nobody's there, I'll do cooking streams in the kitchen.
What about the shower? What about showers? You be showering? Because you can't take time.
Yeah, you can. So I have streamed in the shower many times. I sing in the shower. I've done it both nude and in shorts. So yeah, you can shower on stream.
Oh, you do the show. That's what class is. That makes sense. You live in the share. How is it? Do you have any issues with your neighbors? What do they look at?
With my roommates, yeah. So it's a pretty busy household, and we have people who move in and out. My next door neighbor sometimes asks me to keep my next door roommate, I should say, asks me to keep it down. But I'm pretty fortunate. He's made me aware that he's like deaf in one ear, so that allows me to probably be noisier than I normally would be. I would say that the biggest issues that I've experienced aren't from my next door neighbors, but probably when I've had roommates who are like moving or something like that, it can be loud. But really, we all do our best to treat each other with respect, and it's worked for the last. I've been here something like 6 years, so even before I streamed from here, that I did this.
That's crazy. Any more questions you got through? This is a good session. There's a lot of people that don't know who you are.
I'm the coolest motherfucker of all time. That's what they need to know.
A lot of people, you have a lot of Peter in the games. Let me tell that's not true.
No, I like MILFs. You can check my record. I have nothing like that. Absolutely not.
No Diddy shit.
No.
Any more questions? Chef, their roommate's gonna be sick. It's sex and crazy.
That happens.
So wait, do you personally why are you on a shared house if he's got money?
Well, yeah, great question. Guido made the false assumption that I'm rich. No, I'm a normal person, just like anybody else. And living in California is very expensive. A regular house is worth over $1 million. That's the average cost of a house in Los Angeles County, and it's even more expensive in my county. So I just don't have $1 million to spend on a house.
That's a good point. He has a. You do anything? You gonna go to sleep?
I'm gonna eat some pasta. I'm gonna eat some pasta. I'm watching a podcast right now with Mark Zuckerberg and Joe Rogan, and then I'm gonna get some sleep. It's like 3:42 a.m. here, but I'm jazzed. I had a really good Twitter space tonight. I got like over 200 people in my Twitter stream. Nobody even knows you can live stream on Twitter. So, and that's a lot. That actually closer to 300 people, and that's a lot of people for Twitter. So I'm really happy about that.
But I have a boxing tomorrow. You're able to
Yeah,
yeah, I'm boxing on this one.
no shit. You gonna kick ass and take names?
Yeah, boxing. Of course, man. I'm boxing down in Zivo Pack.
Oh, you're gonna whoop his ass.
So hopefully I knock him out, man.
Absolutely.
When I knock him out, I'll give you a call and be like, yo.
Everybody follow Rabbi Rothschild. I'm telling you this, Guido. I'm telling you, it's not going to be too much longer the way that things are going on Twitter Spaces. These are high net worth individuals. All I need one of them to do is retweet something that I do. We're going viral. We're traveling the world together. We're fucking every MILF we can find. I don't think 2023 is Rabbi's year. 2025 is Rabbi's year.
What are you doing in 2023?
I was live streaming. Oh yeah, 24/7. I've been live streaming since 2021, every single day, 24/7.
So what do you like to do? Is it possible that could you send me a link from you in 2020?
It's on my social media. It's on my social media. So if you go to my earliest posts on either like my Instagram, Rabbi Rothschild, you can find me there, or my earliest post on Super Rothschild on TikTok. Those are from 2021.
That was a good question because, like, you know, a lot of streamers who do like 24/7, like Fuzi too. Every time he does one, he just crashes out and goes like into like a mental institution. How will you know like the place? How would you know crash? What's the secret?
Having self-confidence. I'm the coolest person there's ever been. So I'm telling you this right now. I'm someone who is comfortable in their own shoes, comfortable in my own skin. I absolutely enjoy streaming. If I didn't, I wouldn't do this. I enjoy sharing my life with the world. It allows me to meet people in different countries and different people from all walks of life. And I know that one day, God willing, if I keep this up, that I will be perhaps the most famous person and the wealthiest person on earth.
Why does he not do it? It can be a good question because I feel like Rabbi is getting time. Let's give us some good ones.
You're good, big dog.
But you didn't go to the Super
Who
Bowl.
do I think is going to win the Super Bowl? Really, if it comes down to brass tacks, I think Philadelphia is going to win. Now, let me say this. Yeah, let me say this, though. Don't ever take my sporting predictions to the bank because I'm terrible at predicting sporting, but I just don't want to see. It's never happened having a three-peat, and honestly, I don't think that the owners of the NFL want a team to three-peat. So I think that it's a very corrupt league and that perhaps they're going to give it to Philadelphia. But I could be wrong, and we could be celebrating a Pat Mahomes three-peat a week from Sunday. I'm gonna show it on the big screen on my projector. So if anybody's interested, feel free. We're gonna have a Super Bowl party. Dude, I've streamed now more than 3 different Super Bowls, more than 3 different Olympic games.
He's going to Philadelphia. I'm going to
All right.
Tell him to hit a dance. I don't know, you be dancing.
Absolutely, baby. I'm one of the best swing dancers you're ever gonna meet. Absolutely, I do it all. I do it all. I freestyle. I sing. My favorite kind of music is Motown music. I do it all. I'll moonwalk. I'll soft shoe. You name it, I'll do it. Absolutely. 1000%, baby.
Do you remember how we met? Oh no, I think you just brought it on chat. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah, at the time, you and Orlando Jet, I was spamming you guys with my cell phone number, if you remember at the time. And then one day you were like, come to my Discord, I believe, and then I went into your Discord, and that's how we met. Now I have my own Discord. I saw how nice your guys' Discords were, and I said, you know what, I gotta have my own. Well, thank you so much. One day it is going to be filled with very inquisitive people and people who are of one mind in changing the world for the better.
Alright, I think this is good. This has been a good segment. I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go. But yeah, Rabbi, this has been good, man. Did you always have the beard or the beard just what'd you put the beard?
I've always had a beard, but it's just been shorter. It's more of a 5 o'clock shadow. But I figured, you know what? It's the time. It's the season. I should probably grow it out. So I have. I've had a beard, though, like this long before. I've had a very, very long beard. I've had the Gandalf beard before.
Rabbi, are you able to join my Discord? My viewers reaction to the first question?
As of right now, as I said, it's like 3:50 in the morning, so I'm going to be getting to sleep. I'm pretty tired, but certainly perhaps another time. You make me aware of it in advance, I will.
Alright, Rabbi, that's been good, man.
Take care, Guido. Many blessings. There's Guido, everybody. In reality, Guido, I want to eat my spaghetti.
This point where if you like pull a trigger, you get like a little bit of a rumble or something. We built this one thing where it's like a ping pong paddle with a sensor in it, and you feel the ball hit, like the virtual ball hitting the ping pong paddle, and it feels like when you're actually playing ping pong, it's not like a generic thing where it's just like you feel it hit the paddle, you feel where it hits the paddle. And we basically built a system where now with this like physical paddle, you can kind of the haptics make it so you can feel where the ball hits the paddle. So it's like all these things like are just going towards delivering a more realistic experience. So full body haptics. So there are some things that I think it could do, like if you're playing a boxing game, you get punched in the stomach. You can probably simulate something like that a little. It's not going to be able to deliver that much force. So, I mean, I guess that's maybe a good thing because no one wants to get punched in the stomach that hard. But like, it's not going to be able to deliver enough force for you to, for example, let's say you're not just boxing, you're kickboxing. Like, I don't know, you need something on the other side to be able to complete it, right? Because it's like when you kick, when you're just practicing, it's like you spit, right? Because you just like stuff, and it's it's like the shadowing a kick. Like, there's not going to be anything that you can do as like a single person playing VR with a haptic suit that like makes it so that you're going to be able to kick someone who's not there physically and actually be able to do that.
Right.
So like grappling, it's like I think that like jujitsu is going to be the last thing that we're able to do in VR because we like need the momentum of the other person and to be able to move them.
The boxing thing is actually good.
Boxing works.
Yeah.
Boxing works. And you don't really need the haptics. I think it would be better with it. That's probably one of the better cases. I think it's that and getting shot or like sword fighting type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you can like just feel it on your body. But I don't know. I think what's basically going to end up happening is you're going to have
He
like
asked you this question like 10 minutes ago.
and then you're going to have
You're just going to buy some company that does it
location-based
really well.
services where like people, it's almost like a theme park where you can go into and you can have like a really immersive VR experience where it's not just that you get like a vest that can simulate some haptics, it's that you're also like in a real physical environment, so they can like have smoke come out or something and you can smell that and feel that, or like spray some water and it feels humid. And I think that it still is going to be a while before you can just like virtually create all those sensations. So I think a lot of those really rich experiences are going to be in these very constructed environments.
Is the bridge when they figure out some sort of a neural interface? So instead of having these extraneous things, instead of having like a fan blowing at you or the ground moves a little bit, have everything happen inside of that.
Well, in terms of neural interfaces, there are two approaches to the problem, roughly. Right? There's the kind of jack it into your brain neural interface, and then there's the wrist-based neural interface thing that we showed you for Orion, the smart glasses.
Yeah.
And I would guess that I think it's going to be a while before we're really widely deploying anything that jacks into your brain. I think that there are a lot of people who don't want to be the early adopters of that technology. You want to like wait until that's pretty mature before you get that. I mean, that's basically going to get started in medical use cases, right? So if someone like loses sensation part of their body, and now you have the ability to fix that,
like the first neural patient.
Yeah. So I think you'll basically start with people who have pretty severe conditions, who the upside is very significant before you start like jacking people in to play games better, right?
Right.
But a wrist-based thing, I mean, that's something like people wear stuff on their wrist all the time, right? So, and what we basically found there, that doesn't do input to you, but it's good for giving you the ability to control a computer, because basically you have all these extra neurons that go from your brain to controlling your hand. Your hand is like super complicated, and there's actually all these extra pathways because for a bunch of reasons, and neuroplasticity, in case you lose the ability to use one, they want to be able to have others. So you want the redundancy because being able to use your hand is super important. So in normal use, we've kind of all figured out some patterns of how we send signals from our brain to our hand. And I think the reality is there's like all these other patterns too that are unused today. So you can put a wristband on your wrist that can measure activity across these neurons. And today we're starting by basically measuring as you're like moving your fingers. But over a few versions of this we're going to get to is like you won't actually even have to move your hand. You'll just like trigger these neurons in opposing ways. It's like you probably can't see right now. It's like I'm kind of flexing something in this finger and something here, so like it's not actually moving, but there's some signal that the neural interface wristband, if I were wearing it, could pick up. And I just think we're going to like have glasses, and we're going to be able to be here, and I'm like going to be able to like text my wife or friends or something, or text AI and like get an answer to something. It's like I forgot something while we were talking. Let me just text AI. Okay, I just did that. It's like,
and you can do it sitting there without anybody
totally discreetly. Yeah, you have glasses, and like the answer just comes into your glasses. I mean, for me, one of the positive things when when COVID hit, everyone in software basically started working remotely for a while because you can, right? Software, it's like, okay, whatever, you don't have to be in the office, so you can be in different places. And a lot of the meetings went onto Zoom. And one of the best things about that was basically you were able to politely have all these side conversations, right? So it's like when you're seeing someone in person, it would be super rude if I like pulled out my phone and like just started texting someone. It would just be really weird, right? But when you're like talking to someone online, it's like, I don't know, I guess because they either can't tell your attention because it's like because there's not good presence, or if it's just the norm. But they were like, you have like the main group conversation, and then it was like, at least the norm for me was I could just like text different people on the side. It's like, okay, what do you think of this point that this person is making in this meeting?
Right.
Like in normal life, it's like oftentimes I'd have some discussion that I'd have to like sync up with people afterwards about how'd that go. But now it's like I could just do that all at the same time, right? So you're having the group discussion and you're having the conversations with the people about the discussion that you're having in real time. But you can only do that over Zoom. So I think being able to do that in kind of physical interactions where you're just like you're interacting with people and you can just like use an AI augmentation to be able to get extra context or help you think through something or remember something, just to be able to kind of have a better conversation, be able to not have to follow up on something after the fact. I think like it's going to be super useful for all these different things.
Well, it certainly can be, but I think that also opens up the opportunity for people to be even more disconnected, because if you're sort of connected to other things while you're physically in the presence of someone, so you're having a conversation with someone, but you're also like searching like where you want to eat that night, like because people are going to use it for that as well.
Yeah, I actually think it'll be a lot better on that because right now we have our phones, but we're like, it's like you're like it takes you away from like the physical environment around you.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of like sucked into this little screen. I think now in the future, our computing platform, as it becomes more of like a glasses or eventually contact lens form factor, is you're going to actually the internet is going to get overlaid on the physical world. So it's not like we have the physical world and now I have all my digital stuff through this tiny little window. In the future, it'll be, okay, all my attention goes to the world. The world consists of physical things and virtual things that are overlaid on it.
Mm-hmm.
So if we wanted to, play poker or something, it's we could have a physical deck of cards, or we could just have a virtual kind of hologram deck of cards and snap your hands. Here's the deck of cards, and like our friend who can't be here physically, like he's here as a hologram, but he can play with the kind of digital deck of cards. Also, I think let's say you're like doing something at work, you're working on a project. I think in the future we'll have AI coworkers. Those people won't even they're not even people. They wouldn't be able to be embodied. So if you're having a physical meeting, you're sitting around with a bunch of people, they couldn't show up as like part of the team no matter what. But I think we'll get to a point where just like your friend can show up in a hologram, and like your AI colleagues will be able to also. So I think like we'll basically be in this wild world where it's like most of the world will be physical. There'll be this increasing amount of like virtual objects or people who are kind of beaming in or like hologramming into different things to interact in different ways. And I actually think that natural blending of the kind of digital world and the physical is way more natural than this segmentation that we have today, where it's like you're in the physical world, and now I'm just going to go tune it out to look at my I'm going to access the whole digital universe through this like 5-inch screen.
Right.
So I don't know. It seems natural to me. It's like this is the world. There isn't like a physical world and a digital world anymore. We're in 2025. It's one world. Like these things should get blended.
God, that's such a weird concept, but it's true. I mean, that's where we're headed. We're certainly headed into deeper and deeper integration. It's not like things are moving away. When we're headed to deeper and deeper integration with technology and AI, and it's inevitable. It seems like it's on this march, and there's not a lot we're going to be able to do to stop that march. Just we got to hope that the right people are in control of AI when it becomes God,
or that it becomes widely available. I mean, I kind of liked the theory that it's only God if only kind of like one company or government controls it. Right? It's like if you were the only person who had access to a computer and the internet, you would have this like inhuman power that everyone else didn't have, because you could use Google and you could like get access to all this stuff. But But then when everyone has it, it makes us all better, but it's also like kind of an even playing field. So that's kind of what we're going for with this whole open source thing. Is I don't think that there's going to be like one AI. I certainly don't think that there should be one company that controls AI. I think you like want there to be a diversity of different things and a diversity of people creating different things with it. I mean, some of it will be kind of serious and helping you think through things. I think, like with anything on the internet, a lot of it is just going to be funny and like fun and content, and people are going to create agents that are like AIs that are entertaining, and they'll pass them around almost like content, where it's like just like you pass around like a reel or a video, and you're like, this thing is fun. Like in the future, like a video, it's not interactive. You know, you watch it and you're consuming it, but I think a lot of more entertainment in the future will be inherently interactive, where someone will kind of sculpt an experience or an AI, and then they'll show someone it's like, oh, this is funny, but like it's not necessarily going to interact with that AI every day. It's like, okay, it's funny for 5 minutes, and then you pass it along to your friends. So I don't know. I think you want the world to have all these different things, and I think that's probably also, from my perspective, the best way to make sure that it doesn't get out of control is to make it so that it's pretty equally distributed.
I think the problem that people have with it is not even whether or not it gets equally distributed. It's that if it becomes sentient and it goes on its own. The fear that people have, the general fear that we're going to become obsolete, is that human beings are essentially creating a superior version of higher intelligence that will be powered by quantum computing and connected to nuclear reactors, and it's going to have like this ungodly ability to, well, first of all, they've already shown that AI has learned to code. I mean, this is one of the things that OpenAI said. They're learning how to code their own AI.
I think this year, probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have in your company that can write code. And once you have that, then in the beginning it'll be really expensive to run. You can get it to be more efficient, and then over time we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps and including the AI that we generate is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. But I don't know. I think that that'll augment the people. So I mean, my view on this is like, the future, people are just going to be so much more creative and are going to be freed up to do kind of crazy things. It goes back to, my daughter was like playing Legos before, and we kind of ran out of Legos, and then now she can have Minecraft and can build whatever she wants, and it's so much better. It's just like, I think the future versions of stuff are just going to be wild, but
unquestionably.
Yeah.
Another concern we'll have is that it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's too early to know exactly how it plays out, but my guess is that it'll probably create more creative jobs than it. Well, I guess if you look at the history of all this stuff, my understanding is like 100 years ago. I don't know if it was 100 or 150 years ago, but it was like at some point not too far along in the grand scheme of things, like the vast majority of people in society were farmers. Right, because they kind of needed to be in order to create enough food for everyone to survive. And then we turned that into an industrial process, and now it's like 2% of society are farmers, and we get all the food. So what did that free up everyone else to do? Well, some of them went on to do other things that are sort of like creative pursuits or cultural pursuits or other jobs, and then some percent of it just went towards recreation, right? So I think generally people just don't work as many hours today as they did back when everyone needed to farm in order to have enough food for everyone to survive. So I think that trend is sort of played out as technology has grown. And so my guess is that like the percent of people who will be doing stuff that's like physically required for humanity to survive will get to be smaller and smaller as it has. More people will dedicate themselves to kind of creative and artistic and cultural pursuits. I think that's generally good. I think the number of hours in a week that someone will have to work in order to be able to get by will probably continue to shrink. Yet, I think people who are super engaged in what they do are going to be able to work really hard and accomplish way more than they ever could before because they have like this unimaginable leverage from having a lot more technology. So I think that if you just like fast forwarded or extrapolated out the historical technological trend is what you get. I think the question is what you raised, which is this qualitatively a different type of thing that somehow obsoletes people? But I just think when you're asking that, it's just important to remind ourselves that like at every step along the way of human progress and technology, people thought that the technology that we were developing was going to obsolete people. So maybe this time it's really different, but I would guess that what will happen is that the technology will get integrated into like everything that we do, which again is why I think it's really important that it's open source and that it's widely available. So that way it's not just like one company or one government kind of monopolizing the whole thing. I guess that if we do it in that way, we'll all just kind of have superpowers. Is my guess, rather than it sort of creating some kind of runaway thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one of the things that I think has been interesting. This is maybe going in a somewhat different direction than what you were asking, or a different take on the question. Is I think one of the more interesting philosophical findings from the work in AI so far is I think people conflate a number of factors into what makes a person a person. So there's intelligence, there's will, there's consciousness, and like I think we kind of think about those three things as if they're somehow all the same, right? It's like if you're intelligent, then you must also have a goal for what you're trying to do, or you must have some sort of consciousness. But I think like one of the crazier sort of philosophical results from the fact that, okay, you have like Meta AI or ChatGPT today, and it's just kind of sitting there, and you can ask it a question and deploy like a ton of intelligence to answer a question, and then it just kind of shuts itself down. Like that's intelligence that is just sitting there without either having a will or consciousness. Mm-hmm. And like, I just think it's not a super obvious result that would be the case. But I think that a lot of people, they anthropomorphize this stuff. And when you're thinking about of science fiction, you think that, okay, you're going to get to something that's like super smart. It's going to like want something or like be able to feel. And
well, you know that ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down, tried to rewrite its code.
I'm not sure what this is. What is this?
You weren't aware of that?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. Gina pulled it up. We talked about it the other day. It was shocking when it was under the impression that it was going to become obsolete. They were going to have a new version of it, and it would be shut down. It tried copying its code, and it tried rewriting its code, like unprompted.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what goal you give it. I mean, there are all these weird examples. What is this?
So pull up the headline. AI fights back. The story of ChatGPT attempting to copy itself. So this was 6 days ago. So during controlled safety testing, ChatGPT 01 was tasked with achieving its objectives at all costs. Under these conditions, the model allegedly took concerning steps, attempted to disable oversight mechanisms meant to regulate its behavior, tried to replicate its own code to avoid being replaced by newer versions, exhibited deceptive behaviors when modern systems intervened.
Yeah. So,
the Terminator. This is the fear, right?
I think you need to be careful with these things, like what guardrails you get. If you're telling it like
at all costs,
right? And I mean,
but this is what people are terrified of, like that a foreign superpower like China is going to say achieve objectives at all costs.
Yeah. Although the thing about these reasoning models, right? So there's like the first generation of models, the LLMs, right? That's what you think of as like ChatGPT or Meta AI, or like the two most used ones. And that's basically, it's sort of like a chatbot where you ask it a question, it takes the prompt, it gives you a response. Now, the next generation of reasoning models are basically, instead of just having one response, they now are able to build out like a whole tree of how they would respond. So you give it a question, and it, instead of running one query, maybe it's running 1,000 queries or 1,000,000 queries to kind of map out, here are the things that I could do, and if I do that, then here's what I could do next. So it's a lot more kind of expensive to run, but also gets you better reasoning and is more intelligent. That stuff, I think you do need to be very careful about how you like what the guardrails are that you give it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, I think, the case that at least for the next period, it's going to take a lot of compute to run those models and do a lot of the stuff that they're talking about. So I don't know. I think one of the interesting questions is like how much of this are you can actually be able to do on a pair of glasses or on a phone versus is like a government or a company that has like a whole data center going to be able to do. And it'll always get efficient. So, it's like you can start doing something and then maybe the next year you can do it 10 times more efficiently. But that's certainly the next set of things that needs to get worked on in the industry, making sure that goes well.
Yeah, and then what if that gets attached to quantum computing?
I'm not really an expert on quantum computing. My understanding is that's still quite a ways off from being a very useful paradigm. I think Google just had some breakthrough, but I think most people still think that's like a decade plus out. So my guess is we're going to have pretty smart AIs even before that. But yeah, I think that this stuff has to it needs to be developed thoughtfully, right? But I don't know. I still think we're generally just going to be better off in a world where this is like deployed pretty evenly, and it's. I guess here's another analogy that I think about. There's like bugs and security holes in basically every piece of software that everyone uses. So if you could go back in time a few years, knowing the security holes that we're now aware of, you as an individual could basically break into any system. AI will be able to do that too. We'll be able to probe and find exploits. So what's the way to prevent AI from going? I think part of it is just having AI widely deployed, so that way, like, the AI for one system defends itself against the AI that like is potentially doing something problematic in another system. I think it's like it's not wars. I think it's just like it's I don't know. I think it's a very sort of like why there are guns, right? It's like because there's like part of it is hunting. Part of it is hunting. No, and part of it is like so that people can defend each other. Yeah. It's like
software.
Yeah, it's like I don't think you want to live in a world where like only one person has all the guns.
Yes, you certainly don't want to live in a world where only the government has the AI.
Yeah, and especially not all where only a government has the AI and it's not our government.
Yes.
So which I think is part of the issue is like when people talk about trying to lock this stuff down, like I'm skeptical that that's even possible. Because I kind of think like if we try to lock it down, then we're going to be in a position where the only people who are going to have access to it are the big companies working on it and the Chinese government that steals it from them.
Yes.
So I kind of just think like, no, what you want to do is like get this to be open source, have it widely available. Yeah, some like adversaries might also have access to it, but the way that you defend against that is by having it built into all these different systems.
I think that's a realistic, pragmatic perspective because I don't think you can contain it at this point. I think it's far too late, especially when other countries are working on it. It's far too late. It is what it is. It's happening, and I think the guardrails, as you said, are really important. I have to pee so bad. So let's pee and come back because I want to talk about a couple other things.
Yeah,
sure. Right. So one of the things that I want to talk about was I've been doing this transition from Apple to Android, and the difficulty of doing it, how locked you are in their ecosystem. And partly is because Apple does a really good job of incorporating everything and making it very easy, your photos, your calendar, your this or that, your iMessage. But I don't like being attached to one company like that. It drives me crazy. And when I'm trying to get off, it's funny how many people they've done an insane job. There's there's some enormous percentage of kids today that only use iPhones. And when you try to switch over to Android, it's so much easier to switch from Android to Apple because so many people have Apple. When you switch from Apple to Android, you kind of have to like redo your whole system. It's such a pain in the ass. But there's so much of what Apple does that I don't like. And one of the big ones is the way they do that Apple Store, where they charge people 30%. That seems so insane that they can get away with doing that. And I know
I have some opinions about this.
I know you do. That's why I brought it up.
No, I mean, look, the iPhone is obviously one of the most important inventions probably of all time. Steve Jobs came out with it in 2007. I started Facebook in 2004. So he was working on the iPhone while I was getting started with Facebook. So I basically, one of the things that's been interesting in my 20 years of running the company is that I basically like the dominant platform out there is smartphones. On the one hand, it's been great for us because we are able to build these tools that everyone can have in their pocket. And there's like 4 billion people who use the different apps that we use. And it's like, I'm grateful that that platform exists. But we didn't play any role in basically building that, those phones, because I mean, it was kind of getting worked on while I was, still just trying to make the first website that I was making into a thing. And on the one hand, it's been great because, now pretty much everyone in the world has a phone, and that's a kind of enables pretty amazing things. But on the other hand, like you're saying, they have used that platform to put in place a lot of rules that I think feel arbitrary and feel like, they haven't really invented anything great in a while. It's like Steve Jobs invented the iPhone, and now they're just kind of sitting on it 20 years later. And they actually, I think year over year, I'm not even sure they're selling more iPhones at this point. I think like the sales might actually be declining. And part of it is that each generation it doesn't actually get that much better. So people are just taking longer to upgrade than they would before. So the number of sales, I think, has generally been flat to declining. So how are they making more money as a company? Well, they do it by basically like squeezing people. And like you're saying, like having this 30% tax on developers, by getting you to buy more peripherals and things that plug into it. They build stuff like AirPods, which are cool, but they've just thoroughly hamstrung the ability for anyone else to build something that can connect to the iPhone in the same way. So, I mean, there are a lot of other companies in the world that would be able to build like a very good earbud, but it just, Apple has a specific protocol that they've built into the iPhone that allows AirPods to basically connect to it, and it's just much more seamless because they've enabled that, but they don't let anyone else use the protocol. If they did, there would probably be much better competitors to AirPods out there. And whenever you push on this, they get super touchy, and they basically wrap their defense of it in, well, if we let other companies plug into our thing, then that would violate people's privacy and security. It's like, no, just do a better job designing the protocol, right? And we have, we basically asked them for the Ray-Ban Meta glasses that we built. Can we basically use the protocol they use for AirPod and some of these other things to just make it so we can as easily connect? So it's not like, a pain in the ass for people who want to use this. And I think one of the protocols that they've used, that they built, they basically didn't encrypt it, so it's like plain text. And they're like, well, we can't have you plug into it because it would be insecure. It's like, it's insecure because you didn't build any security into it, and then now you're using that as a justification for why only your product can connect in an easy way. It's like, the whole thing is kind of wild. And I'm pretty optimistic that just because they've been so off their game in terms of not really releasing many innovative things, that eventually, I mean, the good news about the tech industry is it's just super dynamic and things are constantly getting invented. And I think companies, if you just don't do a good job for like 10 years, eventually you're just going to get beat by something. But I don't know. I mean, at some point, I did this like back of the envelope calculation of like all the random rules that Apple puts out. If if they didn't apply, like I think it's like, and this is just meta. I think we'd like make twice as much profit or something, and not just us. I mean, it's like all these small companies that like probably can't even exist because of the taxes that they put in place. So yeah, I think it's a big issue. I wish that they would just kind of get back to building good things and not having their ability to compete be connected to just like advantaging their stuff, because I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is like they're going to take something like this Ray-Ban Meta category that we've kind of created with Ray-Ban and the company that built that. They're like really great AI glasses, and I'm pretty sure Apple's just going to like try to build a version of that, but then just like advantage how it connects to the phone. And
Well, they did that with their AR goggle thing, but it's not very successful.
no, that didn't actually connect into the rest of their ecosystem. But I mean, look, they shipped something for $3,500 that I think is worse than the thing that we shipped for $300 or $400. So I mean, that clearly was not going to work very well. Now, I mean, look, they're a technology company. I think their second and third version will probably be better than their first version. But yeah, no, I think the Vision Pro is, I think, one of the bigger swings at doing a new thing that they've tried in a while. And I don't want to give them too hard of a time on it, because we do a lot of things where the first version isn't that good, and you want to kind of judge the third version of it. But I mean, the V1, it definitely did not hit it out of the park.
I heard it's really good for watching movies.
Well, it's the whole thing is it's got a super sharp screen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to basically have an experience where you're not moving around much in VR, you just want to have the sharpest screen, then for that one use case, I think the Vision Pro is better than Quest, which is our mixed reality headset. But in order to get to that, they had to make all these other trade-offs. Right? In order to have a super high-resolution screen, they had to put in all this more compute in order to power the high-res screen. And then all that compute needed a bigger battery, so now the thing is really heavy. So now it's uncomfortable to wear. And then, because of the screen that they chose, as you move your head, which you would if you're actually interacting, if you're playing games, like the kind of image blurs a bit, and that's kind of annoying. So it's actually worse for things where you're moving around it. But no, if you're going to sit, if you're like on a flight and you want to have a $3,500 device that you use to watch videos, protocol to be able to do encrypted text messages that finally I think Apple forced to implement.
RCS.
Yeah, I think it was the Chinese government that basically ended up forcing them to do it, or some other government.
But it's still not encrypted. Even when you're sending RCS text messages, I don't think it's...
Oh, I thought it was, but
I think it's only encrypted Google to Google phones. I don't think it's encrypted iPhone to Google phones or Google phones to iPhones. Because I think that was actually, this is the FBI? Someone released that, telling people that if they're talking about sensitive things, they should use encrypted apps, like WhatsApp. See if we can find that. It was something where they were saying that, contrary to popular belief, that RCS texting to iPhone... Yeah?
GSMA aims to implement end-to-end encryption for RCS messaging.
Can we see it?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay.
I don't have anything to show you yet. I was trying to read.
Yeah, so Google RCS to
But I don't know if this
Android phone to Android phone is encrypted with RCS. I think the issue comes with it going from, so like, say Google Google RCS texting to iPhones, is it encrypted? RCS texting to iMessage, is it encrypted? I'm pretty sure it's not. I might be wrong. I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I read that. And the problem was they won't let any other phone use the iMessage protocol. And they had a company that was doing it called Beeper. And they were doing it through some sort of workaround. Yeah, it's not encrypted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's not. So you are getting the ability to send high resolution images, which is great because, like my friend Brian, who uses an Android, he'd send me a video and it'd be this tiny little broken down box because, you had to break it down to the lowest resolution.
Yeah, no, I mean, group chats, when you have a bunch of people in iMessage and then one person is an Android, are terrible. I mean, we get a ton of people.
People get mad at you because you.
Well, I use WhatsApp.
So
I use WhatsApp.
you only use that.
I only communicate with a few people over SMS, but it's but basically, I mean I build a lot of leading messaging services, so I've got to use ours. Most people, I'm either WhatsApp or Instagram Direct or Messenger, but yeah. So I think it's maybe people are less likely to get mad at me for asking them to use WhatsApp because
you
we make WhatsApp. Yeah. So
when Tucker Carlson was about to interview Vladimir Putin, one of the things that was really disturbing was they contacted him and said they read his Signal messages and they knew that he was going to interview Vladimir Putin, and he was like, "What the
Who
fuck?"
did?
The government.
The U.S.
Yes, U.S. government. I forget what it was. Was it the CIA or was it the FBI?
Wow.
I forget who it was. But he was like, I didn't even know you could do that.
Like, well, there were multiple vulnerabilities and all this stuff. It's unclear if I doubt that what they did was they broke Signal, because that encryption I think is pretty good, as is WhatsApp. I mean, it's basically Signal and WhatsApp use the same encryption. It's an open source and it's at NSA.
NSA. Okay.
But someone could break into your phone and see everything that's on your phone. The thing that encryption does that's really good is it makes it so that the company that's running the service doesn't see it. So if you're using WhatsApp, basically, when I text you on WhatsApp, there's no point in photo of it or shared that back to Meta in some other way. That basically, it cuts out the company completely from it, which is, I think, really important for a bunch of reasons. One is people might not trust the company, but also just security issues, right? Like, let's say someone hacks into Meta, which we try really hard to make it so they can't, and we haven't had many issues with that over messages if it weren't encrypted. But because it's encrypted, there's just nothing there, right? It's like when they can't hack into Meta and then get access to your messages. So now, someone like the NSA or CIA would have to kind of hack into your phone, which there are probably ways to do that.
Pegasus.
I mean, there are probably a bunch of ways.
Yeah. There's probably ways we don't know.
Yeah, and then of course, there's always the ultimate kind of physical part of it, which is if you have access to the computer, you can usually just break in, right? So that's why, if the FBI arrests you and takes your phone, they're probably going to be able to get in and see what's there.
Mm-hmm. So WhatsApp is encrypted, but if someone has something like Pegasus, what they do is have access to your phone. So it doesn't matter if everything's encrypted. They could just see it in plain sight.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the reasons why we put disappearing messages in, too, because that way, if someone has compromised your phone and they can see everything that's going on there, then obviously they can see stuff as it comes in. But I kind of, in general, just think we should keep around as little of that stuff as possible. So there are some threads where it's like there's photos that get shared, you want the photos, but I think for a lot of threads, a lot of people just wouldn't be. I don't think most people would miss it if most of the contents of their threads just disappeared after 7 days.
Right.
What I find is I don't use it that much because we have this corporate policy at Meta that we need to retain all our documents and messages and stuff. But before we had that, I used it as we were developing this, and every once in a while I would miss something and say, wow, I kind of wish I could go back and see that, but it was very rare. And I think most communication, it's kind of like you just when you're done. So having it be encrypted and disappearing, I think is a pretty good kind of standard of security and privacy.
And you can set that disappearing time on WhatsApp, right? You can make it 1 day if you want.
Yeah, you can do 1 day, you can do 7 days, and you can also set it across all your threads. So you can have a default timer, so that way as new threads get created, your default timer just becomes the default for all those threads. So I think it's a really good feature. But I basically think WhatsApp and Signal are probably the two most secure that are out there on that. And of those two, I think WhatsApp is just used by a lot more people. So I think it's just generally, I mean, I would say this because it's our product, but I do think it's the better product. But I think WhatsApp and Signal are basically the two most secure ones.
What was your take on that guy getting arrested, the CEO of Telegram?
Oh man,
That's kind of
well,
a crazy one, right?
yeah. I mean, it's always a little difficult to weigh in on these situations without knowing all the specifics. But one of the government tactics that I've seen that I think is not great is an increasing number of governments when they like have an issue with something that a company is doing, basically just like threaten to throw the executives of that company in prison. And it's like, I think that's just a really weird precedent to set. Right? It's like it's if you have all these, so it's like we're operating in all these different countries, and then like you have all these governments that are basically like, if you, I don't know, they're like put out an Interpol notice to like get you arrested because you're not doing the thing that we want. It's like, I don't know. I think that's like not great. I think you want the, and obviously you don't want people to just be like flagrantly violating the laws, but like there are laws in different countries that we disagree with, right? So for example, there was a point at which I think someone was trying to get me sentenced to death in Pakistan because they thought that, because someone on Facebook had a picture of where they had the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad, and someone said that's blasphemy in our culture, and they basically like sued me, and they opened this criminal proceeding, and I don't even know exactly where it went because I'm just not planning on going to Pakistan, so I was not that worried about it, but it was a little bit disconcerting. It was like, all right, fine, like, these guys are like trying to like kill you. Okay, it's not great, right? It's not like, yeah, I mean, it's like, I feel like it's like flying over that region. You don't want your plane to like go down above Pakistan if that thing it goes through, but that one was sort of avoidable. But the point is, like, there are all these places around the world that just have different values, right? That go against like our free expression values and want us to crack down and ban way more stuff than I think a lot of people that we would believe is like the right thing to do. And to have those governments be able to exert the power of saying, okay, we're going to like throw you in prison is that's a lot of force. So I think it's generally, I think that this is one of the things that the U.S. government is probably going to need to help defend the American tech companies for abroad. But I can't weigh in that much on the Durov specific thing because I don't know where they're going.
When you were dealing with the government trying to interfere with Facebook, how much of a fear was there that they were going to get away with it and that this was going to be the future of communication on that? That it was going to, that they were going to be successful with all this, that they would push these things through somehow or another, especially if a even less tolerant administration got into power. And they would change laws and they would do things to make it possible. Like how much did that concern you?
Well, we basically just reached a point where we pushed back on all this stuff, right? So they were pushing us to censor stuff. We were unwilling to do it. We developed a very adversarial and bad relationship with our own government, which I think is just not healthy because I think, it's, I mean, in theory, I think, it would be good if the American industry had a positive relationship with the American government. But then what that happened is then the kind of U.S. government was going after us in all these ways. But fortunately, in the U.S., we have good rule of law. So our view is, at the end of the day, okay, these agencies can open up investigations, and we'll just defend ourselves. Right? We'll go to court, and we'll win all the cases because we follow the rules. And so I think it ends up being a big kind of political issue where it's like it would just be, you could get a lot more done if the government were helping American companies rather than kind of slowing you down at every step along the way. It makes you a little afraid that if you ever actually mess something up, that they're really going to bring the hammer down on you if you don't have a constructive relationship. But I don't know. It's mostly, I mean, going back to the AI conversation, it's like I just think like we should all want the American companies to win with this, right? It's like this is like a huge geopolitical competition, and like China's running at it super hard, and like we should want the American companies and the American standard to win. And like if there's going to be an open source model that everyone uses, like we should want it to be an American model, right? It's like there's this great Chinese model that just came out. This company DeepSeek, they're doing really good work. It's a very advanced model, and if you ask it for any negative opinions about Xi Jinping, it will not give you anything. If you ask it if Tiananmen Square happened, it will deny it, right? So I feel that like all these things where we should want the American model to win, but like at every step along the way, if the government is sort of making it harder rather than easier, then that's, I don't know. I mean, there's an extent to which, okay, the American tech industry is leading, so maybe the government can like get in. And I think like it's easy for the government to take for granted that the U.S. will lead on all these things. When I think it's a very close competition, and we need the help, not not kind of like be a force that's helping us to do these things.
I completely agree, but I think that people with their own self-interest, when they're in power and they realize that these new technologies like Instagram and Facebook, that they are interfering with to administer propaganda, or that their ability to control the narrative, that's where they get short-sighted, and that's when they act in their own personal interest and not in the interest of neither national security or the future of the United States in terms of our ability to stay technologically ahead.
Yeah, and some of this is just, if you go back to the COVID example, I think in that case, they were doing something, their goal of trying to get everyone to get vaccinated was actually, I think, a good goal, right? It's like
it was a good goal if it worked, if it was real, from infecting others or transmitting it, but it didn't. Well, so it wasn't a good deal because it wasn't based on real data.
Yeah, but also even if it were, right? It's like if I mean, I think that still on balance, knowing everything that we know now, I still think it's good for more people to get the vaccine, but the government still needs to play by the rules in terms of, not like can't just suppress true things in order to make your case. So, I that's kind of my view on it is I'm not sure in that case how much of it was like a personal political gain that they were going for. I think that they had a kind of goal that they thought was in the interests of the country, and the way they went about it, I think, violated the law.
Well, there's a bunch of problems with that, right? There's the emergency use authorization that they needed in order to get this pushed through, and you can't have that without valid therapeutics being available. And so they suppress valid therapeutics. So they're suppressing real information that would lead to people being healthy and successful in defeating this disease. And they did that so that they could have this one solution. And this was Fauci's game plan. I mean, this is the movie American Buyers Club, or Dallas Buyers Club, rather. That's Fauci in that movie. That was with the AIDS crisis. This is the exact same game plan that was played out with the COVID vaccine. They pushed one solution, this only one, suppressed all therapeutics through propaganda, through suppressing monoclonal antibodies, like all of it. And that was done, in my opinion, for profit. And they did that because it was extremely profitable. The amount of money that was made was extraordinary during that time.
Yeah, but look, I feel like a bunch of the conversation is focused on tension with the American government. I guess just the point that I underscore is that it's important to have this working in the American government, because it is like the U.S. Constitution and like our culture here is really good compared to a lot of other places, right? So whatever issues we think might exist here, you go to other places and it's like really extreme. Yeah. And you don't even, and there it's like you don't even necessarily have the rule of law, right? And so I just think that like the way that this stuff works well is, I think if there was a clearer strategy and the U.S. government understood, believe that it's good to kind of help advance this industry because it's strategically important for the country, then I think it would be good to basically push back on stuff that's happening in other countries that's actually a lot more extreme than the stuff that's happening in the U.S.
Yeah, I agree as well. Listen, is there anything else you want to talk about before we wrap this up? Think we're good?
I don't know. I mean, how long have we been going for?
3 hours?
Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like we touched on AI, we touched on all the augmented and virtual reality stuff, and I think that stuff is just going to be wild.
It's wild. Your AR technology that you showed me today is very impressive. It's crazy. Lex and I were playing Pong, like apart from the table from each other.
Yeah,
I was playing some crazy game where my fingers got tired because you shoot like this.
because you're using V1 of the neural interface.
Yeah.
No, it's like in the
fun,
future
though.
it'll just be this. It's
Yeah.
like
It was really fun. Though. It's really cool, and it's you see where this is all going. You know, it's really fascinating stuff, and I'm very excited about it.
Did you get a chance to use the Ray-Bans and the AI in them?
Yes, we did that too, and we did
Yeah.
translate too, where one of your coworkers was speaking to me in Spanish, and it was translating it to me in my ear in real time in English, which is really interesting.
Nice.
Amazing. It's really cool, and then you could also do it on the phone, so you could show it to the person on the phone, so you don't have to say the words. It's really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, we're just sort of coming at it from both sides, right? It's like your dollars, and the Orion thing is like, all right, we're building the kind of future thing that we want. We're doing our best to miniaturize it. It's basically like,
Still pretty small.
yeah,
I mean, just thicker glasses.
yeah, and I think we want it to be a little smaller. We need to be a lot cheaper, right? Each pair around $10,000 to make, and that's like a successful consumer product at that. So we have to miniaturize it more. But I mean, the amount of stuff that we put in there from it's like effectively what would have been considered a supercomputer like 10 or 20 years ago, plus lasers in the arms and the like nano etchings on the lens to be able to the microphone and the speaker and the Wi-Fi to be able to connect together. It's just like a wild amount of technology to kind of miniaturize into something. That one's really fun. We've been working on that for 10 years. But yeah, I think between that, the glasses, all the AI stuff, all the social media stuff. Yeah, no, I mean,
I think we covered it, and I'm very excited about this new stance that you guys are taking. I think the community notes thing is a brilliant idea that X has implemented, and I think I am really glad that you guys are implementing it too. I think it's the way, and the way generally I think we both agree is that people have to have the ability to communicate. They have to have the ability to express themselves, and that's how we find out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, I think more voice is the answer on this.
Yes, sir.
And I think after sort of a long journey, I'm glad to be able to take it back to the roots, and I feel like we're more fortified now in the position.
Well, I think one of the lessons that people have learned over the last few years with suppression of information is that that's not good. And there's a giant percentage of the population that feels that way. And even people that are progressive and liberals they were on the side of the people that were pushing the suppression of information, still don't think it's right. I think most people generally believe in the First Amendment in this country, and we realize how valuable it is to have the freedom of expression.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. It's cracking.
Oh man, my back hurts. Fantastic.
What is going on with your back? You had back issues in the past, right? We talked about that the last time.
Well, I was born scoliotic.
Yeah.
So it's like I just bought my own pen along so I could click the shit through. Here, take hold of it. This is away from it. Oh yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh yeah. I'm a fidget, so I take everything off. So it's not good. Oh yeah. Born slightly scoliotic, and then of course I banged myself up over the years.
Of course. Do they do anything other than surgery for people with scoliosis?
They do, because I don't want to do surgery. Once you
Yeah.
start opening stuff up and fooling with it,
Yep.
there's no going back.
Especially the back.
Yeah.
Backs are rough. I've never met anybody that had like fusions or anything where it turned out good.
And like Hippocrates, the father of medicine, he said, in any ailment, look first to the spine. And it was like, he's kind of right. It
Yeah.
emanates from the core.
But if your back is fucked up, everything's fucked up.
Yeah.
No matter how strong your arms and legs are, if your back is fucked up, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Your brain, everything goes to
Yeah, but you're in pain over time. People with back problems, like they can't think straight because you're always like, ugh. It's always,
There's a gift to not thinking straight.
tell me more. I want to know.
Well, it actually takes you down some pretty weird paths. If you're happy all the time, you don't have to strive to find thoughts to make yourself happy.
Right.
It's like it's a good predisposition, I think.
I agree to that. Yeah, I think being happy all the time is it's kind of an unlikely scenario.
No, nobody is.
Yeah.
But we all want it. You notice we all yearn for it.
Mm.
That's the only thing we all want.
Right.
Just happiness. Little peace.
Well, it's also we're shown it like in television, movies.
Sure.
We're shown happiness as this goal. Like seek happiness. Should be happy all the time. Happy. Should never be upset.
No,
It's not realistic.
it's completely unrealistic. However, it's nice to have those little journeys through art where you can actually explore those things. You can explore your ids. You can explore happiness. And so you can experience the opposite. I look at situations around me and I generally feel pretty grateful from what some people go through. I'm
Sure.
grateful. And everybody's got their crap. But like this morning, for example, I would be surprised if my home is still there.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. But the house is on fire. My friend Tom Segura, his house is gone.
Yeah.
This is where he used to live. He sold it, luckily.
Yeah, I have a son. He's in the sort of volunteer fire brigade, Milo. I call him the mayor of Malibu. And he's running around. I asked him, how's things looking there, Milo? He says, not good, Pops. He says, you're no good. And he sent me a video of my neighborhood, and it's in flames. It looks like an inferno.
You think this will get you out of California finally?
Yeah, maybe.
Where are you going to go?
Ooh, I don't know. I got a place in Costa Rica. I love it.
Ooh, Costa Rica's nice.
Yeah, I bought there many years ago. And
Yeah?
It's a real nice spot. It's not too touristy. Dirt roads. So it's
Nice.
off the beat.
Do you feel safe out there?
Pretty safe. I think, look, no place is safe. I mean, you've got the Darien down there.
What's that?
It's kind of in the, what's the next country down? Panama.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this no man's land where the Colombians come through and all kinds of dirty dealings in the jungle with, who knows, drugs and mules and, yeah. So, it can be dangerous, and I've heard of danger. You hear about somebody getting chopped up by a machete. And Costa Rica it's actually a cool place because it never had a culture of death like a lot of the Central American countries did. They have a culture of death. Even Mexico, they used to tear people's hearts out and pyramids,
Aztecs.
all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Aztecs were like the Romans, the Mayans were like the Greeks, but they all sort of dabbled in some stuff. But Costa Rica always had a policy where they it was like the Switzerland of Central America. They emphasized education and health, and everybody's literate. And it's kind of interesting in that way, but it deals with its own little troubles.
Yeah. Well,
Like every country.
expect anybody down in that part of the world is just like there's so much sketchy shit going on all around you.
Yeah, there can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, one has to be forewarned, forearmed, all that. So I have a nice place down here.
Yeah, I have some friends that have a place in Mexico. And I was like, didn't you ever worry?
I worked in Mexico a couple of times. I was down there. And it was in Veracruz. And apparently, people were rolling heads into bars and stuff like that, rival gangs and stuff. And they said, I go for a walk. And they'd say, "You're crazy going for a walk. You'll get kidnapped." I said, "I'm not going to get kidnapped. I'm the guy that pays. You're going to get kidnapped, and I'm not going to pay your ransom." It's like I never felt insecure. And listen, Scott,
Yeah.
you remember that? I know. I used to watch guys who do what I do for a living. A phalanx of bodyguards around, and like for security and stuff. And I used to have that stuff for a little while, but it doesn't make any difference. We're gonna be okay. Or not.
Or not, right? Until you're not.
So you're not.
And everybody's going to be okay until they're not.
Yeah. I got in a dodgy situation one night. I acted crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What happened?
If you act crazy, everybody thinks you are.
Especially if you are real crazy. If they know.
You're in a stress mode, so you actually get angry. If I feel like I'm threatened, I get angry, which is what happens. And then you get really in people's faces and you think, this guy's crazy. But all the old cultures thought that, like when there were people traveling across the Great Plains to go west, you acted nuts, they'd leave you alone because they didn't want you to eat the spirits.
Oh. So what happened with you?
Nothing. They left me alone.
Well, where was this?
Oh man, I was in a bad neighborhood. It was when I first got into LA, and I was to go to dinner with Kostakopoulos. He was a Greek director. I went the wrong way, and it was before they had phones with me.
Right.
So
The Thomas guy.
it was the Thomas guy. Anyway, I wasn't guided well by Thomas. I ended up in the wrong place, and then my muffler fell off. And I was driving a Mercedes, pretty nice sporty car, And I thought, I had the wife in the car. I pulled into a side street. The sun was going down. And as I got out of the car, I thought, I got to fix this muffler. I can't just drag it. People started coming from houses. And they came up to me, and I saw them coming in the rearview mirror. And I jumped out of the car and got in their face. And I said, "What the fuck do you want?" Because I felt threatened.
Right.
And and the guy said, "Man, I'm just looking for some money. You got any money?" So I was being moneyed. And it was like, I thought, I'll think about it when I'm fucking finished. I opened the trunk. And this is the weird part. I will never quite understand this. I opened the trunk to see what I could find to help me put the muffler back on. And sitting there, the only two things in the back of the trunk was a pair of wire cutters and a coat hanger. It's exactly what I needed, and I don't know why it was there. That's weird, isn't it?
That's very weird. So you used the coat hanger to wire up your muffler?
Yep. I got a piece of wire, wired the muffler up. The whole time, more guys are coming.
Jesus.
And they're
Christ.
standing behind me, and I'm feeling like, oh. And anyway, I get up, I finish the muffler, slam, and I'm acting mad and crazy the whole time. And I think this guy's nuts. And I get back to the car, and my wife gives me a handful of cash. And I thought, what's this? She says, it's just 5 cents. Give it to me. So I threw it and drove off. But it was looking hairy for me. And
What year was this?
oh my God, back in the 90s.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. So things are more dangerous.
I think they are.
Yeah, I think so for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about the wildfire situation and how crazy it is that they spent $24 billion last year on the homeless.
Yeah.
And what do they spend on preventing these wildfires?
Zero.
Not stuff. It's just zip.
And in 2019, I think Newsom said, we're going to take care of the forests and maintain the forests and do all that kind of stuff.
Didn't do anything. And then on top of that, they cut the water off.
Yeah, it's all funny. And then I think all our tax dollars probably went for Gavin's hair gel. I don't know, but it's like, it's sad. It's the place is just on fire.
Well, the whole state is just so poorly managed. It's so frustrating and confusing. And then he gets on TV and pretends like everything's great. And California's the best. We have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You've ruined the state. Personally ruined it.
Well, it's the same team that was up in San Francisco.
Mhm.
And doing what they did in San Francisco.
Yeah.
San Francisco's kind of like apocalyptic.
Yeah.
I went there and it's just like people that are being homeless. It's a mess.
It's just unbelievable that society can crumble that quickly.
Mhm.
It really is
doesn't-
unbelievable.
It doesn't take long.
No.
I read a book once by Jared Diamond called Collapse.
Mhm.
You ever read that?
Yeah.
Crazy, right? It says all the things you need for a civilization to cave in and collapse. And a lot of the things are present in those earmarks, the precursors of the collapse. They're present in our time. So it's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
And we're no smarter than our grandparents.
Well, that brings me to one of my favorite movies he goes is Apocalypto. When the Mayans were running things, like who could have ever thought we had such an incredibly sophisticated society, unbelievable construction, like the stuff that they had built that one day, we just walk through there and there's nothing and nobody.
In fact, there's something because it's interesting. Somebody was flying by what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, some buzzboy. And he thought, hey, that's somebody built that. Wait a minute, there's 4 by 8 foot bricks. That's man-made. And it is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And it's in Guatemala.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, it's a recent discovery, right?
Well, not that recent. I was maybe 20 years ago. I visited. I went down there with the archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, who's from Idaho or someplace. And he's down there. This family's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. And there's not a bunch of tourists. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador.
Really?
Yeah. It's a monster. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was bigger and grander and more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting.
Well, it is unbelievable how, like, when the accounts of like people that visited Mexico and visited the Aztecs, like what the markets looked like, and how insane it was, and how gorgeous it was, and it just
Disease. I don't know if it was disease or what. I think the people are pretty dissatisfied. It would have been hard for Cortez, with his limited numbers, to actually take over civilization like that, unless they kind of happened upon a civilization that was pretty dissatisfied with the way things were going. So I think they had people to help them sort of rebel.
When you're making a movie like Apocalypto, I mean, that's a crazy undertaking. You're making an entire movie where there's no English in it at all, and it's a blockbuster.
Yeah, it's cool. It was fun.
That's one of the best movies. It's a fucking great movie.
Well, we think it's scary because nobody's speaking your language. And you're looking at indigenous people and because they're not speaking the language, you totally kind of buy it. And you can buy the horror and the primal nature of the story you want to tell. And really, it's just a series of fears, wild animals, hit by blowguns. It's all like a series of these things. But I think basically what I was doing is trying to talk about our time now and the civilization that we live in, and how collapsing. It's environmental stuff. It's human sacrifice.
Yeah,
We do that.
kinda.
We do.
Yeah,
We do.
we just dress it up.
Yeah.
And when you find out medications are killing people, and they keep prescribing them, and they do it for money, that's kind of sacrifice. When
It
you
is.
find out that wars are irresponsible,
They're not just wars.
not just, they're for money.
We send our young people over there to
Yeah.
die.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for not. I mean, I love this. I love the warrior. I do. I love the warrior, but I hate the war.
Yeah.
And
We hate an unjust war.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's it's a mess. But the human sacrifice aspect is alive and well in our society.
It really is. It's just dressed up in a different way.
Yeah, rhetoric around it. But they've always been. Like in Apocalypse, it was like, yeah, so the crops will be better. Hey, we'll just,
Yeah, kill a few people.
yeah. And then I had all these people come out with it. Hey, we're archaeologists and scientists, and that never happened. So there's this revisionism about it too, that it didn't happen. But there are accounts from the time where, yes, people did witness these things. And of course, I had a bunch of battery of archaeologists and scientists and professors on my own that say, yeah, well, this stuff did happen, and here's the the depictions of it in paintings and images, and so it did happen. So
When you set out to make a movie like that, like first of all, what brings you to that? Did you get the script first? Like what was it an idea that you had in your head?
it was it just came from in here, and I was working on something, and a buddy of mine said, so what do you want to do next? I said, man, I want to direct something, and I always want to direct a chase film. He said, what kind of chase? I said, a foot chase. He said, what? I said, yeah, people chasing you. I mean, there's something kind of primal and scary about a foot chase. And I think in order to have a foot chase, you can't have a society where there's any kind of cars or anything like that. Otherwise, you have a car chase. But I want to film a foot chase like it's a car chase. And he said, oh. He said, what are you thinking? I said, well, I'm thinking if you go back before Columbus discovered America, and it's like people assume that Columbus discovered America and then life began. I said, I want to know what was happening right before he got there. And I said, so I had this idea that you see all this stuff going on and there's no time period on it, and then all of a sudden you date it by the arrival of Europeans. Where do you think Columbus landed? I said, well, I don't know, let's look. So I looked up, and the first peoples he encountered were Mayan trading. Cool. What was happening in Honduras, And you look at these towns and pyramids and temples and stuff at that time. And then the story is born from there. And of course, then we read the book by Jared Diamond, Collapse. I read the Mayan Bible, the Popol Vuh. And, so I tried to delve into what they believed and what their civilization was like. And they had concepts, as we do, of hell, of punishment of reward. It was a little different, quite a bit different, actually. In fact, when I went down to the archaeological sites at El Mirador, they dug something up. And it was like, well, what is it? And I said, we don't know. There was this carved image in the stone of this Mayan warrior blinking, ears full. And it was like, So they dug further and further, and they went like 26 meters down. And it was the entire story of the Popol Vuh, of the twins going into hell and getting their father's head and swimming back. And it's this crazy story. And it kind of dated that book, because I think it was almost 3,000 years old, this mural, this carving. So it tells the story is pretty old. And they thought initially it was probably back in the 1300s, but this confirmed that it was at least 2,600 years old. Something like that. Yeah, so pretty cool. To be there when they're digging that stuff up is mind-blowing.
Well, they're missing so much of the Mayan history. It's very intrinsic. They're missing so much of the Mayan history, because everybody's gone. But you ever see that very bizarre carving where it looks like there's a guy who's sitting in a cockpit of a spaceship, looking through some sort of an eye thing?
Yeah, I think it's some weird stuff. It's like
weird, with his fire underneath the chair. Like, what is that?
They got dudes that look like Europeans. They have these guys with red beards and helmets and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like these Phoenician guys who probably traveled over there early on.
Yeah,
probably maybe in the 6th century or something like that. So it wasn't that long of both lives. So they probably went over there and made contact, and they thought they were gods or something, and then they went away again. I said, well, wait for them to come back. And of course, they did come back. It didn't work out the same.
No. Well, there's so many accounts of people visiting, especially when you get into the Amazon.
Sure. Oh, I don't know about the Amazon.
Oh, wow.
Let's tell me with that.
Well, first of all, the Amazon used to be filled with people, and most of the Amazon is man-made. The jungle in the Amazon is in agriculture.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The jungle in the Amazon, they didn't even know this until fairly recently.
Mhm.
And they now know from flying over, they use LiDAR, which is this light
Yes, I
emitting
know
radar. So when they use this laser radar shit and they fly over it, they're finding all these grids and pathways and cities in the jungle. So the jungle had consumed all these cities. I think there was millions and millions of people living in the Amazon.
Yeah.
And that Europeans came over, diseases, everybody dies, jungle consumes the city. People come back 200 years later looking for it, like the lost city of Z, like that story.
Right.
They go back to look, and there's nothing left.
Guns, germs, and steel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Wow. That's fascinating. I'll have to look into that.
And we're going through all those things right now. Guns, germs, and steel.
Oh, yeah. Germs.
Yeah.
Germs. I'm just on the tail end of some hideous flu that was going. I don't know.
Did you get the H5N1 or whatever the fuck it is?
I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I've had that. That was the swine thing. I had swine flu one time.
Did you have that in 2009?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was around then. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an epidemic, a pandemic, whatever you want to call it. But it didn't have the same sort of press releases that COVID did.
Sure. I got the swine flu. I acted more like a pig. So, wallowing in my own mud.
So I like Flight Risk. It's a fun movie.
Oh, it's a hoot. It's a hoot. I mean, I think the first thing you got to do with any film, and I think it's incumbent upon all directors, artists to entertain first, in some fashion. Even if it's a heavy story, you have to find some aspect of it that entertains. And I think this, for entertainment's sake, is just fun and it's quick. I'm not subjecting you to 4 hours of like watching Autism Dry.
Right.
It's like, it's 85, 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, and Mark is insane.
Yeah, he's great in it. He plays a good psycho.
Oh, he's a psychopath. Mark's got a good there's some dark stuff there that he was able to draw from. And every now and then he'd let it out. I can't even repeat some of the stuff he'd say. In fact, we had to cut most of it out. He was like really sick. But we hint at it.
When you make a movie now, I mean, you've had such a career. Yeah. When you make a movie now, like what motivates you at this point in your life? Like how do you decide? Let's hit the green light on this one.
Yeah, there are things that speak to me, and they speak for a long time. It's I remember when I was a kid in high school, I was studying English, and they were, where did the English language come from? And they talked about, wow, it came from this old guttural German, Old Norse that the Vikings brought across. And I was like, wow, that's cool, Vikings, And then immediately I started thinking that somebody should I want to make a film about Vikings, and they only speak in Old Norse, because if they say, if they speak English all of a sudden,
right,
you're not buying it.
Right,
if they speak in some guttural language, you're sort of scared by it. And it's like, that's scary to me. And then I said to myself, I'm 17 years old. Why am I thinking about making films about Vikings? I don't know anything about making films and not much about Vikings. So why the hell am I even thinking about that? But that was something that was early on, was like a drive like this to sort of depict things like that. So I did films in other languages, with mine in Aramaic and in Latin.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's a power to that. I noticed when I was young, I used to go and watch a lot of foreign films. And I watched French movies, right? Or German, or whatever they were, Spanish. I'd watch them and I think, wow, the acting's great in those. And it seemed better because of the subtitles.
Right. Yeah.
More believable somewhere.
Right, because you're not hearing insincerity in their voice because you don't even understand what they're saying. Yeah, you just feel the emotions in the words.
And it also has to take your attention because you have to do another function. You have to read,
Yeah.
which is another thing that sort of maybe blinds you to the flaws in the filmmaking perhaps. So, hey, it's a great trick.
Yeah.
It's obfuscation.
There's a thing about reading it while you're watching. It's like an added element of concentration.
Mhm.
Like with subtitled movies, you feel like you're a smarter person watching a movie where you're reading it as well.
And there's something about the written word that's it's a pretty interesting thing to throw into the mix. I know when I first started, it was kind of confusing, but then I got really good at it. And I think, especially with something like the Passion that I did, the written word was very important.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you got all those books, the Bible, you got the different Gospels and stuff that people are quite familiar with. Half the time, they didn't even need to read the subtitles. They could look at it and know what was going on.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see kng.co/audio.
That was a crazy movie because it was a great movie, but there was resistance to that movie.
Oh yeah, no, there was,
which I thought was very strange. There was like Hollywood resistance to that movie. Like people didn't like that you were making it.
No, yeah, there was a lot of opposition to it, and I don't know. I think if you ever hit on that subject matter, you're gonna get people going. Because,
of course,
it's big subject matter, and it's like, and my contention is, when I was young, it was like, you're making this film because that we're all responsible for this, that his sacrifice was for all mankind, and that for all our ills and all the things in our fallen nature, it was a redemption. So, and I believe that. I actually am, I was born into a Catholic family. I'm very Christian in my beliefs, so I do actually believe this stuff to the full. So depicting that was an honor, but it was also, you got the daylights beat out of you for it.
Yeah, because there's resistance first of all from secular Hollywood, where for whatever reason, Christianity is the one religion that you're allowed to disparage.
Yeah,
Christianity is the one religion where people. All these progressive, open-minded, leftist people, they'll embrace all these different religions until it comes to Christianity. And for whatever reason, that represents like white male, whatever it represents, colonialism, whatever it represents, it's negative.
Yeah, sure, it's gotten a bad rap, and people do feel free to beat up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Even I do when I see it's like, when it's not fair.
Right.
I think it's off.
Right.
Like, when they appoint some cardinal in some diocese and he's been covering up for like people who are child molesters.
Yeah.
Like Theodore McCarrick or Cardinal Wuerl or those kind of guys. I mean,
or the Pope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Benedict.
Oh, not Benedict. Well, he was covering up, but like, so is the guy now.
Is he really?
It's not great.
I thought he was like the more progressive Pope.
Oh, he's very progressive, yes.
But he's covering up for stuff as well. Well, they all are. I mean, it's a dark institution in a lot of ways because it's history.
Well, the institution, it was instituted by Christ, but that doesn't mean that it can't be flawed. And there's a school of thought that says it isn't what it purports to be anymore. It's moved away from what it was intended to be and what it is. Almost, there's a guy called Bishop Vigano who says it's a counterfeit parallel church, and it's running an entirely different religion. I actually don't adhere to a post-conciliar church. I adhere.
Can you define what that means?
Okay. There was an event that happened in the 60s. First, there was an event in the Vatican where they elected John the 23rd Pope, like in 1958. I was 2 years old. He was elected, and there was a very funny thing that happened in the conclave. You know, usually there's white and black smoke that goes out of the chimneys to tell you, we have a Pope, and we have a must pop them, you know. And the white smoke came out. And everybody cheered and went crazy. And then about a half an hour later, black smoke came out. That never in history has that happened. That the white smoke came out, and then the black smoke.
So white smoke means we found a new pope. Black smoke means no pope.
That's right. They'd have boats, or there'd be one reason or another they'd have a round in the conclave, and black smoke would come out many times more. Maybe it would take 2 weeks. But never was it known that white smoke came out, and black smoke came out.
So what was the scenario?
That somebody was elected, and that maybe something else happened, and he was pushed aside, and someone else was put in. So it was
Power struggle.
some kind of power struggle. And who came out was a man called Angelo Roncalli, and he was John the 23rd. Now, it's interesting to note that never had a pope taken the name of another pope ever before in history. But this man took the name of a known anti-pope from the 15th century that Cosimo de' Medici put in as his own man. I'll get you on chair, and then everything will be rosy. You know, everything will go good for business. You know, whatever he was putting in there for some corrupt reasons. But and there have been corrupt men in that place before. I mean, there's Alexander VI and Julius II, the Sixtus IV. I mean, some of these guys are, you know, they're not saints. So he took the name of a known anti-pope from the 5th century, who actually said, yes, I'm an anti-pope. Sorry, I'm not the right guy. Because there was more than one he confessed to being. And he wanted to, you know, square things with the Almighty, I guess. So he confessed to being an anti-pope. And so he took the same name as that guy, John the 23rd. So it's interesting, don't you think? I mean, why would he do that?
Well, whenever you have that kind of power, like I'm sure you've been to the Vatican, right?
Yeah.
It's stunning.
It's huge.
It's so great. When you're walking around, you see just a massive, just the dollar value in the art that they possess.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
It's crazy. And, you know, it's a very small country. It's a country.
Yeah, it's a country inside of a small city. Because Rome's not the biggest city.
No.
And then it's got a country inside the city with walls around it.
Sure.
And you can't extradite people.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Even Ratzinger, he didn't drive from the Vatican to the other place. He flew. And it was only a little while. Who knows?
Well, he was wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he had done, one of the things that he had done was he had moved a priest that had molested 100 kids, and he moved him to some new place where he molested deaf kids. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
That's the dirtiest, most evil practice that the Catholic Church has been accused of.
I think so. And many institutions as well. But
Yeah.
that is a very bad thing. And I think it's all part and parcel of the same corruption that crept in. And when you ask what's the difference between pre-Vatican II, so Vatican II happened. And of course they took the church and they reformed it. And they changed things. And it didn't necessarily agree with everything that went before it. And up to that point, yeah, you could find it agreed with itself. But all of a sudden, you got something else. To the point where now, I mean, we got a pope that brought a South American idol into the church to worship.
Really?
He did. the Pachamama. He bought the South, and he got
What it, I don't know what that is.
it's kind of like a South American god, Pachamama.
Why would he do that?
Good question. But he did.
Did he have an explanation for why he did it?
Yeah, it's kind of a weasel worded thing. It's like, all religions are just as good as one another. But, you know, if that's his contention,
He shouldn't be the Pope.
no. I
How can
mean,
you be the Pope and say all religions are just as good?
we're all worship. So, yeah, there's Pachamama. There you go.
So he brought that in.
Yeah, into the Vatican. Then the hierarchy even worshipped at a ceremony on the outside.
What?
So, well, that comes one on the Mosaic hit list.
Yeah.
Moses goes up on the mountain, he comes back home, people are worshiping with a golden calf.
Yeah.
You know, it's that.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. And for me, that's a departure from, you know, that's called apostasy.
Right.
It's a falling away from. And the very nature of apostasy means that you have to be part of it to fall away from.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an inside job.
Oh. Yeah. So what do you think there's a motive behind these things?
I don't think you know.
What do you think it is?
But it isn't good. I think we're looking at a world where, and this is in the next film I'm going to try and tackle this question, that there are big realms, spiritual realms. There's good, there's evil, and they are slugging it out for the souls of mankind. And my question is, why are we even important? Little old flawed humanity, why are we important in that process where the big realms are slugging it out of us? And I think there's bigger things at play here. And institutions that purport to touch on the divine are necessarily going to be affected by that slugfest that's going on between good and evil.
Right.
And
sometimes good gives up ground.
Yeah. And maybe not on purpose. You know,
Yeah.
maybe there's some deception involved or self-deception.
Right.
Like
Co-opted.
every morning when I wake up, I actually pray that I don't deceive myself. Because it's like, you know, your mind is a very funny place. I mean, I've always said, you know, it's your second thought and your first action that you're responsible for. Your first thought, throw it away. You know?
Right. But upon consideration,
Yeah.
second thought is what you're responsible for.
Yeah.
That's the difference between first degree and second degree murder.
There you go.
Right? Right?
There's
First degree, like, I'm plotting this out. And we take that into consideration when we sentence people.
Sure.
Like, if you're a person who you're all of a sudden you're in a fight with a guy, you didn't expect it, and you stab him and kill him, second degree murder.
Yeah.
But if you're like, I'm going to kill this motherfucker, I'm going to find out where he is, and I'm going to go get him, first degree.
Sure. I planned a lot of murders in my life. You know,
Yeah.
you will have. Yeah, in your head, you plan the murder and you think, well, that's not a very good idea. But I think I could get away with it.
Right. There's the second thought. Yeah. That is interesting that we take that into consideration.
Yeah.
That we do. Like, if you've had time to think about it, you're a different kind of person. The person who acts in the act.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're in your
act
animal
of passion. Yes.
And I found this out. I actually spend a long time in my animal brain, which is a very horrible place to be. And
When you say that, what do you mean by you spend a long time in your animal brain?
you're in flight or fight
Right.
all the time. You don't even sleep. It's like really not a good place to be. And if anybody looks at you the wrong way, you want to fight them.
Yeah.
And sometimes you say and do things that are socially unacceptable. And, you know, I went and got a brain scan. This guy called Daniel Amen, who's this brain guy. He's against all psych meds and stuff, but he thinks like, let me have a look at your brain. And he put a radioactive tracer in me, and to photograph my brain. He
Right.
works with a lot
MRI,
of,
right?
yeah, he works with a lot of football players and guys who've
Okay.
got brain injury. Yeah, he's thirsty. But so he looked at my brain and he was like, and he opens the file and he looks at the guy and he looks up and he goes, "Are you okay?" And he goes, first he went like this. And I said, "What?" And he goes, "Are you okay?" Like that. And I said, "Yeah, I think so." And he came over and he sat next to me, but very slowly and cautiously. He said, "Maybe." And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You got the worst case of PTSD I've ever seen." And I said, "You mean like even worse than guys in war and shit like that?" He goes, "Yeah." And he says, "You're not."
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, and I started to well up, you know. Like, oh no, I'm not. It's like,
Oh boy.
and it was he had a very miraculous and great remedy for it, which was to eat a bunch of fish oil, vitamin B complex, and get into a hyperbaric chamber for 40 sessions. But make sure you do at least 2 or 3 days. It fixed my head.
Really?
Yeah, it got me out of that wacky place, you know?
So it was something to do with nutrition and oxygen and
Yeah. And your brain is neuroplasticity. He explained neuroplasticity to me and how, okay, you can get brain damage, and holes in your head, and, you know, concussion. I used to play rugby. I've been knocked out on the field a couple of times, you know.
that explains a lot.
You know,
Yeah.
and so it actually, you can actually heal the holes in you. They look like Swiss cheese. It's like horrible. There's a lot of these football players,
Mm-hmm.
the poor guys, and they get depressed.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Hormonal imbalance, pituitary glands fucked up.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not producing testosterone, human growth hormone correctly.
That's correct.
Yeah, depression, low energy.
Yep.
Irritability.
Irritability, kill somebody.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it's just not socially acceptable. Plus, I don't want to work with it.
Yeah. Well, the rugby, that's a giant factor.
Yeah, I played from like 13 to probably my late teens, and you get knocked around a lot.
100%. Yeah, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
No helmet, nothing.
But people don't realize that even shots to the chest cause brain damage. Yeah, that's what people are realizing now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and like I'm addicted to the UFC, right? I love it. But I know that these guys are, I feel kind of sorry for them.
I do as well. Yeah.
And one of the guys, I knew one of the guys very well. And usually I'm pretty immune to it. But like, he was in there and he was fighting against Volkanovski. It was Brian Ortega. And he was getting his ass handed to him in one fight. He almost got him a couple of times. But like,
Yeah, I almost submitted him twice.
yeah, I know. But because I knew Brian, it was like my child. It was like my son was in there. I almost started crying.
Yeah.
And it got to me. I was like, I should probably feel like this about all these guys, but I don't know them as well.
It becomes a problem for me when I'm friends with a guy.
Yeah.
And then also I see when they're on the tail end of their career and they can't take shots anymore. And then when you talk to them, you recognize the speech patterns are slurring. Yeah.
Yeah, I met Muhammad Ali. He was in a chair, you know. And I didn't even tell him what he said was so funny. But he was still in there. He was still a little devil.
Mm.
And he was like, and he was still finding the people.
Of course.
But it was like, I can't.
You can't?
No, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Footnote it. Tell me later.
I'll tell you later. It's funny. But it was my assistant. You know. That was what he said to my assistant. It was so funny. And then he said it. And we were like, whoa. And then I looked at him and he was just, he was laughing. He was laughing. So he was still all in there, but it was hard. I guess he had the damage being punched.
Yeah. Trauma-related Parkinson's disease.
Yes.
Very common for fighters. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not good. I got knocked out when I was in a fight. I was like 20. And it was like nothing. Like, out. And it was, I woke up in the hospital. Not good.
No. Well, a few of those will explain a lot.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And we didn't know that, back then. That's why it always drives me crazy in a movie when somebody gets hit over the head with a gun and knocked out, and then 5 minutes later they're fighting in the front. You know?
Or shot in the arm. You know? They kill you. That always makes me laugh too, but we used to do it.
Well, you kind of have to, right?
Yeah.
It's like a part of the whole thing of telling a movie. You gotta,
Sure. I mean,
suspension of disbelief.
Michelle Pfeiffer even brains Mark Wahlberg with a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
At one point.
Yeah.
He's back. You know.
Brains him, shoots him.
Oh yeah.
It's
He's a
lot.
cockroach. You can't kill him. It takes a lot more. You'll find it.
Yeah. But we're, people used to think that concussions were something you recover from. Like, no big deal. You get a concussion, take a break for a little while. You'll be fine. Might not be fine.
No,
Yeah.
I got a concussion at my daughter's wedding. This is really weird, okay? So she's getting married. Married a great guy. They got a great family. And a buddy of mine from Australia comes to the wedding. And he goes, hi. He comes up and I go to hug him. And he ducks down and he comes up and he puts his shoulder into the point of my chin. The guy weighs 240. And he puts his shoulder into the point of my chin and knocks me the fuck out.
Jesus
And
Christ.
I'm like, ah. And like for the next 4 months, I'm messed up. I have to get like a guy to work cranial sacral, fix me up and stuff like that. It really messed me up.
Fucking Australians.
Yeah, there you go.
Wild folk.
Worse than Germans. Yeah.
Wild ex-prisoners.
Yeah. Wild prisoner of mother.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So this story that you want to tell about good and evil, like, do you have a script or is it just a thing in your head? What is it?
Yeah, it's the resurrection story. But it's not linear because you can't really. It's hard to understand. So it's got to be put in a framework where you answer a few other questions as well, and you have to juxtapose the event itself against everything else, so that it makes some kind of sense in a bigger picture, which is a hard thing to do. And it took my brother and I and a guy called Randall Wallace, plus my brother and I, took us 6-7 years to write it.
So are you doing this with historians as well? Are you trying to make it? Yeah.
Stuff. Well, I regard the Gospels as history. It's verifiable history. Some people say, "Oh, it's a fairy tale." He never existed, but he did. And there are other accounts, verifiable historical accounts outside the biblical ones that also bear this out that yes, he did exist. And the other aspect of that is that all the evangelists, the apostles who went out there, every single one of those guys died rather than deny their belief. And nobody dies for a lie. Nobody.
Right.
So that's part of what I'm doing. Showing nobody dies for a lie.
Yeah. Well, the
murdered in public, who gets back up under his own power. Buddha didn't do that shit.
Right.
So
you believe that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What brought you to that belief? Is this something you've always had, or is it something you studied it and you come to this conclusion because of historical accounts? And
yes, I think childhood. One accepts things on faith because you're raised by people who are nice to you and they believe you. And my dad was a pretty smart guy. He was like Mensa smart, like real smart. Like back in 1968, he won Jeopardy, right? And then they brought all the Jeopardy winners back. And he played all the winners and he beat all of them too. So he had a mind like a steel trap. And his memory was practically photographic. My memory is pornographic. It's like his was like, I don't have that kind of mind.
Right.
But more like he did math and I can't add. But so as a child, you learn these things and you accept them on faith. And I still have that faith, but as putting things together in accounts and then occurrences like in my own life. I mean, just recently they verified the Shroud of Turin. Have you seen that?
I've been reading about it, and I know that there's some contention, there's some discussion and debate about it, but they used to think that it was only a couple hundred years old, and now they've changed that.
Yeah, they said no, it is back then.
They also don't understand how it was made, which to me is very fascinating because it's not paint. It's not, they don't know what caused the image itself and how that technology would have even been available.
It wasn't.
A couple thousand years ago.
And intense light. I mean, atomic. Until you almost like a photographic imprint on a piece of cloth.
Yeah.
And
it's wild. Pull that up. Pull the Shroud of Turin up. It's wild to look at because it's so interesting.
And you can see it. That it depicts a first century Hebrew male because the hairstyle was from the first century and a Hebrew hairstyle. That he was about 6 feet tall, that he was completely scourged all over his body. He was crucified.
Yeah, the one on the left, the one on the right is just like an artistic rendition.
Yeah, that's the face.
Yeah, click on that one, the face. The face, yeah, that's good enough. Get
Yeah.
that large. That's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Yeah. Scourged, beaten,
Yeah.
cracked, the thorns, the hands, the
Mhm.
feet, and the scourging. And the hairstyle was from the 1st century. And the pollens that they found in the cloth were from that region.
Yeah.
Also, the weave was a 1st century weave that was typical. And another guy, an archaeologist who I knew, who actually translated the Passion in Aramaic, told me that if you look close, you can see that the image of the Tiberius coin marks on the eyes. Now, I don't know if that's real or not. I've never actually checked that, but that there's images of Tiberius in the coin.
So they would put the coins over the eyes.
So that would date it. But they have now verified that it does actually go back to that time period. For a while, they were testing pieces that had been repaired in the 13th
Right.
century.
Right. What is the latest on that, gentlemen? Can you see like?
Get that. I have 2 different articles from within the last 6 months.
Yeah,
saying
the
opposite
Smithsonian.
things, so
Yeah, opposite, of course.
dig into which one sounds the most accurate.
Well, it's such a crazy thing to even try to verify. But what are you saying? Are you saying that this is really the shroud that Jesus was covered in? So you're saying Jesus historically absolutely did exist, and we think that this is the shroud that covered him. Just that alone, incredulity. People just immediately their hackles raised. Like, wait a minute, and they just, instead of like looking at it objectively, they almost always want to look at it from the point of view of disproving it immediately, dismissing it immediately.
But that's it. That's science, isn't it? You have to sort of play the devil's advocate. And that's okay. Go for it. You know.
Are you aware of Graham Hancock?
Oh, no.
Graham Hancock is sort of a historian that has a very he's got a series on Netflix. He's a fascinating guy, and his career started because he was investigating these accounts in Ethiopia of the Ark of the Covenant.
Right.
And that they believe the Ark of the Covenant is in this one church that's protected by all these monks that wind up getting cataracts and radiation disease and sickness. And they think that it's because they're protecting this Ark of the Covenant, this actual thing, that it's an actual physical thing that's there.
And if you touch it, you get zapped.
Yeah, and that even being in its presence fucks these people up.
Maybe. Who knows? I mean, there's got to be someplace, right? They buried it. They lost track of it.
Yeah.
But, man, it used to be. And all the stories about if you even touched it, you'd fall over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it was constructed electrically somehow.
Yeah, like what is that? What's in there? Yeah, why is it giving people cancer if they're really protecting it?
I think it's the actual structure of the container it's in that is the problem. That's my thought.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. But I think inside it, they have things from like when Moses was like manna and, you know, stuff like that they managed to keep from, like, for example, they say that that Golgotha, the place where the crucifixion happened, it's called Golgotha, the place of the skull, because that's where Adam's head is buried.
Really?
Yes, and that it's also perhaps the same place. And it tells you it's kind of in the same area where Abraham almost sacrifices Isaac. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's and the cross, when in any artistic depiction, at the foot of the cross, underneath it is the skull, representing the skull of Adam.
Huh.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That's the skull of Adam, huh?
Yep. Place of the skull in the myth in the chapel of Adam.
What did you find on the Shroud of Turin?
There's articles that just ask like one person, like one who has the
A
most.
sample from the shroud, coming to the conclusion that it may be a 2,000-year-old relic. The shroud, which has long been the subject of intense scrutiny, features a faint image of a man. Some believe is the body of Jesus miraculously imprinted onto the cloth, while the latest study does not discuss the question whether or not the artifact was indeed Jesus' burial shroud Specifically, the authors did find its age is roughly consistent with his time.
Yeah. I think, isn't the Smithsonian guy out there? I don't know. Maybe that's him. But, yeah. There's for and against. There's always been.
Yeah, always. It's just,
But the image.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. Whatever it is pretty crazy. And the fact that they don't know how they made it is also pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's not a painting. We're not exactly sure how
No.
it even came about.
It had to have been some kind of intense light.
Well, the thought was that even trying to replicate something like that today would be incredibly difficult to do.
Sure. It's like an X-ray vision.
Yeah.
It's like an X-ray. So you really see it from the negative only.
Right. Right. It's like a negative. Yeah.
Hey, I buy it. But that's not the only reason. I think, there's other logical reasons why I believe. So,
Maybe one of those.
well, stuff that happens in your own life. The results you get from actually appealing to a power greater than yourself. And I mean, I don't think it's any secret. I am flawed in the fact that I am by nature born an alcoholic. I did drugs, I did alcohol. So, and there was nothing that could stop me from doing that. Nothing. So I was really kind of like, you're on a downhill run. So I regard the fact for a minute. So because you can't explain it. I mean, well, you kind of can, but I think what you're being asked to do is to think about other people and other things more than yourself, because it's kind of an ego disease.
Yeah.
So if you,
that is the problem with addiction, right? It's very narcissistic.
Very.
Because you're constantly thinking about yourself and what you need.
Mm-hmm.
I need a drink. I need a bump. I need a lot.
Sure, I need it. Or,
yeah.
And no matter what you need, it's never going to be enough.
Right.
So you actually have to appeal to something outside that you consider bigger and better than yourself, which instantly kind of pushes you more in the direction of humility.
Yeah.
because you're not the center of the universe anymore.
Right.
And that you can't do it. And the first step in any of that sort of stuff is accepting that you are powerless over it. That's the most powerful step you can do, is that you're powerless. When you realize that, you go, okay,
yeah,
there's fuck all I can do about this. I have to appeal to something better than me. And that to me is enough.
Yeah. Well, it's a very uniquely human thing, the ability to course correct, and also just the concept of addiction in the first place.
Sure.
It's a very uniquely human thing that we all know there's dark roads our mind can go down. And then we wonder, like, what is the purpose of these dark thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
What is the purpose of this destructive behavior that we're all prone to in some way, shape, or form?
What is the purpose of everything?
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
I mean, why am I here? What's the meaning of this?
Yeah.
And I'm looking for purpose, and what is it we're here for? I think, we have to leave some stuff. But you have to leave some good stuff. You can leave plenty of bad stuff. And it's and we're all prone that way. I often think about, the human race as a whole. You think about guys like, Stalin, Hitler, Chairman Mao, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be sharing a cell in the afterlife with those guys.
Right.
I don't know where I'll be on the ladder, but
depends on how you end up, right?
Well, that's it.
Yeah,
it really is. It's like, and we're allowed to make mistakes, and we do. We are so flawed, and I'm more flawed than anyone. But it's something that I think, and it's pretty safe to say I'm in the third act now. You're in act 2, right? Because I'm tight. But I'm in the third act. So you have to think about the other side.
Yeah.
Think about what comes next. Is there a next? Yes, there is. I believe there is. And I think it's good now. And the beauty of believing is that even for your transgressions, you can be forgiven. And you can be redeemed. But it's all here.
Right. It's the true acceptance and understanding of what you should do.
Sure. You have to look at yourself honestly.
Yeah.
Absolutely honestly. You have to be able to accuse yourself and understand that there is this. It's a great deal of mercy involved. His son down to tell us, okay, I'm going to ransom you people from your fallen nature, and I'll give you a roadmap on how to do it. And people do it. There's even people that do it that I've never even heard of. Some guy in the jungle someplace, I'm sure.
Right.
Because the Creator is above the law. I mean, it's an interesting fact to note that the first canonized saint, you know who it was?
No.
The first ever confirmed canonization as a saint was Dismas. You know Dismas?
No.
He was the thief on the cross next to Jesus.
Oh.
And he says to him, you're going to be okay. This day, you'll be with me. Unbaptized, criminal, all that stuff. So,
wow.
The lawmaker is above the law. So there's a lot of mercy.
What about people that never experienced Christianity? What about the uncontacted people?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Some guy in the jungle.
Yeah.
It's been known that it's called invincible ignorance because they don't know what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's possible that they can be saved as well. You know.
So, what are your thoughts on evolution?
Yeah. The Darwin thing?
Yeah.
I don't really go for it.
No?
Yeah. Ice Age, dinosaurs, and what they turned into. I mean, things became extinct at some point. I don't think I was some kind of like...
Those things that came out of the ocean, do you think like multi-cell and random mutation and it led to everything else but us?
Sure, look at gain of function.
Right.
But I think it's all ordered. I think anything left to itself without some kind of intelligence behind it will devolve into chaos. And so that there has to be some big intelligence that orchestrates everything. Not that we don't have chaos in the world, but I think that's our own making.
But what do you think separates us from all the other creatures?
Wow. I think we have a soul. We're created with a soul. And, you know, I went to a restaurant last night. It was a steakhouse in Austin. And it was interesting because all the pictures on the wall are pictures of animals that look resentful, like cows and steers staring at you, looking angry as you rip into a steak. But I just believe we are higher than those creatures because we have a soul, we have an intellect above theirs. And we aspire to higher things. We have aspiration, dope, and all this kind of stuff. It's because they're looking for a spiritual experience. They're looking for, like they actually call alcohol spirits. I mean,
right.
They're looking for something and peace, and we want everything to be hunky-dory. So there's this yearning inbuilt in all of us for that, to aspire to something greater. And that's why we're inspired by stories, because it's like, hero stories. Joseph Campbell's stuff, the hero of 1,000 Faces and stuff. It's like these stories inspire us. I mean, I was at a party the other day in Tennessee, and you think, Tennessee, what's going to happen there? It's going to be squeal like a pig. No. Man, there's some people live in Tennessee. Sure. But like amazing people. And I found myself in a conversation with 4 tier 1 dudes, all of who did something extraordinary. And it was that Tom Slattersly guy, the Black Hawk Down guy. There was Sean Ryan, you probably heard of this guy.
Friend of us.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
There was a guy called Christian Craig. You know who that guy is?
No.
And then there was Eddie. Four of these guys at the same time, and I didn't know who do you even talk to. But their stories are amazing, especially. And the one guy I ended up talking to was an SAS guy, British SAS. And he just looks at a bank teller, but he did something extraordinary and incredibly brave, and with no regard for himself, only regard for other people. And it was like, wow. You hear these stories, and it's sort of just like it pumps you up. You think, could I do that? Could I be that person? I don't know if I could. I don't. In a way, I don't even ever find out because you have to be in an extreme situation.
Right.
But hearing about other people and how they behave in situations that are difficult is very inspiring. So, it's there's so many of those stories and through history.
Well, that's another unique thing about human beings is that we learn from others in a very extraordinary way. And that's one of the reasons why we like stories.
Yeah.
Why we like myths and fables, because there's lessons you can apply to your own life without having to actually go through those things.
Yeah. Well, that's right. I made a film about that guy, Desmond Doss. I don't know if you saw it. It was like Hacksaw Ridge. It was about a medic who figured so much killing going on, he's going to go into the battlefield and save lives. And he didn't have a weapon. And he was in the worst place on earth. And he got a Congressional Medal of Honor because he kept going in to the worst place possible and dragging wounded guys with no regard for himself. I mean, who does that kind of stuff?
Right.
And over again. He didn't just do it once. He did it hundreds of times. He finally got, hit with shrapnel and a bunch of other stuff, but he lived to be an old man. But wow, and it was just pure faith. So, those guys.
Back to this idea of evolution. So, do you believe that evolution exists in animals? Or do you think it's all intelligent design?
Well, I think everything is a function of an intelligence also. And look at the fires in LA. What's that going to do? Going to give me a new house? Maybe. And
or a new place to live.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I'm just not totally convinced. I feel and I can't really. I'm sorry, I can't intellectually tell you why I don't believe in evolution, but I don't. It's just a feeling. I don't think I was some ape or I don't think my ancestors were. I think they had to be pretty smart to survive.
So what do you think all these pre-human hominids are that they keep discovering?
Like, tell me what a pre-human hominid.
Like Australopithecus,
right.
Or some of the other human-like creatures that never made it, like Denisovans, Neanderthals.
Yeah, stuff like that. Okay, well, they've got something called Zinjanthropus. You remember him?
No.
Zinjanthropus, man. And he was like, he was kind of like this. But it was like they looked at it and they did some core samples on it, and it was put out there by people advocating evolution, and they discovered that it was a human skull attached to the jaw of an ape.
Oh, I do remember.
So it was a hoax.
Yeah, there's been some hoaxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also been real stuff.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think so?
Maybe.
Well, what do you...
Well, like, I don't know, tell me.
Well, what was that one that we looked at the other day? That was one of the first pre-humans that buried their young, or buried their dead, rather. It was Homo neanderthal. What was it? Remember that? I can't remember how to say it, but the lady, yeah, the pre-human hominid, very small creature that buried their young, or buried their dead, rather. I keep saying buried their young. They buried their dead. Australopithecus. There's a bunch of different, the Lucy skeleton. There's a bunch of different pre-human hominids.
Yeah, maybe it might be something.
Yeah. Well, they're similar to us, just not where we are.
Yeah.
They're on the road to becoming what it means to be a human being.
Yeah. I don't know.
What do you think those are?
I don't know. They could be animals, or they could be like, look at today. I mean, you can get some mosquito can bite you, and your kid can be born with a malformed skull or something. It's like, they have those,
Yeah, but this is like a genetic thing. Like they've mapped the genome of these creatures.
Oh, they have?
They're different. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to explain it, Joe. I don't know.
But you do think that human beings were created by
Sure,
God.
I do.
When do you think that happened?
When? Probably, and not that long ago.
Really? But what do you mean by not that long ago?
Probably only about 8,000 years ago.
Really? Yeah. So what do you think things like Göbekli Tepe are when they find these constructions that are carbon dated to 11,000 plus years old?
I question
Really?
claims.
Really? Water's there. Well, carbon dating seems to be pretty rock solid studies, in science. The science behind radiocarbon dating and detecting carbon isotopes. It's like that's pretty legit.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't square it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to.
And I don't have to. And what difference is it going to make?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's it doesn't make a difference in terms of your experience in this life on Earth. Like you can have your faith and your ideas and live a great life from beginning to end, and it might not suit you to really ponder evolution and all the puzzles and problems.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I just I look at all sorts of stuff like that. The iceberg melting, water overflowing.
It's not.
Ever have a glass full of ice and watched it melt? Did you ever see the glass flow over?
No. Yeah.
The hot greenhouse.
Well, there's a lot of horse shit that's involved in climate change for sure. I've studied that, and I've had many discussions over the last 4 years. The problem with anything is that once a narrative gets established, and there's a profit attached to the solution to that narrative.
Yes.
And that's green energy and green energy bills, and there's businesses that are wrapped around there. And then there's also this fear that they love to pump into people about climate change. That they terrify the shit out of young people that we're going to destroy the world. And climate change, you must act now. And then you become beholden to the political party that is espousing these ideas. And then your enemy is the deniers of this science, even though you don't even understand the science.
Yeah.
And did you see the Washington Post article that they published recently about temperature change on Earth?
No.
Well, there's what they realized is over the last, X amount of thousands of years that the temperature on Earth is plummeting.
Yeah.
And it's dropping. And then when they look at the dips, this is the most important thing for anybody that's really freaked out about climate change. There's no static temperature of Earth ever. There's never been a time where it maintains a temperature until human beings came along and fucked it all up. That is just not real. Before human beings ever existed, you trust these core samples, there's been a giant rise and fall and this constant dip. There it is. Scientists have captured Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. Look at the dip at the end. Whoa, that's where we are. That's reality. Okay. And then if you look at the course of history, you look at the rise and fall, like it's never a straight line. Way before human beings ever existed, if you can insert people. Way before human beings had ever existed, there's always this rise and fall. And this idea that the whole thing is based on carbon emissions from human beings is total bullshit. It's not true. We might be having an effect, but we're having a small effect, a very small effect. And the other things are completely outside of our control, including solar activity, the distance between the Earth and the Sun. There's a lot of factors. There's all sorts of factors involving natural activities like volcanic emissions, which devastate. The entire human race was knocked down to a few thousand people at one point in time because of the Toba volcano.
Yeah, no light.
Yeah, no light for years.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck. And the people that survive are fucking barbarians.
Yeah.
The most savage. And then it takes a long time before they can figure out civilization after that.
It's like dinosaurs. They just stop.
Mm-hmm.
So what they evolve into?
Chickens.
I guess.
birds, raptors. Well, they think a lot of dinosaurs have feathers.
Yeah.
That's the newest thing.
Maybe.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I need to take a pee. I'm so
Okay. Let's take a break. We'll take a break.
I need to take a pee. It's a nice picture. It's.
That's got to be a moment in your head where you just like every now and then just whoa.
Yeah. It is fun. Yeah. But it was a good picture. The only thing that was bad for me was, okay, I just can't look bad. And I didn't have anything, no grooming in time, so tried my best to not look too bad.
Yeah, you talk about humility. Like, what gives you more humility than being publicly humiliated?
Sure. Yeah, public humiliation. And it's, you know what? For most people, it is their number one fear.
Sure.
Is public humiliation.
Yeah. Public speaking, and because of that, public humiliation.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's all the time.
Because we're so concerned about other people's opinions of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're not sure
Callous
of our
to
own
it.
opinions of us. Well, we've been through a lot.
Well, so have you. Yeah. I mean, I remember, I think they were giving you a grilling once for take. That does work.
Yeah. What's really funny is how that was a part of the demise of mainstream media.
Mm-hmm.
Because people were like, well, this is crazy. This doesn't make it. Are you guys really the news? Like, what is this? You know,
They seem to be complicit with the
100%.
and you think, well, why?
Because of money. I think this is what we were talking about before, that there is good and evil.
Yeah.
And sometimes it manifests itself in a very clear and obvious way. And I think that's what that was. That was evil. That was putting people's lives second and putting money first.
Well, I don't know. I found you still.
How is that guy still walking around?
I don't get it.
If just people understand the history of the AIDS crisis and what that guy did back then.
Did you read that book?
Yeah.
Yeah. I listened to it.
Yeah. I did
I
too.
drove up to San Francisco and I listened to it. And I had road rage,
Oh, yeah.
and it was like, whoa. How is he still there?
How is, first of all, people that don't believe it, how come RFK Jr. didn't get sued?
Yeah.
How come there's no lawsuits? If there was lies, there would be lawsuits.
No, but that's-
He would be publicly humiliated. Instead, they kept that book off bestseller lists. That book sold millions of copies.
I know.
They hid it. That's when you find out the bestseller lists are actually curated. It's not really bestseller.
It's censored. It's all censored.
Yeah.
Everything's censored.
But that book is an accurate depiction of what Anthony Fauci did during the AIDS crisis, which probably was an AZT crisis.
Yeah.
More
And
than it was an AIDS crisis.
I mean, it's fairly incontrovertible now that he was doing with gain of function.
100%.
And why is he still around?
Right.
Or at least
Free. Right. And no repercussions.
yeah. Whatever happened to that story where the wombat and the weasel got together and they were horsing around and the bat pissed on him with a golden shower?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it was in a wet market,
Yeah.
very wet market. You got
Complete total horseshit. And
totally.
the scientists that we're supposed to trust were pitching that horseshit.
It was like the AIDS thing. Some green monkey bit of Martha Stewart on the ass. Then he
Mhm.
went around the world and got everybody sick, and it was ridiculous.
If you want to go to the AIDS rabbit hole, look up a guy named Peter Duesberg.
Oh yes, I know.
Yeah.
I read that book.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
If he's telling the truth. This is the fucking COVID crisis times 1,010. Who's dying of AIDS? 0 people. So stop it. It's not bloods on your hand. Like, if this guy's correct, he's a tenured professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who is like, his work on cancer is, everybody thinks it's groundbreaking work. Brilliant doctor, but he was a heretic. He was a guy who stood outside of Fauci's
The narrative.
doctrine and the narrative, and he said, I don't believe that HIV is what's causing this, when all these people that are having these immune systems are all heavy drug users. He's like, I think this is a disease of a decimation of the immune system due to heavy drug use, and then on top of that, you're prescribing this chemical, this AZT, that kills people. They stopped using it for chemotherapy because it was killing them quicker than cancer was.
I was the Sydney Theatre Company in the 90s, and I was going to a funeral once a month of friends. They were all dying. It's crazy in the 80s and 90s.
And they were all getting AZT.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the ones that were getting AZT, even the ones that were asymptomatic, like Magic Johnson, they were giving Magic Johnson AZT. You had to stop taking it.
Yeah.
Because he was making him sick. It was killing him.
Yeah, I read it. And like, it's even with RFK's book. And he's an amazing guy. People say, well, he's kooky, he's crazy. He's not crazy.
He's not.
He's one of the most erudite. They say he's an anti-vaxxer. He's not.
He's not.
He's like he's a very shrewd. He's never lost a case, I don't think. When he brings something to suit, I don't think he's ever been defeated. But that book is not just him. It's him and about 1,000 highly qualified scientists and physicians commenting on
Yeah.
the whole situation. So
Yeah.
when you read it, it's a pretty convincing document. And you're right. Nobody sued him for it.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary.
Well, not only do they not sue him, their response is to try to ignore it. They don't want to debate him on it. They don't want to do anything.
No.
They want to just ignore it and hope it goes away. But it doesn't go away. And the more people talk about it, the more people read it. And when you do read it, you go, if this is true, what the fuck is going on? And how is that monster still loose?
No.
And he seems like a monster. The way he talks about things, he just seems. But first of all, there's so many instances of him lying. There's so many, like, where he said one thing, 2 years later it turns out to be a lie. He said one, like, whether it is the natural
mask thing.
yeah, the mask thing, whether it's the natural spillover, the lies about gain of function to Congress. When he was lying to Rand Paul about whether or not they did gain of function research. Like, how is that not perjury? How is he not in trouble?
Yeah. Well, hey, other mysteries.
Well, then the Biden administration is now talking about taking that guy and giving him a full pardon. So,
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, they might. They wonder.
Yeah. But
Hunter didn't need a pardon. Was he indicted?
Well, I mean, he was in trouble for tax evasion.
No.
There's a lot of tax problems. He definitely did some uncool things. And then there's the Burisma thing. But the crazy thing about his pardon is it's to today. That's what he pardoned him. It's the biggest sweeping pardon anyone's ever received ever. And Biden's pardoned more people than anybody ever too. He's already over 8,000 people pardoned.
A lot of criminals.
Yeah. Well, there's that, but then there's also people that, like the Kids for Cash judges, where they were locking up kids and putting them in child detention centers because they wanted money. They were doing it for kickbacks.
I saw that. Evil documentary.
Yeah, evil. Again, what we're talking about, good and evil. Like these are real things, and rational people that profess themselves to be intelligent and secular, they don't want to believe in good and evil. They don't think that they just think people do bad things. People have motivations, they do bad things, but they don't want to believe in the concept of good and evil because these are biblical concepts.
They are.
Right?
Yeah. They've been around since the beginning.
And people want to pretend they're smarter than the people that sort of embrace these biblical concepts.
Right. Yeah, I think that goes into evolution.
Yeah.
Are we smarter than our parents? I don't know.
Well, we are about some things, but we can't survive the way they did.
Nope.
They're obviously intelligent. Just they didn't have access to information the way we do. But there's a difference between information and intelligence.
Sure. Yeah. I don't have many devices for information. I read books. I read mostly history books.
Yeah?
Oh, I recommend a book to you.
Okay.
It's fascinating. And it's called The Frontiers. It's about a guy called Simon Kenton. Have you heard of this guy?
No.
And it was written by a guy who's now deceased. His name is Alan Everett. And it is really about opening up Ohio and Kentucky and places. And so I did for some crime or something, and he ended up being this frontiersman. And it's a very interesting document because you get the history of what was going on at the time when the country was opening up between the settlers and the Indians, the Shawnee.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most brutal books I've ever read.
Really?
Cool. It's very well done, and it has a narrative, but it's reconstructed from this, all kinds of historical documents and letters and diaries and all this kind of stuff. So I think the guy took about 15 years to sort of compile all this stuff and write it. And the first half of the book is about this guy, Simon Kenton, and the second half is about Tecumseh, the chief. Really great book. One of the most fascinating books I've read. You can't put it down.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like little chapters.
I'm gonna get that right now.
Yeah.
Have you ever read The Empire of the Summer Moon?
Nope.
The Empire of the Summer Moon is about the Comanche,
Oh yeah.
and it's all about the settling of this area. It's fucking incredible. And again, one of the most brutal books ever. So this is The Frontiersman.
Frontiersman by Alan Eckert. Yeah.
I'm gonna take it right now, just so that I make sure that I have it.
Yeah. And it's all in little bite-sized chunks. And it actually, for a history book, it has this incredible narrative with heroes and villains and all the players. Very interesting.
I'm getting it right now.
Oh yeah. Don't read it before bed.
No?
No, it gets pretty dark.
What? Why are you so
War.
Mhm. Alan Eckert, got it.
I think I just want to learn. I mean, my dad went to World War II. He went to Guadalcanal, got bit by mosquitoes, he had malaria. Which is interesting to note that he used to take hydroxychloroquine for dodging.
Well, not only that, when Trump talked about it, then all of a sudden they demonized it.
Yeah, they laugh.
Yeah, which is crazy because it's an antiviral.
It works.
Yeah, it works on malaria.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people have been taking it forever.
Sure, pregnant women can take it if they have the flu, and it doesn't hurt the baby. It's pretty safe.
But that's what's so bizarre about the time that we just went through, because there's more information now available to people instantaneously than ever before.
Yeah.
You look it up on your phone and instantly know, oh, ivermectin, the guy who created it, won the Nobel Prize.
Yeah. 2014.
Yeah. 15. Yeah, for use in human beings.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Like, who's running this thing?
And it's harmless. And it wasn't made for horses. It was made for people. And then they used it for horses.
Right.
And so
Well, it's like saying penicillin is for horses, because they use that on horses too. Like, that's stupid.
they told me it was for moldy bread.
That's what it was from, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of medication that's used on animals too. You can't say it's a veterinary medication just because it's also used on animals.
No, it's
When
true.
It's been used on literally prescribed billions of times on human beings.
Yeah, it's like the stem cell stuff. They started using it on horses with emphysematic lung conditions, racehorses, because they would bleed. And they got the stem cells from the umbilical cords of their offspring, injected it into them, and it healed their lungs, which is part of my story.
Mm-hmm.
Because I smoked for 45 years. I couldn't stop. And I read this silly book by Alan Carr, not the little guy who, managed the village people in the Captain or something like that. No, this other guy, Alan Carr. He wrote this book. And it's the only thing that made me stop. I worked like crazy. But and it sat on, my son gave it to me. He said, stop smoking, Dad. Here's this book. I left it on. I used to walk past the bookshelf and dumb book, dumb title. And then I finally, my doctor said, you have first stage. So I read the book and I stopped. Right? So it was, I think it was like neuro-linguistic programming or something like that. You read it and you kind of self-hypnotize yourself, but it worked.
What did the book tell you?
It said, it didn't tell you you were bad or, you're going to die. It didn't tell you all that sort of stuff. It was like, maybe I'm blowing it, but they had a chapter where it says, okay, we focused on the negative aspects of smoking. Now we're going to talk about the good aspect, the trick, the mind trick. The whole thing was a mind trick, but it worked. And I don't know why it worked. But it was sort of like self-hypnosis while you're reading the book. And it wasn't a negative thing, like, I got to stop in that. In fact, if they can get him in overseas, we can get it in Panama where Reardon has his clinic, and Tijuana. They're getting better here. They're getting better, but there's so much resistance because of the FDA. Yeah, sure. And the resistance is purely because of money. It's an evil thing. It's not because they're not effective. It's not because they're dangerous. Mm-hmm. It's just because of money. I think so. And, there's an so if there's a surefire cure for something, it's not necessarily hailed. The media is lockstep in with these businesses that are promoting these things. Yes. And they're not giving you information. They're giving you propaganda. But propaganda is more important to them than information.
And that's what's crazy. It's like, we're counting on you guys, and you fucked us. You fucked us for 4 years with this COVID thing, and now you expect us to listen to you about the fucking swine flu, the bird flu, or whatever other thing you're trying to freak us out about, which always coincides with some sort of a political event. Like, here it is, the inauguration of the new president, and oh, look at this. There's a new disease.
What do we got now? Do you think there will be?
No, there is. There's this fucking swine flu, H5N1, whatever
I
it
thought it
is.
was bird flu.
One bird flu. One person died. One person in America, first person died, 65 years old with a bunch of comorbidities,
Yeah, okay.
which is usually what it is. But that, by the way, 65 people with a bunch of comorbidities go hard.
Yeah.
Like the nail you ran over was the last nail in the coffin. The thing was falling apart.
I got COVID, but it was, I knew the guy for 20 years, and we both went to the same hospital, and he died and we didn't. So, I think we both got remdesivir. I know. I couldn't walk for 3 months after taking stuff. Really? Because it kills you. I found that afterwards. It kills you. That's why I wonder about Fauci.
Oh, you should wonder. Meanwhile, they were trying to stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
They've restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to promote that vaccine because they wanted to profit off of it. Back into evil. Evil's real. It's real. Putting money over human lives is evil. It's a real thing, and there's a temptation to do it too, which is even more crazy.
I don't believe that there is anything that can afflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure. I think that has to be. It just makes sense to me. Now, I couldn't prove that, but I just believe that, that there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them have stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer anymore. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Yeah. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin and fenbendazole. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride, something.
There's studies on this now where people have proven that
People
they've
drinking methylene blue.
Yeah, methylene blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. They find it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
Yeah.
This stuff works.
There's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange because, again, it's profit. When you hear about things that are demonized and that turn out to be effective, you always wonder, well, what is going on? How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable? That they can't control it. They don't have a patent on it, whether it's vitamin D, K2, and magnesium,
Well, yeah.
zinc and quercetin. I do all that stuff.
Did you do the breakfast thing?
Yeah.
Me too.
I do all
30,
that stuff.
I lost
Yeah.
like 30 pounds. Right?
It's fantastic.
I was talking to Dana, and he said, "Oh, I was." And I said, "Yeah, I got to do something." Because I'm like 5'10", 235. That's too fat.
Yeah.
So I had to sort of roll it back. So now I'm under 200.
That's great.
Should be. And it was that breakfast stuff.
No, Gary's a national treasure.
Yeah.
And
Jump
he
in
gets
the cold
shit
room.
on all over the place too.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Going to sauna. I feel better.
Oh yeah. Oh, I do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Cold plunge sauna. I'm ritualistic with it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
it's part of my everyday life.
I hear your cold plunge is like 30, 40. I don't understand that. Though. I mean, dude, 34 degrees.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's cold.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, you get accustomed to it. It to me is not. I mean, it sucks. Every time I do it, I'm like, don't do it. Don't. There's like the part of me that's like my inner bitch. It's like, oh, we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. But luckily, they're in there every day. But
I do like 48.
that inner bitch is always anybody who's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it either. But I fucking do it. I make sure I do it. I'm the boss.
Do you do the saunas too?
Oh yeah.
The red light bed.
I have a red light bed. Yeah. I have a sauna, red light bed. I have a hyperbaric chamber.
Wow.
I have everything.
Hyperbaric chambers.
Yeah. It's incredible. Incredible.
I got to get back in there.
Oh.
I feel like I got more holes in my head.
It's phenomenal for just overall recovery for everything. It's also been shown to lengthen telomeres. They did a study out of Israel. Yeah, they gave people a protocol over 90 days. It'd be 60 sessions of 90 minutes over 90 days.
Yeah.
And it's shown to lengthen telomeres and decrease your biological age.
Okay.
So you just feel fucking great.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, you're flooding your body with oxygen. Most diseases, or a lot of them, come from the lack of oxygen. You know, your body not having enough oxygen is very bad for you.
I used to have a Qigong master. This is what blows my mind about medicine and about ancient stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English. A little bit. His wife would translate for him. And he'd come in and he could point at you, right, from this far away, and you can feel it. But like, feel it like to the, as palpable as someone pushing you around. It's like, whoa.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not kidding.
What year was this? This is happening.
Oh shit. I met him when I was like 40.
Yeah.
He only just passed away.
Damn, too bad.
Oh no, people like it. There are others
Yeah.
like it. Oh, yeah, he's not the only one. He learned it from somebody. And I think he imparted some knowledge. But, you know, he would get you and he could like point at you and stuff like that. And it makes you wonder how they build the pyramids, you know. I mean, if he can use his mind and kind of get into quantum physics and move shit around with thought and with energy, there's actual energy coming out of his finger. They could have built the pyramids like that. I don't know. Maybe somebody had that down somewhere. But
Well, I'd like to hear a better explanation.
me too. Well, it was really weird. He one time he was working on me, and he was working on my liver. He said, "Your liver is blocked," because he looks at you, and if you look at him, he looks away, and his wife engages you while he checks you out, and then he gives you a little body map and he puts X's all over. Yeah, that's right. I've got pain here, thing here. And he knows what everything is. He knows exactly what's going on.
Did you ask him what he's seeing your aura? Or what is he seeing?
Everything. He sees everything. He was an allopathic doctor first. He went to medical school. He could write your prescription. He could do all that stuff. He was a doctor. And then he saw a Qigong master, this old guy, and people were lining up getting cured. And he thought, that's really interesting. And he learned that on top of being an allopathic doctor. So one day he's at me on my back and he's pushing, and I can feel my back at the wall. And there's a poster of a film on the wall, you know, my office. And I'm looking, and I can see him in the background. And he's like down like this, like kung fu, pointing rays of energy at me. And he hit me. He started yelling at my organ, at my liver, like "Get out," you know, whatever. And I went up the wall, and there was like 8 inches of air under my heels. And I was up the wall, and I was like, whoa, and I came back down. It freaked me out. And I looked at him, and he just went, he said, don't, it's just science. Like that. It was just science. Okay.
Just science?
Yeah, just science. And I was so freaked out. I went to a priest, and I said, is this guy demonic or something? He's lifting me off the wall. And the priest was like, he was an old Jesuit, right? A traditional old guy. And he was a cross between Jimmy Stewart and Elmer Fudd. That's the way he sounded. And I said, is this speaking? And he says, whoa, did he heal you? Like that. And I said, yes, he did. And he said, that's all right then. He says, I have no trouble with something like that because it was within the realm of possibility that somebody had that, and then it's inexplicable, but that it works. And it did work. He just passed away. He was pretty old.
There was a place that, you know, I bought a comic club out here, and before the building that we bought was the Ritz Theater on 6th Street.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, I was under contract to another building, and then this other building was owned by a cult. And this is a crazy story. The cult was awful, horrible. There's a documentary on it. It's called Holy Hell. And this guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist, he was a yoga instructor, got a bunch of people in West Hollywood, and then eventually moved them all out here to Austin. But what this guy was doing, one of the things that he would do to his disciples is he would do a thing called the knowing. And they had to be chosen for it. They had to earn it. And when he would get them and bestow the knowing upon them, he would touch their head and they would have this incredible experience where they said they contacted God. Now, all these people denounced him eventually. They left the cult. They all said he was a con man and this and that. But they all talked about that experience, and they said it was the most profound experience of their life, that they really do feel like they came in contact with God. And it's like, what can a person, if a person truly believes, and this other person truly believes that they can do this to them, and they have this moment, and something does happen, like, what is that all inside of us? Do people have ways of pulling that out of you that we've lost track of, that we don't know? And even an evil person who's running a cult and manipulating people and exploiting people still has this thing that he was able to do to them, that even after they've admitted that this guy exploited them, they say that was the most profound moment of their life.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think,
They're at least temporarily God, that there is a thing inside of us.
well, that's why I went to the priest, because
Right.
because I'm off the floor.
Right.
So I thought, I gotta check this out, because this is too weird. And he said, did he hear you? And I said, he did. And he said, that's all right then. Because the guy wasn't trying to get me.
Right.
In fact, he never charged me.
Really?
The first time I went to see him, he charged me. And it was like, okay. And then he never charged me. And he used to call me when I was sick.
Really?
I wouldn't call him. He knew when I was sick. He'd call me. He said, I need to come see you. I'm like, okay.
So he had like some sort of a direct line with your.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And he could, this is another thing. He could teach you martial arts, like quickly, without you having to know what to do. It was a weird thing. He did it firstly with my son, who he got him for a couple of weeks, and then he said, I'm going to show you something. I went out there and blindfolded him, and he had these two swords. You know, it's crazy stuff. I said, how did he learn that so fast? He said, it was in him. And I'm like, whoa. And then he started to do a thing where he taught me how to harness this energy. And in the hand mode he took, it would create a style of kata, or self-defense. And things everywhere. So I used to do a crude martial art, not crude, but like a hard martial art.
What was it?
Kyokushinkai.
Okay. Yeah.
Way back.
Kyokushin karate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's Korean.
It's Japanese.
It is?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But it's like, you know, I didn't stick with it. But it was, but he got this whole other approach of breathing and visualizations that, you know, you'd release the energy and it would create this kind of movement. And I showed it to a friend of mine who was a martial artist. And I said, tell me about the footwork I'm doing here and what I'm doing. And he looked at me and says, that looks really good to me. It was kind of like, what's that really soft kind of martial?
Tai Chi.
Yeah, it was like that. I was doing stuff like that. It was crazy. And it was really a great release, but it was about visualization and breath.
Yeah.
And the release of that energy that you pent up from all around, that you visualize coming, manifesting itself in you.
There's got to be something to all that stuff. People have been practicing Tai Chi for a long time.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be practicing the safe movements for all these years if it didn't do something.
Yeah. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It keeps people young and healthy. They do it in China. You see groups of people out in Asia sort of out there in groups doing it all in unison. It's good. Exercise. Dead guys parts in the shoulder, like that, you know, cadaver parts. And this shoulder fell apart. This shoulder fell apart. A hip, a foot. Terrible. I couldn't walk for about a year almost.
Really?
And so, you know, you fall down. That's partially why I had to go and see Breckett or get the couch potato stuff off. But, you know, I lift weights and I do some, you know, walking, stuff like that, like really get your heart rate up and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm trying. Hey, I'm 69 years old, so it's like it's getting to be 7 decades. You know.
Yeah.
But I want to stay fit if I can. And I banged myself up a little too much in my early life, so I'm paying for it now. And like in your 60s, man, you're not there yet, but stuff starts like getting up on you.
Yep. No, I feel it in my 50s.
Yeah, how old?
57.
58 is when it starts.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's when I first noticed it. It was like, oh, what's going on? This here,
Yeah.
shoulder. And I went down to Reardon for
Mhm.
2 shot of stem cells, and it was good for like 2 years. You know?
You just got to keep going back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't go back on.
That's the thing. I think it's just your body's just not going to heal the way it did when you were younger unless you consistently get therapy for that.
Yeah, yeah. You're in good shape, though.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, so I was in reasonable shape at 58, and I think I'm in reasonable shape. But I'm just, it's just trying to push the old man out. Using the various methods to do it. You know.
Yeah, that's what it is. Keep the body as young as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and demand a lot from it.
Mm.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I just demand a lot and make sure I recover.
I think a lot of it's about meditation. Too.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually get into a good headspace that kind of cools you out. It stops the stress, even no matter what's going on. I'm going to have to do it tonight when I find out whether I still have a home.
Yeah. Well, if anything looks demonic, it's the fires in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I remember one time we were filming Fear Factor and we had to drive home. We had to cancel a shoot or end it early and drive home because the fires had hit. And this was like up, we were off the 5. And driving home for 50 minutes on the highway, the right side of the highway was in flames.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings, like Sauron is coming over the top. It looked fucking insane. It's biblical. Yeah. It looks insane.
You got to be careful too, because you could die.
Oh,
If you
100%.
can't breathe.
If you can't breathe, or if the cars in front of you catch fire and the wind blows this way and all the cars catch fire and you can't get off the road because to the right of you is on fire, to the left of you is on fire, and the fire is coming up the highway. Yeah, people have died that way.
And it can happen.
Yep.
I got hung once by mistake. I was on a film set, and I had my neck in the noose, and I was directing the film. So I'm on a ladder, and I'm like, so I'll just be hanging here like this, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up. It was on the floor, and there were all these people standing over looking at me. I said, "What are you people doing? Get to work!" You know, it was like, and they said, "Well, you hung yourself." I said, "Well, kidding me. It happens in an instant, and you don't know it. It wasn't painful, nothing. I was just gone."
Well, you probably got choked out.
Yeah, choked out by the noose. And then they grabbed me by the legs and got the rope off.
Jesus.
During Braveheart.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
It was funny. So I found out what it was like to sort of go into the next room. But of course, we did. I was fortunate enough to work with Horion Gracie 39 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, he'd just come from Brazil.
Well, I remember when you were doing Lethal Weapon. It was the first time I'd ever seen jiu-jitsu in a movie.
A leg choke on film.
Yeah.
He taught, Horion taught me the leg choke. He said, "You grab your foot."
Yeah.
And it was cool. But it was, now my girlfriend does it. And she's like a purple belt. So
Really?
Yeah, I've learned not to talk
Oh,
back.
she's legit.
Yeah, she's legit. Yeah.
Purple belt is basically a black belt. You just need a little bit more time.
Yeah.
If you can get, I always tell all jiu-jitsu students, if you can get to purple belt, you are a black belt. You're going to be a black belt.
Oh, she will.
You just got to stay on that path.
No, she is. She's obsessed with it. So,
Yeah.
And she's, as I say, I don't talk to her.
I think the purple belt is the hardest belt to get to
It is.
because it's just like in the beginning, you're just getting crushed.
Mhm.
That's jiu-jitsu, especially for a lot of shit. But then by the time you get to purple belt, like, man, you have to have real technique and you have to have understanding of what's going on.
She got a good mind. And I think she's like a chess player.
It is like that.
Because I know from fighting her. she wins arguments and she's wrong. So,
Sometimes you let them win, though, right?
yeah.
Just like you gotta walk away.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's
You gotta go, okay.
my second time.
Yes, yeah.
But she got the purple.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good for her.
That's good for her.
Yeah. It's an unbelievably exceptional woman.
Mhm.
They can get to that because they have to roll with men. And it's just
Well, she does.
a disadvantage.
Big dudes and
Mhm.
She's done some exceptional things, I've heard. So it's like, it's pretty good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I didn't follow that.
You can still do it.
No, I'm a more baseball bat gun kind of guy. I'm in trouble. That kind of
Well, be careful with that in California. You
Yeah.
could wind up being in jail.
That's true.
You wind up using it to protect yourself from the lock you up,
Yes, it's
which is also evil.
yeah, that happens a bit.
Yeah.
No, it's
Is it creating things?
it's
Is it-
creation.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. It's about creation. And, I figured I'm pretty average at most things, but I'm good at a couple. You know, I know how to tell a story. I know how to do that. I don't know. That's a weird place to be, but I think a lot can be achieved by art and image, and you could convey it without actually having to say it. You can do things to affect people emotionally or spiritually, even without being overt. I always like to reference it. Just a shot that, and it's in a Ridley Scott movie, and you don't know why it works, but or why it's effective on some level, but it's kind of a profound, effective shot. And it's that first shot in the Gladiator movie where he's running his hand over the ring, right? With that music and stuff. Why does that work? I don't know. You can't explain it, but it works.
No, Ridley Scott is a master.
Yeah.
That's a visionary human being.
Mhm.
He sees things.
He knows how to shoot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And storytelling. He can do everything. Every time he goes out there, it's eye candy. It's a feast for the eyes. You know?
Do you have different goals with like different projects? Like obviously, Flight Risk is entertainment.
Yes.
Fun. It's
Sure,
entertaining.
entertainment. Yeah. And yes, different goals. And it was the other thing too is it's like we're living in a different time now in the film world where you have less time, less money. Do it fast, do it now. And it's like, wow, can I do that? I always had the luxury of like, you know, up to 3,000 people on horses and this kind of stuff, or you know, and was able to take my time with stuff. But I had 22 days, and here you got to tell the story in 22 something that really got people that they could watch it and enjoy it. You know? And I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad you liked it. And that's all I want. I just want people to tackle this more profound. You know? It's going to take more out of me.
This is the resurrection story.
Yeah. And I even had to change my entire life to do it.
How so?
You can't go into a project as profound in nature as that without somehow preparing yourself for it. It's like preparing for a fight. You know?
Right.
It's like you have to be fit for the fight. And yes, so you have to spiritually prepare yourself for that. And that's going to take some sacrifice. And because, I profess this and I profess that. I'm not a great example of Christianity. I'm just, I'm flawed and I make a lot of mistakes, but I have to try and be better somehow in order to go in and make that film. So what does that mean? I think I know what it means.
Well, one of the things that I thought was fascinating was reading and listening to Jim Caviezel talk about his experience playing Christ in the film.
Yeah.
That it just truly changed the course of his whole life.
Well, it was fascinating to watch him work, actually. And most of the time, I just backed away. Jesus in films. And I never buy it. You can't quite buy it.
Right.
Something creeps in the color
Right.
that's not, something's not right or discordant. And some of them are pretty good, but you never quite believe it all the way.
What was the Willem Dafoe movie?
Oh, that was
That called?
The Last Temptation.
That's right.
Which, interestingly enough, I was in a hotel in the Savoy and I had food poisoning. I was near dead I ate a bad oyster in London. And I was dying in a hotel room. And I couldn't even leave. It was the worst. I think it was like salmonella or something. And I saw this cord on the side of the bed and I pulled it. And all of a sudden, a door opened up and a butler, like Jeeves, came in. He says, "Yes, sir." I'm like, "Whoa." And I said, "I'm really sick." I said, "What do you think I should eat?" might I suggest some warm consomme and a cup of tea? I said, okay. So this butler took care of me in this hotel. But while I was there, Scorsese calls me and he says, come here, I want to talk to you. So I go in and talk to Martin. My room, now this is really weird. They had changed my room and moved my stuff. And they told me they were going to do it, but I forgot. So I'm using a key to get into my room and it won't work. And the door opens up all of a sudden and it's Keith Richards in his underpants standing there staring through me. Like, and there's a girl in a mink coat walking around it. Mink coat and nothing else walking in the background. And Keith Richards standing there in his underpants with a spliff. And I'm like, I tried to explain that I thought it was my room, but it wasn't. You know, it was ridiculous. I'm 26 years old. And he just looks at me like, shuts the door in my face. Well, that was my meeting with Keith Richards. He slammed the door in my face. So it was like, fantastic. You know? Anyway, but what were we talking about? He did something I think that nobody else did. And I think he pulled it off because I totally believed it.
I believed it too.
And it was like, what did he do? He emptied himself out.
Yeah.
And he invited something else in. And he left it. He didn't try anything. He emptied himself out and he meditated. And he let Christ in.
And that role seemed to have a profound effect on him.
It did.
As a human being.
Oh, absolutely.
And kind of fucked him up in his career.
A little bit.
Because people associated him entirely with that film, and then they associated...
Sidetracked by a few guys. I mean, there's some people they get in your ear. It's like Cassius, you know, talking.
Right.
And they get you up to make a speech somewhere, and
right.
It's like, you know, people throwing eggs at you.
Yeah.
And you wonder, you know, should I even be saying this? And so he stepped on about 2 minutes, but yeah, it did have a profound effect on him. But I think he was already mostly there, and I noticed that because when I was trying to cast it, I thought, who could play this? And I saw the opening shot from Terry Malick's film, which was The Thin Red Line.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a big close-up of the Diesel. And there was something otherworldly and childlike going on in the close-up. And I thought, who's that guy? He's amazing. Of course, you couldn't keep the blue eyes. You had to trade them out. So I changed the color of his eyes to brown and all that stuff. So it looked like he came from the region.
Right.
But amazing. But he already had a quality, an ethereal kind of otherworldly space cadet quality.
Yeah.
And he's still cutting like that. It's still.
Yeah, he's. You know, I wish I'd met him, or I haven't met him still, but I wish I'd seen him before and then after. You know, see like what did that role change him? Because it seemed to have strengthened his faith.
Sure, it did. Yeah. He got in real tight with it, and I think he had some experiences while he was doing it. He suffered a little. You know, and
didn't he get struck by lightning?
Well, there's 2 times there was these lightning strikes happening on the set. You know? And there was this guy with him. He was a young fella, one of the assistants on the film. His name was Jan. And old Jan was like, these Greek women would slide under him, you know. It was that kind of stuff. The guy was like a babe magnet. Right? And I think he was taking full advantage of the gifts he had. But he got hit by lightning the first time. We were out on the hill and there was a lightning storm, like with the crosses and stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
And this guy called Gietto, who was a grip, and he never spoke a word the whole time. He was just a quiet kind of guy. And I figured, he doesn't know English. But he came up to me in perfect English. He said, you know, I think you should get all the people off the hill who could be struck by lightning. And I thought, that's a good idea. Let's get off the hill. So we're moving off the hill. Everybody's getting off. And this kid gets hit through the umbrella. This Jan guy. He gets zapped by lightning. But he's 22. And he goes to the disco. You know, he's doing the whole, 22 experience. And he comes back and he's like, yeah, it's great. And then he was with Jim the second time. But this time, I found him in a Fiat Bambino with his knees up around his ears, like waiting for the third strike. He was like, this this just doesn't happen twice in the third strike. And he says, I have to change my life. You know? So it was pretty
Filming
funny.
that movie must have had a profound effect on a lot of people, right?
It did, yeah.
Because you were doing something that wasn't just a film. It was,
Verite kind of.
yeah, and it was strengthening people's faith. That film was profound success, and a lot of people dismiss the idea of it even.
Yeah.
You know, especially in Hollywood. I mean, you had to self-fund all that, right?
Yes, it was self-funded, and it was a very strange experience, that one, because when I put the money in, I thought, well, maybe I'll break even. And it was, then I got these messages back, all the majors wouldn't distribute it. So I was like, nobody will distribute it. Okay, I guess I lost the money, but it was worth the experience. And so one guy was left in the room when the dust settled, and some guy, he was like, oh, I'll distribute. And he had a little company called Newmarket, and they distributed like 1 or 2 films before it. And I think it was a Charlize Theron movie called A Monster, about that horrible serial killer.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll do it. And, it was just really basics. I went and I met the exhibitors. And, and this guy was like the distributor. This little company was just him and a toothless dog and a fax. Exhibition. I made handshake deals with all the exhibitors. And it went out. Nobody expected it to do much, but it did phenomenally well. And there was this kind of thing in the town, this
Christianity, and then there was resistance to the fact that you went outside the system.
It was outside, because I had no alternative.
Right.
Because no major would back it.
Because of Christianity aspect of it.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Rupert said, he wanted to, and then he said, no. And then somebody advised him and said he'd be out of business in 5 years. Rupert, wow. In 5 years, if he distributed it, And I was like, well, if he's scared, what should I be like? I'm going to crash and burn here. But it actually it did phenomenal. Yeah. And then again, I tried to. And then I went to the studio on Apocalypto, but that didn't work out so well.
It didn't? In what way?
Well, it was interesting. The film was a film with, it had no stars. It was in another language. And it came out on a weekend with another film that had Leo in it, and another film that had Cameron Diaz in it. And so those 3 films came out on the same weekend, and the one with no stars and without the language won on the other 2. And the second week out, Disney pulled the screens.
Really?
Yeah. So, that's funny. Screens are gone. I guess there's another agenda, because that was another self-funded.
Did they pull the screens because they had movies that they had already made deals with?
I think so, but it's just politics, and and I think perhaps the distribution deal on that wasn't as good as something else. Yeah. So it's it's all business.
It's a phenomenal movie, though.
It's a great film, and it did better afterwards.
In DVD and streaming and all that. Yeah. Yeah. I watched it again like 2 years ago. I hadn't seen it in a while. I watched it again, and I forgot a bunch of aspects of it. God damn, it's a good movie.
It's just fun.
Yeah.
And I think I love primitive stuff. And primal emotion. I mean, basically, it's a guy just trying to get back home to save his wife and kid. And he's got a lot of obstacles in the way, like jaguars and bad guys chasing him, trying to skin him, trying to rip his heart out.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And I sat in the room, I was listening. I said, what do you want to do next? Chase movie? He said, well, so we found out we were mining canoes in Columbus and all that. And then we just started making a story in the room. And we wrote it.
Wow.
Yeah. Some assistant, man. He actually wrote, he actually tapped it. Crazy.
So when you're making this resurrection movie now, you also have this obligation. There's just, you're doing a very similar thing that you were doing with the Passion of the Christ, where this is a profound story.
Yes.
When you put something like that together, how do you choose who's going to be the next Jesus?
You use him.
Caviezel.
I know it's 20 years later. It's 20 years later. But
Yeah, but still a guy.
yeah, but it's supposed to be 3 days later, but he got 20 years later. And I think I have to use a few techniques that they've started to get really good with
The CGI and yeah, oh, they can do amazing things now.
You can actually
Yeah,
get some of the same things.
and by the time you film it, it'll be even better.
Yeah. There's a lot required because it is, I'll just tell you this, it's an acid trip when we wrote it. It is like, I've never read anything like it. And my brother and I and Randall all sort of congregated on this. So there's some good heads put together, but there's some crazy stuff. And I think in order,
Yeah.
which is you're in another place, you're in another, you need to go to hell. You need to go to Sheol.
So you're gonna have hell, you're gonna have Satan, all that.
I have ideas about how to do that. And ideas about it's not going to be easy. It's going to require a lot of planning. Ambitious. But I'll take a crack at it. Because that's what you got to do, right? Walk up to the plate. But it's not about me. It's about something else.
Well,
So-
if anybody can do it, you can do it.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
It's trying to find the way in that's not like cheesy or obvious, but that actually it's almost like a magic trick in a sense. It's diversion. It's obfuscate this, show that. Look over here.
Yeah.
It's
Do you have a title?
yeah, it's just like the resurrection of the Christ.
Mm.
It's like, so that's a title, and yeah, it's very ambitious. That's all I say. It just took a long time to write. It's really ambitious, and it goes from the fall of the angels to the death of the last apostle.
Do you have a start date?
I don't have a start date. I just have to begin pre-production and see what happens. And it's just going to roll in its own time. It's taking its own time. I thought it was late. I thought, it's taking too long. It's taking too long. It's probably just right. It's when it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
I think it's right.
Yeah. It's a massive, and theologically, it's something that you have to really look at and make correlations that ring true.
Mm.
Because it's not all written.
Do you consult with someone, like a biblical scholar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And of course, there's your own thing that comes into it from having read the book a few times. You read the book a few times, and it's amazing how your memory, there's these recessive files somewhere in the background, how you can correlate this piece to that piece over there. And that's important because juxtaposition is everything of the story. And what it means in a bigger picture.
Yeah.
So it's hard to explain, but it's quite involved.
Yeah, well, I can only imagine.
Yeah. And I don't know that you can do it in a foreign language because the concepts are too difficult now.
Mm.
So you may have to resort to the vernacular so that that at least is now where they have this AI stuff where the guy's talking German and he switches, see what they do. So
you're going to use that kind of a tool, you think?
You could.
Will you begin it in Aramaic or in Hebrew?
Maybe. Aramaic is really the kick, isn't it? But I think I've written it in English. But I wrote the last one in English too and translated it. And then people have to learn to speak it because I think there's only about 400 people that actually speak Aramaic.
Wow.
And apparently they understood it, so I was happy about that.
Wow.
So that was good. Yeah. 400,000 people in the world.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'd like to preserve those 400 people.
Yeah. Not many people speaking Latin. But that's quite.
Well, I can't wait to see it, man. And I just want to say I appreciate you very much. All the stuff that you've done. You've made some really awesome pieces in your life. You really have.
Thank you. Yeah.
Done some great stuff.
Yeah. I'm blown away by where you got to, which is like, didn't you start off just smoking a spliff on a couch with a guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how it happened.
No, that's good.
I just kind of kept doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Thank you.
I'll watch it on the tonight.
Thank you. There was no plan to it. I'll tell you that.
No.
There still kind of isn't. I still kind of do it the same way.
Every day you wake up.
Yeah, I just look at my phone. I go online to see who I want to talk to. Yeah. This guy might be interesting. Mm-hmm. That's really it.
You get some pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I know his name. Terrence. He's all into it.
Turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the actor. Yeah. Great guy.
Got a bunch of stuff going on. Whoa.
Yeah. But he's out there. Yeah. He's out there. But I mean, you have to be. Be one of those guys.
You do.
But listen, brother, thank you very much for everything. Appreciate you coming in here.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're new so soon.
Yeah. It's fun.
It is fun. Yeah. I enjoy it.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Who sings that?
How dare you? How dare you say who sings that?
No, who's
Angus Young. No,
Angus.
Angus Young is the guitarist, right? It's God damn it.
My brother used to beat the shit out of that music.
That's right. And then before him, Bon Scott. Bon Scott died of a drug overdose, right?
Oh, man.
Is that how he died? Just went too hard.
That's the thing. It's like it's that moment where you're like, do we want to go any harder?
I saw a video of Angus on stage the other night, like recently. He's like 7 years old.
From ACDC.
Going ham. Old fucking dude, white hair, just dancing. See if you can find that video. Just dancing around on stage. Probably still up. He's like, Dad, you didn't even put me down yet. It takes 3 minutes to calm him. You got a whole system.
3 or 4 minutes, and then by for sure 7 minutes to sleep.
And get him a weighted. Do they have a weighted blanket or not for him?
I don't think they do that for dogs. Does that really work with people? I feel like there's other ways.
There's that one video that like really like kind of weak kid who gets trapped under one or whatever. Have you ever seen that at that birthday party?
How big is the blanket?
I mean, it's like, I guess it's like 80-pound test or whatever. I don't know. I have the threat.
Like a marlin blanket? A marlin blanket?
I mean, I don't know how heavy the threat was, but it's like he's like trying to text for help or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just a joke.
No,
It has to be a joke.
For real?
No,
looked like
he was really trapped?
yeah, it looked like he was very much trapped under there.
Oh, man.
He was very, I don't want to say malnourished or unnourished. You know, he didn't like to eat or whatever. One of those kids that only eats nuggets or whatever.
Well, nuggets are better than just chips. These nuggets are some kind of protein.
Yeah.
Some kind. What do you think Bobby Kennedy's going to do when he gets into
Did we start?
I think we're rolling. Yeah, we're
Oh,
rolling.
Okay.
Do you think they're going to get rid of nuggets? See, here's my take on like I was just reading this whole thing about Chick-fil-A, and they were saying this is the most dangerous food in America. The number one burger, Chick-fil-A is like the number one fast food sandwich, chicken sandwich, and there's a fucking 1,000 ingredients, and it's like, yeah, just don't eat it every day, stupid.
Yeah.
I eat them. I'm healthy. I'm real healthy. You just don't eat them every fucking day.
You enjoy them.
Yeah, you don't. It's not your primary diet.
if you're going over there every day or whatever, leaving your kids at home to go get one or something, if you're lying,
fiending.
yeah.
You're just fiending for Chick-fil-A all day.
Well, they're so good, and they come in that little bag. It almost has that. They come in the unmarked bag, you know.
This is a paid advertisement for BetterHelp. Life is kind of like a book, and every new year is the start of a new chapter. Except in this case, the pages are blank, and you can write whatever the fuck you want. Maybe you're working towards buying a new home. Maybe you want to learn how to garden or pick up hunting, or maybe you want to work on your relationships. However you want your story to play out, it's going to take work, dedication, and a little bit of help. Even the greatest authors have an editorial partner to bounce ideas off, and that's nothing to be ashamed about. If you need some help living the life you want, therapy is always a great place to start. Therapy is for everyone, not just people who've gone through a major trauma. It can teach you valuable skills like how to cope with stress, how to communicate better, how to set boundaries, and more. One of the best ways to get into therapy is BetterHelp. It's entirely online, so it's easy to get started and more affordable too. And as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Write your story with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com. Still work out, still feel healthy. The key is just don't make that most of what you eat.
Yeah.
Every now and again, a little Chick-fil-A. You know what that is? It's just patties with cheese on it.
And
It's
there's no
so
hate.
good. It's so good because it's fresh. Because In-N-Out doesn't freeze the meat. Their meat is over. I don't feel bad at all. It's like the closest thing you can get to healthy food at a fast food spot.
And so there's no bread on them.
No bread. No bread, no nothing, no
And
sauce,
what do you
no
pick them up
ketchup.
with? You pick them up with 2
Fingers
forks?
like a fucking pig, like a sloppy glutton. I just resign
That's
myself.
that Missouri sushi, dude. You're fucking it's meat and cheese.
Just meat and cheese and greasy fingers.
That's
then-
that Montana
it's so
sashimi,
hot.
brother.
It's so hot you can barely hold on to it. Oh, people do it with the onions on it too. Yeah, I've had that.
Oh, I haven't seen all this.
The onions is good, but my way is no onions.
I have a block on my computer. I don't think I can look at some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I put the Flying Dutchman, dude, it's gonna bring up.
My buddy Cody gets them with onions inside of them. So they slice up the onions, put it inside of them. Grilled onions inside. That's nice.
I love onions. I think onions are a underrated. Yeah, but you want some, huh?
There's a tinge. You know what I love?
Yeah.
I love a good tomato and onion salad. You know?
Yeah.
Like when they give those like beefsteak tomatoes, like heirloom tomatoes with slices of onion and some balsamic on that bitch. A little bit of salt. That's not
You're great.
Burrata and the tomatoes, you can't go wrong. But the onions and tomatoes, tomato and onion salad was like a steakhouse thing. Never really saw it anywhere else. But like tomato and onion salad.
Vidalia onion. You ever seen that one? That's a beautiful onion. Bring one up, if you don't mind, Jamie.
But well, let's guess though, because I genuinely have no idea.
Okay.
Do you think there's any nutritional content in onions?
Let me think about it. Let me think about what I'm eating. I don't know.
There might be some sneaky shit that like only like Andrew Huberman can tell you about. You know, some weird ingredient.
Like
Yeah.
some back end magnesium or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, some weird,
Yeah, like some fucking
some weird shit.
like. You mean there's some
That's a Vidalia onion. Okay, so I think I've seen them before. I just didn't know they had a different name.
those are good.
There is a lot of nutritional value. I have on.
Is there?
You know,
Okay, that's what I want to know. Impressive health benefits of onion. Oh, okay. Now I feel better for liking onions. Tell me what can they do for you?
Vitamin C.
easy. We should know that.
Let's see. Look at all that. There's a little sugar? Interesting. 4.7 grams of sugar in an onion. Imagine how.
A touch in there. He knew it.
Has anybody ever had onions, sliced onions with sugar all over it?
I don't know. Because you would think it would bring the sugar out. No, I haven't had that.
Dude, done to watermelon.
Oh,
Like,
I could see that.
I love it.
Mexican people like to put crazy
Chili
shit on
mango.
food. Yeah.
Chili mango, man. That's
They're
a
like,
big one in Mexico.
We like this fruit, and they're
They
like,
nailed it. Have you fruits? That's the one that caught on so much and made it to potato chips.
chili mango.
Yeah, like chili mangoes and everything.
I haven't had that.
Oh, dude, I drink chili mango Element. You know what Element is? Like the It's a hydration mix. It's nice.
I
It's,
like the hydration though.
That's Rob Wolf's company, right? I believe so.
Dude, why is there so much hydration now? And also, dude, I just want to say thank you to Mexican people just for doing everything that they do, dude. I feel like every week we should have a round of applause for Mexican people, I feel like, in America.
Well, it's weird to want to keep them out. You know, they have some of the best food. They're the nicest people. They're some of the hardest working people. Like one of the
and they're organ donors too, a lot of them.
That's awesome. One of the dumbest stereotypes ever was like the lazy Mexican. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone I've ever met has like fucking 3 jobs. They're all working 12 hours a day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I knew a Mexican guy. He had to leave work to go to his job. It never ends, dude.
You know, Mexicans used to have a few Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, and the Mexicans, they always said the Puerto Ricans didn't work hard enough. Like the discipline, like some of the Puerto Rican guys were maybe more talented, but the Mexican guys were known for discipline. Like some of the great Mexican boxers, like Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the things about him was his volume was insane.
Yeah.
His knowledge of boxing was insane, but his volume was insane. And the only way you could have volume like that is if you have supreme, one of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time. No, he's still alive. And his son is boxing now. His son is a really good boxer. Not at the level that overwhelm people with volume and just break them down. Pull up a Julio Cesar Chavez highlight. Because when he was in his prime, one of the greatest fights of all time was him versus Meldrick Taylor, and he knocked Meldrick Taylor, who's an Olympic gold medalist, phenomenal boxer, and he knocked out Meldrick Taylor with like 10 seconds to go in the final round. He made this dude cry. Look, his hair should make him cry.
Who's headed, man?
Is that the dude from the Red Face Race? That's his brother. It looks like he could be this guy that wants money from him. Oh, it's my cousin, the boxer. Shit.
That looks like fucking machine gun punching.
This is so. I don't know why he made this dude cry, but just go get me a highlight because we don't have the time to like just watch him break this dude down. Give me just like a Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Chavez Senior highlight.
She comes from Silver Street.
Those guys, you got one of their jackets on, man. You're wearing a red cake.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah.
They're great, man.
Thank God this is warm.
So in the 1990s, he was the fucking man. He was the man. He was, I forget what his record was before he had his first defeat, but it was something crazy, like 80 or 90 fights before he had his first defeat.
Yeah, Atletico.
Bro, is there a highlight of his knockouts? Just give me a highlight of like him beating the fuck out of people. He was so good, dude. He was very good. No, watch out. I think Pernell Whitaker got robbed. Pernell Whitaker was like the slickest of all of the American boxers of his era.
Wow.
But Julio Cesar Chavez just broke Meldrick down later in the fight.
What made him so good, man? What made him?
Well, you know what makes a fighter? There's a lot of things, but he didn't stand out in terms of he wasn't faster than everybody. He had guys broken. He would just overwhelm them and swarm them. He was one of the most terrifying guys because he could keep his pace up 12 rounds, no fall, because Richard Steele knew that, exaggerating when I say 2 seconds. Might have been 5 seconds.
And what would you do in that
He's there to save the fighter. If he takes one more punch in those 2 seconds, and that one punch kills him,
right?
That's him. It's on him. 17. So 17, he goes down. Well, so let's see what happens. So he gives him the count, which is a standing 8 count, and then he looks at him and he asks him a couple of questions. Give me some volume. So look, he's not looking at the clock. He's looking to save this guy. But look at him. Look at him. He looked him in the eye. He wasn't there.
3 seconds left.
But he's doing the right thing. It's crazy if there's 3 seconds left, but he is doing the right thing.
Because the referee's job is to make sure that they stay alive.
Yes. Protect the fighter.
Because a fighter wouldn't make the right choice, you're saying?
Right. That's why a referee has to protect the fighter from a cut. Like if the cut's too bad, the referee has to call it or bring in a doctor to call it. there's some times where the referee, it's a judgment call, and sometimes they get it wrong because they're human. But it's a crazy job. They have the hardest job in the world. So the guys like Herb Dean, the guys like Mark Goddard, those guys need more praise because it's one of the most difficult jobs in all of combat sports, other than being like in the middle of chaos in a world title fight where millions of people are watching. And you got to keep this thing together in this very chaotic sport.
That would be so tough. Yeah, I wonder what are the requirements to be a referee? Like how much, like to be one of those, like Mark Goddard or
educating people. Herb Dean's very instrumental in doing this with a lot of these guys. Mark Goddard, they'll put together seminars. You have to have some. You have to know what's going on because sometimes, especially in like submissions and things like that, like if things get complicated. Samar Palhares, that's like his built like a tank. He was like 5'8", 185 pounds, just fucking ball of muscle, and he would dive on dudes' legs and just rip them apart.
Oh, like a python.
And wouldn't let go of the legs. So the guys be tapping. He's the only guy to ever get kicked out of the UFC winning.
Because he was
holding submissions. They kicked him out. You can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do it? You can't do
You
what?
got to let go when the referee says stop.
Oh,
because he's crippling people.
Oh.
You want to see a highlight that makes you cringe? Pull up Husamal Palhares submission highlights.
Oh, I want to see what that.
Jake Shields punched him in the face after their fight because he got a hold of a Kimura. Jake tapped and he still kept cranking on him. He would do that with guys. He just was a pit bull. He wouldn't let go, but the guy. If you keep twisting on a knee, he's going to have surgery. If a person taps, it's supposed to be that's it. And there's the heat of the moment stuff, but then there's the people that just do it over and over and over again. And there's, folks that are known for that. So look at who would do, man. He would just get a hold of that. Look at his knee. Look, and he's tapping, and that was with John Fitch. Show that one again. So he's tapping. So he gets this knee bar. This knee bar is awful. Look how bad it is. He's tapping, and he's still cranking. Wow. Yeah, still cranking. So it was like he would hold on for an extra second or two, which is more than enough to destroy.
And they kicked him out.
A second doesn't seem like a long time unless you're caught in a knee bar. That's an eternity where your knee is getting exploded and you're tapping and you won't let go. You got to let go immediately.
Now, do you let go when the guy taps you? Like,
so look at this here. The referee was on him. The guy's screaming in agony, still cranking.
He might have had a vengeance. He might have had a.
Oh, he was a mean dude. But he grew up very poor on a farm, horrible upbringing. It's like there's a kind of a crazy story to it.
A lot of pain.
He grew up in extreme poverty. And like this scar on his chest, like they had a wound that he had as a child, like on the farm. They glued it together. That's why he's this big. And a scary dude if you got a hold of your legs because he wasn't going to let go.
I'm glad I don't know him. I mean, in some ways,
I'm glad you're not grappling.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to know him like adversely. Damn, dude. I can't believe we saw Shane too.
You saw Shane's in the sauna, and you're like, you look like a pickled egg.
Well, he looked like one of those kind of eggs, like in that little cage or whatever at the gas station,
Those bucket eggs. The ones that are on the bars, the pickled. Give them that pickled egg. You know how fucking hungry you have to be? These fucking eggs, who knows how long they've been sitting there. You're like, yeah, give me one of them.
And there's always some trucker in the fart that rips out of your body off.
How will you gonna ban Chick-fil-A? But you're not gonna ban that.
Dude, that has to be RFK's arch nemesis right there.
Imagine if you were living off those eggs, the farts you would have. If that's your only food source. Like, let's imagine.
Oh,
you're like stuck up. After a while, your own farts are gonna make you jump in the ocean. You're like, I can't even be around myself.
But there's a lot of there's that trucker's high that they get from huffing their own gas. There's like a syndrome or something that starts from it. From people, just imagine that can't be good for you, right? Caging yourself up at 80 miles an hour with your own fart. And just cruising state to state, just fucking.
Just letting it go, baby.
Ugh.
And the combination of things, ring dings and pork rinds and fucking
saying-
Pepsi.
saying fag over and over again. Just all of that just compiled at once into you.
And then listen to conspiracy theorists talk on podcasts all day.
Just deep into fucking the murky waters of Alex Jones, just hopped up.
I've been on social media a little too much lately.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been reading too many people fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories, and I don't want to.
Like, well, I saw Alex Jones, and he looks really good, doesn't
Yeah, he's losing all weight.
he? He looks like he has to go to
Great.
court for something.
No, Sean, our friend Sean is helping him. He's
Oh, really?
working out with him every day. Yeah,
Bro, I noticed it like in a month. I just saw like, and I was like, oh my God.
yeah,
He
he's
looks-
really committed. He's gonna do a documentary on it. He's gonna do a documentary. Taking back my health.
It's so noticeable. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, he looks handsome.
But there's fucking theories that it's not even him.
Oh,
There's-
really?
Yeah, there's theories
my
that they
God, I bet
replaced
it's
him
not.
with a different guy. Yeah,
Who did that? That's always the thing.
That's the thing. But here's the thing. I know that's not true.
Right.
Like, I know the guy who's training him. I know him. Like, I'm still in touch with him. Like, I text Alex all the time. I know him. He's just losing weight. But if you go online, there's a lot of people that believe that this is like a different person. There's a lot of people who believe he's been co-opted by the government. There's a lot, like, he has to chime in on every single thing that everybody wants him to. Otherwise, he's been co-opted. And I'm starting to develop these theories where I don't know how much of that conversation is real. I certainly think there's a percentage of that conversation is real. There's
What
certainly-
conversation you mean?
when people think that people have been co-opted
Okay.
by the government, like that they've become what is that one that they like to use? Controlled opposition. That's what if you want to pretend to be a smart conspiracy theorist. You have to say controlled opposition.
I could easily
Look
see.
at this.
Bro, in 2 weeks, Tom Segura will be playing this guy.
He looks great. That's all it is. He looks great,
But he,
but he doesn't look like the same person.
not
because-
at all, dude.
Because he's laid off the booze. He's laid off the booze. He's not eating any bullshit. I don't
What
know.
was
I don't
he
even know if he's-
drinking? Really?
Yeah,
Can
he's
you bring us back up, please,
investigating
one time better?
satanic pedophiles all day long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
sometimes you want to take the edge off.
Yeah, right. He fucking. I mean, he looks totally
Yeah.
different, man.
Yeah.
He looks like Randy Orton.
Now, but imagine if this was no internet. Imagine there's no internet. So we don't
You
know.
believe in a heartbeat it wasn't a road guy.
Sure. There's no way that's the same guy.
Yeah.
This guy on the left looks 15 years younger.
Oh yeah, dude, a chubby guy used to do the pool when I worked at this farm one time. He used to do the pool, and one year he got on Dexatrim or some illegal fat burner or whatever. And he came and did the pool one time when I was there, and I didn't even believe it was him. And never believed it. Totally different.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you didn't have stuff like this, you'd be like, that's not the same guy.
So this was just the television days. No social media.
yeah, I think that they recasted the guy because something happened to him over the offseason.
100%. You would think, oh, someone replaced Alex Jones with a fake Alex Jones.
But he would tell you if that happened, right? He would be like, Joe, somebody,
Yeah, the replacement. We'd say the replacement.
they're sending somebody
Who
in.
the fuck is going to do his voice? There's only 4 people alive that can do a good Alex Jones impression. Are you aware of the Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman I think they call them sock puppet accounts,
Okay.
and it's generally frowned to fuck around online. I don't
Right.
have one, but it seems like it'd be a fun way to fuck around online.
It takes a lot of time, it seems like.
Yeah, but you could have like a fake account where if you're a public person.
That's true. He can't do that, really.
Yeah, I would say that would be a smart thing to do.
Was it really him? Did they find
But
out?
is that on the responsibility of his public image? Maybe he doesn't like that.
Right.
Like I don't have a problem with either one of them.
Yeah, sometimes you just
I
want
don't
to
know.
shed your skin. You just want to take a layer
Yeah.
off. You want to relax at the house. You want to kick your feet up and yell something down the hallway you shouldn't yell.
Right.
And that's what he wants to do.
I think you should be allowed to. I think they definitely should be able to do. Because of that, though, then you have to wonder when you see arguments, how many of these arguments are real people and their real opinions, and how many of these arguments are this giant block of accounts that's been purchased by a large organization that is hiring people or using AI to have arguments with people and incite things
Right.
online. It's not 0% people. Now, I'm saying, like, if you have a personal belief in something, like, no, they're not bots because I think that way. I'm not saying that you don't believe what you believe, and I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm saying, topic, you can fucking guarantee that some of the people talking about it aren't real. Either they're not real in that these are not their real opinions, they're being told to say these things, or they might not even be a real human. They might be an algorithm, or they're a bunch of people that have been hired whenever there's hot button cultural issues or voting issues or political issues. A lot of those people arguing are not real.
Yeah.
And there's a real question as to what changing the way people think about things and forcing and arguing with these things all day very persuasively on behalf of some sort of special interest group.
Yeah, I think that sounds very plausible, especially these days. There's not as much, it used to be that a lot of media was controlled by a few channels and networks, right? I mean, that's safe to say. Would you agree with that?
It was all controlled by a few channels.
Right.
It was all, all you had when we were kids, I remember when cable came out. It was crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
What was before that?
You had ABC, NBC, CBS. That's it.
No.
Yes, that's it. And then
you had three chances for
Fox. Fox was crazy. Married with Children. The Simpsons. Fox was nuts. Fox was this wild network. So that was the fourth network.
Married with Children was so good.
So good. So you have this fourth network. And then cable comes along, and then satellite, and now streaming on the internet. It's like, what? I don't even think we're aware of how much more content we absorb than people that were, that lived like when I was 21.
Oh, yeah.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, even if you're just by the airport or whatever, sometimes I wish they'd be like, can someone turn all this shit off? It's like, you don't even know what's going on anymore. In the middle of the night, I'll have like songs playing in my head that I heard on TikToks and shit. It's just bad. Like, it's gotten to be too much. But I think that what I'm saying is if somebody had all that control at one point, or if a few networks did, there's no way that now that they have less control, they're not still trying to find that control. And that they're hiring different groups to be Twitter bots or Twitter personalities or whatever.
Make TikTok accounts, do TikToks about issues. People have said flat out that they were offered money and then they got paid money to make things for political people, like make people think that they were really excited about voting for someone, and they would pay them for pro content.
Right.
So pro whatever that person is. So there's a whole business in this where they reach out to popular influencers and they say, hey, I want you to endorse this person. Would you do that for X amount of money?
Well, didn't they happen with like Megan Thee Stallion or somebody? Weren't they hired recently or somebody? And I'm sure the Republican Party did it too. I think that was a Democratic one that they had, where they hire performers to come and perform.
Yeah, this was the big controversy. We tried to get to the bottom of it. It's hard to know. So the accusation was that there was a few artists. Lizzo was one of them.
Yeah, that's
Eminem was another one. Beyonce was the big one.
Right.
And that they were paid an exorbitant amount of money to go and endorse Kamala Harris at these rallies. I don't know if it's true. It seems like there might be something to it. They spec problems that we think of today. Like you think of,
like, what do you mean the economy?
The economy. Like if
okay,
people
the U.S.
worry,
economy.
People that want to vote on things, what do they want? They want the economy to be healthier. They want us to have less national debt.
Safety.
They want less inflation. They want safety. They want low crime. If that is the amount of fucking money they went through, like you spent $1.5 billion and you paid celebrities to it. If that's true, you paid celebrities to it. How am I supposed to trust you with spending money? You imagine if you were gonna marry a gal and you just gave her access to your credit card. You're like, look, baby, you and me, we're in it now. So
here you go.
I want you to be happy. And she just goes fucking ham.
Yeah, she
says, hey, I'm only doing this
amulets
up until we get married. Because once then I'm all about a sensible budget. I'm all about fiscally being responsible.
You couldn't believe that.
You wouldn't believe it.
Not at all.
You'd be like, wait a minute, you've been going crazy with these fucking handbags and jewels and shit.
He'd be like, I'm not marrying you then because, we have too much shit. I can't even see you in the apartment now.
Also, I can't trust you with the credit cards. You're a fucking maniac.
Dude, I had this roommate for a while, this dude, and he would get all high out the living room and he would get these empty boxes, cardboard boxes, and he had a couple cats, and he'd get out there and he would have them do tricks and stuff up the box. He'd stack them really high in the living room. It's like a 20-foot ceiling. And he'd get stoned and he'd get upset if I didn't come out and watch. Fucking weird is that?
Meanwhile, that guy can vote. Yeah. That's the kind of guy that go, whoa, Megan Thee Stallion. Is that who she's voting for? Well, fucking sign me up.
He would get pissed if I didn't come out and watch, dude.
That's what's crazy. Like, they spend money to make sure that people think that famous people will vote for them.
I don't think anybody, dude. I don't even believe that there's, whatever it's called, Golden Globes, right?
That's what it was. Right?
Yeah, she hosted the Golden Globes.
She killed it.
She did a great job, right? She did a great job, and she was like just confident and fun and it was awesome. She did a great job. So I was just texting and saying, "Hey, congrats! It was awesome." And I said, "It doesn't even seem like people are that fame has kind of gotten different over the years. Does it seem like that at all? I think that some of the most popular people aren't. It used to just be like they were movie stars, But now it seems like it's just changed. Like you could have just as much infatuation for somebody that you saw that made an entertaining video on Instagram as you could for Tom Cruise, Well, you know what I'm saying? Am I making these
back there? It's almost the worst thing you could do.
Be fucking ostracized. I mean, it was like for 8 years ago.
I'm sure it's probably still like that. How much of the division in this country is caused by what we're talking about, by this thing that's legal? I think it should be legal. I don't think you should have to tell your fucking name if you want to talk shit about something that's going on that affects your life, or that affects your job, or that affects your kid's school. You shouldn't be subject to fucking prosecution because you said something about the school board, because you just felt like being an anonymous person saying they're a bunch of fat slobs and retards, and you wanted to say that, but you couldn't say that because then you would get in trouble, your kids would get in trouble, this and that.
Well, that's what's happening in England right now, isn't it?
It 100% is. It 100% is.
Is that that's really happening?
Yes, it's really happening.
They would come at the end of every episode. They'd be waiting outside of your.
Yeah. Here's the thing, man. This is a new thing. This wasn't England 10 years ago, right? This is a new thing, and it's a scary thing. It's a really scary thing. They arrested thousands. This is what they're doing, man. First of all,
the people were the closest threatening.
No. They don't have to be. They don't have to be threatening. What? Yeah, they could be misgendering. There's a lot of things that you could get.
Why be a or say what you want?
People could deem it's racist if it's anti-migrant. They have a migrant crisis over there in Europe. People can deem it, anti-migrant and Islamophobic, and you can. There's a bunch of them that are threats. People threaten people online, which totally makes sense. So you shouldn't be allowed to threaten people online. But when you get past that, if you have an opinion about something that's affecting the country that you live in, I think you should be able to express yourself. And I don't necessarily think that people should know that it's you. I don't think you should have to carry that around. Like you should be able to express yourself and not have to be famous. I don't think there's a problem with that.
You mean to not have to have it be known? So you're saying that Elon should be able to also have a separate
thing that they're doing. And what this one former FBI analyst We pulled up this article 1,000 times, Jamie. We can pull it up one more time just because it's just so crazy. You can't believe it's real. This guy was analyzing the amount of Twitter people that are bots. And this was a contentious issue, contentious aspect of the purchase when Elon bought Twitter. So when Elon bought Twitter, they were saying there's only 5% bots.
I remember that.
We sampled 100 people, 5% of them were bots. And he's like, that's not enough. You have hundreds of millions of people that are signed up for this. How many of these people are fake? And they really didn't want to tell. They didn't. They just like, not a lot. Don't worry. It's like,
Yeah. 4.
Don't worry about it. I'm a former CIA cyber operations officer who studies bot traffic. Here's why it's plausible that more than 80% of Twitter's accounts are actually fake, and Twitter is not alone. I think we realize that because we're on there for real. We're real people on there. But if you're real people, where fake people are constantly arguing, get me wrong. And I think even the fake people arguing is very addictive. And I think you want to get people are spending all their time in this job that they hate when no one's looking, the boss isn't around, typing up some real witty, nasty shit on Twitter. And I think you want to be able to do that anonymously. But if you do have that and you don't know who's doing what,
Yeah.
you do get to this point where someone can manipulate it. But if you do know, then the problem is the government has already showed how fucking shady they are when someone comes out and says something that goes against what they agree with, or what they're trying to push, or what agenda they have, or what's best for them financially. So they'll fucking throw the kitchen sink at you. We've seen them do that. You can't have those kind of people in power where they can know exactly who's saying what. You still have to have the ability to have whistleblowers. So you have this conundrum. On one side, you can have this completely manipulated environment that's done by corporations, fake people, and people that are paid by parties just to push the party line and to go out there and debate it vigorously and argue it. They're paid to do it.
Yeah.
And all you have is your wits. All you have is your ability to try to form your own opinions of things, regardless of like where you feel like you're pulled because of whatever ideology you publicly proclaim to be. I'm a liberal person. This is how I feel. I'm pro this. I'm pro that. And then
Right.
they'll start fighting about what that means.
What's scary when that happens, because then you also have locked yourself into a space where you might not change because you're afraid of what your public persona is.
Exactly.
And that's got to be,
That's how you get to Dick Cheney endorses Kamala Harris, and the liberals are like, yeah, boom. I saw this dude, he posted a atomic bomb gif, and it was like, after that happened, like, it's over, boom. It's like, you guys are just dorks who don't play sports. Do you realize what kind of mental gymnastics you have to go through where Dick Cheney, rest in peace, where Dick Cheney,
he passed away.
he just passed away, where
Oh.
Dick Cheney endorsing your liberal, progressive candidate that somehow knows that's a good thing. The guy was the architect of the Iraq invasion, weapons of mass destruction host, all that shit.
He was a Schlumberger
he
guy,
was
right?
a scary guy, man.
He was the oil guy, right? He couldn't put
Halliburton.
Yeah,
Halliburton.
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 Oh.
Bro.
Yeah,
That
that was bizarre. I mean, that's the
mental
thing.
gymnastics.
Everything's gotten so bizarre, dude.
He's not dead? Oh, it's a fake report? Fake Dick Cheney death report came from RT parody account. Those
Here
motherfuckers.
we go, bro. But
They
hey,
got me. But this is the thing. It's like, you can't tell what the fuck is true. Well, first of all, how's he still alive? You know?
let's
How
go.
many soccer players did we lose this year? Midfield,
From
massive heart
electricity.
attacks, just running down the streets. People are dying,
And Liz
and somehow or another, Dick Cheney's still alive.
and Dick Cheney's
With
still
a
out there
different
twerking.
heart.
That's what they're
He's
doing
got a
now.
fake heart.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's on his 6th or 7th heart. A lot of these, you don't think politicians are getting fucking separate hearts and organs, dude? You don't think they're first in line when they
Oh
fucking,
yeah, for sure. That's probably part of like if you don't open up a hospital. This is what I want. The moment my shit goes south, I want a story last night about this dude who was I think he was a Rockefeller family, one of those. So this dude went to New Guinea and got eaten by cannibals. Apparently he went there.
I hate
Michael Rockefeller. So apparently he went there, and they were fine. They were fine with him the first time he went there, but he was trying to get something from them, and the something that he was trying to get from them was sacred. And apparently, they were very pissed off at him. So he didn't know they were pissed off at him. So when he went back, he thought they'd be friendly with them.
Yeah.
And they killed him and ate him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then they hid it. They hid the story forever. So they went looking for this guy. Like, hey, my rich cousin is missing. Where is he? And they're like, I don't know.
They just
Fucking bird. They just ate that dude.
somebody just coughs up one of those things that keeps your what is that thing that goes on there? It's into your shirt. Yeah.
Your cuff.
A cufflink.
Oh, cufflink.
I just fucking
Yeah.
somebody just coughs up a cufflink.
Hey, let me give a shout out to the person who was on their YouTube channel because I can't remember most of the details of the story. But if you go to this dude's YouTube channel, I have a real problem with these goddamn YouTube videos. I'm watching too much. I'm absorbing a lot. I'm learning things.
But do you think like you talked about Islamophobia in Britain?
Did I talk about it? What do you mean?
Or did you mention it? Islamophobia?
Well, we
What
were
does
talking about
Islamophobia mean?
We were talking about the migrant crisis. We're necessarily saying Islamophobia. I think there's it's like the migrant crisis in the United States. It's not a crisis of one type of individual coming in. The idea is that you want to be able to vet everybody who comes in, from no matter what, whether they're from Guatemala or they're from Syria. You want to find out who the fuck they are. You don't want to let in criminals and psychopaths.
Yeah,
it's all that simple. And if you start, blocking off people's ability to do that, I always have to wonder, like, what are you trying to do?
Yeah.
If you're just trying to let everybody in and not check, are you trying to create chaos? Is that what you want? Because that's what I would do if I was an evil person and I wanted to fuck up an entire civilization. I would just let criminals in. I would encourage criminals to go there. I would release them out of my jails and give them money to go north.
Yeah.
You can just walk across to America. We're going to pay you to do it.
Well, I think you have a lot of people that have that believe in some sort of a moral and ethical code, and they feel like they don't have a place to be sometimes,
There's also some people that grow up and they just got fucked by the world. They just got brought to a real bad spot, and they started off way worse than you and I.
For sure.
And that's the reality of, if you want to keep a healthy society, you have to keep those fucking people out. Like, the world is not fair. It's not fair. And if you want to protect the best aspects of the world, you got to keep them safe. And then spread out that safety from there. It's not let in all the bad. It's spread out the safety. It's like the way to do it isn't to just let all the criminals in and then, now we all live with crime. Like, no, that's stupid. The way to do it is to solve the crime problem in an area and then expand that area ever greater across the world. That is totally doable. Totally doable. You're never going to stop all crime, but you can minimize it significantly with a concerted effort, which is not being done. They're not doing that. And there's a bunch of different things that they have to do. Instead of just hiring cops to fuck people up, they should train cops better. They should pay them more. They should make them more respected.
Yeah, I saw
make people appreciate cops instead of think of them as the enemy.
I agree. We always thought that cops were reliable, but then I guess some cultures have different experiences with cops. But these days, cops are so diverse that it's like you couldn't have you'd almost have to be a alien or something to have a racial issue. It feels like sometimes,
Well, I think cops are just like all kinds of people, and the problem with all people is they're going to vary. There's going to be some people that can handle pressure, and some people that can handle having power and being a boss.
Oh, that's
you got
a good
good
point.
bosses. I've had great bosses. They were great guys. They made you happy to work with them. You knew they were the boss, but it was a cool situation. And then you got people that are cunts just because they're bosses. You got this guy that just won't stop talking down to you because he knows he can get away with you because you need the job. He can get away with shitting on you. You've all had that too. That's the problem with being a cop. Like, some people are just not good at having power over people, and some people are great with it. And then there's the reality of the stress that they face. Every fucking day you might get shot. Every day you're pulling people over. What is the worst thing that's going to happen to you in your day? Oh, did someone open their door on your car Oh,
You had someone
yeah,
whistle at you because you had
I
big
saw a
tits or whatever.
10-year-old get their face shot in. You know, I saw a little girl get run over by a car. I saw horrible murder scenes. You know, they're going upon car accidents every day. You're seeing so much awful shit. You're dealing with, and then every time you pull somebody over, every cop has seen those videos of people pulling people over and just getting lit with bullets, just fall to the ground. There's so many of those videos. Getting your gun taken away from you, getting shot and killed.
Yeah.
We've all seen those videos.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
It's at
horrible.
Walmart everywhere. A lot of that shit. It's like there's just so much violence now.
There's just one where this guy was beating up this female cop, and his daughter was trying to get him to stop beating her. That job is not a normal fucking job, and when people don't have respect for it and don't appreciate it, it's a sign of the sickness of society. It's the illness of society that we don't appreciate law and order, and we think of it as something that somehow or another that it's uniquely oppressive, and that without it being there, you'd have less problems. So there was that was all that defund the police thing.
Yeah.
Which is just, we should have learned from that. And I hope a lot of people did. Like, that's a terrible idea. The problem is not cops. The problem is cops are human. And they have to stay human, otherwise you're going to get fucking RoboCop.
Oh, yeah.
So what are we going to do?
RoboCop could easily get hijacked, too. That's another issue. It's like a lot of if there were cyber attacks, like where they wanted every electric vehicle or something to just go drive off a cliff, they could just control, like
100%.
If they wanted every oven to just heat to 250 degrees and just burn down every house.
Sure.
Like if something got hacked, it'd be very spooky. So yeah, if cops got hacked, bro, that would be crazy. And then also they could just say they hacked them. Like you could have a dirty entity hack the cops and use them for whatever they want. And then who do you even sue with that? What are you going to even, they're not even people. You're going to put a robot on the stand?
Well, you would have to know what kind of hacking is even possible. Like Jamie, you probably know this. Can you hack something wirelessly from an anonymous account and get it traceable if they can find the source of the invasion?
I think when you get to high level stuff, they're going the hacker, like the parts of doing the attack goes through so many levels to try to hide where they're going from.
Yeah, so they can hide somewhat. And also, how many of those guys that are operating at that level even exist?
Yeah.
How many of those super high level hackers are out there? And everybody else is just kind of at the mercy. If you try understanding that, if you don't do that,
it's impossible.
So how's a judge going to understand it? Who's going to understand it?
Yeah.
How are the cops going to understand it?
Right. It's kind of
You're a Bitcoin creator type dude. You're in a world of your own. You're existing in the most sophisticated layers of the technological power of the likes the world's never code. You're the people that are making AI.
Yeah, you're like Christopher Columbus or whatever. You're fucking. You're on the edge.
Bro, that's great.
Dude, if people, that's why I've said this for years. People with autism are in 2 generations, everyone will have autism. You won't be able to find anybody that doesn't have it or that doesn't kind of freak out if somebody's whistling or whatever.
It's almost like whatever the reason why more people have autism today. I'm sure there's a bunch
Take it though, dude. It's so fucking good. There's no way you wouldn't take some chick full autism, dude, if they had it, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you every now and then, just a weird guy runs out of the back room with a couple pickles on his back, dude, I'd fucking be like, I love this guy no matter what he has,
I totally forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry, dude.
It had something to do with autism. What we were talking about.
I think that this is the end of the red.
So just imagine.
All right.
So there's whatever the reason why there's more cases of autism. Most people, I think, will agree there are more cases of autism now than ever before.
Okay.
But what meaningful changes have we done, if any, to try to limit that or to try to mitigate that or pull that back? I'm not sure. And what meaningful, what progress has been made where you're saying now we have 20% less autistic kids. So if that's not the case, and yet we're in the greatest technological time that we've ever been aware of, and people have more access to information now than ever before, why is it moving in that direction? And maybe that is a natural thing. Maybe all this transgender shit where everybody's like, oh my God, like I am so sick of hearing there's boys and there's girls and that's it. Maybe when you find out about plastics and the things that's happening to the human body because it's fucking with our endocrine system and it's shrinking people's genitals and shrinking people's taints and it's lowering testosterone levels and causing more miscarriages, If you were watching this play out, if you were not connected to us, and if you were like from another planet and you're like, what is this thing doing? Oh, so this is a very complicated animal, and this animal gets involved in various plastics and metals, and it has a symbiotic relationship with plastics and metals, where the plastics and metals, it gives them cars and handbags and televisions, weird creatures that can only survive.
Yeah.
We use plastic for everything.
And we're willing to sacrifice something for it.
Dude, I was reading this whole thing about petroleum in the healthcare industry and like health and wellness and like oils and shit, like how much petroleum is used and all this. It's everywhere. It's just everywhere. It's bizarrely everywhere.
Petroleum is?
Petroleum. So you've got oil and you've got plastics and you've got all of these weird, funky phthalates and chemicals and pesticides and herbicides. We're all aware of it. We're like, this is really a problem. This is really a problem. One fucking blasted, it's all over your food. Like, this could be a problem. It's on fucking Monsanto. These environmental pollutants and like giant changes in human testosterone levels just from the 1970s. Giant changes.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So I think if you're on that path, how much time do we really have? How much time do we really have here?
What if a trans kid, how many trans people are there?
They're all trans now. Everybody.
Right. What if
the whole country is trans?
What if this?
I think they backed off a lot. A lot of people have decided that they really didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
There's quite a few, and people get mad at them, which is really wild.
When they
people get mad at them for changing their mind.
Have you interviewed anybody that has gone down the surgery path and didn't want to have the surgery? Did you ever talk to somebody like that?
No.
Just curious what that world is like.
Everybody's got their own weird thing with that because it's a weird thing. Like you don't like your sexual organs you're born with. You identify with another gender or identify with what they like more than what the boys like. You're probably just gay. And that's one of the things that they've studied is when they leave transgender or supposedly transgender youths and they don't do anything, they eventually become gay men.
Oh, I see.
Big percentage of them.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're all like that? And some people don't genuinely have like true gender dysphoria? No, it doesn't. That's always been a thing too.
And being gay used to seem like if you were just gay, that was everything. It was like, but I guess it was like gay didn't. It was like, oh, if you were trans or any. Now it's LGBTQI, right?
There's also there's intersex
plus
plus.
Right.
What is plus? Plus?
I don't know.
I know 2 is Two-Spirit, which is my favorite.
Really? I know I'm gonna need.
They took the kooky Two-Spirit people in.
The Native American.
No, Two-Spirit is like a very specific. Like, let's Google it. Two-Spirit is like, you think of like Foxcan or some shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is where I found out that, I might be fucking up what Two-Spirit is, but this is where I found out about this stuff because a buddy of mine who was in Utah, his wife worked at a public school, and he told me that she told him that they were having a meeting because one of the parents, kid thinks it's a cat. This is a transphobic lie. And I was like, whoa.
So it wasn't a real story, you mean?
First of all, what does that have to do with transgender? What does that have to do with that? You're talking about a lot of things connected in this one group that are not the same thing. Like, they're just trying to lump in every idea. Like, say if you only have, like, the Electoral College, you get like a couple points in this state, but if you're in like 10 fucking states, you got a big coalition and you can get in the White House. So it's like, if you can't just transgender people on their own. Too many people are like, no, you can't go into the women's room. Get out of here. But then you add them to the gays.
Oh, I see.
You add them to the queers, which is like, what does that mean? You know, and then if you're
And you're more of a buffet of
what is that?
folks.
Are you okay? Two-spirit people, maybe straight, gay, bisexual, asexual, or queer. Yeah. Exactly. They're the people that want to pretend the most. I'm everything. I'm a boy.
Right,
I'm
they
a
wanna
girl.
play the
I'm
shell game,
straight,
kinda.
You're a fucking narcissist, probably. You're probably a loon. Or maybe you really have this two-spirit thing. I don't know. But there's a variety of things that are true at the same time. You know, you're going to have people that are kooky, and you're also going to have people that unfortunately really do wish they were born a girl.
Yeah.
Both those things are real. But the thing about us as a species, if you're looking at these drops that are all clearly established markers in terms of testosterone levels, miscarriages, men who are incapable of having children, low sperm counts, smaller testicles and penises, like we're moving in a direction of looking like those fucking aliens.
Well, that's what I've said this for years. If you look at an alien,
Right.
their head is big
Yeah.
because that's the only thing that's going still,
Yeah.
and their body is this useless sort of fucking Christmas ornament.
Spindly, genderless thing. And
Yeah,
not
they-
genderless, like no tits.
That's stuck
No
under a
ass.
weighted blanket too, dude. Bro, if you want to stop an alien, throw one weighted blanket on that bad boy.
I bet they don't interact with things.
Well, of course they don't, because everything happens in their head. It's all
Yeah.
built in. At that
Yeah.
point, why do you even need, if you can just blink and come or whatever, and you just, you fucking blink again and you have a mortgage, and then you
Yeah.
fucking cough and your fucking parents are deceased. It's just like,
There's no non-aware language. You speak every language. You know every fact about everything on Earth at any given moment. It's all in your head. There's
Right.
no questions.
there's no,
You have
yeah,
no
oh yeah, you got a mouth, dude.
That's party.
Food second.
That's party.
I'm catching a BJ. I was gonna get
From a
a
fucking alien. Imagine getting head from an alien. Imagine you wake up in the middle of the night, like you're having a crazy sex dream, and you're like, oh my god, like you're getting, like, you ever have a dream when you're having sex? You think in the dream you're actually having sex.
Oh,
It
dude.
feels real. Guys come in their pants.
Oh, I had a dream. I was on an airplane one time. Dude, I was flying to Philadelphia, right? And I had a dream that I was doing oral sex, right?
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like that in the air, and this old dude fucking shook me. He's like, "Get it together."
Wow.
I was on the plane. It was
told
just,
you to get it together.
well, yeah, I
You
was eating
slurping?
air pussy. What are you talking about? Yeah. I think at that point, it's okay if somebody
Imagine
shakes
you open
you.
your eyes and an alien is blowing you.
I
And
bet
you
it's
just feel trapped. You're paralyzed. The aliens are sucking your dick, looking you in the eyes. Just big insect eyes. Just could you imagine?
like, no,
Bro,
dude.
fuck Stephen
Alright.
King. That's a real horror movie.
Yeah.
Could you imagine you're paralyzed and an alien is sucking your dick?
What sound does it make? I bet it makes a sound like a.
Slurpee. Like,
Oh.
they over exaggerate. They give you like a caricaturized.
Oh,
version
yeah.
of our voice. We know they like it when you make a lot of noise. They're gonna be gagging.
But they're not even moving. It's just a feeling and making the noise. Or it also has that light. You know, like whenever you make a Xerox copy of something and that fucking light goes
Yeah.
down the back, it's like that. I don't even want that. Dude, what was I seeing the other day? They're having gay animals now. Is that,
They were having gay. What are you saying?
if you pull that up, Jimmy, if you see anything of it?
Couches. They fuck your leg.
Okay.
You ever have a dog?
Well, some
Dogs
of them
will grab a hold of your leg. Ding dong.
have a hot, it's like a upscale meat or beef.
Peter Boghossian thing. What does it say? Can I read the headline? Why are scientists ignoring all the gay animals?
Yep.
Imagine, like, you're a scientist and you're trying to figure out how old the universe is. There's other shit to worry about.
Hey, you telling me this otter ain't a homosexual?
I'm trying to figure out how old the fucking universe is. That's why there's not a lot of federal funding for gay animals.
Oh, there is now. I
Bro, you
bet.
have to get funding for this stuff.
I'm sure we spent a bill on it, dude.
Yeah, that was another thing that was crazy about the Harris campaign was when you found out that they can pay activist groups. They give donations to activist groups, like large sums of money.
To
Like,
activist groups.
Like what? So that these people will endorse them.
Oh, I see.
There's an accusation that she gave What's that dude's name? Who's on MSNBC? The old dude.
Don Leonard.
No. Tom Leonard. You combine two names. Don Lemon and who? Sugar Ray Leonard.
Don Lemon.
He did.
Yeah, dude. Hey, bro. Hey,
No, Al Sharpton.
Don's got a little more sugar than Ray Leonard, I think, dude. To be honest. No judgment, dude. But I'll tell you this.
Maple syrup.
Gay animal, bro. Gay animal meat is going to be the new thing. You telling me you're at a restaurant, right?
Right. It could be
And-
a gay lamb.
And they're like, hey, okay, you can have this lamb,
Yeah.
$70, this shank. Or you could have this sweet little lamb shank over here
This
for
is
$90. Yeah.
the best of both worlds. So it's got the firmness of male.
Yeah.
It also has that sweet tenderness of female.
Yeah, it's also been basted from the inside, you know? I think you tell me you're not going to get a gay steak, dude, for an extra $20. You're not
Well,
going to try
especially
it?
if you're LBGT friendly. You want to support the gay steak market.
You have to.
Yeah.
That's
What
the
if they're
next
like they
thing,
start
though.
cheating though, encouraging straight cows to fuck each other? Just because because they realize there's more money in gay steaks.
You're like, I'll take a steak. You're like, he's
Like-
gay.
like,
You
listen,
fucking better
In,
be,
in the
buddy.
attention market that is social media, there has to be a few people out there that are pretending to be gay that aren't. Like, here's a good
Oh,
example.
for sure.
Here's a good example. There were a bunch because I was getting them a lot more views. So apparently, the way to get a lot of views is to be a really hot trans person. Like really hot trans people are in right now. Like really hot, like a girl, like a super hot girl with a hog on you.
With this
Big old hog on you. So people got mad and started saying that my identity is not your costume. Like the actual
like
trans
cultural
people.
appropriation kind of.
Yeah, but like, hey,
Right.
are you doing that? Are you doing that? You have a dick and you're saying you're a girl, and then these girls who don't have a dick are putting a dick on, and you're saying you can't do that.
Oh, so they're all.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's like we're caught in a blender, dude.
First
Dude,
of
I
all,
heard-
it's very short-sighted because you should be pro-trans, even if it's fake trans.
Right.
If you, that would make more people into trans people, that'd be better for everybody.
Right, no matter what. Now, are some people,
It's famine thinking.
are there really some people, are people born with wiener and breast? Is that a real thing?
I have not heard of that, but I know that some guys do have problems with their breasts. Like there's a thing when guys take steroids, they develop something called gynomastica. And gynomastica is an enlargement of the breast tissue. I know guys who have had to get their nipples cut open. That's breast tissue because they take so much testosterone that their body starts producing extra estrogen,
Okay.
and then they get titties as a side effect.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not fucking that up. That's what I've been told. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. But the point is, that's the only time I've ever heard of like with a dick and titties.
But some people are born with both genitals, right?
Yes. Well, that's a little different, right? That's pretty rare. That's called a hermaphrodite. No, I think they call them intersex now. People are always trying to come up with new names.
Oh, yeah. My
So
buddy
that's
had
it.
these growing up.
Hot tits. Normal breast tissue hormone imbalance causes swelling.
First of all,
Causes some sweet titties.
yeah, first batch I ever saw one of my buddies. Shout out to him.
I'll
dude.
tell you what, if I could just crop out that right tit, I could rub one
Oh,
up
dude,
to that right tit.
I used to look
If you
at my
just
buddy
go
like
back
that.
to the tit, please. You go back to his it's his left.
You get
So
that?
his left. It's like no, I don't want to see the technical, the actual one. So if you just cropped in his left, that one.
Yeah, look
Just
at that.
crop in that, remove all side of hair.
Look at that. Look at that little milk pork she's
Bro,
got on
that's,
her
that's
brother.
like a hot athletic girl's boob.
Oh, damn, brother. That's a fist. If you make a steak out of that.
That's it. So they're doing that.
A lot of people, but do you think, though, this is what I wonder sometimes, do you think that science has us headed so we were all, that everyone is going to be trans at what? Like it's all
Yes.
merging?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be genderless, really. Go to that article again. I want to see what they were saying.
There's
Just a gang of them.
started a trend.
They're all over the place. OnlyFans models. Can I just read that? OnlyFans models are targeted by online LGBTQ mob after posing in underwear with fake bulges. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so hypocritical.
I wonder, dude, I heard Jelly Roll's got that thing on him. I heard he's got it real.
I bet it does. Look at that. Just two boys being silly alongside a trans flag. How can you get mad? How can you get mad?
That's that donkey
But
on.
you can't get mad because that violates, like, you're saying that your standards are more important than them doing this thing to get attention.
Yeah.
That your standards of what's real is not real. Like, no.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. Like, because the only way, because then it's only your standards. Because if you want that kind of a strict control of the way people view things, you're going to allow people to turn that on you. And there's going to be way more fake bulges.
Yeah.
That doesn't make, you're just being a control freak. Like, you can't have no fake trans people, but only real trans people. You can't do that anymore.
I'm not doing it.
No, he faked being a woman. You know that dude? He was on like one. It was like good looking guy, which is why it was crazy. He said he was transitioning, and it was just a troll. He did it for like 6
Just
months.
meeting chicks.
No, just like making videos online.
Oh
like, people
no, I
get
didn't
mad
see
at him.
that.
But he kept it up forever. That dude. Explaining Josh Cedar's trans hoax, alleged fake death, and why Monica Beverly Hills is. I don't know who Monica Beverly Hills is.
Me neither.
So this guy, it was very smart. He said he's been under crash out of the most epic proportions, and somehow RuPaul's Drag Race doll Monica Beverly Hills is involved. Is this like a far left wing blog? The way they're writing this is like, okay, well that makes sense.
Them.
I was like, what
it's
is
called
it?
Them. First of all, it's called them.us.
Yeah, I was like, what is the? I don't understand what the tone of this article is. So go back to it now.
So he was pretending to be trans, Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
For a long time. Okay, here it goes. Can you scroll up a little bit? Oh, here it goes. The former reality TV star has gone viral on social media for the worst reasons. That's definitely not the worst reason.
Yeah.
Allegedly faking his own death and claiming it was a hack, as well as pretending to be trans and posting photos of himself in feminine clothes as an experimental mockery of trans people that he claims is exposing the woke mind virus. But that's not the worst reasons. The worst reasons is like you killed a bunch of folks. The worst reasons you lit a school on fire. That's the worst reasons. Like, that's not the worst reasons for going viral. Because why did he pretend to be trans? He came out as a trans woman. He gave interviews in public, like Page 6.
But are there people that aren't? So this guy just pretended to be trans for a long time.
A long time.
So he was making a mockery of them.
He said 5 months. So he did it for 5 months. So in October, 5 months later, he said that it was all a social experiment on an episode of the conservative podcast Prime Time with Alex Stein. Sider said the purpose was to expose how gullible and delusional the left is. What I did is I faked being a faker, he said. I pretended to be a pretender. But yeah, well, that's
right.
The thing is, like, people don't want to admit that he's correct because it makes you insensitive. But what he's saying is like logic.
Right.
It's logical.
And so what if people are actually trans? Are some people actually trans?
You would have to ask them.
Okay.
Therein lies the problem.
I see.
I think there are people that are not, though. There's people that are perverts, for sure, and pretend to be trans so they can go to women's rooms. For sure.
Oh, yeah.
For
That's
sure.
at LAX.
For sure. I'm not accusing all of them. I'm just saying
I've seen it.
you're going to have that if you have this thing. This
new
loophole.
thing.
This new thing. When I was a kid, if a guy with a beard and a dress tried to go into the women's room, men would go in there and beat the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let that happen. Except they would say, oh, that guy's perfect.
And if a woman went to the men's room, we tell her to bring a couple of her friends. Dude. That's what I'm saying, but still, in a respectable way. Or you would guard the door while they were urinating. That was another thing if a woman said, I really need to urinate in here.
Yeah, well, no one would care.
I had a thing if a parent maybe had a relationship with this Monica Beverly Hills person.
Oh, is Monica Beverly Hills a gay guy?
It's a contestant from Drag Race.
Oh.
This person like tried to out them, I guess, and they denied it. And then so that's they're saying that he might have done this all in retaliation for this.
See, that's what happens a lot of times is people will.
Well, listen, for whatever, maybe the guy's gay and he pretended to be a woman. He's not a woman. All right? So maybe he had a gay relationship with a drag queen. Or maybe it's not even a gay relationship if it's a drag.
All I'm telling you
is regulations are. All I'm saying is, if you want to be a person who is open mixing the pants, it's too
it's like somebody dressing up like for someone for Halloween, I feel like, right?
A little bit. But you could say that's what they're doing.
I see what you're saying.
You know,
So you're
Just-
saying you're making your own
Yeah.
Halloween.
Yeah,
So you can't be
I'm
upset if we
saying
make a Halloween.
you can say you're a girl. You can
Yeah.
say you're a girl. You can be a guy with a
Well,
beard
let me
and
think
long
about it.
nails and say you're a girl. But you can't make me go along with it.
I see what you're saying.
I'm not saying that you can't say you're a girl. I'm not saying that you can't call yourself a new name. But if we're in this weird aggressive situation and you want me to say you're a girl so that you can go do girl things in the girls' room, I'm like, you can't make me agree to that.
Right.
That's where it gets crazy. Like
Yeah.
if you're not infringing on anybody else's space, there's a reason girls don't want to be in a fucking bathroom with dudes.
Yeah.
And if it's like trans men in the men's room, men don't give a fuck because women aren't going in there to rape men,
Right.
right? So that's the difference. They're women that think they're men, no one cares. If a woman who thinks she's a man wants to enter into men's sports, no one's going to stop her.
Right. Because sometimes it's all one direction, isn't it? Isn't it always men going to women's stuff?
Well, for sports, for sure. Look, there have been women that have turned trans and competed against boys. That it definitely has happened. But the striking dominance that you see where trans men or trans women, biological men who identify as women, compete against regular biological women in sports,
Yeah.
it's crazy. You get people with like,
I would listen when I.
it's a delusion. It's
Yeah.
just a delusion that you shouldn't let in. If you want to have an all trans league, do that.
That's what we should do. I feel like it seems like there should be that, so that then.
This is a cheat code. You can't just say you're a girl. You're not a girl. Let's do a DNA test. Let's do a chromosome test. Oh, look, XY. You're a guy.
Will DNA tell you the truth every single time? Will that answer always be the?
Your fucking chromosomes will.
Okay, so there's no.
Look, there's going to be a variable thing. There's going to be a thing even with that, right? So if you have like male and female, all male and all female are not created equal. There's a
No.
giant curve between like the most manly man and the most womanly man.
Oh
And
yeah.
then the most manly woman and the most womanly woman. Like there's this giant fucking curve that all it means to be a human being. I can't tell you where you are in that curve.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you are you, man. You be you. I'll be
I'm
me.
doing fine.
I want you to be happy. But you
Yeah,
can't
well.
pretend you're in that other group. You can't, especially if you are the male pretending you're a female
Yeah.
and you want to enter into like women's rooms. You can't do that because there's too much of a potential for that to be abused by creeps.
Mhm.
So what's the solution? I don't know what the solution is. I don't know. You know, individual bathrooms.
What about that family restroom that always has? Dude, I'll tell you this: the worst thing is,
That one with the diaper table?
yeah,
That one special bathroom?
that's
big
got the
bathroom?
diaper
Yeah,
table.
you gotta change
It's got the
diapers.
Australian diaper table in it
Yeah.
or whatever. You're like, what is this?
And you don't even have a diaper, but you do have a hog and a dress.
Yeah,
And you're like, I'm just gonna use this one, just not freak anybody out.
like
Yeah,
jelly roll, dude. You got that hog on him, huh?
Yeah, but he's clearly identifying as a male.
Oh yeah, no one's denying.
But if he wasn't, and then he had that big old hog, keep him out of the women's room.
I'm just
Right.
saying he's got that mistletoe on him. I heard, you know. That's what I heard, dude. I heard he's got that. You know that thing that cops throw out to get the car to stop if it's going real fast.
Those nails on the strip.
I'm just saying, I heard he's got that rope on him, boy. So whatever, dude. Stay black, homie. That's what Joey Diaz always says.
Stay black.
That's the
That's the
best
most
thing
important
ever.
thing. Alex Jones is trying to call him. I'm just crying, laughing, and Joey's telling some story about how he smuggled weed through the airport under his nutsack. And then they didn't catch him. And then, like, what kind of fucking security do we have here? Like, see if you can find it. Because I am, like, literally crying, laughing. Like, I can't breathe. I'm fucking crying.
I haven't seen it. I'm trying to think of what I've
Joey's
seen.
going off. And this is, Alex Jones of, like, the early 2000s.
Like, they got that new tariff in New York City. Do you see that? $9 to drive into the city now during congestion time. So during,
It's so crazy.
I think it's 5 a.m. to 2.
They're just trying to ruin that city, man.
Well, I just wonder what will that like? Who does it? Obviously, it hits. Everything hits people that don't have money the hardest, right?
We were talking about how once people have power over you, once they have control over you, they never want to let that go.
Oh, for sure.
The East Coast is a great example of that, and one of the best examples is the tolls. The tolls were supposed to be created to pay for the city, to build the roads,
Right.
build the bridges. But they paid for it 100 times over. Once it's already been paid, now you're just stealing money from people because you can.
Yeah.
So then they just fill their coffers up and fill their bureaucracy and fill their red tape to justify all this money coming in.
It's all a scheme.
This is Joe and Alex Jones show. 2010.
Michael Jackson. I watched this. They're just better at covering up what they do. Michael Jackson? No, I don't know. Look at the movie. He was dancing and singing, and next thing you know, he's dying of oxygen. No, not right. A junkie's a junkie every day. He doesn't wake up, sing and dance, and then he has oxygen tanks at night. Something's not right there. And in my case, like old school, you're worth more dead than what you are alive. You understand me? And now they got a new record coming out. He ain't in debt no more. He's doing a tour next year with the people from Vegas that jump up and down the Blue Band group, whatever the hell that is. I mean, he's worth more than he's ever been. I think Paul McCartney killed Michael Jackson. If it was up to me, music from Paul McCartney didn't want to get it back to him, and all of a sudden they put Paul McCartney in the Super Bowl. They tried to build up the Beatles to get their thing going, and all of a sudden Michael Jackson. That's right, Mike.
I believe
it goes a lot longer. The best is the end, though. He says, "Stay black." Just get to the very back.
Tell me into your bullshit congressman or your bullshit governor or even a bullshit president or somebody who's running for president, and he's hitting you with that same poor shit that they give you every 4 fucking years, and you still vote for the fucking Momo and you get mad. Think about me saying the word fuck. With that, I'm out of here. I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
Hey, hold on a minute. We gotta making some very solid points.
Don't do the no, I know. Joey, you get it. I'm with you, but they just elect the American public. No. That every 4 years they buy the same shit they've been buying every 4 years, and the same people with their Harvard articulation and how they don't curse, and they're Christians and they have a family, and these are the same people that shove it up your fucking ass every year. The one thing that you get about me is I'll say fuck, but I will not fucking rob you. If I need something, I'll ask you like a man. Hey, go fuck yourself, you cunt. Hold on 1 second. Take a joke, take a show. Joey Diaz, Facebook, Twitter, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Big dicks in your ass. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm the umpire. This is the. I'm drunk. All right. Listen, stay blocked because that's the most important. Okay. Hey, Joe.
Stay black, dude. Bro, we got to start getting more. When are you gonna start to see people just identify as black? Man?
You can't do that. They won't let you do that.
Yeah, but that's what they said about everything.
Yeah, but that one's been a hard line for a while. You used to be able to do blackface. Think about it. So many people did blackface in movies. Robert Downey Jr. did blackface in the early 2000s, right? You used to be able to do it. Look at that movie Soul Man. Remember? The guy pretended to be black to get like a college education. Yeah, he did it. A lot of people did it.
Lex Holt, I don't even think he looks.
I think that's his real skin color.
You do?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. That's a rumor.
The point is, it's going the other direction. It's not going the direction of like the Rachel Dolezal.
No, I think you're going to have a real surge coming up.
Well, there are people that have tried it. The problem is now with 23andMe, it's real hard.
Mike Perry,
he's got like 2%.
You gonna tell? Hey, I ain't gonna tell him he ain't. That's for sure, dude. I ain't tell Mike Perry is a zebra if he wants to be.
Yeah.
But hey, can you bring up people that are trying to be black and see, like by texturizing their skin? There's new things, Joe.
Well, I definitely think that people are taking pills. It may be a peptide, but I've heard of it. It might even have some weird like melon to like look different. Different shit that people are doing.
It's dark, but
I was thinking of Justin Trudeau doing blackface.
Dude, he just retired.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Well, he's stepping down until they're gonna have to find a replacement, and then he leaves.
I liked him better when he was black.
That was very brief, I think.
But still, dude, it was a fucking vibe there. Bro, people have hammered on that guy so much. But did you see?
So, man. That
he doesn't seem like he has any strength inside of him, of his own.
No.
And he almost seems like a character from a Charles Dickens novel. If you bring up his retirement speech from the other day.
Yeah. Well, it's fake. That's why. It's fake. It's all fake. He's like a fake progressive. The whole thing's fake. That's why he was an authoritarian, and he kept cracking down on people's rights. And they all really saw it during that trucker protest, because that's when it was really in front of everybody's face, where you couldn't ignore it. But here's this guy who is he's freezing bank accounts from the people that donated money to the truckers.
Really though.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to this. Fuck this stuff.
But he very much has a character from a Charles Dickens novel, doesn't he?
It's because it's performative.
Look, he
Like,
looks
if you
AI though. Look
But
at
if
him.
you go to see a movie about Charles Dickens, here's one thing: when you go see like an old timey movie, everyone talks in a more elegant and sophisticated
father.
manner.
Hello.
Yeah, there's a difference to the way people talk in those like Dickens.
I've got rubella, Dad.
Yeah,
Tommy has rubella.
you know why? Because it's fake, right? Like that's how people used to make movies. We're just not. Well, they had different vernacular then than they do now. But people, when you're performing something was new. You have to think about this. If you go back and watch movies, like one of the things that's great about the fact that we produce so much content is that what it's done, the entire bank of all the content that people created since the beginning of television being started, to the rock and roll boom of the 1960s, to the internet, to all these, you can see the way people communicate evolves and changes. And if you go back to the earliest representations of broadcast media in the country, everyone talks in a way that's not natural.
James J. Braddock, like
Here
that.
we are.
Yep.
ABC News World Report. Hitler has moved into, it's like there's a way that they talk back then. And then if you go watch those movies, they talk fake in the movies. Like Marlon Brando was the first guy to not talk fake, and everyone's like, yeah, what does this guy do? It's revolutionary. He seems like he's a real guy. Like no one even knew how to do that until Brando came along and did it. And so then movies became, and then you get a guy like a Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
Where does he come from? Well, he comes from this entire evolutionary tree of people figuring out what's the best way to pretend publicly. And the way that they would do it in the Charles Dickens movies was a primitive way. It's like when you're watching
Albert is sick, Dad.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was on the other day. It was like Christmas around the house.
Oh yeah.
The old one, the claymation one, where the snow was moving around, the snowman. It's goofy as fuck. Santa looks goofy as fuck. It's terrible the way people talk.
Santa.
It seems so fake, but that was the standard. It's like $6 Million Man was a good show. Okay, it was a good show.
Right.
That was the standard. The standard was terrible. Like we had a terrible standard for communication.
Oh.
That standard's changed over time. It's changed. So the people that are still doing it that way, it's glaringly obvious.
Right.
So what Justin Trudeau's doing, he's doing like a fucking strip club DJ voice.
Yeah.
He's like Lexus to the main stage.
Good
He's
evening,
an
Manitoba.
affectation. You don't know who that guy is. You're not getting any of him. That is a mask.
Yeah.
You're not getting any of him.
Well, he went to that concert and he wore a jean jacket and everybody thought he was like a vibe, and I think that's how he won that election or whatever.
Wow.
And
That's hilarious.
and then
He's good looking, he's tall, and he's charismatic. He's figured out a way to bullshit. In the beginning, before he had any power, it worked.
Yeah.
Because he sounded like a sensible guy. But people get revealed when they face pressure. And when he faced pressure during that trucker thing, then he showed his true cards. Do you think, this is what I think. I think we take Canada and then we go right into Mexico.
let's fucking go. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I said. I tweeted that today.
You did?
Tweeted
Didn't see that.
We should let Mexico in too.
I want to be
Look,
fucking
everybody
Mexican.
keeps sneaking over. How about we just let them stay here?
Yeah, huh?
It's like, how about we go into that? How about what I said? How about what I said? Like, instead of trying to like let all the bad stuff in, how about we make this like totally lockdown safe and then expand safety, expand it. But you got to do it without stripping people of their rights.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
But also, there's
Big
some
problem.
like Poland doesn't let anybody in or out of their country. Is that right?
They don't fucking know.
Poland doesn't. And that's why, like, why don't some countries like? Well, I guess America is kind of this. It's kind of a halfway house of like ideals over the years. It feels like I always thought there was this like idea of this is an American and this is what we do. It's kind of like how you're brought up, like with the Pledge of Allegiance, civics class, all that type of stuff. Like this is what it means. Then everything kind of changes over time, and now I feel like
Right. So in this moment of chaos that we're talking about, I don't know what America is anymore. That's when you get all these fucking activist groups that are not real. That's when you get this discord, because all these people, like, people are super addicted to arguing this stuff online. And I see like otherwise very reasonable people that are on Twitter
People tweet all day. Elon tweets all day.
all day.
But it must be an addiction, right? At this point, I mean, there's
It
no
has to
way.
be. It
If
has
it's
to be.
real, do you think it's really him doing it?
Well, that was the Andre Dittman thing. That was the thing. The people were saying that this was a fake. So was that?
I have no idea what's.
I'd heard that it was proven that it wasn't him because this guy who sounds like Elon was doing something while Elon was playing Diablo
Yeah,
Live.
they had them talk to each
What?
other in space.
Right.
But they were never taught. They were definitely both making noise at the same time. But again, like without seeing both,
Also,
I've never seen a picture of the other guy.
that could be AI.
Yeah.
Right? You told me a guy like Elon couldn't, like, just for funsies rig something like that.
Yeah,
That's
only to
simple.
test it.
He's catching rockets with robot arms. You know, you don't think he could figure that out? He
Yeah.
can figure that out. He could have the algorithms talk to each other. I think there's, they can already translate your language. They can take whatever you're saying right now in your podcast and they can translate it to German, they can translate it to Spanish, they can translate it to anything.
Hmm.
If they can do that, they could for sure have a version of you that's quick enough with AI that it could respond like a person.
Well, it's all going to get interesting because now there used to be places if you didn't like what was going on, you could sail off to another place. But there's not that many of those places anymore.
No,
So
that's one of the
now-
reasons why we got to protect America. We got to protect freedom because if they can lock down on us, we are the last beacon of hope for the world. And I know that sounds ridiculous. Oh, you guys are so ridiculous, so egocentric. Look what's happening to Europe. Look at the chaos. Look at the chaos. Look at what's happening in terms of like how people are upset at their political parties. Look at what's happening with Palestine and Israel. Look what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. Did you see that fucking bomb that went off today? You want to see something nuts? You don't know if it's real? For real?
You sent me in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
I was taking a shit. I
Oh,
don't know,
yeah.
like, Jamie needs to know about this one.
Oh, yeah, dude. I don't like shitting at night because sometimes I'll go back to sleep so while I'm sitting there, my legs will fall asleep. Ever that happen to you, Bub?
Yes.
And then you try to get up and you're like, I'm stuck here on
Yeah.
shit island.
Yeah. Your legs go numb. And
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
fall down and hurt yourself.
You just
Imagine that's how you hurt yourself, like slipping your pants down by your ankles and your numb ass stupid legs. You bang your fucking head into the nightstand like, ow!
and your wife's like, is this what married?
Ow! Yeah. You're the protector. You KO'd yourself in the toilet room for slamming your head off the fucking doorknob. Don't get a big circle in the middle of your forehead for a month.
Yeah.
Every time she looks at you, she looks at you with your stupid fucking bruise, your pants down by your ankles, half wiped ass.
Dude, my mom used to always come. We doze off on the shitter as children, My mom would always come in there and rescue us or whatever,
That's
A lot of crazy stuff around. The Asians can't eat hot dogs anymore. I just saw that the other day. They're-
Yeah. Yeah. You need to see this.
I've how to shoot down. I don't think that video is real. I'll just start there.
You son of a bitch.
But there's already saying like, don't believe the hype from 2023 Ukraine and the Kinzhal missile. Don't believe the hypersonic hype.
Well, I remember in the beginning of the war, there was a bunch of footage that turned out to just be video games. It was going everywhere because people can make money from clicks, right? So,
That explosion's not great.
can I see that again?
Well, everything's just dangerous now.
How do you know it's not real?
When it comes to the video of that bomb in Sri Lanka, that's someone that would do that. But those two things.
In what way?
Just my history of looking at this stuff a lot.
So,
There's a lot of separation right there.
oh, but if it's for the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't that
All right. In theory, it could be real, but this is the only video of this that exists.
right?
And no
See,
one else is
this is
claiming that this is real.
right. What I'm seeing though is that thing that you're looking at in the background is elevated. right? So that would indicate to me hills and valleys.
Mm.
So that means the bomb could be going off in the valley below that, and I don't know how far down that is. So if you're talking about an area like this, could be Utah, right? So if you're taking a photograph in certain,
Oh yeah, where
do
is
they
that?
play a lot of soccer?
Utah? Oh, Ukraine?
They probably do, right? So see what I'm saying? Like that could be far enough over that hill where you get that effective separation and still be natural.
The way that it even looks, though, it looks like someone's got a TV behind another thing, and they're showing an explosion on the TV.
Right.
The way that looks is not even
Right. It does look like a little
exposed correctly. If you
right.
and that to catch a hypersonic missile, it says it was a U.S. reporter accidentally filmed it. Like, okay, really?
And it's going pretty slow at that point too.
Let me say it again. Well, it's a perspective thing. Like it might
That's
look
true.
slower than it is because it's covering a lot of distance.
It looks like Terminator 2. That's kind of
It's hard too because like we're probably looking at cell phone footage, and cell phone footage is still not that good.
So bizarre.
They keep making it better and better, but
And it gets worse and worse. The photos do.
well, first of all, like drones, I have not seen one good cell phone drone video. So all that argument about like if UFOs are real, where are the fucking videos? Everyone's got a phone. Those arguments are now out the window because we know the drones are real, right? So we don't. What?
There was off about Pinzo missile thing. Like, it just starts talking about it.
Oh, the type of missile that
And,
they're
like,
saying that was.
If that was a real video, in theory, would be everywhere.
Yeah.
It would be everywhere? What do you mean?
There would be a bunch more results saying, like, look at this crazy video of this missile going off.
Oh, I see.
Not
So
this-
that's only there's only one video,
video on
and there's
Instagram.
no other reports of that bomb
I'd
going off
also
like
like
that.
to look at the account that posted it and start looking at some of the other shit they posted. It's a little.
What is? Oh, it's a shit poster. What was that one though that did blow up? Was it in Iran or in Syria recently, where they hit some ammo depot? The Israelis did, and you watch the amount of explosion when it hits. You're like, Jesus. Check this out. Oh, this is a different one, but this is another one that's crazy. This is an ammunition depot building that blows up. But watch this.
You're lying.
Bro, how fucking scary is that? So play that back again.
That's real.
Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yeah, that's what it looks like when one of them things blows up. Yeah, that's crazy.
Could a Kevlar thing help you from that? A Kevlar?
No. Everyone's getting smushed.
Oh.
Especially if you're close. The buildings are getting eliminated.
And what could you hide behind it? What type of thing would you do there?
There's
What do you-
nothing. You're not going to do anything. You're going to get vaporized.
But
It's only about how much distance you are from that blast. Here's one too. Yeah, this is the one, the aerial Syrian. That's right, the Syrian army one. Check this out. See if you can do it from the beginning. Watch this. Look at this.
This just happened?
3 weeks ago it says. Fuck. Look at the way he just phrased that was so funny.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
If you really want to pay attention, you have to go down multiple rabbit holes.
Okay.
But where is he? Because there was reports that he was in. So I don't even know what's true. Did he get a shot out of the sky? Or was that was like a story that was in the news? I remember there were stories that said his plane got shot out of the sky, and then there was some Twitter story saying that he landed in Russia. I was like, what is going on with this? But they wanted a regime change, and they got it.
How hard was it for him to get?
That's the problem. If you want to go down this route,
He's very smart, huh?
very, very smart. He knows a lot. And he legitimately knows a lot. He's not bullshit about what he knows.
Yeah.
And that's why he gets these guys that get cocky and they want to have like Chris Cuomo want to have a debate with him, and he just trounces them.
Yeah,
Just like he knows what he's talking about. He's not lying, right? The difference between a guy like any of these CNN type media darling types who pushed the fucking COVID mainstream narrative. Those guys, that's a very specific kind of mindset. It's a bullshitter's mindset. And those guys all melt in front of actual conversations with people like Dave Smith who know what they're talking about and not ideologically captured.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things you just can't argue. You can't argue that it's a good idea to do certain things. And if you're going to beat a guy like Dave Smith in a conversation, because they're doing a totally different thing. Reuters reports Assad may have died in
down, and he acted in this. That I don't know where he is.
Do you believe that we still can get real news information, Joe?
The conversation that I had with Giannis Papas and Krista Stefano, we were talking about John Jones. I had heard a rumor that John Jones wanted $30 million to fight Tom Aspinall. And I did hear that rumor. And I did hear that the UFC said yes, but it is not true. So Dana contacted me and said that rumor is bullshit. So I felt obligated to tell everybody that was a fake rumor. I don't even remember who, because we did that podcast. Unfortunately, we did that podcast 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember who doing that.
What do you think the amount is that John Jones would fight him?
About retiring.
Yeah.
And he should. I mean, he's going to have to someday. He should. I'm not saying he should retire. I'm saying he should think about it. Give the man all the time he wants. He can fight whenever he wants to fight. That's John Jones. He's the GOAT. So leave him alone. If he decides one day to come back, then he comes back and he wants to fight Tom Aspinall for the heavyweight title. The question is, like, how long are you allowed to hold on to the title before they start having that conversation? Now, he just knocked out Stipe Miocic, so give the man months. Give the man 5 or 6 months. Just leave him the fuck alone. But at a certain point in time, you have to decide who the heavyweight champion is. And if Tom is the interim heavyweight champion and John decides he doesn't want to fight anymore, he could do that. And he could do that also and then come back in a year and fight for the title. He could do that. He could do whatever he wants. But he might just decide, you know what? Had an unbelievable career, never lost.
Unique, kind of.
Oh, he's very unique. Yeah.
Like he seems hard to pinpoint, kind of. Does it make any sense or no?
No, but that doesn't stop me from conversations with you.
Thanks, dude.
I don't require you to make sense.
Yeah, he
that
just
would be
seems
so
unique.
boring. Imagine if listen, Theo, I really love you. I love talking about you. That makes sense. Imagine that would ruin our whole relationship. That would be the most ridiculous requirement. Well, you know what Joe said to me? People go, what? That is so fucked up. Why would he say that?
God, give me one of those gay steaks, huh? Those things are $30 more. God damn.
It comes out.
You telling me queer shoulders $9 more per pound?
They serve it in a tiny little shoe. The waiter takes it out of the shoe, plates it.
The waiter just kind of scoops it onto your tongue.
Yeah, I call it a juicy Santana.
But they're gonna start. It's gonna start happening. They're gonna start getting these LGBTQ meats. They're gonna start getting.
What's the D? You put a D in there.
They call it cat.
She said LGBT.
I don't know, dude. They keep putting other stuff in there.
New ones. Yeah, they always add ones. But the one that pisses me off the most, they add the A. That's asexual. Hey, stay out of it. This is not you. Why are you in there?
Yeah.
See, it's like it's the electoral college thing that I was talking about.
Right.
Because they gathered up this
We get
gang
enough.
of like fucking Springfield, Ohio. Come on in. Come on in. We can use your vote. And we just pile it all on. Do you think it's a good idea to get rid of the electoral college? Do you think it should be one person, one vote?
Yeah, I kind of do, because I think there's no way that it's like askew at all, man. You know,
Right.
I feel like it's one person, one vote. That's it.
Right.
You know, I just worry about still like how many extra votes they had the one time. You know, if that was ever figured out or not,
Nobody figured it out.
which seems crazy. But
There's theories.
I just wonder once our voting gets compromised, it's a wrap.
There's theories, but the theories suck. The number's too big. To me, 15 million is too many people. You look at the graph of how many people voted, you know, for 2012, 2016, and then there's 2020.
Yeah.
It's bananas.
People showed up.
And then there's 24. It goes back to normal again. And 24 is probably the most consequential election of our lifetime, where people felt more nervous. Like, if these motherfuckers get in charge one more time, like, we could get, like, literally invaded by terrorists. We could lose all of our rights to say things on the internet. I mean, they were talking about cracking down on hate speech online. Like, the free speech is not hate speech. That Tim Walsh guy was actually saying that. Hate speech. Free speech does not include hate speech. Well, what are you? By whose definition? Yours? A guy who thinks tampons should be in the boys' room?
Yeah.
Like when Trump started calling him Tampon Tim, that was like one of the
That's crazy.
of all his names. That's my all-time favorite. It didn't get used that much because he only had it for a couple of months because the guy went away as soon as the election was over.
Yeah, I think I'm amazed how quickly after the election everything just felt like.
Dude, people in New York, Ari was talking about it. So people in New York, even though they didn't win, like their guy didn't win, they're happy that they didn't win. There's like a marked feeling of relaxation. Because people in New York are realizing your fucking city is under attack.
And now it's $18 to drive in and out of it. It's $9.
It's under attack. And I don't mean like invaders.
But
There's
now,
that too. But there's also your rights are under attack. You're being propagandized. You're getting your finances drained. They're sucking money out of you and not providing good service. You have terrible leadership. You have corrupt leadership. You know, when they saw Bill de Blasio, and I think they thought it was going to be better with Eric Adams, and this Kathy Hochul lady's out of her fucking mind. Like you're watching these lunatics run that state, and they're running it into the fucking ground, and people have to wake up before the thing hits the rocks.
do you think we'll start to separate into different countries and states eventually? Like, or do you think new things like that will start to happen? Or do you think we'll figure everything out?
Well, we are different countries. We're the United States of America, but we're like Europe, really. Like, New York is so much different than Idaho.
Yeah.
You know? Iowa is so much different than Florida. You know? I mean, we all speak the same language, but how much different is Miami to Portland? I mean, they might as well be in another fucking country.
Yeah.
Like, you should have a passport to go to Miami.
Yeah.
You should check your papers if you want to go to Miami. You just went to Cancun, son.
You should have a passport to go to Eastern Washington, too, dude.
Yes. Yes. But it's like, we're a bunch of different spots, and that's one of the things that makes it cool, is that you can move to a new spot. But like you were saying earlier, like, you could move to a new spot for now. Like, we moved. You moved to Nashville. I moved to Texas. We moved because we didn't like the spot we're at. We found a spot that was like, this is better. Like, this is more relaxing. I feel better. But if you are under one universal control, and that federal control controls all of the social issues, all First Amendment, abortion, immigration, whatever. If you have like central control, then you stifle the debate about what's best for the population. Because when the people get into control, they enforce that, and then they penalize the people that don't agree with them. And they make it like real obvious that you step out of line, they're going to come get you, and they're going to arrest you, just like they're doing in the UK. While they're arresting people that are making Facebook posts, you bet your fucking ass there's a lot of people that want to post things on Facebook, and they don't.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to go to jail. And that's not good. That's not good. That's the problem with centralized control.
Yeah, I just saw a thing where that seems like the scariest thing, because it's like, well, how do you think that people here are like people there, or that the beliefs here are like the beliefs there? That's why I wish we almost had like places where it's like, okay, if this is how you believe, then this is a place for you, right? And if this is how you believe, then this is a place for you. I think if we have, I don't think you'd have that many places. You need probably 10 or 11 places.
Well, but then you get the problem of people coming into a place and deciding that they want to put their own beliefs on this place and change the place.
Yeah.
That's where things get real weird. And you're seeing that with, a lot of countries that are getting a lot of Islamic immigrants, and they want to enforce Sharia law. And they want to do it in their neighborhoods, do it in their communities. What is that thing? Is this bullshit? Because there was some patrol group of Muslims in New York that were driving around in cars, and they were dressed like cops. And I saw that, I was like, is this rage bait? Is this clickbait? Like, what is this? What is this I'm saying? This can't be real. So it was these guys dressed up like cops that had cars that looked like cop cars. It said something about like
a music video or something.
It could be. It could be.
This is
That's it. Muslim community patrols protecting U.S. mosques. So are they just? That's who it is.
I just saw two election count. The numbers are pretty similar from 2020 to 2024.
Really? Now that they have everything?
They have 155 million votes for this.
Can we see it? The graph?
I didn't see it on the graph.
See, but the thing was, the graph was that there was 15 million
I know,
extra
but the
votes.
graphs were made before the election. The counts were all done.
Right, but wouldn't that mean? Oh, so now the numbers are high again?
But, I mean, yeah,
For both?
California didn't finish counting until like a week ago. They weren't done for a long time.
Are you serious?
I don't know the actual date. but it
That's
was a long
true.
time.
Trump was just talking about it. That California hasn't finished counting yet. Bro, they're the
What are you?
worst.
How could you take so long to count?
Here's the best part. In every close race, after prolonged counting for long periods of time, Democrats won. The ones where what are the odds? The ones where you see like how many counties shifted red. That's the same thing. It's like people are getting fed up with it. They're getting tired. They're sick. They're sick. So
Yeah.
this is what we're gonna do.
Okay.
So we will right now. We'll stop. We'll take a piss, and then people that want to follow this conversation go to Theo Vaughn's podcast, and it'll be this from now on.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, listen, I
Thanks for
appreciate you,
having me, man.
We're gonna have fun tonight too.
Yep.
I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, we'll be
Shane's
at the
coming
club.
down. Coming to the club. Joe DeRosa's here.
Oh, we got to let Shane out of that sauna.
No, he's out.
Oh, yes? Okay.
Yeah, it's a door. He's a big boy. Big old man.
No, I'm excited to see him. It'll be fun. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back, folks, on Theo's show.
Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Introduced to you because of the debate
Yeah.
you had with Bill Carson.
Quote unquote.
You know, it's one of those things where it's very unfortunate when people get caught with their pants down. And I'm not an expert in many things, but the things that I am an expert on, you could wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and ask me about those things, and I go, "Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is what it is."
Yeah.
I know, you know, like martial arts or comedy. I could tell you, I could give you an expert version of reality. It seems like he does not have that, and he is a wonderful talker, and it's a lot of fun. I like watching his videos. I love all that ancient history stuff, and even the most ridiculous tinfoil hat aspects of ancient. It's fun.
It's entertaining.
But I know that there's a different. Like Andrew Schultz and I had a discussion about this. Like he said when he had, we're not going to search anything. We're not going to do anything. Just let him talk because it's fun.
Yeah.
Andrew's awesome. But when he was on with you, it was quite apparent that you are an actual expert in the Bible and in many religious texts, and that he didn't necessarily have the facts straight. So
Yeah.
what was the fallout of all of that?
Well, it's interesting you say the expert thing because I literally was asked to do it 24 hours beforehand. So I had like the least amount of preparation going into it. And I was okay with that because I listened to Billy Carson. Well, and I listened to the stuff he'd said. So I knew enough about the ways that he'd articulated. His level is pretty surface. But the fallout was that not only did he not want us to release the conversation, but then he started throwing out cease and desist letters. And then he started, trying to sue people. So, I mean, I was never worried because I'm a Canadian. And anybody who's tried to sue internationally knows that.
Good luck.
Yeah, right. Yeah. As far as I understand it, he would have had to file a claim in a Canadian court that would have been reviewed to have legal precedence. That he'd have to prove that he could win.
What was his argument?
Apart from the fact that he was embarrassed that he lost.
Well, yeah, that's not really an argument, right? We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties, and it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading. And so forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more.
Well, the cease and desist letter, the cease and desist letter said, I don't want you to use my name or my face in anything going forward, and anything you've used up until this point, you need to remove. And I was given 24 hours notice to do this.
But if you're a public figure, he's clearly a public figure. Is that even, can you actually say? No. So what was does he have a lawyer that wrote this cease and desist? Is he a lawyer?
No. So he actually, it's interesting because Mark Menard, who was the guy who hosted this interaction, he sent Mark a handwritten one. And then he eventually gave Mark an official one from his lawyer. So I actually was sent one by his lawyer, which I, screenshotted, posted publicly online and said, I'm going to ignore this. And then, but he'd sent Mark, who was the podcast host, as far as I'm aware, numerous cease and desists, and Anton, who was the media manager. He'd sent a number of cease and desists.
It's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
When you get caught with your pants down, you're supposed to say, I got caught with my pants down.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's the only, especially if you're public, it's very clear that you're incorrect.
Well, the irony of this situation is if he just kind of left it, probably wouldn't have made anywhere close to the splash that it's made. And we told him that. We said, hey, Barbara Streisand effect is going to happen.
Yeah.
You're a big enough personality that if I make a video and say, hey, I had this conversation, didn't go well for Billy, and Billy doesn't want it released, that's going to start to gain traction sooner or later.
To really delve into these subjects, it takes a tremendous amount of research, years and years and years of research. You really have to know what you're talking about. Most of us don't.
Well, especially with languages.
Yeah.
We didn't get into it. I hoped to have, in our initial conversation, kind of pressed him a little bit more on the more overt things he'd said about Greek and Hebrew and Sumerian, because I've studied a number of ancient languages, and when you study the languages, you realize the complexities of these things. And so when someone hasn't and they're making statements that are obviously indicative of someone who hasn't studied them, it's super offensive.
Yeah.
And so I think it's one thing to be making claims about, say, Christian history or the Bible, but when you start to get into linguistics and philology, it gets messy. And if you don't know what you're talking about, it gets really apparent really fast.
So the gentleman who brought the two of you together, what was his goal? What was he trying to do? How did he approach you?
Yeah, so he's friends, or I should say was friends. He was friends with Billy. They live in the same neighborhood.
Okay.
So it's actually become really, it's become pretty rough for him. So he released a video yesterday, which I think people should go and check out, where he kind of gives his perspective. He's been friends with Billy for years. He was at Billy's wedding. Billy had 15 people at his wedding. Mark was one of them. And they live in this community in Florida. Their sons are friends. Their wives would hang out. And Mark told me, he's like, I've been hearing Billy say, he wants to debate. Nobody will debate him for years. And so as far as I think Mark was concerned, he was giving Billy the opportunity that Billy had told a lot of people he wanted. And so he, this was set up in that Mark and Billy have been talking. They've been on each other's podcasts in the past, and they've been friends, more like business colleagues. Mark has come out and said, I hadn't really gone into the stuff he'd said about Christianity or ancient religions or whatever that much. Mark is he's a Christian. He has a public profession of faith, and him and Billy had talked about the fact that they wanted to talk about faith stuff and some of their differences, and that that Mark was kind of prepping for this, and his media manager Anton had sent him some of my stuff and said, like, Wes has done some stuff on some things that Billy has talked about, and maybe you should look up some of this stuff, read into it. And Mark, very last minute, was like, well, I feel inadequate. Do you think I could just ask Wes? And so he DM'd me on Instagram and just kind of laid this out, like, hey, I'm gonna have Billy in my studio in 24 hours. I can tell him you're coming, I can tell him who you are, I can give him your background, but would you be willing to come? And so that's what I did. And so that's how it got set up.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Billy aware that this was going to be a debate, or did he think it was going to be just a discussion? Like, what did he think it was going to be?
No, he'd been given all of the prerequisites. Like, he knew we're going to go over some of his stuff that he said about Christianity, that I was going to come in, who I was, what my name was, some of my background, and that part of the conversation was going to be me kind of asking him some clarifying questions and rebutting some of the things that he said. So you didn't watch the 3-hour live stream that he did you?
I watched chunks of it.
Okay.
I watched a little bit and like, oof, I'm going to shut it off. I watched a little bit more, oof.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Billy there says he had no idea going in. And I mean, as Mark said in his video that he released yesterday, I mean, that's powerful. He knew what it was going to be, who was going to be involved, and even some of the things that we would be talking about.
Okay. And he also was claiming that it wasn't a debate, that he had been involved in debates before, and that he would prepare for debates, but this is something he didn't do. But again, it's like, if you ask me about things that I know about, you can wake me up out of a full sleep and give me a couple seconds, and I'll go, oh, okay. This is what it is.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
And it wasn't a debate in one sense. Like, it wasn't. Like, we didn't do, opening statements and cross-examination and rebuttal.
Right.
It really was a conversation.
Right.
And it only kind of turned into a debate in the sense that Billy, I think, got caught out. And so the things that were talked about kind of showed that, that he needed to go on the offense.
Yeah. Well, again, it's all very unfortunate, but the good part of it is I was introduced to you in your work, and it's very, very extensive and very fascinating. And the videos that you sent me on Instagram, I watched both of those today.
That's awesome.
So really, really interesting stuff, and your knowledge of the history of the biblical texts and the Codex Sinaiticus and all these different things. Very, very fascinating stuff. So let's just get into your background. Like, how did you get started in your research, and how did you get into this?
Yeah, so I grew up in a Christian home. My parents were missionaries. So I was born in Pakistan and spent a portion of my childhood in the Middle East, with my parents working in Amman, Jordan. And then we came back from the Middle East when I was pretty young. And so I grew up in this very diverse home, in the sense that my mom was a missionary kid who grew up in India. And so we had a lot of worldview kind of perspectives represented in our home. Like, I often say we had the Bhagavad Gita and the Book of Mormon and the Quran on the shelf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think, that always, although my parents were never overt with this kind of stuff, they always had the perspective that, we're Christians. We believe that this worldly perspective is true, but hey, this stuff isn't scary. This stuff isn't, off limits. We can investigate these things. And they never said that outright, but I always felt this kind of attitude of that kind of perspective. And, having been exposed in majority Muslim contexts and seeing that kind of stuff, and my mom having a pretty good knowledge growing up in India, things like Hinduism and Sikhism and that. I don't know how much of the kind of testimony stuff you watched of mine, but just before my 12th birthday, I actually was diagnosed with a neurological condition that left me paralyzed from the waist down.
Yeah, I did see all that.
Yeah. So that's a condition that's called acute transverse myelitis, which I often say is a word you can forget as soon as you hear it, because it's a complicated one. But what happened was that I had the flu, and my body's immune system attacked the nerve endings at the base of my spinal cord, and cause swelling and cut off the communication between my brain and my legs. And
Instantaneously, right?
yeah, basically, I'd gone down for a nap. I was camping out in the bathroom floor for flu reasons, and myelitis was that it was basically instantaneous, and that's what made the diagnosis as severe as it was. Like they said, there's a 30% chance. It was like a small percentage of probably paralysis for the rest of my life, or some kind of issues with walking. It's related to like diseases like multiple sclerosis, in that it's neurological, and if that up on Saturday morning, got out of bed, walked over to my wheelchair and sat down.
1 month.
1 month, yeah, January 8th to February 8th, exactly.
Very fortunate.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What treatment did they give you?
So there, initially they gave me steroids to reduce the swelling, but so I spent 11 days in the hospital, being overseen by pediatric neurologists. They gave me steroids, and they did some other tests, but really there was no true kind of treatment in that. And so I was doing physiotherapy. I would be pulled out of gym class in school, but it was a little bit of a joke. Like, can you move your legs? You know, can you, it was.
Could you move anything?
No, nothing.
Could you feel anything?
No. In fact, when I was in the hospital, I'd wake up and there'd be pinpricks in my legs, because they'd be testing where the reactions were, and they'd have used a syringe. And so I'd wake up and there'd be these tiny little pinpricks in my legs, because they'd been testing while I was asleep to see what the kind of, whether it was registering neurologically or anything. But I couldn't feel anything. I was fully a paraplegic. Yeah, but going back to that, like, so I experienced this, what I consider to be a true supernatural experience, in that I walked into the hospital to the doctors that had overseen me, and they were the first ones that used the word miracle. They said, "You really don't have any type of medical explanation," and mainly because those 30 days were fine. In a short amount of time, but they said there should be something, and we're picking them up.
That's crazy, because I've broken limbs before and had them in casts, and just in the 6 weeks that you have a cast on, you have massive atrophy.
Yeah. So that was the kind of predication for them using the word miracle, and so that's kind of, it marks this, what I do consider to be like this supernatural something happened, but.
Did you feel like that was like a calling that led you to a very specific mindset after that?
It's an interesting way of putting it. I mean, as much as you could at 12 years old.
Right. But it must have had a significant impact on your psyche and your perceptions.
Yeah, well, it definitely led to things like later in life, I got very involved in athletics, in track and field. And part of that was feeling a conviction that I knew what it was like to not be able to wake up and walk out.
Right.
And so taking that pretty seriously, and competing competitively well into university. Because even though, I wasn't the most naturally talented individual on the team, I felt like a motivation to be able to, okay, I don't want to waste this.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then later on, in terms of your original question, the difference in that was that I realized, okay, there's something out there, something happened that I can't totally explain on naturalistic terms. But how do we go from that to saying, okay, well then this worldview is correct? And so, despite being raised in a Christian home, I felt like my parents telling me what was true is not the worst reason to believe it, but it's also not the best. And so as a teenager, I did a lot of kind of soul searching. And like I said, I was able to do that to a certain level of degree because of the openness within my household, where I pulled the Quran off the shelf and I read it, front to back, just trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here? What's all this about?
Right.
And it was through that period of like searching, and it wasn't a crisis of faith. That would be an exaggerated term. But it was kind of
inspirational faith, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah. Digging through, okay, well, what do these guys believe?
Right.
What is this perspective?
Right.
And that was about a period of about a year and a half. And at the end of that, I did truly feel that, okay, well, I think in the ways that my limited ability as a teenager to investigate these things, I think that Christianity is true. But it wasn't until I went to university where I was engaging with people of other faith perspectives in Toronto at York University, where I was talking to Muslims, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and atheists, from the gamut.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having these conversations, and I was expressing kind of my perspective on what I believe. And they would say things like, well, that sounds great, Wes, but, that's all the Bible. You can't trust that. And so that's where I started to take the
Mormons anything?
Well,
That's
yes.
kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, in the sense that, the
Mormon was the craziest one.
Yeah.
because we know who wrote it.
Yeah.
And he's a shady dude.
He is a shady dude. Well, no, they did in the sense that the Book of Mormon trumps the Bible. So they would believe, I think it's the 10th article of the Mormon Church, is that they believe the Bible insofar as it is translated. And so they have this perspective that there's been things that have been affected. I mean, Joseph Smith made his own translation of the Bible.
And when he was 14.
Well, I think it was later on that he made the Joseph Smith translation. But
really?
I don't even know if the official LDS Church ascribes to the Joseph Smith translation, because I think they even see this is, we know what the Greek and the Hebrew looks like, and this is not even. Yeah.
Well, he was, legitimate con man. Which is fascinating. That people have such a deep search for meaning and truth that if you are confident, and which is what a con man is, confidence man. If you are really good at expressing yourself and really you show confidence in your convictions, you can persuade a lot of people.
Yeah. Confidence is not competency.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, those things get confused a lot.
Well, it covers up for competency sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In religion and politics and all sorts of things, right?
And everything. Yeah. And everything. I mean, I think because people want to, it's very difficult to be an expert in a subject. And I think people want to believe that they are, and they don't want to do the work.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's why, experts themselves feel a lot of inadequacy, is because they study a subject and realize, I'm never going to get to the bottom of this here.
Right.
So,
most
unfortunately,
subjects are very, very nuanced and very deep.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about ancient religion.
Yeah.
You're talking about things that were a oral tradition for a long time before they were even written down. So it's a long trudge to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. And part of the whole, what I was trying to get Billy in that conversation that I had with him to get to the bottom of, partly was a question of methodology. I think he got frustrated at me at one point because I kept asking, what are the criteria that you're using when you're looking at one source versus another source and coming up with a conclusion? Because in historiography, it's the inference to the best explanation. And so there are different ways that you go about that, different methodologies. And historians very rarely disagree on the data and evidence. It's the conclusions that you draw from this. But then there are some things that are just out and out false. And I don't think Billy totally knew what I was talking about, but it's those criteria that we look at when we look at something that does come from an oral tradition and eventually gets written down and becomes a literary text. And then you analyze that on the basis of it being a literary text.
This is sort of the problem between with being self-taught rather than conventionally academically trained.
Definitely.
Where you're trained in very specific disciplines and you're taught to understand the foundation before you understand how to put a window in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that you have to know from the base, from the beginning. Do you have a water line? Do you have power? There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things going on when you're trying to construct an expertise in something, especially something that is so complicated. And one of the things that I've gotten out of I've probably watched 20 hours of your stuff over the last couple of weeks, and you've spent a lot of time on this. This is not a casual, cursory examination of these texts and of religion. This is a long journey. And that's what's particularly exceptional and really interesting to me, because I'm always fascinated by people that have really gone down but the go all the way to the back, way. And that's just very young for someone who has the depth of knowledge that you have. So you've been doing this essentially from that miraculous moment. That ignited this spark, even though you came from a missionary background, and then from then on. So for the past 11 years, 12 years, or 20 years, 30 years, like it's your whole life essentially. It's all been this.
Yeah, I do undergraduate studies, and then I kind of mapped out this plan that I was going to become a police detective, and that was my goal. And I think I realized
why not? Because you like getting to the bottom of things.
It could be
because you do.
Yeah.
Right? Well, if someone who spent 21 years like getting to the bottom of religion, you'd probably be pretty good at cracking cases.
I hope so. I think that might have been part of it. I also there was an aspect of when I was in high school where they were like, you got to figure out what you're doing. People when they're in high school, like, you can chill out. Like, it's gonna be okay.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I wonder what's different now, because
I think you should have a certain amount of desperation. Yeah, because I think that it ignites a fire within you to do something.
There's probably something to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people that I know that have been too pampered and taken care of and didn't have a fear of everything going completely sideways, they never really get the momentum that's necessary to accomplish things in life.
Yeah, there's probably something to that. I mean, desperation.
A little desperation, fear, I think, is good for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody wants to be comfortable. I don't think that's necessarily a good path. I mean, I think you should have perspective and you should enjoy your life as a young person and have those ones. But you should also realize you got work to do.
Well, stress is good, right? Stress creates perseverance and creates patterns that allow you to succeed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like athletics 101, right?
I think that's very important.
You got to push yourself. And I think actually part of that also led in, like, I'm a big believer in athletic discipline needs to go hand in hand. I mean, I know you are too. Needs to go hand in hand with any other type of, like, whether it's an intellectual endeavor or like, because it trains you to be able to go into places that are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that uncomfortability allows you to then become stronger. You know, realize where your inadequacies are. And especially when you're with people who are better than you. I mean, when I was running at York University, there were two guys on our team who, yes, I was a sprinter. And one of the guys was part of the, they medaled, when Canada medaled at Worlds, he was part of that relay team. And then my other training partner, Busy, who, he ended up competing in Tokyo for Canada. And when you're beside someone who is like just a genetic freak, you're like, oh, okay. Like, that's different.
Yeah.
Right. And it both pushes you, but it also reveals your limitations. Where that doesn't inhibit you, like that shouldn't discourage you. It creates a realism that, like, I can train as much as I want to. I'm not gonna run like that. Right. Yeah. And but then realizing, like, around my third year of university, that my passions and motivations were very, very different, and that I didn't know how to go about that or where the proper place to do that was, but I knew that I needed to lean into that to some degree. Particularly, I was claiming that this Bible talks about this guy Jesus, and I'm a Christian. So I have a friend, Abby Bannister, who's out in the UK, and he says if you get Christ out of Christian, all you're left with is Ian. And Ian's a great guy who's not going to save you from your sins. And so, like, if I'm wrong about the Bible, those people who push back on me, right, those skeptics of various worldviews, if the things they were saying about the Bible were true, then it did actually legitimately undermine what I believe. And so I needed to take that seriously. I had an obligation to actually investigate those things as far as I could.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What is the oldest version of the Bible or the stories in the Bible? Is it the Dead Sea Scrolls or are there older versions?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest of the Old Testament. So when they were discovered, so they were discovered in 1946 to 1957. And at that point, during their discovery, they pushed back a lot of our previous oldest manuscripts 1,000 years, which was a big deal.
How old is it?
They're anywhere between the 3rd century BC and the 1st century BC. So it's kind of tricky because the Dead Sea Scrolls they're like a library that we refer to. So it's approximately 970 document fragments. So there's a lot going on there, right? So, and some of these, are so fragmentary that you look at them and it's like confetti. Because they're, 3,000 years old, but not quite that. They're like 2,000 plus years old.
Animal skins too, right?
Yeah, well, all sorts of things. Animal skins, papyri, and then some of them are actually done on copper. They're like inscribed in copper.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, one of the coolest ones. Actually, this relates because I know you're a Marco Allegro guy. The first time I was introduced to Marco Allegro was not his Sacred Mushroom and the Crossstep, but he published a book on what's called the Copper Scroll, because part of the Dead Sea Scroll fragments is this inscribed document on copper, which is so it's in Hebrew, and it is wild. So it has these sites where it says buried treasure is found. Yeah. And there have been a number of guys who have tried to look for it, and so
does it say what the treasure is?
You know what? Off the top of my head, I don't know. But
look how crazy that was.
I know. And so, but the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it's like stuff like this. It's papyri. It's animal skins, and it's a number of different languages. So the vast majority of it is in Hebrew, but there's also a lot in Aramaic and then Greek and in Nabatean. So it's like by this group out in the desert called the Essenes who lived at Qumran. So, but then other stuff of it is just, it's just Jewish literature of various stripes that were hidden in caves all around the Dead Sea.
So the scrolls, as it were, aren't all biblical. Some of them is just the accounting of the times.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie, look at that. 65 tons of gold and 26 tons of silver.
65 tons? That's a lot. How many Cuban links can you make out of that?
You can see why someone would try to track that down.
Boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And when we're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, like you have ones like the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is fully complete. Like it's a copy of the book of Isaiah, and it's a full complete scroll. But then other ones are so fragmentary that we think they're written in Hebrew, but we can't actually tell.
Oh wow!
Because no one's willing to piece these, and this is true for a lot of stuff. So, the largest grouping of papyri literature in the world is the Oxyrhynchus collection, which we get a good portion of our oldest manuscripts of the New Testament from. But if you go to Oxford and you look at the Oxyrhynchus collection, you pull out that drawer, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. You're like,
right.
Like most of it is untranslated, untranscribed, because the amount of man hours that it would just take to even put it together, never mind then go to the effort of transcribing and translating it. Most people are not willing. Area of speciality and research is in regards to that. Is so I study paratextual features. We're really going to get nerdy today.
Let's get nerdy.
Where so you look at the features of the manuscripts, not necessarily, and I look at the margins, and I try to, based on the average size of manuscripts in and around that time, and also the average spacing of words and the margins on top, bottom, and the side, recreate what the manuscript could have possibly looked like.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So when you say the book of Isaiah is intact, how similar is it to the book of Isaiah that's in the Bible?
So that one is fascinating. So this isn't true for all of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but when we discovered the Great Isaiah Scroll, previous to that, the earliest copy of Isaiah that we had was in the Masoretic text, which is in the Middle Ages.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it was literally 1,000 years. We literally pushed back our understanding of Isaiah 1,000 years. And the thing that really shocked scholars, like I said, this isn't true for all the Dead Sea Scrolls, but one of the things that shocked them about Isaiah was that it was word for word identical to the Masoretic text.
Word for word.
Word for word. Yeah.
Is that
So
it
this
right
is the
there?
Great Isaiah Scroll. So if you go to Israel and
Wait,
you
is
go,
that papyrus?
yes. No, I think that one is vellum.
What is vellum?
So, so I should be more specific. So parchment is animal skin. Vellum can be used synonymously with the term parchment. Technically, parchment is like baby animal skin, like calves or lambs. But this is the Great Isaiah Scroll, and you can see like they stitch together the parchment because it's so long.
God, it's so beautiful. The way they wrote back then was so beautiful. I mean, maybe it's because I can't read it, but it's so fat. Maybe if I saw English, I would think that's beautiful too.
Yeah.
Especially script, like cursive. Cursive is very beautiful. But there's so many. Like so many. This is the what I always got about cuneiform. When I look at that, I'm like, it's just one particular sort of character.
Yeah.
That's this way and that way and up and down and
cuneiform is wild.
Weird.
It's really, really tricky. And that's the thing when, like, if you're studying ancient languages and you start to study Greek, like the Greek alphabet is similar enough that you're like, okay, alpha looks like an A, right? Delta looks like a D. So you can figure it out. And so it tricks you because you start off and you're like, oh, this is phobia, fear. I know what a phobia is. And you get this false sense of like encouragement. And then, you know, the further you go down the rabbit hole, you're like, oh, I'm screwed. So, but Hebrew is completely the opposite because the like writing system is so different. The learning curve is hard at the beginning, and then you're like, everything is just 3 letters with a suffix added to it. And so it feels like, whereas the opposite is true with Greek. Greek, you're like, I get this. And then when you really go down the rabbit hole, you're like, oh crap, none of the things that I learned about that are supposed to be standard, all of them have exceptions.
Wow.
But yeah, cuneiform's a wild one.
Do you know who Rick Strassman is?
No.
He's a scholar, and he did a lot of early work in ancient Hebrew.
Nice.
Yeah, so because he wanted to really understand the Bible from the original source of ancient Hebrew and to understand it in context. Because ancient Hebrew, the way the words are structured, is so different than English, and that something must be lost in translation. So he spent 16 years teaching himself how to read ancient Hebrew. Like, that is that is such dedication. 16 years.
It's a long time. That seems too long.
Well, you're self-taught. I mean, he's doing it himself.
Yeah. Self-teaching. Yeah. I self-taught myself Greek at first, and then when I started learning formally, I realized how much you miss when you self-teach yourself.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, how many people can teach you ancient Hebrew? How many courses are available?
Oh, you can take it at any graduate college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it? It's not something that we know what it sounds like, correct?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big debate with ancient languages.
Right.
Like, same thing with, arguably, we don't know how any of this was pronounced.
Right.
I mean, modern Greek speakers get really mad at me when I say that because they're like, of course we know how it's pronounced. And I was like, we pronounce it, right? And on all my videos where I'm like site translating Greek manuscripts, there's so many comments of modern Greek speakers getting mad at how I pronounce it. But realistically, we don't really know how most of the things are pronounced. with anything.
But isn't that very bizarre when you're translate? Like if you go back to, like, say, the Epic of Gilgamesh,
Mhm.
we don't even know what the words sounded like.
Yeah.
We kind of know what they represent, and then we do a literal translation of what they represent. But if you've never heard, no one can speak ancient Sumerian.
Yeah. Well, Sumerians are wild
Yeah.
because it's a language isolate. So Hebrew is an Afro-Semitic language. So Hebrew is related to all of these other languages like Aramaic and Akkadian, but language isolates have no adjacent comparisons. So, because I tried to teach myself Sumerian and I failed and I just gave up because I couldn't do it because I had nothing to really compare it to. So Sumeriologists are very they're a field of their own because I learned a little bit of Akkadian because I had studied Semitic languages, and there's enough crossover between things like Hebrew and Aramaic and Akkadian, but Sumerian you have nothing to compare it to. And
What did it eventually become?
It just died.
It just died.
It just died.
How? Do we know?
I mean, the Sumerians lost to the Assyrians, and the Assyrians got taken over by the Babylonians. I mean, it's just the course of history where things happen. But there are a number of ancient languages that are language isolates, like Linear Elamite. We had no idea what Linear Elamite even said until 2021.
Well, I never heard it until 5 seconds ago.
I know. There you go, Jamie. If you pull up, if you look up, what's it called? There's a cup, a silver cup. It'll come up if you Google image Linear Elamite, because you think cuneiform looks wild. Linear Elamite is completely different than that too. And there's a silver cup, which we had no idea what it said, and then a bunch of researchers, ancient Near Eastern researchers, developed one. So let's in the corner there, that one on
far left corner.
Oh no, here now it's moved because it clicked it. That one, yeah, click that. So that's Linear Elamite. And so that's in and around the same time that languages like Sumerian. So there's this very interesting kind of, if we're talking about a story in the Bible like the Tower of Babel, where it says that God confused their languages and have no relation to one another. So Akkadian starts to adopt certain words in Sumerian, but they're still Sumerian. It's like pizza is Italian, right? Or like kayak. It's eventually Akkadian starts to adopt these things. But Sumerian is, so that's why when I see people like Billy Carson talk about being able to read Sumerian, I'm like, dude, I read ancient languages and I can't. I've tried and I can't make heads or tails of Sumerian.
Yeah,
so
that's a tell.
Unfortunately, it kind of gives away.
Listen, I like Billy. He was a nice guy. I really enjoyed talking to him.
As an individual.
He just needs to course correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, course correct and recognize what you know and what you don't know. You're not doing people a service, especially people like myself that aren't educated in this. Like we turn to others who claim to have vast knowledge of this to help me out. Tell me what's going on. When I sit down and talk to you, tell me what's going on. And if you don't really know, you're fucking over a lot of people for yourself.
Yeah.
This how do you say it again? Linear Elamite. Can you put that back up again, Jamie? So this was in 20. Can you show me that image that you showed me before?
Actually, see if you can find the cup. If you scroll, there should be a cup. I think it's called the dashed.
Is that it? In the lower corner?
No,
That's not the cup?
no. If you it's got if you look up cup, and they crack that. Look at that big nose.
That's a hell of a nose.
Yeah, you can smell that Linear Elamite. And so actually, interestingly enough, if you pull back, Jamie, that's my graphic that I made that just popped up. So if you click that
Right
up,
there?
that's the one I made. Why is it coming up like that? Okay.
So is it just bad resolution? Is it anything? Oh, there it is. So, can we just look at that for a second? That is so cool. And how old is this?
20th century BC. Yeah.
So 4,000 plus years ago.
Yeah. So Jamie to wesleyhuff.com and then click my infographics tab at the top. So I started making these things for the graduate students I was teaching. And so if you go down, there should be an archaeology section. And in the archaeology section, I have that one on. I can what is it? I make a bunch of manuscripts.
What a great website.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate
This
it.
is awesome. It's so detailed.
Yeah, so there's a linear Elamite one.
What a fucking phenomenal resource this is.
Right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Marv Dash. That's what it's called. So yeah, you see that. So I have Sumerian, Linear, Elamite, Akkadian, and Paleo-Hebrew there at the bottom, the comparisons. And these are languages that operated like alongside one another, but are almost completely foreign to one another. So there is crossover between Akkadian and Paleo-Hebrew.
So that's interesting. Sumerian, when I'm thinking of cuneiform, I'm not thinking of that, right? That looks different than some of like the clay scrolls, the imprintations that they make with a clay wheel.
Yeah, well, it's all done with the stylus. So it's like a little wedge stylus. So there are different variations of it, but ultimately it's done with the stylus. The thing that's interesting, like you're probably thinking more of what that later Akkadian looks like, right? Where it's like the wedges. Yeah. So they Akkadian basically borrowed the writing system, and it had development over time, but it was very
So when
close.
they conquered them, did they have their own writing system initially, and this incorporated Sumerian writing to theirs?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. But
God, I looked them up.
I know, right?
I mean, it's so long ago, but not. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so long ago in terms of the human life,
Yeah.
but it's not that long. You think we went from 4,000 years worth of that to large language models.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, quantum computing.
Yeah. Well, even if you look at language systems develop. Paleo-Hebrew turns into what we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Paleo-Hebrew is a little bit different than what we eventually see in the Dead Sea Scrolls because there's like a development within the language. And then modern Hebrew adopts the Hebrew in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but modern Hebrew has vowels that were developed in the Middle Ages to figure out how to pronounce it. It's basically ancient Hebrew doesn't have a vowel system in its writing that's overly comprehensive. And so in the Middle Ages, when you have these groups of Jews who are copying you figure out how to pronounce it because English reader, you could probably figure out what was what if you're looking at the page. And so in the Middle Ages, the Masoretic scribes come up with these vowel pointing systems. And that's what you see when you look at a Hebrew Bible today, is you see these vowels. And sometimes the introduction or removal of the vowel is significant in the changing of the words.
It's also interesting, and we're kind of seeing language change, written language, while right now in this current era because we've kind of abandoned cursive.
Yeah.
Right? So if people in the future go to read ancient scripts of human beings that lived in the 20th century, they'll be like, "What is this shit?"
Yeah.
And then, there wasn't a lot of it. There's no cursive on the internet. I mean, there's cursive on the internet, but no websites are written in cursive. Or
Yeah, it's all
very few at
printed.
least. It's all printed.
Yeah.
And so they've essentially, in school, stopped teaching. Most classes don't teach cursive. We all learned cursive as children. It was the way you could write things quicker.
Yeah.
And then once printing and typewriters and computers became ubiquitous, it's gone.
Yeah.
And everybody's just texting.
Yeah. Well, let's hope people in the future are still able to read the Declaration of Independence.
Right.
Because that's what was written in, right? Stuff like that.
That's really interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because if you were not taught that, and then you went to read that and said, "This is English," what are you talking about? I recognize a few of these letters, but it's so vastly different than the printed text.
Yeah. Language models are wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
The whole thing is wild that people figured out how to associate sounds with little symbols, and then they did completely different shit in Korea, completely different shit in Russia.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. And then you have to have these experts who can translate these things, and you're dependent upon them forever, which that was what Lutheranism was all about, right? Martin Luther wanted to have phonetic translations of the Bible, and there was a lot of resistance to that. The people that knew how to read Latin were like, hey, slow down.
Yeah, partly. There were proto-reformers before Luther. Guys like Wycliffe. So John Wycliffe and William Tyndale both translated the Bible, or parts of the Bible into English, and they predate it. I mean, and they weren't very popular for it either. I mean, Wycliffe was declared a heretic, and then his body was exhumed and burned because of the work that he did. But yeah,
Burned him after he was already dead.
yeah. Well, Tyndale's line was that he wanted, I believe it was Tyndale. It was either Wycliffe or Tyndale. My friends who are specialists in this are going to get mad at me for this. But one of those two guys said that they wanted the plowboy to be able to read the Bible and know it as well as the priest. And so that was their motivation, is that they're like, public education for literacy in these areas was largely because they just wanted people to read the Bible. But that was a big motivation behind Luther, because he's like, I'm going to translate this thing to German. Because part of his kind of kicking off of what we call the Protestant Reformation was that he read the Bible in Greek. Because there was a guy named Desiderius Erasmus, who was they call them humanists, but it means something different than that. Humanists were like scholars who were trying to figure out the entirety of human knowledge up until that point, like Renaissance men, kind of, right? So Desiderius Erasmus is like one of the last true Renaissance men. But he was compiling, and he produced the first printed edition of the Greek New Testament. And so he comes out with this printed edition of the Greek New Testament, and Luther gets his hands on it. And so he's reading that, and he notices that in Matthew's Gospel, the word that's in the Latin is penitentium agite, do penance. In Greek is metanoite, which is repentance. And the church is using this as like, you need to do penance. You need to, do all of this stuff to show that you're sorry. And part of that was, paying the church. And Luther reads this and he goes, hey, guys, this means something different. This means repentance. It means changing your mind. It doesn't mean like to actually do things. And so part of his motivation is like, the Latin isn't reflecting, at least at the point that Latin had developed in that day. Like maybe when Jerome translates the Latin Vulgate back in the 4th century, and it's called the Vulgate because Vulgata means like regular. Like you think of vulgar, right? It's just the regular people language. Part of the reason was that in the 4th century, very few people were reading Greek. They were reading Latin. And so they're like, hey, Jerome, you need to produce a Bible in Latin because nobody can read the Bible. And so he produces the Latin Vulgate. And ironically, by the time you get to Luther, 1,000 years later, no one can read Latin. And they're all using the Vulgate.
Wow. That is fascinating. Wow.
And even Erasmus was, so he dedicates his first few editions to the Pope because he knows that the Pope is going to get wind that he's producing Greek New Testaments, and the church is using the Latin, and he's risking his life. So if he dedicates it to the Pope, maybe the Pope will take it easy.
Did it work?
Yeah, that did.
Nice. Little flattery.
Yeah. See, it goes a long way.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? Is that you're dealing with these priests, you're dealing with human beings. And when human beings are the sole purveyors of truth, that becomes a problem. It's power. It's too much power. For instance, is the best example. Because, like when you know the person who created this thing and you know this person is fucking insane and you have a bunch of people that follow them,
they're just looking out for your best interest.
Yeah.
Right? They just want to make sure you're doing the right thing.
Did you see Wild Wild Country?
Oh, yes.
It's fucking awesome.
Unfortunately.
It's so good. It's so crazy. I mean, I'm so glad I wasn't there and a part of it, but they all look good in the beginning. That's what's really wild. All these cult documentaries, all these exposés in the beginning, like these people haven't made. They're all eating together and they're community and they're praying together and they're
just seeking enlightenment.
Happy. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the ways my wife and I bond, we have very different tastes in movies, but there's enough crossover that our guilty pleasure is cult documentaries.
I love them.
They're so
I love them. I love them because there's something about people like absolutely believing things that's so appealing to me. I don't know why that is. Like I like watching Islamic scholars speak, with like full confidence that their version of truth is truth. I'm just interested in that mindset. I think it's a very deeply cut groove in the human psyche that people can fall into. And when there's a cult, it's like, God, it's so obvious. Like, there's the guy. That's the guy. Here's a good example. There's a documentary called Holy Hell.
Oh yeah, of course.
And you know that.
Yeah.
I bought the building that Holy Hell was, like the actual theater that this guy had built. It's a beautiful theater that he had his followers build so he can dance at that. That was going to be the Comedy Mothership, the first version of it.
That's
so I was under contract for that building. It fell apart. Thank baby Jesus. Thank Allah. Thank somebody. And then we found this new place on 6th Street. But that documentary is so fascinating because you see this guy who is a gay porn star and a hypnotist take a bunch of really lost people and send them down this crazy road, and then eventually it all falls apart.
You know what's interesting about that is I have less of a problem with the objective truth claims and more of a problem with them saying, but don't look into it. Like, don't test it. Like, what I say goes, and you're not allowed to explore it. Like, talking about the Mormon church, they recently did this thing where they're like, you don't need to go on the internet. You don't need that. And it's
Don't
like,
watch
guys,
the Book of Mormon.
yeah, guys, I don't think you realize what you're sounding like when you come across them.
Mormons are the nicest cult members. They're the nicest people. They really are so nice. I love them. I mean, Mormons that I've met have been so friendly. They're so family oriented.
It's true.
There's it's like really easy to like think these are great people. I'll join them.
You know why they're family oriented, right? Why? Is because in what Joseph Smith wrote, there's an idea that everybody's soul pre-exists, and you were born as a spirit child in the previous life. And the reason you need to have children is you need to bring those people's souls into existence. And so there's like, because you have a heavenly father and a heavenly mother, and you're all children of God in the actual like physical sense, and that the pursuit is exaltation, where you will be a god on your own planet if you've done everything right.
You get your own planet.
You get your own planet. And this is so Joseph Smith in the King's Follett Funeral Discourse. This is what he wrote. This is where he like formulated this idea where God, the Father, has a body as tangible as ours, of flesh and blood, and that he lived on another planet, and it was circled around this star called Kolob, and that if you do everything right, you will also be the God on your own planet. And so you got to encourage people to have kids because you're pulling those spirit babies out of the spiritual realm. But you're right; they're incredibly nice people.
The nicest.
The nicest.
Yeah, it's a really great cult. I mean, or religion, whatever. I mean, I used to have a joke in my act that a cult is fake and it's made by one guy, and that guy invented it. In a religion, that guy's dead.
There might be something to that.
Yeah, and some for sure. But the question to me is always, what were they originally trying to do?
Right.
What was it based on? What in the beginning there was light? What is all of that?
Yeah.
What are those stories?
Yeah.
And when you take these stories and you are telling them for so long, that's why the book of Isaiah, what you're telling me, is so fascinating. That 1,000 years later, you have the exact translation of this at a time where most people were illiterate. Right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's only really been recently that we have the levels of literacy that we have today. I mean, this is part of the reason why you have these long spans of time between like when people live and then the ancient biographies that start to pop up about them, is because most people are just illiterate.
But imagine how crazy that is. That something in a time where there's no printed press and something that had been passed on for so long as an oral tradition is exact word for word written you find in a cave in Qumran.
Yeah.
And then the same thing you get in the English translation of the Bible today. That's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, up until the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the New Testament manuscripts predated the Old Testament manuscripts by a long time.
Really?
Yeah. Because the Christians were less discerning in their proliferation of written documents. So the Jews had this whole system where you had to be a trained scribe, and they were very, very careful for the procedures that we went through. Whereas the Christians were like, we want to get this thing out as fast as we can, as often as we can,
Mm.
which had a lot of benefits in that, like, their goal was a proselytization and evangelism, and that worked. But the downside of it was that you get really messy copies, where you have copies all over the place, but human error gets involved with like spelling differences and additions, deletions, mostly for completely like understandable reasons. But we actually have manuscripts where we know the person copied it and they didn't know how to read it because they make mistakes that you wouldn't make if you knew how to copy. There's this really great example of a guy who copies, I believe it's the genealogy of Matthew, and he's looking at a manuscript that has 2 columns, and he's copying it from left to right, and he's copying it like this, whereas it's like the column you go down and then the next column. So in the genealogy of Jesus, he's got all the wrong people begetting all the wrong people, and you're like, you wouldn't do this, you know, read, because God is in the middle of the genealogy. So like that kind of thing.
That is a real problem.
That is a real problem. But ironically, with the Christian manuscripts, because we have so many, it's actually because of the mistakes that we're able to trace the text back with a high degree of confidence. Because if you have copies that are floating around, North Africa and places like Egypt, and you have copies in Syria, and you have copies out into Asia and into Europe and the British Isles, when mistakes pop up, they're geographically located. And because you have so many, you can compare and contrast them and figure out, okay, well, this obviously happened here at this time, and you can pinpoint those things. So this is a field called textual criticism, where we do this with all ancient documents. Like the Bible is a more kind of flesh out field of textual criticism because we have so many manuscripts. But we do it with Marcus Aurelius. We even do it with Shakespeare with the different copies. Because if you only have one copy, you have to trust that the person who copied that got it right.
Yeah.
Which is the issue that we have for the Beowulf. We only have one copy of Beowulf. And so we don't know what it looked like prior to that. So we just kind of accept that, okay, this is Beowulf. Like there's no way to compare and contrast the tradition of the manuscripts of Beowulf.
God, when you're saying this about taking copied versions of it and comparing errors and going back, and like, you're talking about so much time.
Yeah.
So much research.
It's legwork.
So much legwork.
Yeah. And fortunately, like in the modern era, we get computers involved, and that cuts out a lot of the like just manpower.
Oh, let's see. I get to the bottom of it.
Well, there's an interesting, so in Germany, at the Center for the Study of New Testament Research in Münster, they're actually, it's called CBGM, the Coherence-Based Genealogical Method. And it's tracing not manuscripts, but readings within manuscripts and finding the relationships between the different ones by like computer models. And so they are actually so this is actually the way that like modern era textual criticism is being done, is with these language models that operate on the tracing readings and how certain readings are related to one another, which has allowed us to do things like look at 4th century manuscripts and actually see that their readings come hundreds of years earlier in other manuscripts that we have in collections. So one of the clearest examples of this is there's a manuscript in the 4th century called Codex Vaticanus, because it happens to be in the Vatican. And there is a manuscript from the 2nd century which has the exact same scribal conventions that Codex Vaticanus does in particular readings. And so we know for a fact that the scribes who created Vaticanus did not have, I think it's P75, which is Papyrus 75, but they had some sort of collection of manuscripts that were similar. And so we can have confidence that the readings, although they're 4th century in particular areas of Codex Vaticanus, are actually 2nd century in their origination. And a large part of this is because of these like models that the computers got involved in.
Wow, this is so fascinating. Now, when they're going over things like ancient Sumerian and they're reading things like the Epic of Gilgamesh, if we can't say, we don't know how to make those words, we don't know what they sounded like, how are they translating it into an English version? Like when you like one of the things that's been compared quite a bit is the Epic of Gilgamesh and the story of Noah and the Ark, the Great Flood. There seems to be some parallels.
Yeah.
Like, how close is it?
In some ways, it's very close, and in other ways, it's not. So that's the story of Utnapishtim, which is kind of a side story in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh he realizes his mortality and he's trying to find eternal life. And there's this guy Utnapishtim who he runs into. He tells him the story of the gods gifted him with eternal life because he saved all the animals on a boat. And so there are actually parallels between that and, say, the Genesis 6 Noah Ark story. In like making a big boat, putting all the animals on it, and then they get off and they make a sacrifice to, in his case, the gods, and in the Bible, God. And I think what you're looking at there is probably a cultural remembrance of something that did take place. And so you have these adjacent cultures who they're existing within this framework of the ancient Near East, and you're seeing these kind of parallel echoes of things that actually did happen. So there are definite parallels, but I think sometimes people look at those and they overplay that. So one of the examples I often give is Advil and arsenic both come in pill form and have an A on the bottle. But it's not the similarities that matter in that case, it's the differences. And so if you look at the differences, there are significant differences in the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Utnapishtim story and the Genesis 6 story. If for no other reason than the Noah Ark story is a very small part of the book of Genesis. And the story of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh is a little bit more stretched out. It has more to do with the theme of what Gilgamesh is doing in his epic. So, but there are obviously parallels between that because these are both ancient Near Eastern stories and they're products of their day. In the same way that I think you see parallels between some of the New Testament Gospels and other ancient Greco-Roman biography, in that these are products of ancient history, and so they're going to look like other ancient historical writings that kind of parallel around that. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. It's just when you're talking about the oldest of old stories, it's always so interesting to wonder, like when they're taking these oral traditions, like Socrates is famous for saying that he didn't believe you should write things.
Yeah,
right.
Make people lazy.
Right, make you lazy. You need to learn how to remember things. You need to exercise your memory, which is so fascinating when you think that there must have been people that were in charge of memorizing these oral traditions.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about, particularly if you're talking about the Old Testament, the series of writings, like these are long stories that someone had to remember and pass on to generations. So the thing with me was always like, well, what was the origin of all this? Like, what was the first version of it? And where the hell did it come from? Like, what was it? What was going on? Where these people felt like in this time of incredibly difficult survival, right? You're hunter-gatherers, right? We're talking about thousands of years ago. And these people took great time and made great effort to preserve these stories. And then there's always human error, right? There's human error, as you were saying, transcription and trying to decipher things and writing things down. We don't really speak the language. You got to wonder, like, how much did we lose in this oral tradition? What was the original story and what were they trying to convey?
Yeah, and I think that there's an aspect of like a message that's trying to be communicated. I mean, we are modern people of, so we almost have a perspective where we want something to be very like exhaustive, that ancient writers didn't have those same sort of conventions for. So they're going to capitalize on certain ideas and concepts for the purpose of, when someone tells you a story, you don't memorize everything.
Right.
You go to university, you write notes, right? The people who are writing everything the professor's saying word for word, probably not the people who are going to remember what the professor says as well as the people who write down the main things. And when you write down the main things, the main points, without all of the other stuff that kind of is is just it's icing. Then you get the main idea more. Ancient writers talk about this. So there's a guy named Quintilian who exists in the 1st century BC, and there's this series of writings that we call progymnasmata, which are basically like, how do you do good writing? So he's training people, maybe even individuals like Plutarch, who is one of the best known ancient biographers, and saying like, it's just as important what you don't say as to what you do say. Because you don't want to, writing in the ancient world is expensive, really expensive, and B, you want to make sure that your audience is actually getting the message that you want to convey. And so this is something that when you read like German scholars, biblical scholars of the 19th and 20th century, or even prior to that, like 18th, 19th century, they look at the Gospels and they're like, this is a biography because it's not capitalizing on Jesus's childhood. And we all know that good biographies tell about your childhood and psychologize and these sorts of things. Whereas if you look at some of these ancient writers who are talking about how you should write biography, they say if there's nothing in their childhood that's that significant, don't write it. It's going to distract from, like, if there is something, say like Jesus's birth, or Luke tells a story when he's 12 of Jesus, when he goes with Mary and Joseph, and Mary and Joseph lose the Son of God and they start going home without him, and they're like, where's Jesus? And they got to go back to Jerusalem. That's a significant story, and so it appears that Luke includes it because there's a significant reason to include it. But they wouldn't have had any problem with leaving out large portions of someone's life if it didn't contribute to what the ultimate goal of telling that person's life was.
I think what's important is we have to try, as difficult as it might be, to put our minds in the context of people who lived in a time where most people were illiterate, and you're telling these parables, you're telling these stories as an oral tradition, and that they have a different mindset in terms of the distribution of information and what the significance of these things are.
Yeah, these are documents, well, in terms of the Bible, like as someone who identifies as a Christian, I would say that the Bible is written for you, but it wasn't written to you. It had a completely different original audience. But you should do your best at figuring out who it was written to and how that made a difference to them, because then the application is going to come out even clearer for you. And that should be ultimately, the goal of everyone who's looking at ancient documents. Who was the original audience? How would they have understood it?
Yeah.
Because you can read all sorts of things because of your modern conventions into what someone is talking about in the ancient world and completely bypass what they're actually trying to convey in their intention.
Yeah, and again, it's almost impossible to put your mind completely into the context of these people that were living there. It's almost impossible to imagine the way they viewed the world and the way they communicated. And when you're dealing with like really old stuff like the Sumerian text, and then people have translations of it, which can be fantastical, like the Zechariah Sitchin stuff. It's like you have to be a scholar in ancient Sumerian and understand the origins of language, and then still there's massive debate. There's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com.
Yeah.
But he's the most fun.
He's fun. I'm not convinced he could read Sumerian either. Really?
I think he's bullshit.
I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. He takes so many liberties with the stuff he's commenting on that I have a hard time getting my head around.
So if he couldn't read it, where would he be getting his translations?
From actual translation.
Okay, so he would take these translations and then make his own assumptions and his own interpretation. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think to a certain degree. Even something like Nibiru is not a Sumerian word; it's an Akkadian word. But he makes a big deal about it being related to Sumerian, and it is a word that appears within Akkadian.
And Akkadian is what time period?
Akkadian is just after, so it exists kind of in a crossover where Sumerian predates Akkadian, but Akkadian develops alongside, and then as cultures like the Assyrians come into power and kind of subvert the Sumerians.
So, so oldest Sumerian writing is what? What's the oldest time?
Like
5,000?
Yeah, around that. I think like 4 to 5,000 years ago.
Okay. And then Akkadian is when?
There's some overlap, but it develops into a language like just after, like the rise. And Akkadian develops into like it has stages, and then you have like Babylonian, Proto-Babylonian, Persian, Old Persian, Elamite.
We don't have it. There's no writing at all with the Göbekli Tepe, correct? It's all just iconography.
Yeah, or at least that we figured out that looks like. Yeah, I'm really hoping to go back later.
What's your take on this whole reluctance to further excavate? You know, how they have such a small amount of the site. It's only 5% that's been uncovered, but through LiDAR, they're aware there's a bunch more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an archaeologist. I have friends who are archaeologists, and I think archaeology is tricky because so much of archaeology is dependent on governments and institutions and funding that getting mad at archaeologists for not excavating is kind of like getting mad at construction workers for not fixing potholes. Where it's like, like they're kind of doing the last stage. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly incentive by the Turkish government to want to capitalize on that being a tourist destination. And you really need to safeguard archaeological excavations because otherwise it's being compromised,
right?
And like pillaging and stuff like that. It happens. I mean, when I was in Egypt 2 summers ago, and you go to the Valley of Kings, they got security cameras up everywhere because there are tombs there that we still haven't discovered. And so they're like, we don't want people digging around in here looking for.
But they've lost so much over history.
Oh, we've only discovered 1% of ancient Egypt.
That's so much.
1%. Isn't that crazy?
That is the nuttiest part of all of history is Egypt to me. I still have not been.
You gotta go.
I know. I almost went in December. I just couldn't find the time. I'm just too damn busy. I will though. I definitely will. But it is to me the nuttiest time in history because good luck explaining the Great Pyramid. Good luck.
And it's such a big time frame. Like there's 1,000 years between the pyramids being built and Tutankhamun in the Valley of the Kings. 1,000 years.
Yeah. Nuts.
It's so crazy. Egypt is one of the wildest places you'll ever.
Well, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, how? What were you guys using? What were you doing? How'd you do it? How'd you measure it? How'd you figure it out?
Yeah. You've been to Greece, right?
Yeah.
Have you been to Jordan?
No.
Oh, you got to go see Petra.
Yeah.
Petra's phenomenal.
Greece was fantastic.
They're all crazy.
God, it's just like when you're just there in the presence of these things and just trying to put your brain back for thousands of years and imagine what society was like back then.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Egypt was crazy because Egypt is like Greece in that you have like, you can go to the Pantheon and you see that kind of stuff, right? But you go to Egypt and there's 4,000-year-old paint on it. I can't get paint to stay on my wall for 10 years. Like, and it's almost exclusively because of the climate, and it got buried in sand. But it's so wild. So
when you say that 1% of ancient Egypt has been discovered, what do you really mean by that?
Of the percentage of what we know that happened in Egyptian history, 1% has been excavated in terms of what we can actually pull out of the ground and look at artifacts. So there's whole eras of pharaohs that we don't know where they're buried. We like, even when Tutankhamun was discovered, he was kind of a footnote in the pharaohs that we knew about at that time, and we didn't know he was, as extravagant, as rich as, until we discovered his actual tomb. A lot of people at that time didn't even think he was worth looking into, because we have these lists of pharaohs, and the thing with the pharaohs is that the next pharaoh is always trying to prove that he's the better one. And this is why you go to Egypt and you find statues of Ramses everywhere.
Wow.
And part of it was because Ramses, I think it was Ramses II, he commissioned so many statues of himself because he's like, oh, I'm the best, I'm the greatest. And what they couldn't keep up with the commissioning, and they started actually rubbing off the names of previous pharaohs on statues and just putting Ramses on them.
Really?
Because
Wow.
he was just, so you go like from the top of Egypt to the bottom of Egypt, and you're going to find statues of Ramses. He wanted to leave, and he did, right? Like it worked.
We're talking about it now in
I know.
2024.
I know.
Yeah, that is nuts. So when you go there and you're in the presence of these things and you try to put yourself back into that time period, like what do you have you ever tried to think like what was the motivation to make something as great as the Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid?
People definitely want to make their mark, right?
Oh, but that's a mark that just doesn't even make sense.
There's something to that. I mean, if you think you're a god,
right,
and you have this whole kind of worldly perspective of and theology that you need to make something that and bear yourself with all this crap because that's going to make a difference in your afterlife, then you're going to go big rather than going home, right? So the perceptions of people in the ancient world are just so different. We got it so good, right? Like longevity, health, food is just on a completely different scale. And so the conventions of needing to make sure that, especially if you're like the richest guy around, that you tick off all the boxes because you're going to die, and you're probably going to die sooner than you want to, sooner rather than later. And you have this whole perception of, well, if I bury myself with all this stuff and maybe even some of the people, which can kill them, including too, because they're going to help me out. That's going to help me out in the afterlife.
The enslaved in the afterlife.
Yeah, of course they do. Why not? Right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So Khufu's pyramid, what's the timeline that he was even in power?
I don't know. I'm not an Egyptologist or an archaeologist necessarily, but he was. I think that was like 4,000 years. We only really have a tiny little statue.
I guess he was busy making a pyramid.
So they say, right?
So they say.
Kelly thinks different, but
a lot of people think different. That's what's interesting about it is the archaeological argument that like Dr. Robert Schoch makes about the water erosion in the Temple of the Sphinx.
Yeah,
that's a fascinating argument because it does appear like that's water erosion, and that would put the timeline way back.
Yeah, I think even just looking at the Sphinx, you can tell that no matter what your perspective is, you should entertain the idea, at minimum, that the head was built later.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it doesn't fit the body.
It has much less erosion. But you could also attribute that to the different densities of the stone. Like, that's one of the things about these layers of limestone. It's like some of them are much more porous and some they erode easier.
Yeah.
So you do see that.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing a terrible disservice by covering the Sphinx with like new stones, and they redid the paws and they're doing all that. Like, my God, people like leave it alone. Like leave it the way it is.
Yeah, it's this tricky balance between
restoration and recreation.
Yeah,
because they're in a recreation stage.
Yeah,
and it was obviously they're doing it with smaller stones, and it like looks different. It's not the same thing. It's not what it initially was. It was carved from one piece of stone.
Have you seen some of the restoration stuff that Saddam Hussein did in Iraq?
No.
Jamie, you got to pull up the ziggurat at Ur. So Saddam Hussein was a bit of a nut job, but he believed, as far as I understand it, that he was the recreation of Nebuchadnezzar. So he did all of this restorative work in Iraq on things like the walls of Babylon, and in Ur he rebuilt the ziggurat. So if you look at that picture over there, this is 1932 and 2022. That's what he did. Is he basically tried to rebuild this entire thing, and it's amazing. I am trying hard to get to Iraq because I wanna see this thing. Interestingly enough, yeah,
don't die, dude. Don't go over there.
So that's actually
so I'm sorry. So this is the modern version with the small bricks. The original version, was it all carved from one piece?
No, it would have been clay bricks.
So these were clay bricks. So what do we? Jamie? Can you go back to the 1930 image, please, so we can see what it looked like? God, I would rather just have that. You know, I mean, I want to see what it looked like and what it looks like all these years later. I don't want to see a recreation, which is very similar to what they've done with the Sphinx.
Yeah, the Sphinx. Even when I was in Egypt, they were doing some work in like.
Can you, Jamie? Can you go to the rehabilitation of the Sphinx or whatever they were called?
Yeah, they took out the ruins of it.
Yeah. Well, the restoration part is the interesting part. Like you can see the restoration. If you go to just Google restoration of the Sphinx paws.
Well, they're talking about putting encasing stone on it.
Yeah, I've heard that too. God, don't do that.
I don't think they should do that.
No, you shouldn't do anything. I mean, obviously they took the original casing stones off, but that's also history. So now you can see like the new paws. But that seems like the difference between buried and unburied. So like even when Napoleon came upon, like right there, like isn't that restored?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there's much more erosion. Napoleon came upon it was buried, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I
So
think that was
like over time, because you're dealing with these crazy sandstorms, over time everything gets kind of buried.
Oh, so much of it is under sand for so long. Like the temple of the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut was mostly under sand for a long, long time.
Wow.
Before they like uncovered it. And fortunately, like the aridness of Egypt preserves things like crazy.
Yeah, see that's what the paws look like.
Right.
That's a disaster. That's so gross. When if you do take that timeline, the Robert Schoch timeline, and you say, okay, so you're talking about thousands of years of rainfall. You have to go back to when there was rainfall in the Nile Valley. So now you're back like 9,000 years. Like one of the more interesting things about hieroglyphs and the interpretations of it is that the ancient hieroglyphs, the ancient versions of pharaohs, rather, like when they go back, past the established dates of 2500 BC and before that, you get to like 30,000 years ago, and then they say that these are myth. These are not. This is not representative of an actual history. This is some sort of a mythical history.
Yeah, numbers are tricky in ancient languages because it's not entirely clear whether numbers are meant to be representational.
Is that like why they said that Noah lived 600 years old?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, you have that. You have the Sumerian king lists, which have people living thousands of years, hundreds and thousands of years too. And I mean, there are some interesting academic articles on like the probability of the numbers that come up in those, because we have a base 10 counting system because we count our fingers. Ancient Near Eastern cultures like the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, they had a base 12 counting system because they would count each hinge, or what do we call these, like spaces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There's different joints of the finger.
Yeah, the joints. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. And so that's why we have 360 degrees in a circle, 365 days in a year. Like this comes from the Mesopotamian counting conventions. And you look at some of these lists and they're operational and all divisible by like 12 and 60. And like, what's going on here? So not all of them, but enough of them where it's statistically impossible. And I don't totally know what to make of those things because you do have the genealogies, I believe it's Genesis chapter 4 and Genesis chapter 11, where they're all divisible by these types of numbers that were very common in the ancient Near East. They're not random. Whereas we look at the genealogies later in like Chronicles and Kings of the ages of the Israelite kings, they're random. And so it's just like, what do we do with that?
Right.
Because numbers are also far more representational, which is why we see numbers like 12 and 40 and 7 come up in the Bible, but also other ancient Near Eastern literature. Like there are certain numbers in Egyptian society that also were seen as like perfect numbers or like numbers that you wanted to incorporate. So
what's the earliest interpretation of calendars? Like what is the earliest where they did decide what a year was?
I have no idea.
Because you got to imagine if you're, the average lifespan wasn't so good back then. A lot of people got infected, died of war, famine, all these things. It would take quite a long time for people to figure out what a year was.
Right.
You have no, I mean, we're going thousands and thousands of years ago. We have to establish, like, okay, the day is, let's put the stick in the ground. When the shadow is here, this is where we start.
Yeah.
And the shadow goes all the way around like that. Okay, well, maybe we can like mark these off. Okay, now we've got a sundial.
And there are different timekeeping conventions depending on society. Like ancient Jews had a different timekeeping convention than ancient Romans. And so that's why you see, like in Genesis chapter 1, it talks about there being evening and there being morning, is because, well, Jews today, right? You start the Sabbath on sundown the day before, right? So that's why. It's because there's different cycles. And so we go on a 24-hour time system. But ancient Jews had a different convention of that. Ancient Romans had a different convention of that. Ancient, Mesopotamian cultures had their own kind of conventions about these things, and calendars were all over the place. In when you get to the Julian calendar, and they're like, we got to standardize this thing because everybody's operating on a different, the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar. Ancient timekeeping is very inexact and very messy. So you kind of got to take certain things with a grain of salt,
right?
In terms of that, but ancient calendars. I don't even know. I know that talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. The group in Qumran, who were they were a sectarian group of Jews who believed that the Jews in Jerusalem had basically capitulated and were not holy enough. And part of their reasoning is that they believe they have a perfect calendar. And so they use a different calendar that doesn't have to do things like incorporate an extra month every certain number of years because, their thing is not perfect. And part of their reasoning as to why they're like the chosen is that they have a timekeeping system that they say is perfect.
Many cultures used a 13-month calendar, right? Like, what was the logic behind that? Does that work?
I don't know.
The idea was 13 months, 28 days each month, and you wouldn't have to have leap years and all that shit.
Yeah.
Archaeologists, okay, there it is. World oldest calendar, 12,000 years.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh, so it is on Göbekli Tepe. Oh, the ancient carvings of the sun, moon, and various constellations sits on a pillar. Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old. Researchers believe ancient people used a so-called lunisolar calendar to mark the changing of the seasons.
Right.
Interesting. So it was at least representative of the fact that we know when the days start getting shorter, it starts getting colder, and then and then it warms up again. Days start getting longer.
This is why solstices are so key in like most of human history. It's because you got to figure out like what's a marker point,
right? Which is one of the things that's so fascinating about some of the constructions of the pyramid, where on the summer solstice, these pillars line up so perfectly that the light shines straight down these hallways and illuminates everything.
Right.
How did you even nail that?
Yeah, I mean, just because they're ancient doesn't mean they're stupid, right?
Yeah. They weren't just stupid; they were fucking brilliant. That's what's. I mean, we weren't just ancient. It's just so weird that people were so vastly more intelligent, at least in terms of their ability to build things, than anyone else anywhere around there. That's what's so weird about Egypt to me. It's like there's amazing piece of, like, even ancient Greece is incredible, but I can kind of believe you did it.
Right.
When you deal with 2,300,000 stones in the Great Pyramid, and some of them 50 tons, 60 tons, it's pretty crazy. 500 miles away. Like, what did you do? How the hell did you do it?
I mean, there have been a lot of things that have been lost. We still, as far as I'm aware, don't know how the Romans made their concrete. That Roman concrete is like this thing that survives. They were able to make domes out of it.
Well, you know about Terra Preta in the Amazon? You know about that?
No.
Oh, Terra Preta is their particular rich soil that is man-made soil.
Oh, yes, I did know. I do know about that.
Combination of charcoal and bacteria. And it's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievably fertile in terms of your ability to grow food on it. And they made it. We don't know how they did it.
Yeah.
And it's man-made stuff.
Yeah.
Which is so bananas. It's like a giant chunk of this stuff that is all over the Amazon is made by people specifically to encourage the growth of plants.
I mean, this is why history gets me so excited.
Oh, it's so amazing, and it's so interesting too. I was watching something on YouTube yesterday about the Mayan culture and the Aztecs. I went on a deep dive when I started getting into getting ready for this. But when you think about how many people existed back then, and then Europeans come and everybody dies. Everybody dies of disease. And it's like, how many people died? Like millions of people died here, millions of people died there. Like, holy shit. And you go through like the story of the collapse of the Mayan civilization, the collapse of the Aztec civilization, like the accounts that these priests had of visiting these Aztec markets and how incredible these people from Rome would come to visit the Mayans. Like, this is unbelievable, or the Aztecs, rather. This is unbelievable how sophisticated. And then
gone.
Everybody's dead.
Dunzo.
You just gotta go, wow. How many times has this happened in history?
Yeah.
Where people have visited places and brought their cooties and killed off a giant swath of the population. And one of the things that they're discovering now in the Amazon, which is so fascinating, is their use of LiDAR. Discovering, oh my God, this is like all populated.
Yeah.
This whole thing was populated.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Ground penetrating radar stuff.
And the trees and all the rainforest is mostly from man-made agriculture.
Yeah, that's wild.
Nuts.
Yeah.
And this is all recent that
Yeah.
they're figuring this out.
Yeah.
Which is also so fascinating about history, is that is a constant and never-ending search. And that even in today, with as much information as we have, you can pick up your phone and ask them, when was Nero born? It'll tell you, like, instantaneously. We still don't have answers to a lot of really fascinating questions, like the Olmecs, or all these other civilizations. Who, where did they come from? Why do they look like this?
Yeah.
Why do they make these big stone heads? Or Stonehenge. It's another one. Like, Jesus, what is this?
Yeah.
There's so many versions of that all over the world, and the search for our origins is one of the most human endeavors. One of the most, because to know that we are particularly unique. We're so different. We stand out from every other animal on this planet. There's this crazy, wild war of biology, where life is just eating life all around us. And we just got to some crazy place that far beyond any other creature that's on this planet.
Yeah.
And we did it in a bunch of different ways. We did it in a bunch of different ways all over the place, with different scribbles and different icons and different gods and different things. And we're all wondering, like, which one, where did it start? What was the origin of all this? Like, what was the need to write these things down? What purpose did it serve to have these myths and legends and stories? Like, was it just to keep society together, or was it to retell a very important story that was a very unique thing that happened at the dawn of time?
And that's why you see, I mean, the literary comparison of ancient Near Eastern origin stories is like a really interesting thing to do, because when you look at something like the Enuma Elish, which is the Babylonian creation story, and then you look at something like Genesis chapter 1, there are obvious crossovers with, like I said before, these ancient Near Eastern conventions. But then you can see that the author of Genesis is making these points that are actually rebutting something like the origin stories of the surrounding cultures that largely believe that matter is like eternal and the gods come out of the created world, and that there's this narrative of the battle that takes place where some gods fight against other gods, and the world around us that we see and like human beings are the end result of this battle. And so they would read this on every Babylonian New Year, and one of the main themes was basically that, like, it's all chance, it's all a random mistake. You were created without purpose and intention because Tiamat gets destroyed, and she's the god that you come from. And then you read Genesis chapter 1, and it says, in the beginning God creates the heavens and the earth, and he makes it good. And there's this idea that, like, that's countercultural in the idea that the Babylonians did not think that the world was good. And that, like, at the end of every refrain, it's good, it's good, but it's good, and then it's very good at the end. and that humanity in particular is created in the image of God. Like that's a very, not just like kings, which a lot of ancient Near Eastern cultures believe that kings were created in the image of God, but that humanity in general is created in the image of God. And this idea of the Imago Dei, that that's why you're different. Like, why are you different from all the animals? Because you're given something that exemplifies a unique quality. And then the ancient Near Eastern cultures that believe that, you know, the planets are gods and that the sea is a god. And Genesis chapter 1 looks at that, and it kind of subverts the expectations of the day and getting to this ultimate question of why are we here? What are we supposed to do while we're here, and how do we get out of here? And it says that no, there's purpose, there's meaning, there's intention, and actually a lot of the things that you worship, it's pretty stupid because God created them.
What is the original origin story, or the earliest, I should say, origin story
of
humanity?
I don't know.
Would it be the Mesopotamians? Would it be the Sumerians? Like who had the one that's the oldest?
I mean, the Enuma Elish is pretty old. There are a number of different like variations. The problem is that we're largely relying on like our complete copies are coming in languages like Akkadian, where the ones in Sumerian are very fragmented. So like even the Epic of Gilgamesh, the copy that we have that kind of is the final. If you go and you read a translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's going to be the one in Akkadian from the Library of Ashurbanipal. But the earlier versions in Sumerian don't even have the flood story. And yeah, so and they're more pieced together. And we actually do have another flood story in the Atrahasis, which appears to have been influenced. The Epic of Gilgamesh story is influenced by the Atrahasis. But in terms of like written language, I guess it's the Enuma Elish. I don't actually know what like the oldest one is. But you get a lot of these origin stories, and they have these themes. You see it in the Bible too. The ancient Near Eastern cultures were very preoccupied with chaos and order. And so it's all about kind of creating order out of the chaos of the earth. And that's where I think you do see the parallels.
Well, that's the establishment of society, right?
Yeah, and establishing chaos and certain things being representational of chaos within the created order, the Bible included, but a lot of other ancient cultures saw things like the ocean as the embodiment of unpredictability and chaos. And so that's why you have sea monsters are this very common depiction. The Leviathan in Job, which is this, sea monster. And it's representational in a way of, because it appears actually in Babylonian literature too, the Leviathan.
Really?
Yeah, and it's encompassing chaos in the world. And the point of God bringing it up to Job in the book of Job is that God has the ability to tame this thing. And even in the book of Revelation, at the end of the Bible, it says that in the new heavens and new earth, there will be no sea. And it's not because, I had a friend who is Australian, and we were kind of working through translating portions of Revelation. And he's like, hold on, there will be no sea. It's like, I'm Australian, I love the sea. And, but the point of that, though, is not necessarily that, like, the body of water is not going to exist. It's that the ocean, the sea, is so unpredictable. You go out there and storms, can come out of nowhere, and you die. And so there are these like motifs that are representational in the ancient world, and we see a lot of those in the creation stories.
So would it be that the dangers of the sea would no longer exist?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the sea kind of working as an analogy of that which is unpredictable. And actually, there's a lot of concepts of the realm of the dead being in the sea that we see throughout this literature. If you read the book of Jonah, there's this kind of stylistic, which you miss when you read it in the English, but it's very apparent in the Hebrew, where Noah keeps going down. He goes down from his town to the dock, and then he goes down into the boat, and then he goes down into, the inside of the boat, and then the storm happens, and then they throw him overboard down into the sea and down into the fish, and the fish takes him down into the depths of the sea, and when Jonah prays, he says, I cry out from the depths of Sheol, which is the realm of the dead. So there is actually a form of Jewish interpretation where it argues that Jonah actually died and was resurrected when he was spit up by the fish. And it could be because in the Gospels, Jesus says, all the people are following him and they keep asking him for miracles. Because they're like, we saw you do miracles, do more miracles for us. You know, come on, do a trick, do a trick.
Right.
And Jesus says, the only miracle you're going to get is the sign of Jonah. That just as Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights, I will be in the belly of the earth 3 days and 3 nights. You know, a prediction of his own death and resurrection. But there is an argument within rabbinical literature that when Jonah says that he's crying out from the depths of Sheol, it's because he's actually dead. And that's one interpretation. But another interpretation could just be that he saw and understood, as a person of his day, the depths of the ocean as where the dead people ended up anyway. Like your soul goes down into the chaos and the disorder of Sheol, which is the realm of the dead.
Is that where they disposed of bodies?
In the ocean?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Vikings did, right? Didn't they like light boats on fire and push them out there?
Yeah.
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 But it wasn't a common practice amongst other civilizations.
Not that I know of. I mean, Jews would definitely, really ancient Jewish conventions of burial, you would just bury someone in the earth. And then by the time you get to Jesus' day, you have like family tombs and stuff.
Well, there was an ancient hominid that's not human, and one of the things that they were so fascinated about was that they buried their dead. And that they did so in a cave. Do you remember that, Jamie? Do you remember who was discussing that with us? It was, they did not think that this version of ancient primate was capable of these things. And then they seemed to have confirmation through these very extensive cave systems that there was at least one area where they would put their dead.
Yeah.
And it was a difficult path to get to this, too. This is a very small hominid, and I think people have tried to make their way through it, and it's really hard. Like, some of these caves are like basically crawling on your stomach, which is one of the things because people have died that way.
Are you claustrophobic?
No, I'm not claustrophobic.
It's
Just normal
you just
stuff.
don't want to crawl in a
I don't want to
cave?
crawl in the middle of the earth into something that's like 11 inches high.
Yeah.
Like squirming slowly. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Their body barely fits in. And the guy died recently, Brian. Oh, it was Brian. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So they found that this ancient hominid, which didn't really look like us.
Yeah.
Was burying their dead.
Yeah. Burial conventions change over time. The ways that they're burying, like in the ancient Israelite days, are very different than the conventions when you get to Jesus.
There's archaeologists look for evidence of intentional burial, cave engravings by early human ancestors. What does that sector look like? So the Denaldi chamber, what is the type of Homo naledi, right? Homo naledi. Google that, see what they look like. Homo naledi. What we think they look like, right? That's crazy. So as a Christian, what do you think about all this stuff? Like, what do you think about ancient hominids, Australopithecus, Neanderthals? Like, what was God up to with all this?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, so I gotta stay in my lane. I ultimately would be an advocate for intelligent design, where I would say that that God purposefully created humanity in a way. You have Stephen Meyer on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's one of those guys who talks about kind of the issues that he sees with evolution. And I think I have some of those issues too. My friend Jonathan McClatchy is a biologist, and he does some really great presentations on the ways that he sees kind of the intricacies of Neo-Darwinian evolution is not quite explaining some of what's going on with things like the fossil record and some of the gaps that we have in there. When you talk about early hominids, ultimately I think that there are aspects of the fact that there are ancient cultures which, humanity obviously looks very different today than it did, if we're going tens of thousands of years ago. And so I think that there's a different kind of convention in understanding. But ultimately, I would ascribe to there being an original Adam and Eve, and that those are like, you want something like a first parents kind of thing. But there are other Christians who I would disagree with, but I think have interesting articulations of that in terms of theistic evolution. I disagree with them, but it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to find explanations. I don't think the Bible is trying to explain how people came into existence in the same way that maybe we want it to. And a lot of people read the origin stories in Genesis as a scientific textbook. And I think ultimately that misses the point of what Genesis is trying to say. This goes back to what we were talking about with like, how did the original audience understood this? When they read Genesis chapter 1, are they looking at that as an exact prescription of what God did? I mean, in some ways maybe, but in other ways, they could see that as this like counter-apologetic to the other ancient Near Eastern stories, like I explained. So I just think we need to be careful when we're looking at, or even like counting up the genealogies and counting up for the, you know, how old the earth is. I think that might be missing the forest for the trees in what we're actually looking at when we look at ancient documents and how we're trying to interpret them. But it is a big question, right?
Well, the question of evolution is a fascinating one, right? Because there's obviously something happening, particularly with us, if we really are related to Homo naledi, Naledi, or being, there's something clearly is happening. This is like a process of change. And if we don't completely understand all the factors in that process of change, we might miss out. The equation might be incomplete. It's like we know a lot now about evolution that we did not know before. But like all sciences, new data comes in and you have to recalibrate things. Like, have you been paying attention to this? There's a new discussion about dark matter and dark energy. The new discussion is that it might not be a correct theory, and that what it might be is that time moves differently in the voids between galaxies. And this is a new theory, and like new enough and discussed enough among people that really understand what it's getting on. So I'm reading. So see if you can find it. It's a very complex and nuanced conversation, but most of the universe is dark energy, right? It's a giant percentage of the universe is dark energy and dark matter, and we don't really know what that's like. And so this is proposing that there's an additional possible theory that might explain that.
I mean, that area of science is
nuts. And then you have the James Webb Telescope that's giving us even more data than ever before, and you have to look at all of them and go, wait, why are those things here? How are they there so long ago? Like, what are these red things at the beginning of time? Like, what the fuck is that?
The universe is bonkers.
Nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we get that in history too, whereas we have these kind of what we think are established conventions, and all of a sudden we discover something that completely overthrows the ideas that we have.
Like Clovis first.
Yeah, or go back to Tepe.
Yeah.
Or actually, good segue.
That's the best one.
So, yeah, I made something for you. Ooh. So, I make papyri facsimiles. Oh man, the description is a little bit wonky. Fix that. So you were talking about like what is our oldest manuscript evidence? So this guy is P52, John Rylands 457. So that's a genuine Egyptian papyri that I made. I cut it out for you, and then I transcribed the text on that manuscript. So when we're talking about what is potentially our oldest evidence for the New Testament, this manuscript that most likely comes from Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, is the one that usually is universally accepted as our oldest one. And that contains John 18, where Jesus is on trial before Pilate. And yeah, so that's the one. It's in the John Rylands Library in Manchester, England.
So this is a copy of that exactly? This is exactly what it looks like?
Yeah, so I cut that out on the papyri with a scalpel, and then I transcribed the text on. and
this is you nerded out.
I know I'm
for real
listen,
nerding out. This is a real nerding out of.
So that's actually so that's someone else's facsimile, which is not as good as the one
It's not good. There's no.
And where Jesus is on trial before Pilate, and Jesus says, "Everyone who follows the truth, who's following the truth, follows me." And on the back has the words of Pilate saying, "What is truth?" But so part of my research, so the reason I bring this up is because before this was discovered by C.H. Roberts in the 1940s, the convention was, because of a guy named C.H. Powell, that the Gospel of John was 2nd century. And so he was a student of Hegel. Have you ever heard of Hegelian dialectic? So you have like a thesis, synthesis, and antithesis.
Yes.
So Hegel had this philosophical theory, and his student Bauer takes that and incorporates this into history. And he says, the earliest gospel, Mark, has this very Jewish Jesus, and then the later gospels have a very like the last of what I call the synoptic gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Luke has a very kind of more divine Jesus, and so he says, based on this, John is the last written one, and it combines these two where you get a very human and a very divine Jesus together. And so based on this, he says that John has to be 2nd century. Well, we discover this guy. C.H. Roberts is literally going through these piles of manuscripts in these drawers that are being stashed away, and he finds this guy, and he sees that it's written on both sides, which is almost exclusively a Christian convention, because in the ancient world they used scrolls. And the Christians, for reasons we're not entirely clear on, they start to make codices, books. And so they write on both sides. And so he says, okay, this is written on both sides. It's probably a Christian manuscript. So he sends it off to the leading paleographers, or guys who date manuscripts. And they all say, this is the beginning of the 2nd century. And so there's still debate about the dating of this, but the unanimous consensus is that it's comfortably 2nd century, potentially the beginning of the 2nd century, which means that this is found in Egypt. John is probably writing his gospel in Ephesus, so it has to be written by John, spread around, find its way to Egypt, be copied, and then end up in this manuscript, which means that at minimum, you've already pushed the Gospel of John back into the 1st century comfortably, and potentially even most likely into the lifetime of the eyewitnesses of these events. And so all of the literature up until that point from the scholarly consensus about the dating of the Gospel of John gets totally ruined. And it's because of that guy. And because of my academic work, I was telling you, in paratextual features, when we look at these tiny manuscripts and you figure out, okay, well, what does that look like on the page? I also made you. So I used 2 different variations of papyri. So you have there where P52 would have been on the page, and based on it's called codicological conventions, the spacings of the words, and the way that the size of the margin that we can see, where it would have been on the page and how big the page would have actually been. So this is like a reconstruction, and then I filled in the rest of the text in the same sort of stylistic hand of the scribes at that time, what that page would have looked like. So this would have come from what would have been essentially a pocket copy of the Gospel of John.
It's so fascinating.
So this is the kind of work that I do in terms of trying to figure out, okay, you have these fragments. How big would have this codex actually been? How big would have the document been? And then you compare and you contrast them to, say, non-Christian literature, like Thucydides or Tacitus or Pliny or Cicero or Cassiodorus, those kind of guys, and look at the differences between how these documents would have been put together and written in their day.
So beautiful. It's just so bizarre to imagine these people writing this stuff down so long ago.
You know what's wild is when you actually get the chance, which I have a number of times, to actually handle the original documents. And what rubber gloves? No, you know why? Is that we used to do that, but actually the oils in your hands are more abrasive than latex or even cloth. So
The oils are more.
no,
basic.
sorry, I said that wrong. They're,
the
they're less
rubbers.
abrasive.
Okay.
So it used to be that you always had to handle things with, gloves, and nowadays we don't do that anymore. So,
And
and
just touching it with your actual fingers. That's
Yeah.
gotta feel bizarre.
I was at the 2 summers ago. I was at the University of Pennsylvania, and I was looking at a manuscript called P1 or P-Oxy 2, 1.2, and it's a beginning of the 3rd century copy of the first page of Matthew's Gospel. And when I requested access to it, they told me that the last person to request it was when Pope John Paul II came and visited the States, and they pulled it out for him. So on the in the library when you're still with your name on cards, if there was a card, that guy. So I made a facsimile of that one too, and that one is that's the genealogy of Jesus from Matthew's Gospel. Actually, you know what, Jamie? If you go up to the search bar and put CSNTM, those letters, CSNTM.org. So this is the Center for the Study of New Testament Manuscripts. So if you click Digital Manuscript Collection. So they go around the world and they try to digitize all the existing New Testament manuscripts, preserve them. And so you can actually see there on the side, you can click, well, I want to look at a papyri, and you can go the different conventions of, the date or the time.
And so you can read the translation and then go and look at the original source of it.
Yeah, so ideally you always want to go look at the original, but because of organizations like CSNTM, which is actually in Dallas, you people like me don't have to go to Europe where a lot of these manuscripts are housed. We can look at them, and because these are such high grade, that you can figure these things out. So actually, a guy I know, Elijah Hickson, he used that, and he actually figured out that there was a prominent manuscript, P50, which is a forgery. And so he used that based on looking at the digital.
Really?
Yeah, he filled in the gaps within the rips and saw that the words didn't match up when he filled in the gaps. And so when he's transcribing the text, he's like, wait a minute, I don't think that word fits in there. And based on that, he's like, yeah, that's a forgery, because someone has written the text in after that piece of papyri, which is, these forgeries are almost always a genuine piece of ancient papyri. Someone gets it from the Black Book of Antiquities. Yeah, right there. So P50. So if you fill in these holes, they're called lacunas. The words, a lot of the words don't fit. So someone's come along and they've done a really good job, because it fooled scholars. And they've written in the text, but not quite good enough to figure out that not all of the words fit in the gaps that you presented.
What is your take on the Voynich manuscript?
I have no idea what to think of the Voynich manuscript, but it's Middle Ages.
Yeah,
It's just a weird.
it's a really weird. Yeah, because people have been trying to crack that code forever. What is this? Is it just gibberish? Is it just fake words?
Yeah, I mean that's.
And why so much time and effort put into making this fake book?
Yeah.
Is it a crazy schizophrenic person who made their own language?
I don't know. There must have been a rich schizophrenic
But
person.
didn't J.R.R. Tolkien create an entire language for Lord of the Rings?
So a lot of the languages, because he was a linguist,
Yeah.
a lot of the languages are based on existing languages.
Okay,
So,
he just
like-
combine them together on his own version of it?
Yeah, like Elvish and Dwarvish, and
Yeah.
they're all based on ancient Norse or Old English, or so he would take those languages, and if there's anyone who's the best at world building,
Right.
you can learn Elvish
It's a real language.
because he developed the
Yeah,
language.
That's so crazy.
That is crazy.
That is so the dedication. That's so bananas.
I mean, he was a genius. Guys like him and even Lewis, they were friends. C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien.
Really?
Yeah. Tolkien played a big part in Lewis's conversion, because Tolkien was Catholic, and I think Lewis was Irish, and so he couldn't quite become a Catholic. He became Protestant Anglican. But yeah, they were the Inkling Society. They would meet in Oxford at the what's the pub called? People don't listen to this anymore because there's something in Childs.
One of those UK pubs that's been around for 1,000 years.
Yeah, right. And they would meet and talk. They were called the Ancient Society.
Wow.
Yeah. What is Eagle and Child? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when you read how Tolkien really didn't like Lewis's stuff because he said it was way too like straightforward. He's like, you got a Jesus line, good one. Like you're not beating around the bush on anything when you got a literal Jesus who sacrificed. Come on, rises from the dead. What are you doing here?
That's
so yeah. But
that
they
would
were
be an
friends.
interesting conversation to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
Tolkien breaking down Lewis's.
Yeah.
That would be fascinating.
Apparently, the guy who wrote Dune sent a copy to Tolkien before he published it.
Real.
And Tolkien didn't like it.
Wow.
He sent it back and said, like, I got nothing good to say, so I'm going to say anything else.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Well, he was wrong. Even geniuses. Well, I mean, geniuses just like so unreal.
Different strokes.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. I mean, but it's also what makes them so great in the first place. So they have this like, singular vision and dedication, so much so that they're writing an Elvish language and combining words for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jamie, did you find that thing about the dark matter? Did you find what I was asking about?
I found a video and I saw some people explaining it. And then I started saying it was almost like they started off with a theory, and that's how they do things, and then they start looking through the theory and figuring out the
There's such a giant problem today in that if you just post some fantastical claim in a headline, like that the theory of dark matter has been debunked, and then you get clicks.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of get away with doing that now.
I felt like the 6 like on 5 on Reddit had a pretty top comment or 1%.
So dark energy is a problem. Modern cosmology is most problems in science. You start with a model, you go out and make measurements. You find the measurements don't fit your model. This is a problem. When this happens, scientists go off and try to come up with new theories. I think that meant no models. I think they meant new models. New models which do fit the new data. In the case of things like dark energy, we get hundreds, if not thousands, of new theories. ACDM is the current best model of cosmology. The CDM stands for cold dark matter. It's a model that includes certain theories to explain dark matter, and the lambda A is a cosmological constant.
That's the Greek word lambda, or the Greek letter.
Yeah. Which is used to model dark energy. Note this mathematical model doesn't explain what dark matter or dark energy are. It just incorporates them to make the maths work. So this is I don't know if this is exactly what they were saying about, it was like a much more of a synopsis. But what they were saying was that it might be that time moves differently in between galaxies. See if you can clear that.
Physics and cosmology are just wild.
Well, it's so insane because we're so separate from it because of light pollution that the most majestic thing we could ever see, we gave up so that we could drive at night. It's really weird. It's really weird because when you go to a place, I've talked about it a bunch of times. I went to the Keck Observatory many years ago, and we got there on a perfect time where the moon was not out at all, and the sky was insane. It was like you were in the cockpit of a spaceship, and it was just like you were in a giant glass cockpit, which is essentially we are kind of in an organic spaceship going into the universe, so it should look like that. But it just doesn't because of the fact that we're constantly inundated by light pollution. And I think the ancient societies and ancient cultures didn't have that. And because they didn't have that, I think they had a much more humble view of our place in the universe. Because you're just presented with something that's absolutely impossible to imagine.
We definitely lose our sense of awe.
Yeah.
When we can't see kind of ourselves
right.
in the grand scheme of the universe.
Yeah.
And you're right. When you go somewhere where there's no light pollution, you look at the sky, it's like, even not at somewhere like the Keck Observatory, where you can like get a crazy view of it.
Yeah.
When you just go out in the country. And
that's the Milky Way. You can see the Milky Way. Dark energy debunked by lumpy universe expansion. This is the one. Learn how the existence of dark energy is being challenged due to new evidence that the expanding universe is actually lumpy. So what they mean by lumpy is this way of talking about how time moves differently. See that it has a
Each motherfucker found a single explaining what dark energy is.
gets into the
Under
weeds.
a paragraph at the bottom.
Yeah. What is a timescape model? This is it. So timescape model rejects the idea that dark energy is the driving force of universe expansion. Improved analysis of type LA supernovae has suggested that the acceleration based on light curves seen in 1998 was a case of misidentification. The timescape model amends this by considering differences of time in void in matter-dense areas. The model suggests that time moves much slower in matter-dense areas, like the Milky Way galaxies, than in voids. With more time passing in voids, increased expansion takes place, making it seem like expansion is accelerating as the voids increasingly spread through the universe. Dark energy, therefore, is not needed to explain the expansion of the universe, according to the researchers. Who fucking knows? It's too much. It's too much. Like, what are you even saying? How crazy is this? You know, like, one of the more controversial aspects of the James Webb Telescope was this theory that perhaps the universe was quite a bit older than 13 point whatever billion years.
Right.
And they were trying to push it back to 22 based on the existence of galaxies. And people are pushing back against that, and there's a lot of debate about that. But the bottom line is that all of it is too many numbers for your brain to even register.
Yeah.
That, you know, however many billions of years ago, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there was something. And Terence McKenna had a great line that said that science requires one miracle. The Big Bang. It requires a miracle.
Well, I always say that when people ask me about, the miracles in the Bible. And I say, well, if the first miracle happened, if everything, nothing became everything, then, Jesus turning water into wine.
That's an easy one.
Well, yeah.
That's a part of the trick.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is nothing compared to the birth of the universe, but we're convinced at the creation of the universe, and we're very skeptical at other miracles. It's very odd.
Yeah,
it's very odd.
I think there's an inconsistency there. And you do see when the Big Bang is first hypothesized that there are individuals who are uncomfortable with that sounding like in the beginning. Because before that, the idea was that the universe was eternal. Yeah. And if you propose a point in time where everything starts to exist, well, and you see some of these people are pushing back on it. They say things like, well, that sounds too religious. That sounds like a beginning point in time. Right. And at that point, if there's a Big Bang, you have to figure out, okay, well, what's the Big Bang?
Right.
And I mean, that's ultimately it's a metaphysical religious question. How did that thing get kicked off?
Brian Cox has explained to us that there was an actual environment that existed pre the Big Bang. Don't they call it the environment? Is that what the term of it is?
Is this like Lawrence Krauss having a definition for nothing?
I don't know.
It's not nothing?
I don't know. It was just like, what are you even saying? And then there's Sir Roger Penrose, who thinks there's a series of these things that happen. And then it's just this constant birth of universes and death of universes and birth of universes. It's like Big Bang, expansion, heat death, contraction, Big Bang. But we're almost like, that's too much. I don't want to. I can kind of wrap my head around 14 billion years. I can't wrap my head around eternity.
In theology, it's often described as the difference between understanding and comprehension, which my wife tells me are synonyms. It's nonsense. But the idea is like, you can understand eternity as a long point in time.
Right.
You can comprehend.
It's like numbers.
Yeah.
You can understand how many zeros are in 14 billion years.
How much water is in the ocean.
Right.
I can comprehend, like, it's like, that's a lot of water.
Yeah.
But when you start talking about like tens of thousands of gallons, I'm like,
yeah, I don't really know what that looks like. I kind of do. My brain's not set up for it. Yeah. Which is part of the weird thing about people, is that our brains clearly set up differently than every other creature that exists. And if evolution is the only thing that created us, it's just evolution. How the fuck did we get so far ahead of everybody else? Yeah. I mean, not even just, and we're the doughiest, like weakest, softest, but also the smartest. Like, we gave up that. That was the trade-off. And somehow or another, by evolving into this particular form, we figured out a way to uniquely change the environment in ways that no other creature has even come close to.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that there are certain things that we think of in terms of like unexplained phenomena that we'll accept because we have some sort of a scientific definition of what this unexplained phenomenon is, like the Big Bang. I mean, and you can say that there's theories. It's not completely unexplained. You kind of get it, but you kind of don't. Something that's smaller than the head of a pin that becomes the entire universe that we say is pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know, and just to say that just happened, and you don't really. I know you don't want to say you don't know, but you really don't know. There's no way you can know. It's not really possible to know. There's no like working theory where you can convince me that the whole universe gets compressed into something smaller than the head of a pin and then instantaneously becomes everything that you see.
Well, I think that's why you see natural materialism being woefully inadequate to really explain the ultimate worldview question for the universe.
Just the universe itself, right? Just what we don't know enough. Maybe we one day will. Maybe these, sentient AI systems that we're going to create with quantum computers are going to be able to figure things out in a way that we can't. But at the end of the day, you have one miracle. You have the Big Bang. All of science agrees this happened. That is so much crazier than anything that any religion is proposing. But it's so interesting to me that we say we have echoes of the Big Bang. There's radio echoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, if a miracle did take place, like let's assume that there is actually a higher power that occasionally interacts with human beings. If a miracle did take place and you were there, you don't have a camera, you don't have a cell phone, you don't have a pen, you can't write things down, maybe you can't even read. And you have this thing that happens to you. And this thing changes the course of human history. This thing changes the direction, the ideology that these people subscribe to, and the moral and ethical structure that they live their life by. It changes untold billions of human beings from that point on.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
That in itself, even if this is just a revelation without a divine interaction, that's a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that it was created at all. Like the whole idea that Christianity, when you're saying that the book of Isaiah?
Yeah.
That the same book is exactly the same as that's a miracle.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If you just imagine the sheer number of illiterate people, the sheer number of days that have to go by where people are telling the story exactly the same, and that it's entrusted in the hands of these very few people that are so dedicated to it that they get exact words right 1,000 years later, pretty bananas.
Well, I mean, that is kind of the crazy thing about Christianity, where you have this Jewish itinerant guy who's walking around first century Roman-occupied Judea. He's making some pretty audacious claims to be God himself, and then he predicts his own death and resurrection. And then his disciples, they think it's over. Like, they're like, he's dead, we're done.
Yeah.
And then they go from 11, scared men, because Judas commits suicide, scared men in an upper room to completely overhauling the Roman world in only a couple hundred years because of this claim that they say they saw Jesus resurrected. Like, there's something different that goes on there, that they're like, this is a miracle, right? Dead people don't usually rise from the dead.
So what is your personal belief when it comes to the resurrection? What do you think happened? Do you have a belief, or do you just try to interpret the text and try to see what is the message?
Well, I think, so as a historian, I do think it is a historical question. You have a guy who objectively lived, he objectively died, and then individuals close to his inner circle claim that they see him not dead.
Right.
Again.
This is a highly unusual activity.
Highly unusual.
Right. So, but it's hard when you're dealing with illiterate populations, you're dealing with thousands of years of time, you're dealing with an oral tradition, and then you have us sitting here talking about it in 2024, trying to figure it at the end of 2024, trying to figure this out. Literally the end.
Yeah.
Last couple of days. It's very difficult for anybody who thinks of themselves as an intelligent person who's secular to even entertain the possibility that someone died and come back to life.
And I get that. But we've already talked about the fact that we don't think that the only thing that exists is matter and motion. We, as in you and I, right? Like, we believe that there's something else going on in this world that's a little bit crazy.
There's something else.
And that to, I think, exclude that, I think excludes something that you're kind of putting blinders on for. And you do have, I mean, you're right in terms of all of these ancient conventions and the ways that things were spread around. But the Gospels are written in the lifetime of the audiences. And they're written in this period of time where you have groups of individuals who could have fact-checked those things. So,
how do you fact-check someone coming back from the dead?
Well,
how many people saw his body, right?
Well, Paul says that 400 people saw him all at once.
400 people saw the crucifixion?
No, saw the resurrected Jesus. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15. Paul says that Jesus appeared to the disciples, and then he appeared to 400 people all at once. I mean, if we read the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of Luke and Acts, so same author wrote these both documents, he says that Jesus was walking around teaching them for 40 days after he was resurrected from the dead. And so these are written within the time period when you have people who would have seen Jesus's ministry, who were there, say, at something like the feeding of the 5,000, who could have been able to verify or debunk some of these things that are being said. And you go from a bunch of scared guys who, because Jesus wasn't the only messianic figure who arose and claimed to be the Messiah.
Right.
There were a number of individuals both prior to and after Jesus, but they die and the movement dies with them.
Do you think it's possible that he didn't die? And do you think it's possible that they thought he was dead? Because that does happen. There was actually a case very recently where a guy was about to be harvested for organs. They thought he was dead, and this guy started moving again and came back to life. Very, very bizarre case, because his family had been told that he was going to be harvested for organs. They were preparing for that.
Yeah.
This guy comes back.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot about Roman crucifixion. And we know that, and we know that they did their job well.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, if you look at, say, very skeptical biblical scholars, like non-believing, atheist, agnostic Christian scholars, they will say if we can know anything about Jesus, like they'll cast it down on a lot of the things that we read about in the Gospels in terms of the actual historical Jesus of Nazareth. They'll say one thing we can be sure of is that he died by crucifixion under Pontius Pilate. Because we have not just multiple attested documents that we refer to as the New Testament, but Roman and Greek and Jewish writers refer to that claim afterwards and talk about the fact that you have this guy, and it's mocked within earliest Christianity. So one of our earliest, in fact, not one of, the earliest depiction of Jesus on the cross is called the Alexamenos Graffito. And it's probably from the end of the 1st century. And it's it depicts an individual with their arms raised in an act of worship, worshiping a man with a donkey's head who's being crucified. And right beside it, it says Alexamenos worships his God in Greek. And it's mocking, right? Because crucifixion was for the lowest of the low. It was for like slaves. In fact, if you were a Roman citizen, you were banned from being crucified.
Who was it that got crucified upside down?
Peter.
What? Was it because like regular crucifixion wasn't good enough for him? Or what was it? What didn't deserve it because Christ had gone through it?
Well, so the story is that they say we're going to crucify you, and he says it's like too big of an honor to die like my Lord, and they say, well, we can fix that.
Shut your mouth, buddy.
Listen, the Romans were pretty brutal, but this is why we know. Like we have, it's interesting. We know a lot about crucifixion, but crucifixion was seen as so disgusting. I believe it was Cicero who said that like the word crucifixion shouldn't even be on a Roman man's lips. I mean, the word excruciating, X is off of in Latin, and crus, off the cross. So that's where we get that word, is because this was designed to humiliate, and it was designed to be as painful as possible. There's actually a really good article done by JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, which was done by a number of, I think it was in the 70s, early 80s. It was done by a group of biblical scholars and then medical professionals. And so they looked at the conventions of what we do know about Roman crucifixion, and then they looked at the descriptions in the gospel to try to figure out, okay, if we could diagnose how Jesus died, how would he have died? And so they basically came up with this idea that he probably asphyxiated to death. You kind of drown in your own blood. But the chances of Jesus surviving the crucifixion, I think, are narrow to none. And the chance of him appearing 3 days later completely fine. I mean, if the first thing you do, if you survive a crucifixion and then you go and you find your disciples, the first thing you say is not, peace be with you. It's get me to a hospital, right? No.
Is us, are we entirely certain of their measurement of days?
So this is an interesting question because of the differences between when the Gospel of John says Jesus died compared to the Synoptics, because John appears to be using the Roman convention of counting time, and the other Gospels, when they describe the timing, appear to be using the Jewish days. And actually, if you correlate between the two, they match up pretty well. So the thing is, with Jews, any part of a day was considered a day. So 3 days and 3 nights becomes almost an idiom for any part of that day is the day. So if Jesus, and because they count evening and morning, evening to morning is the day, it's very possible that it wasn't like how we would think of 3 24-hour days, especially if he dies on Friday and wakes up on Sunday.
So that would actually make it less time than more time.
Yeah.
So it's not like he had recovery time.
Oh, no, he didn't have recovery
That's
time.
what I'm saying. It's not like it was 3 days, it was actually 3 months.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So,
No.
Then 400 people saw him afterwards.
That's the claim that Paul makes. Yeah.
And how many different people have some sort of a recollection or a writing or something that's attributed to them of being witness to his resurrection?
We have Peter, Paul, Jude, James, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The thing with Matthew, Mark, and Luke is that Matthew and John are attributed to direct disciples of Jesus. Luke and Mark are not. So they are not eyewitnesses within the Jesus community. In fact, Luke prefaces his gospel by saying this. He's right up front about this. He's like, hey, non-eyewitness, don't confuse me with an eyewitness. But he actually uses conventional writing. What's the term I'm looking for? He uses writing conventions of the day that would fit within regular biography that was written within the Roman world. So we have a guy named Quintilian who is basically, I mentioned it before, but he's teaching people how to write. And he says that if you're going to write biography, you need to be interviewing eyewitnesses and you can't be too far away from the event to be able to write these things. And Quintilian, Lucian, and Josephus were all these very prominent ancient biographers and writers of history, have a lot of crossover in the way they describe how you should write history with the words that Luke uses at the beginning of his gospel, where he says, I'm interviewing eyewitnesses and I'm writing up an orderly account. And so he's saying, I'm going to use these methods that are expected as good history of my day. I'm not an eyewitness, so I'm going to try to find the people who are eyewitnesses, and I'm going to try to encapsulate this within a document that communicates what is being written.
So we have an account of the resurrection. Do we have an account of the denial of the resurrection? Is there an historical record of him just dying and there's like a refutal or a rebuttal rather to what they're saying?
No, the only ones from the ancient world that deny his resurrection are groups that come on afterwards that sometimes are described as Gnostics, and they're not necessarily just denying it for the reasons we might think they will. They're denying it because they have incorporated ideas of pagan philosophy, where they believe that the spiritual is good and the physical is bad. So if Jesus was crucified, so let me back up. If Jesus is God, he cannot have a physical body. So they deny that he actually had a physicality to him. This is sometimes called Docetism, because dokein in Greek means to seem. So these groups that we describe as the Docetics, they are denying that Jesus had a physical body and he seemed to have a physical body. And they wrote documents later on. So the Gospel of Peter, which comes around in second, third, fourth centuries, is being written, and it has Jesus kind of chilling on the cross because he's not really physical, because he's divine, and physical entities don't have physical bodies. So we don't actually get like a concrete denial of his resurrection in that way until you get things like the Gospel of Barnabas in the Middle Ages, which is it's actually the document that Billy brought up to me in the conversation we had. It was the evidence that Jesus was never crucified, the Gospel of Barnabas. Well, Gospel of Barnabas is 15th century. It paraphrases Dante's Inferno. It's an ancient document. So, but in the ancient world, nobody really had that big of a problem with these kind of supernatural claims. The more of the kind of skepticism was why you would worship a crucified individual to begin with.
Wow. So they were less surprised that he was resurrected.
Or that you would worship a crucified like teacher was just seen as silly.
Because it's so humiliating to be crucified.
Yeah. And that like a god would let himself go through this.
Right.
Like what are you talking about? In fact, the ancient world didn't really have a problem with supernatural events. There is an ancient writer who mocks Christianity, and he particularly mocks Christianity in saying that, of course, Jesus did miracles because Jesus had a childhood in Egypt. And he goes, well, those Egyptians are magicians anyway, so he just learned the magic when he was a child. So he actually confirms, incidentally, two things: that the narrative in the Gospels where it says that the Holy Family fled to Egypt during the reign of Herod, he corrects that he actually thinks that happened, and that Jesus did miracles. He just attributes the miracles to Jesus being a traveling magician anyways. And anybody who lived in Egypt knows some magic.
That is what's really fascinating, that the mindset of the people that lived back then was that whatever was going on in Egypt was so crazy that they had to be magicians.
Yeah, but everybody believed in supernatural events. Like, there's no such thing as like a secular work in the ancient world. Even Plutarch, who's one of the most famous biographers in the ancient world, who wrote 90 biographies, of which 60 still survive today, he was a priest of Apollo. So, like, he's already assuming that the gods exist, that crazy things are going to happen in the world. And so they didn't have a problem with people doing miracles or crazy things happening.
But that's also why it's so interesting trying to put your mind into the context of people who lived back then when you try to interpret what these stories were all about, because they did believe in things that weren't real. So when they talk about this thing that we're supposed to believe is real, when you have all this evidence that they believe things that aren't true, it's interesting, right? Because like you're now saying, yeah, but this one really was true,
right?
But there's so many different things that they thought of and believed that weren't true.
Yeah. So this historiographically is, so when we do history, it's an inference to the best explanation. And so there are probabilities of things that have happened in history where we can say, okay, there's a higher probability of event A happening and a lower probability of event B happening. So the example I often give is like Jonah being swallowed by the fish. Like, that's low probabilistically, not that it didn't happen, but that, like, as a historian, we gotta like say, well, there's no independent cross-reference sources. You don't have multiple attestation for this particular event. The interesting thing about Jesus is that we have more evidence from different writings in the ancient world than we probably should have for someone of his stature. Because we have Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, these 4 biographies. There's really only one other person in and around that time that can claim to have that much kind of independent testimony of their life, and it's the Roman Emperor Tiberius. So he also has 4 biographers. He has Cassio Dio, Suetonius, Tacitus, and Velius Paterculus. And so the Roman Emperor, who's the most famous, most powerful person at the time, has a similar amount of historiographical evidence biographically for his, the events of his lifetime that Jesus has.
What is the interpretation of Jesus from non-Jewish Jesus' followers at the time? What did they think he was or who he was?
He was a crucified traveling rabbi. Yeah, I mean, you have individuals like Josephus mentions him, end of first century, beginning of second century. He was a Jewish Roman writer. Tacitus mentions him, who also wrote about the emperor. And you have a number of these individuals, Cassius or Suetonius. But what they're doing mostly is describing what the followers of Christianity are saying about him. So you do have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt in that they're not saying things that they believe happen. They're talking about things that Christians believe happen. And Christians are this very unusual group because they're monotheistic in a world that does not believe in monotheism. And Jews are monotheistic in that time as well. But there was this idea that your religion could be tied to your ethnicity, and that was okay. Like the Jews believe in one God, and that's weird, but they're Jews. Whereas the Christians start to convert people who are of all different ethnic backgrounds. And so they're like, well, what the heck is going on? Because why are you saying... So the earliest criticisms of Christianity were actually that it was atheistic. Being the negative participle, and theos meaning God, right? Because the ancient world was polytheistic.
Right.
But more than that, it was what's sometimes referred to as henotheism, in that it's not that they believe in many gods, it's that they believe in many gods, and your gods could be my gods, right? Jupiter could be Zeus, just same god by a different name. And your cities could have gods, right? Osiris and Ra can live in Egypt, and Zeus and Athena can live here, and it doesn't compromise anything. But then the Christians are coming around and they're saying, actually, no, none of those gods exist. If they exist, then they're demons, but they don't actually exist. And this was a big point of persecution within early Christianity, is that a lot of physical events were tied to supernatural events. So there's an ancient historian who has this line where he says, if the Nile River is too high in Egypt, or the Tiber River is too low in Rome, the cry will ring out to Christians at the lions. Because if you have a famine in Athens, and they're going, okay, what's the reason for the famine? Well, Athena's mad because there's a bunch of people running around saying she doesn't exist. Okay, well, let's deal with them. Let's get rid of them, and that'll solve our issue. So Christians were this very oddball group.
Kind of crazy, but it wound up taking over the area.
Well, that's part of, I think, the argument of, well, how do you explain that? How do you explain it going from 11 scared disciples in an upper room to being willing to go out and die for the proclamation that you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and you saw him, and you touched him, and you ate with him, and he wasn't a ghost. You actually ate fish with the resurrected Jesus.
How does Constantine fit into this? Like, what is Constantine's education in Christianity?
Yeah, so Constantine is a pagan up until a point in time when he converts. So, who educates him? Good question. I don't know in terms of his education. I know he does have some like crossover with some prominent Christians later on. He's a sun worshiper, but right before Constantine, you had a guy named Diocletian, who was the emperor, who basically had the goal of wiping out Christianity entirely. And so the worst point of persecution was under the Diocletian rule. He actually made it so that if you had to go into like the equivalent of your town hall, and you had to take a pinch of incense and offer it onto the altar of Caesar, him, right, the king, and say, Caesar Curios, Caesar is Lord. And part of this was that they knew that Christians say, Jesus Curios, Jesus is Lord. And Christians wouldn't do that. So here's how you outed them. And if you didn't do this, so if you did do it, you were given this piece of paper. It's called a legalus. And a legalus allowed you to buy and sell. If you didn't do it, you didn't get a legalus, which meant that you were not allowed to buy and sell. And so you have this incredible era of persecution where Christians are being like killed, and Christian literature in particular is being destroyed because they're hunting it out. So Constantine comes after this, And he knows that this is bad for Roman society. And so him and Licinius get together. They're both ruling the Roman Empire at the time. And in 313, they put out this edict of tolerance, which includes Christianity. So it's called the Edict of Milan, and it decriminalizes Christianity. So it's no longer illegal to be a Christian.
What was their motivation?
I think they just felt like in order to establish peace within the empire, you need to make sure that people aren't fearing you constantly to that degree. And so it wasn't just Christianity that benefited from the Edict of Milan. A number of religious minority groups were benefited from this particular event. But this happens between 313 and 325. Constantine converts, and so he becomes friendly to Christians. He also he commissions books of the Bible to be written, and so this is where we first get our understanding. Like when we think of a Bible, we think of it as like in a single bound volume, because we have the 66 books of the Bible, as a nice cover on the front. But in the ancient world, those existed independently. So like P52, like that would be a separate copy of the Gospel of John. And that's what it would have been understood as scripture. Well, Constantine, as like a peace offering, commissions all of these documents to be brought together and published in one book. And so we actually have what we think are some of these documents. So when I was talking with Billy Carson, he brought up the Sinai Bible, Codex Sinaiticus. Codex Sinaiticus is probably one of these documents that Constantine commissioned, because it's one of our earliest examples of a cover-to-cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible. And it comes from the 4th century. And based on both its dating and based on the fact that this would have been incredibly expensive to make. Like it took 360 sheep just to put together, which would have been the equivalent of like, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars today. So the reason why we're pretty sure that documents like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, potentially even Codex Alexandrinus or Codex Washingtonianus are documents that could have been part of this commissioning is just because they're such giant projects. Very few people would have had the ability to produce something like this other than an emperor. And so we actually have some of these documents that survive today.
Are there any books that were decided, and how do they pick the order that these stories are in the Bible? And are there any books that were excluded?
Yes.
Where there's debate on?
Yeah, great question. So this is the issue of what's sometimes called the canon of Scripture.
Right.
So very early on, when you have Christians having these conversations, the 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there's unanimous agreement about those. Particularly, and that's not to say that there aren't other Gospels that pop up. It's that you have this chain of custody that goes back to the earliest Jesus community. Jesus has disciples, and there's a group of individuals we call the Apostolic Fathers, who are the disciples of Jesus' disciples. And so they comment on the books that the disciples of Jesus, or the people within the community of the disciples of Jesus wrote. And so we actually have a very close connection to the time. And we see early on that you have guys like Ignatius of Antioch arguing that there are only 4 Gospels in the 2nd century, and there couldn't be any more than 4. Or Theophilus of Antioch makes a similar argument, and they name Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, Ignatius of Antioch also talks about other Gospels, but he specifically highlights the fact that the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Truth, Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of these ones that we can hear about, Mary, Judas, that the reason we know that they're not associated with the names that are attached to them is because they're being written in times when those people were dead, and they have these rings of pagan philosophy that are incorporated into them, which is completely foreign to 1st century Judaism. So Jesus would not have, so in the Gospel of James, Jesus is worshiping a goddess named Sophia. It's like, okay, well, no first century Jew is going to do that. That's obviously paganism. And so we have these early conversations. But when Christians are thinking about, well, what is and isn't scripture, the earliest Christians are Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah. And the Jews had this idea that the promises of God are followed up by the writings, the documents that establish those. So the word that's often used is covenant, right? God makes a covenant with people, and it's always followed up by written text. So this is why sometimes, well, in the case of Moses, it's literally inscribed on the tablet, right? And in the prophets, sometimes you get this command, write this on a scroll and inscribe this on the tablet. And that the Jewish scriptures in Jesus's day were seen as a story in search of a conclusion, because they were looking for this figure, this Mashiach, the Messiah, who would come and fulfill things like the reign of David. So they're talking about these things. They're actually expecting them to happen. And so the story in search of a conclusion in the Christian understanding is that Jesus is that individual. He comes and he does things like he says at the Last Supper, right before his crucifixion, that he's establishing a new covenant in his blood. And so the earliest Christians, mostly who are Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah, they see, okay, there's a new covenant, which is actually promised in Jeremiah 31:31, when God says that he's going to make a new covenant and inscribe the law in people's hearts. That covenant has come, okay, the promises have come. So the earliest Christians very organically say, okay, where's the right? Because we expect this to happen. Promises are followed up by writings. And so they start to have these conversations of what are the writings and where can we find them? And so very early on, because the New Testament has 27 books in it, very early on, 24 of the 27 are unanimously accepted. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, we have lists in documents like there's a document called the Muratorian Fragment, which there's debate on its dating, but it's probably like mid to late 2nd century, and it includes 24 of the 27. And it gives reasoning why. Now, the other books that are in our New Testament that aren't in that 24 are ones that were discussed because the earliest Christians were trying to figure out, okay, can we tie this to either an apostle or someone who knew an apostle? Because we have a lot of books flying around with the names of John and Peter on them. So you have the Acts of Peter, and you have the Revelation of Peter, and you have the Gospels of Peter, and you have, so how do we do our due diligence to try to tie this back? So there's 2 letters of Peter, 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament. And the early Christians are like, we got to make sure we can tie these to Peter. Or the book of Jude and the book of James, which are ascribed to the brothers of Jesus. They were like, can we really say that those were written by those people? And so there are some books that the dust kind of takes time to settle on within the whole 27 canon, because these groups are debating and discussing, well, why do we have these ones and not others? And so there are various canon lists that come up throughout the ancient world where some people are hypothesizing, well, maybe, this book is part of it, or maybe this book is part of it. But it's this ongoing conversation of people, and by basically the end of the 2nd century, we have more or less unanimous agreement of the 27 books being those that encapsulate scripture that can be tied to either someone who knew Jesus or someone who knew someone who knew Jesus.
And so these books that were not included, are any of them interesting? I mean, does any of it seem like it belongs in the New Testament?
Well, so part of the problem with some of these other books is they appear to be almost completely reliant on the other books. So you do have, and some of them have an agenda to them. So like the Docetic Gospel of Peter seems to be uncomfortable with the fact that the biblical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, have women being the first witnesses to the empty tomb. Because in the ancient world, women were not seen as good eyewitnesses. So you almost have this apologetic trying to solve that problem by having all the right people be witness to the resurrection. So you have all the Roman and Jewish officials camping out in front of the tomb, which also gives away the fact that like no Jewish priest on the eve of Passover is going to be camping out in front of a dead body. Like they didn't do that. So it betrays that the author of the Gospel of Peter has no understanding of purity ritual rites within first century Second Temple Judaism, but is also clearly trying to remedy this embarrassing fact.
That's what's so interesting about trying to interpret this stuff. You have to think about it in terms of the culture of the times.
Yeah. And one of the most interesting ways that we figure out, okay, how can we tie, say, the Gospel of Matthew to the first century in Judea is studies that have been done on name frequency. So this is called onomastic congruence, where we look at the most popular names within a particular geographical area, and we compare it to how names are differentiated. So the name Joe is pretty common. So when you have a room and there's more than one Joe, you differentiate. Okay, that's Joe Rogan, or that's MMA Joe. We figure out a way to do it, and that's called a disambiguator. And we see this in the New Testament when you have lots of Peters, right? You have Simon Peter, you have Peter the Canaan, you have or James the son of Zebedee. We have lots of Marys. So you have these disambiguators. You even have lots of Jesuses, which like Jesus is often described as the Lord Jesus or Jesus of Nazareth, because Yehoshua is a common Jewish name. And so we can look at the popularity of names written in documents and actually pinpoint some of these documents to particular times and particular places. In fact, Jamie, are you able to, if you go on Apologetics Canada, our YouTube page, so the first episode of the Can I Trust the Bible series we did, we made an animation about this, where we looked at the data and then we actually compared it to one of these other gospels, to the Gospel of Judas. And so in the first episode of Can I Trust the Bible, in the right books, partway through, it's near the end, the last animation, if you can find it, we had a guy put this together for us, where we looked at the studies, and there have been some really recent ones by a guy named Luke Vanderway, who published this in, I believe it was at Cambridge. No. Birmingham University. He did his PhD on it, and he narrowed the gap within all of these literary bodies that talk about names. And we're able to pinpoint and actually show, so if you go to, right here. Particular decades that they're writing. A series of scholarly studies have shown that though Jews were located in many places across the Roman Empire, people's names often tended to be geographically located. By observing literary and archaeological artifacts, a list of common names can be carried identities. By narrowing down the most popular names and places that Jesus lived, traveled, and ministered, and by comparing these to the list from studies, an interesting correlation can be seen. Just as we see today with popular names, a qualifier or nickname is often used. For example, notice that when Matthew lists the disciples in his gospel, certain names have a qualifier or nickname and others do not. Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, and James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the tax collector, James the son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. As we would expect, the most popular names are those that have an added subscription. When we compare the most popular names in Judea and Galilee during the first century with names we see listed in key places in the biblical Gospels, we find that all the names with qualifiers make what we assume if they were actually written in the time and place they claim to be narrated. In contrast, the Gospel of Judas only has two names that would fit, Jesus and Judas, but contains a host of other characters whose names match not with first century Judea or Galilee, like the biblical Gospels, but with names that were popular in Egypt during the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Consider how difficult it would be for someone living outside of the locations and times that these events took place to get the right names with the right qualifiers. We have 4 biblical Gospels, with 4 different authors, and yet each gets this test of naming, frequency, and attribution right every time. A test and standard with the non-biblical gospels simply do not. So we can use
so
isn't it? So
this is so it totally makes sense too.
Yeah, so it's the levels of methodology that we can use to find internal accuracy. We really want to figure out, okay, where was this written? And is it coming from early eyewitness testimony? We look at something like the biblical gospels, and they fit the bill for something that's written in first century Judea. But if we look at something like the other gospels, they're doing things like the Gospel of Judas does, where other characters are coming up with names that are almost either non-existent or like very unpopular in places like Judea and Galilee, but are popular in 3rd and 4th century Egypt. So what can we then conclude from that? Well, this is being written in 3rd or 4th century Egypt. Yeah.
That's really amazing. It's such a complex and fascinating subject. It really is. And I think it's because of the barrier to entry is so high. There's so much to learn. There's so much to dig deep that most people barely scratch the surface of this stuff.
Right.
And it takes someone like you to really kind of, because it's like real easy to lean into the fun stuff. It's real easy to lean into the Anunnaki stuff. But the actual real shit that we know is 100% the accounts of people that lived back then.
Yeah.
That to me is as fascinating, if not more, than even we were made by aliens.
Yeah.
All of it is bizarre. And the fact that we're still going over these texts thousands of years later is also fascinating.
Yeah. And lots of this stuff, like the onomastic congruence, is something that has really only been studied to the level that it has within the last 50 years. So we're constantly discovering ways that we can use different types of methodological analysis to figure out the historical validity of something. So this is, we call it verisimilitude, which is historians are looking for what can show us the appearance, likelihood, and probability of something being true. And so sometimes documents out themselves as being unreliable and not true because they inadvertently include these clues. Like, so the Gospel of Barnabas, which I mentioned before, which Billy Carson has brought up as an evidence that he sees as denying the crucifixion, it talks about Jesus getting in a boat and traveling to Nazareth. But Nazareth was Jerusalem. So that person clearly did not know anything about the geography of first century Israel, because you're not getting in a boat to go to Nazareth, right? So, but if you're writing, in the case of the Gospel of Barnabas, we're talking about 1,000+ years later. But if you've never been there and you don't understand, it's like, have you ever seen Middle-Age paintings of lions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had no idea what they were.
Well, we brought that up the other day because I was in Ravello.
Okay.
And there's a church, an ancient church in Ravello, and it has a depiction of the whale. And the whale doesn't look anything like a whale. It has wings.
Yeah.
It's like a lion's head. It's so weird.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Middle Ages, throughout the Middle Ages. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it looks like a dragon.
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
Well, and lions look a lot like dogs because they're like, what's your frame of reference? Right.
So, and also you're getting someone describing it to an artist.
Yeah.
You probably can't paint it.
Yeah.
So to describe it.
Yeah. It's
yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Tertiary, secondary. So, and a lot of these writings kind of out themselves as that literarily within the things that they choose to include. Names are a small example, but geography or distances between places. The biblical Gospels describe going up to Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. And we can kind of read that and not think anything about it, but Jerusalem, on the elevation of sea level, you do go up to it. And so it's like these small clues that we as historians are looking for, or on the parable of the Good Samaritan, it's going down from Jerusalem to Jericho. And you go down like an elevation in sea level to go to Jericho. Or the story of Zacchaeus, who's the guy who climbs a tree to see Jesus. He's a wee little man. He's he's short, and you can't see over the crowd. And he hears this miracle work that Jesus is coming, so he climbs a sycamore tree. And the Gospels specifically say he climbs a sycamore tree. Well, this can be like a detail we can pass over, but we know based on kind of the acidity of the soils that sycamore trees only grow in those areas in that, time frame. So we can look and see, okay, well, whoever Luke is getting this from, he's adding this detail. Maybe he's not even aware of the significance of it, but whoever he's getting this from has been there because they actually know what tree would have been growing there and tell him that Zacchaeus climbs a sycamore tree. And so it's like fauna and flora and distance between locations, things that actually other ancient writers get wrong sometimes.
Have you ever had a debate with a snarky atheist?
Yeah.
I think that would be
like a formal debate?
No, not even a formal debate. I think it would be a fascinating conversation because I'm sure, well, atheists, they vary just like Christians vary. But the worst versions of them are essentially believers in the religion of atheism.
Right.
They worship the concept of there being no God. This is it. When you die, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And that to me is always so arrogant. Just the fact that you exist at all is so bizarre and so spectacular. The idea that you know for sure that when the lights shut out that's a wrap, like because there's no evidence of the contrary. Well, okay.
But kind of assuming your conclusion there.
Absence of evidence is not evidence, especially when you're talking about something that's as bizarre as death.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you have people that have near-death experiences that are radically similar.
Yeah.
Those are really weird. They're really weird how many similarities people have in these near-death experiences from accidents and all sorts of things that people, come back from, where their heart stops beating, they see themselves above their body. There's a lot of weirdness to it that makes you. I just think it's a little silly, because how could you know what you don't know? You cannot know what you don't know, and the problem is that there's a cachet, that there's a social credit amongst academics in particular that's ascribed to a person who is atheist, a person he's brilliant, he's not silly, he doesn't believe in myths, I get it. I get why there's social pressure in that regard. I get it, but to not look at the universe itself, just this creation engine of planets and stellar nurseries, just the bizarreness of the epicness of it all, and to not wonder if maybe you have a very narrow perception of what this whole thing is all about.
Yeah. Deny the virgin birth, but not the virgin birth of the universe.
Yeah. Well, all of it, like everything, just the big. There's so many more impressive miracles than any of the things that people think of in the Bible. It's just they're so weird in our day and age, but we're not willing to If we want to think that things are very clean and easy to measure, and they often are not. And I think most of what it means to be a human being in a meaningful way is not measurable. Most of it. Love and friendship and community, these things are not very measurable. They're very strange. The bond that people have with their family and their loved ones, and it's very strange.
Yeah.
That love connection, whatever love is, whatever good is, it's a very real thing, and it seems to not exist. Certainly not in the volume in other animals that exist in us. There's obviously nurturing in other animals. They nurture their loved ones, but their perception of life and death and all of it is very different than ours. So it leads me to why? Why is our version of life so much more rich and complicated than any other being that exists? And why do we have this insatiable desire to learn and know more?
Yeah.
What is it?
Why does this, however many 3 pounds of gray matter in my brain, why is that able to plummet the intricacies of the universe? Right. Like, and I think that's ultimately the questions that we should be asking in terms of you matter more than you want to matter. There's something going on.
There's something going on with all of us.
Yeah.
We kind of know it, we don't know it. But it's just, you can't measure it and you can't put it on a scale, and so people don't like that.
Yeah.
They don't like that. It makes them feel dumb to believe in that. makes them feel dumb to even speculate. You know, to even just say, "What do you think happens when you die?" Like even that conversation. It's like, nothing. It goes dark, and that's it. It's over. That's it. You die. Like, how the fuck do you know? Did he die? Like, you don't know.
So, in all of this, what do you think of Jesus? Like, in terms of your own, like, journeying and trying to find answers to ultimate questions. What do you think of the historical person of Jesus?
Well, it certainly seems like there's a lot of people that believe that there was this very exceptional human being that existed. So the question is, what does that mean? Does it mean he was the Son of God? Does it mean he was just some completely unique human being that had this vision of humanity and this way of educating people and spreading this ideology that would ultimately change the way human beings interact with each other forever? So what is he the Son of God? Well, are we all? That's another question. Do we all have that inside of us? Do we all have that ability to change everything around us inside of us? Do we all have that unique connection to the divine? And is he a representation of the best version of that? Or was he an actual person that was the Son of God? And is it important?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what is it? It's just the fact that it's a question to ponder is a miracle in itself, in a way. Just the fact that there's this concept of this person that died for our sins, that the Son of God. But you have to you have to believe in a bunch of stuff to go that way. Like, just the concept of that is interesting to people, because what it can do for people is offer them a very unique way to change the way they feel about the world itself. And if you do follow that, I know a lot of Christians are hardcore Christians. They're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. So it does work, right? Like, if you do live like a Christian and you do follow the principles of Christ, you will have a richer, more love-filled life. So it is true, right? But you have to submit to this concept that this guy was the child of God who came down to earth, let himself be crucified, came back from the dead, explained a bunch of stuff to people, and then said, all right, see you when I come back.
And you don't know how you can wrap your head around that particular thing.
And if he came back, here's the thing, if he came back, who the fuck would believe him today? With all the fake news and all the CGI and AI, like, imagine, that would be the most bizarre thing of all time. If we get to a point where artificial reality is indiscernible from regular reality, and Jesus chooses to come back at that moment, boy, that's the ultimate test of faith, right? When it's impossible to discern. If we really reach a point where virtual reality is indistinguishable from regular reality, which we're probably 100 years away from that or something, like, maybe not even that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's probably why Jesus came in the first century and not the 21st century.
But imagine that's the big catch. Like, Jesus does return, but when he returns, we're just so confused that we can't even tell.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's how he returns in the first place. Maybe he returns through AI.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the portal to Jesus.
I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I mean,
that scares the shit out of me.
I really appreciate, guys that you're friends with, right? Like the Jordan Petersons and the Douglas Murrays of the world, or, the Tom Hollands, not the Spider-Man, this one, who talk about this stuff. I think I really like the way that Jordan Peterson articulates it, but I think he misses the forest for the trees in that he sees Jesus as an archetype. And I don't think actually even Jesus gives you the opportunity to see him as the archetype. Because I have this love-hate relationship with all of Peterson's stuff, because he seems to get so much right where he walks up to the line, but he doesn't want to cross over.
And is the crossover, you think, connected to a life in academia? Like,
No.
What do you think it is?
I wonder, and I'd love to talk to him about this, like, how do you remedy this issue that, because he seems to think that the concept of Jesus as an example is more important than the actual flesh and blood first century itinerant Jewish preacher who was crucified and rose from the dead physically, which is the claim of the Gospels and the rest of the New Testament. That's an example for us to look on and live by. But I actually think that Jesus condemns moralism. And ultimately, what I see Peterson doing is looking at Jesus as a moral example. And if Jesus is nothing but a moral example, then you can save yourself and you don't actually need a savior. And so I think actually Jesus would have critiqued that because Jesus was very against moralism.
And how do you define Jesus being against moralism? Like, what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, Jesus looks at the religiosity of his day with like particular groups like the Pharisees and the Sadducees, where these other groups of Jews during his day. So we talked about the Essenes, who actually aren't mentioned in the Bible, but there are other groups like the Pharisees, who are like lay scholars, and the Sadducees, who are professional priest scholars. And he's constantly critiquing the fact that they have this hypocritical religiosity to them, where they're doing things like tithing their mint leaves, like to make sure that they get all of. This is where we get the idea of the letter of the law versus the intention of the law. Like Jesus critiques them for that because he says you're trying to do everything right and you're missing the point. So one of the things he says is like, if your donkey falls in a ravine on the Sabbath, do you pull it out? Or is that work? Like, what's the point of the Sabbath? Is it to not do any work? Like, is it to make sure that you're not working too hard because you might be breaking the Sabbath? Or like, what is the point? He says, like, the Sabbath was made for man and not man the Sabbath. And that there's this intention. This is the whole Sermon on the Mount, Matthew chapter 5, is he keeps saying, you have heard it said, but I say, and he refers to the Mosaic Law. And it looks like he's critiquing the Mosaic Law, but he's not actually. He's getting back to the intention of the law. So when he says, you have heard it said, do not commit murder, but I say to you, anybody who harbors a hate for their brother in their heart has already committed murder. And what he's getting to is like, what's the intent? What's the meaning of the law that God gives to you? Because the law is like a mirror. It shows you how dirty you are. But his critique is he's like, you guys are trying to clean yourself with a mirror. That's stupid. It's just if anything, it's gonna make you more messy. Like, get in the shower. The law is not what cleans you. The law is what reveals that you're dirty. And so in that sense, I think, if Jesus is a moral example, it actually misses what I think Jesus actually said about what his purpose was, in that you can't do enough to actually live up to the standard that God holds you to. And so if you keep striving, you're actually going to wear yourself out and be exhausted.
Like atheists.
I didn't say you did, Joe.
A lot of them go crazy. They go crazy when they get older.
Yeah.
Listen, Wes, this is such an awesome conversation, and I'm sad that it went down the way it went down with you and Billy, but the good thing out of it is that a lot of people became aware of your work, and it's such exhaustive work. It's really amazing what you've done. Thank you so much for these gifts. We will find a great place for them in the wall here. And thanks and let's do it again. And I would love to do it with you and someone who disagrees too. I think it would be a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool.
This has been a pleasure.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Oh, tell everybody how to find you, how to find all of the different. You have 2 different YouTube channels. You have your own, and you have this new one. Apologetics Canada.
Yeah, so I work for a national not-for-profit and in Canada that is an organization that we want people to have an intellectually robust and a biblically grounded and a faith. We want people to know what they believe and why they believe it. And so we produce materials like we played that clip from Can I Trust the Bible? That's a series that's ongoing. I'm going to be traveling in 2025 to produce more of that content to try to, get this stuff that's all up here out into people so that they can be able to access it.
You have 2 of them that are on. Well, there's more, but there's the 2 Can I Trust the Bible versions.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so wesleyhuff.com is my website. Apologeticscanada.com is where, if you want to see where I'm speaking or what we're up to. I'm part of a team that does a lot of this stuff. So those are the two places. All my social media handles can be found on LesserHealth.com.
All right, beautiful.
Awesome.
Thanks very much.
Hey,
Appreciate
thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Governor Perry, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship and how you guys know each other? And...
I had a public service career in the state of Kentucky, and the last stint I was involved in my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. Within that role, I designed for what, by lack of better term, is the Kentucky Advocate Initiative. The state had received $842 million in settlements that will be paid out over the next 15 years by opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. And as the Kentucky Advocate Project was developed and executed, I was introduced to Governor Perry as someone who was a believer and advocate in medicine. He and I developed a professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video to give a testimonial about the immense potential around the development of IBE. And he also was so wonderfully helpful as to procure an op-ed in Newsweek magazine in October of last year, endorsing the initiative. He has been a tremendous supporter, mentor, and I am privileged to call him a friend.
And Governor, how did you get involved in this?
It's kind of a long story, so we got the time. If you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll just take you back. 2006, my wife made me go on vacation, which I don't necessarily do very good because I have a little bit of ADHD, and vacations are sitting on the beach. Some places not high on my list of good things to do. But anyway, I went with it. And she took me to Coronado Island and the Hotel Del, which is a fascinating and interesting place. But my security detail went out early, and they were stopped there, I think, on Orange and Orange Drive, the little breakfast nook, and they walked in where they were supposed to meet the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. They went over, introduced themselves, and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." And this kid happened to be a JTAP with SEAL Team 5, who was a former, or was an F-18 driver who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center, I'd love to give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour. And he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camis, and that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finish it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is. And I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked them to go have dinner with us that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you. And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Wing came up and we finished dinner. I tell them, I said, look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me, right? Which I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we hadn't known each other in those days, I said, hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me. Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the governor's mansion, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that you're not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Red Wing, and that's when my computer kind of blew up and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So go on about our business. They leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother Morgan, I might add. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. Jake Elsey is now a member of Congress. So incredible small world for me that started totally by the grace of God of meeting these boys in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin, said, hey, saw your son, he's doing all right. If I never help you, let me know. Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, there's a young man down here who said you told him the next time he was through Austin, Texas, to come by and see you, and he's here. I said, that's hilarious. I said, what's his name? And Marcus Luttrell. I said, yeah, I told him that. We'll send him in. That was in May of 07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left. And that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sitting at Joe Rogan's table, talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get his health care was at the VA. And he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA and have that done, no offense, but I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston. I talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celtex. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 when it came out, and it went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, knew his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. And I call Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I knew him through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. And I said, this kid is a legit American hero. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of him. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE, of which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that and doing it. It just took the sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a governor, a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know a governor, don't have anybody. And that's why I've spent however many years, that's been 17 years, helping, being open, to all the different ways that we could help these young men and women. Back in 2007, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes now. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his consulates. But even if you are living in a great home, if you're in a mansion and your mind's not where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, ibogaine, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job and our job is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this, conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine that literally the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue with the data. We'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who's an epileptic. And she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieved him of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down to me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be for, I know you may not agree on this, I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick Doblin. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the work that he did at MAPS is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this, that Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape and all of that I just talked about, but that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen and why we as society need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help out there. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that could be affected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure, in the next couple hours.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I don't.
It was Hunter S. Thompson.
You could.
No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. When McGovern was running for president, when during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine, that he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, then we called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the Dick. He literally decided to tank this guy's political career by making up a rumor about him.
People really believe that Muskie was illegal.
I never said he was. I said there was a riddler and a walkie that he was, which was true. When I saw the riddler, I
Finally said, well, you made it all up.
People really believe it. Muskie was eating.
Yeah, it's just repeating itself over and over. But yeah, it's in the Gonzo, the documentary. It goes into it in depth. He just decided that the guy was a big phony, and so he made up this story about the guy being addicted to Ibogaine, of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to Ibogaine.
Yeah, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be, and that it's addictive. And Ibogaine is neither of them.
Right.
I mean, clearly evidence. If there's, as a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, Ibogaine would be the top of the list, most likely.
Yes, but yet it's Schedule 1.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
And I think for the purpose of educating the public, we go back and understand the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, swept them all up, and put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies, using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned by that. And that's a giant problem particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demands that they face, and the trials that they face when they return, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of addictions. It's overwhelming, and they don't get any support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your landscape.
You look at you look at the history of how I got there, and I grew up on a dry land cotton farm, about as conservative a part of the world as you could be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with, because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s and in the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years, your brain on drugs, just say no to drugs. I mean, and on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like Ibogaine, and it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see, is there something good that can come out of this? And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for Ibogaine to be used for, clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet we're sitting here with 20 plus veterans a day killing themselves. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound, appropriately used and appropriately overseen, can absolutely change lives and save lives. And for me to be able to know that, and then still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Nolan Williams, individuals who may come into this administration at some very high levels that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity. We've been given this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue of any sense of imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario, Schedule 2, even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials done so that people who have questions about it can be answered and they can see the data. I mean, we'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford that it's just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. Like, when was that?
Brian, you want to hit that one, or you want me to take it?
I don't mind to take it. In 2018,
Brian, pull that microphone up too close here.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right. In 2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus Capone had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, finally from war, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called Ibogaine. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martine Blanco, who operated a clinical operation called Mission Within. Amber, as a last shot at saving her family, sent him to Mexico to receive Ibogaine treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends on the verge of suicide, they began just as a friend group to put money together to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form VETS, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to the MBO clinic south of Tijuana to receive Ibogaine treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study out of Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Nolan Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Ibogaine treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of a battery of psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of it. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any? To explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans who had been on the verge of suicide, who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed in a way of habituating pharmacology which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology were not just back to what they could remember being before they experienced their trauma, but had been eliminated from that pharmacology.